Chapter 1 Ding. Between the mountains, a resounding bell reverberated. A fire crow, the size of a fist, struck the golden bell, causing it to crack and seem on the verge of shattering. Is the golden bell fully formed? Heh, it serves as excellent material for corpse refining. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in surprise, but he soon sneered repeatedly. What if the golden bell is fully formed? Can it withstand a few strikes from my fire crow? At your age, isn't it better to remain in the mundane world wielding power? Why venture into the realm of immortality? Do you truly believe everyone can become an immortal? Whoosh! I have left home at a young age, wandering in the immortal realm for over 30 years. The man's eyes widened, his words abruptly cut off as a 3-inch flying dagger pierced his brow. Whoosh! Whoosh! More streaks of light tore through the air, as willow leaf daggers precisely struck the man's eyes, mouth, throat, and heart. He stood there in a daze, his white robe stained with blood. Huff! The young man exhaled a heavy breath, raising his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Bah! A pauper, without even a storage bag. Indeed, if he were truly formidable, he wouldn't resort to robbing a mere mortal like me. After a moment of searching, he found 2 spirit stones and several talismans on the cultivator. Li Chun skillfully erased all traces of the corpse, then turned and quickly departed. I am despite the elders of the Purple Void Immortal sect, asserting that those with 9 grades spiritual roots can only reach the early stages of chi refinement, and that even breaking through to the mid-stage is exceedingly difficult. Li Chun refused to relinquish hope. Immortal ascension. For Li Chun, a traveler from another world, nothing holds greater allure than the prospect of becoming an immortal. After extensive inquiries, he learned of the existence of Yinshan Fong and yearned to venture there in search of fortuity, embarking on his path of cultivation. As he approached Yinshan Fong, he encountered a sudden ambush by a fellow cultivator, in the secular realm. A skilled individual like Li Chun would dominate the martial world. Yet upon entering the realm of cultivation, he found himself regarded merely as valuable material for corpse refining. Fortunately, the assailant was not formidable enough, allowing Li Chun to counterattack with his flying knife technique. There is no way forward. Is this the formation set by the cultivators, isolating the boundary between the immortal and mortal realms? Before him lay a dense fog, obscuring his path, and Li Chun dared not charge recklessly into it. Even knowing that the market of Yinshan Fong was just beyond the mist, he hesitated, aware of his limited understanding of the methods employed by cultivators. Are you here to seek immortality? As he lingered at the edge of the fog, an ethereal voice suddenly echoed in his ears, sending a shiver down his spine. Turning, he beheld a petite girl with bright eyes and a radiant smile. Observing him with keen interest, Li Chen's nerves were taut, his gaze filled with caution. The girl appeared to be merely 15 or 16, seemingly harmless. Yet Li Chun understood that this was not the secular world, and one must not judge by appearances. You need not be on edge. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. If I wish to harm you, you would already be dead. Every year, many martial artists from the secular world come to seek immortality outside Yinshan Fong. However, most of those who seek such fortune end up as materials for dark cultivators or as servants to the cultivators. You are fortunate to have encountered the kind-hearted Ling Long fairy. The girl, petite and adorned in a water-blue gauze dress, wore a crown of woven flowers atop her head. Her fair cheeks glowed with a rosy hue, and as she smiled, her pearly teeth shone brightly, her dark eyes twinkling with innocence and joy. Ling Long fairy, Li Chen's voice was hoarse, his body tense, unwilling to lower his guard. His hand, concealed within his sleeve, tightened around the willow leaf flying knife. My name is Xue Ling Long, known in the cultivation world as Ling Long Fairy. The martial arts of the secular world are not without merit. Your flying knives are perilous, posing a lethal threat to cultivators below the 4th level of chi refinement. However, those above the 4th level have already developed spiritual awareness, rendering your knives ineffective against them. Gazing at the charming girl before him, Li Chen's expression sharpened, and the tension within him began to ease. He realized that this girl, claiming to be Ling Long Fairy, was not merely attempting to intimidate him. His masterful flying knife technique could dominate the secular realm, always hitting its mark, each strike sure to draw blood. Yet, in the realm of cultivation, such a technique remained unremarkable in the eyes of true cultivators. The cultivator who previously attempted to rob me, intending to transform me into materials for corpse refinement, was most likely a weak practitioner below the fourth level of chi refinement, lacking any form of spiritual consciousness. Before me stands a young girl, her golden storage pouch at her waist serving as undeniable proof of her considerable strength compared to the earlier practitioner. "It seems you are not as foolish as I initially presumed," Shui Linglong remarked, a hint of admiration gracing her delicate features as she spoke with a cheerful tone. Spiritual roots are categorized into 9 grades, with the first being the highest and the 9th the lowest. Only those possessing a spiritual root can embark on the path of immortality. Each year, countless mundane martial artists flock to Inshur to seek immortality, yet the majority lacks spiritual roots, relegated to lives of servitude upon entering the realm of cultivation, forever unable to ascend the path of immortality. You seek immortality. Are you familiar with the concept of spiritual roots? Li Chen's expression turned solemn as he clasped his hands in respect towards the girl, answering earnestly, "Indeed, I am aware. I participated in the spiritual root assessment at the Zishu Immortal sect 6 months ago." Shui Linglong blinked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "You attended the Zishu sect's assessment? It appears you were among the unfortunate candidates with inferior spiritual roots." I Chen's cheeks quivered slightly as he replied honestly, "Yes, my spiritual root is of the 9th grade, rendering me unworthy of entry into the sect." What does Zishu even represent as an immortal sect? Merely a self-proclaimed sect in this remote land of the Yin Kingdom. She scoffed. "And you, with a 9th grade spiritual root, what more do you seek in terms of immortality? A 9th grade root will make it exceedingly difficult for you to break through the mid-stage of chi refinement throughout your life. Even if you were to embark on the path of immortality, you would remain a mere insect at the bottom of the cultivation world. You might as well return to the mundane realm and enjoy a life of luxury. With your martial prowess, wouldn't it be more enjoyable in the secular world than a struggle at the lower rungs of the cultivation realm?" The voice of this enchanting fairy was ethereal and melodious, however. The words she spoke echoed the disdain expressed by the elder during the Zishu sex assessment. "Return to the mundane world to enjoy life." Li Chen's eyes flickered with inner turmoil. Having traversed realms with great difficulty, enduring countless hardships to arrive in this world of cultivation, was he truly to abandon the pursuit of immortality and return to a mundane existence, destined to become nothing more than dust in a century? No. This was not the path he wished to tread. Despite his inferior spiritual root, the world of cultivation lay tantalizingly before him. How could he resign himself to inaction without at least attempting to seize the opportunity? Silently, Li Chen's resolve began to solidify. The young girl scanned Li Chen's resolute visage, perhaps grasping the thoughts swirling within him. Her expression momentarily softened as she spoke softly. "There are many with steadfast hearts like yours. Yet as time passes, the determination to pursue the Tao often crumbles. Very well. Today I am in good spirits, and thus I shall grant you an opportunity." Li Chen's gaze shot up, realizing he had encountered a benefactor, and he hurriedly bowed to the girl. She waved her hand dismissively, speaking casually, "I can take you into Inshur and recommend you for a position as a laborer at the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Would you accept?" "Thank you, Fairy Linglong," Li Chen said, his voice now steadied, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. The girl turned, her petite figure moving forward into the mist. "Stay close. This is the realm of cultivation." Having traversed through layers of mist and stepped onto a cobbled street, Li Chen surveyed his surroundings, finding everything to be a source of wonder that on either side of the street stood a myriad of shops, each with its own unique charm. The names of these establishments: Spiritual Talisman Shop, Red Rice Store, Treasure Pavilion, Delicacy Tower, Goddess Building, and Thousand Refinement Hall were, as varied as they were enchanting. Additionally, some individuals sat on the ground, setting up stalls and calling out to entice customers, selling an array of goods that dazzled the senses. Water Linglong walked ahead, making her way directly to the heart of the market. Chun keenly observed that many passers-by regarded Water Linglong with a mixture of reverence and awe. The esteemed figure of Linglong Fairy held considerable standing in the realm of Yingshan. Chen's gaze flickered with realization he had encountered a true benefactor, though he remained curious about the extent of her cultivation. Yingshan is a collaborative establishment founded by several immortal families from Heishui Prefecture, built upon a secondary spiritual vein, she explained. It attracts many independent cultivators. These free-spirited individuals often lack moral restraint, thus, you must exercise caution in your dealings with them in the future. As Linglong Fairy strode ahead, her mood appeared buoyant, prompting her to share some insights about the cultivation world with Li Chun. Observing the petite figure of the young girl, Li Chun silently committed her words to memory. You possess a 9th grade spiritual root, and without the backing of powerful family or a stroke of fortune, you are likely to remain stagnant in the early stages of qi refinement throughout your life. After a few years in the cultivation world, you may come to realize that living as an ordinary person in the secular realm is not such a bad fate. Everyone aspires to become an immortal, yet in the vast southern wilderness, how many have truly achieved this over the millennia? In the end, the pursuit of immortality leads to but a handful of extra years beyond that of an ordinary life. Her tone dripped with disdain, laced with a hint of mockery. Li Chun instinctively inquired, Linglong Fairy, does the southern wilderness refer to our cultivation world? The girl turned, her gaze becoming inexplicably profound. The place we inhabit is merely the most remote corner of the southern wilderness cultivation realm. The southern wilderness comprises 56 nations, with Yin country situated on its fringes. Beyond Yin, the world is vast. Moreover, the southern wilderness is but a small part of the human realm. Never mind, why am I sharing this with you? The girl seemed to drift in her thoughts, her mood darkening as she lost interest in conversing with Li Chun. Unsure of how to proceed, Li Chun chose to remain silent, trailing behind her while surveying the surroundings, eager to integrate himself into the cultivation world. Miss, you have returned, came the greeting from within the Grand Dam Pavilion, a majestic structure adorned with golden bricks and green tiles, crowned by a massive gourd atop its roof. Positioned at the center of Yingshan, the Grand Dam Pavilion was the tallest among many of the few establishments Li Chun had encountered. Only the Thousand Refinements Hall, Treasure Pavilion, and Goddess Building could rival its grandeur. The first floor of the Grand Dam Pavilion saw little traffic. An elder descended from above, his expression filled with concern as he regarded the young girl, his eyes reflecting a hint of reverence. Li Chun, standing behind the girl, maintained a composed demeanor, not daring to utter a word. Uncle Fu, how has business been during this time? The young girl casually pulled out a chair, crossed her legs, and wore a rather indifferent expression. The elder glanced at Li Chun, and in that moment, he was taken aback. Uncle Fu, this individual is someone I encountered outside the market. Seeing his unwavering determination to seek the path, I brought him to the Divine Elixir Pavilion to serve as an errand boy. The elder shifted his gaze away from Li Chun and murmured softly, No wonder, Xiao Han, take this young brother down to meet Master Chun, and have him serve as an apprentice errand boy. Yes, the rotund young lad stepped forward, appearing to be around 17 or 18, his eyes sparkling with envy as he looked at Li Chun. Brother, please. Li Chun nodded and offered a warm smile to the young lad. My name is Han Mao. What is your name, big brother? In the back courtyard of the Divine Elixir Pavilion, the young lad became animated, his rat-like eyes gleaming as he scrutinized Li Chun. Brother, what is your connection with the pavilion master? How is it that she personally brought you here? Li Chun's eyes flickered slightly as he composed himself and asked, Is the fairy Linglong the pavilion master of the Divine Elixir Pavilion? Han Mao puffed out his chest, his tone brimming with pride. Fairy Linglong is not only the pavilion master of the Divine Elixir Pavilion, but also the master of the Heavenly Symbol Pavilion, and she is one of the few foundational cultivators. In the ancient market, it is said that Fairy Linglong has business dealings in both the Nanshan market of Yinzhou and the Taihu market of Pingzhou. Just under 30 years of age, she has already reached foundational cultivation. Even the true disciples of the Purple Void sect fall short compared to our fairy Linglong. Li Chun opened his mouth, momentarily rendered speechless. The young lad gazed at him with an inscrutable expression, a flattering smile on his face. Brotherly, if you have caught the eye of fairy Linglong and rise to prominence, don't forget to lend a hand to your little brother. Li Chun chuckled self-deprecatingly, choosing not to respond to Han Mao. Indeed, he had stumbled upon extraordinary fortune by encountering the benevolent and beautiful fairy Linglong, who had brought him to the Insure market and arranged for him to serve as an apprentice errand boy to a master alchemist at the Divine Elixir Pavilion. As for the rest, Li Chun dared not dwell too deeply. He was merely a mundane individual, yet to embark on the path of immortality, possessing only a 9th grade spiritual root, seemingly unworthy of the attention of fairy Linglong. Perhaps it was due to his resemblance to a certain acquaintance of hers? Li Chun stroked his chin, recalling Uncle Fuss' astonished expression upon seeing him. This seemed to be the only plausible explanation for why fairy Linglong would regard him with such favor and bring him to the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Chun chose not to ponder further. At this moment, overthinking was of no use to him. Han Mao continued to chatter incessantly, probing into the relationship between Li Chun and fairy Linglong, while Li Chun remained silent. Before the exquisite courtyard, he adjusted his clothing, feeling as though today's events were somewhat dreamlike. Brotherly, there's no need to be nervous. Master Chun has a very good temperament. Noticing Li Chun lost in thought, the young lad amiably patted his shoulder and offered words of comfort. Immortal? At last, Li Chun found himself face to face with Master Chun of the Divine Elixir Pavilion. In an elegantly quaint courtyard, an elderly man clad in green reclined languidly in the embrace of a charming maid, while another attended to him by gently kneading his legs. This Master Chun, possessing a slender physique, sported a flowing goatee beneath his chin, and with half-closed eyes, scrutinized Li Chun intently. Li Chun, bowing respectfully, introduced himself. I am Li Chun, here to pay my respects to Master Chun. Beside him, the plump figure of Han Mao beamed with obsequiousness, exclaiming, Esteemed Master Chun, this is the individual personally brought back by the pavilion master, as instructed by Steward Fu to be placed under your tutelage. Master Chen's gaze traversed Li Chen's form, his brows furrowing in discontent as he impatiently remarked that old ghost Fu could at least have sent someone with some cultivation. What use is a mere mortal? Trouble will surely find the old man. Alas, since it is the Lord who personally brought you back. I cannot easily disregard the faces of both the Lord and the old ghost, Fu. Your ability to serve as my apprentice and errand boy indicates that your spiritual roots are rather mediocre. Let us commence with chopping firewood and warming the furnace. Return to seek me again tomorrow. Master Chindan waved his hand impatiently, dismissing Li Chen. As Li Chen exited the Shindan pavilion, he found himself in possession of a weathered tome, a bottle of fasting elixir, and 2 low-grade spirit stones. The chubby lad Han Mao trailed behind him, his eyes brimming with envy. The tome was bestowed upon him by Manager Fu, containing a rudimentary fire element cultivation technique known as the Qi Yinju. The fasting elixir and spirit stones were also gifts from Manager Fu. According to Han Mao, the Shundan Pavilion does not provide accommodation for its employees unless they hold a higher rank as alchemists. Li Chen could not reside in the Divine Elixir Pavilion and could only accompany the chubby Han Mao to settle in the slums. On the rooftop of the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Shui Linglong gazed blankly at the departing figures of Li Chun and Han Mao, her eyes unwittingly glistening with tears. Standing silently beside her, Fu Bo hesitated for a moment, then gently murmured, Miss, the master possesses unparalleled talent. You need not worry for him. Coming back to her senses, Shui Linglong pressed her lips together and replied, Fu Bo, my elder brother will be gone for over 20 years. When will he return to see me? Li Gu. From now on, you must live with me in the slums. Despite the poor conditions, a spirit stone is required for monthly residence. Without it, one cannot even qualify to dwell in the slums. Han Mao led Li Chun to the outskirts of Ingshan Market, where numerous low and shabby houses were constructed, each exceedingly simple. The slums housed the lower-tier cultivators, while the truly formidable individuals resided in the caves established within the market. Those caves were situated atop spiritual veins, making cultivation within them a vastly different experience compared to that in the slums. The chubby boy was quite talkative. Li Chen nodded gently in acknowledgement, regardless of the location. The principle of survival of the fittest prevails, with a select few formidable individuals invariably claiming the prime resources. Cultivating immortality requires spiritual energy, which emanates from spiritual veins. Areas rich in spiritual veins can be likened to paradisiacal realms. To Li Qin's knowledge, any location possessing a spiritual vein has already been claimed. The Zishu sect stands as the most powerful cultivation force in the Yin kingdom, having seized the finest spiritual veins within its territory. Other spiritual vein locations are similarly occupied by various cultivation factions, both large and small. Under the guidance of the stout individual, Li Qin was introduced to the overseer of the makeshift dwellings, where he paid a spiritual stone to secure a month's residency in a humble abode. Li Qin's dwelling was constructed of rammed earth, with a thatched roof providing shelter. Within the confines of the room, there existed naught but a sturdy wooden bed. A new neighbor had arrived. Immortal? In a graceful figure, the enchanting female cultivator emerged from the adjacent room and strode directly into Li Qin's quarters, her beautiful eyes surveying him with a hint of suspicion. Sister Chan, do not be deceived by Li Ji's mortal status. He was personally brought into Yinshanfang by the exquisite fairy Ling Long, recommended to apprentice under Master Chen Dan. His future is undoubtedly boundless. Han Mao's eyes sparkled with evident excitement, his chubby visage adorned with a humble smile as he carefully explained to the female cultivator beside him. The alluring cultivator raised an eyebrow, her demeanor shifting to one of earnestness, her attitude warming slightly. Li Gu has a connection with fairy Ling Long? Li Qin shook his head, asserting that it bore no significance. It was merely that the benevolent fairy Ling Long had guided him onto the path of immortality. The female cultivator's gaze shifted as she tentatively inquired, surely, Brother Li must possess extraordinary talent. Otherwise, how could he have garnered the special attention of fairy Ling Long? Li Qin smiled silently, aware that his spiritual root was likely inferior to that of Han Mao and the female cultivator. After all, in the realm of cultivation, there exists no inferior quality beyond a 9th-grade spiritual root. Through their conversation, Li Qin learned that his neighbor was named Shu Chan, a cultivator at the 4th level of qi refinement. She earned her living by crafting spiritual paper through the washing and preparation of spiritual talismans, thus sustaining her practice in the dilapidated district. As for Han Mao, he was an attendant at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, possessing a cultivation level of the 3rd tier of qi refinement. Upon discovering Li Qin's background, Shu Chan's warm demeanor significantly diminished. After a brief greeting, she retreated to her room. In contrast, Han Mao's attitude remained unchanged, as he cheerfully remarked, "Brotherly, please let me know if there is anything you require. I shall procure it for you." "Thank you, Brother Han, but I do not need anything at the moment," Li Qin replied. Li Qin was reluctant to trouble Han Mao any further, for he truly had no need for any preparations at present. His sole desire was to peruse the Qi Yin Ju bestowed upon him by Manager Fu, hoping to swiftly cultivate his qi and become a practitioner. Han Mao seemed to perceive the thoughts within Li Qin's heart, his smile unwavering. "Brotherly," he said, "I shall not disturb you any longer. Do not rush your cultivation. Should you encounter any perplexities within the Qi Yin Ju, do not hesitate to come and ask me." Li Qin nodded as he bid farewell to Han Mao. Han Mao was quite a decent fellow. His enthusiasm was tinged with a hint of ulterior motive, likely due to his connection with the enchanting Ling Long fairy, a fact that Li Qin was acutely aware of. Yet, what relation did Li Qin have with the Ling Long fairy? In the modest confines of his room, Li Qin sat cross-legged upon the wooden bed, adjusting his mindset as he began to peruse the Crimson Flame Sutra. The Crimson Flame Sutra was not some profound method of cultivation. Rather, it was quite commonplace, easily obtainable in the market for merely 2 spirit stones, rendering it a rather ubiquitous technique. Li Qin lacked the qualifications for selection. The profound techniques of cultivation were entirely under the dominion of various sects, and the methods circulating in the market could scarcely be formidable. However, techniques such as the Crimson Flame formula did possess certain advantages. The text contained detailed annotations, allowing even a mere mortal like Li Qin, who had yet to embark on the path of immortality, to comprehend the essence of the formula. The Crimson Flame formula was the most prevalent fire-based technique in the realm of cultivation, with its practice culminating at the 10th level of qi refinement. Lacking any subsequent training content, it encompassed a mere handful of spells, including the Fire Crow technique, Fire Arrow technique, and Fire Screen technique. The cultivator who had previously attempted to ambush him had been practicing the Crimson Flame formula. The night had grown deep. Li Qin closed the book and sat cross-legged on the wooden bed, shutting his eyes as he began to merge with the heavens and the earth. seeking to sense the celestial energies as recorded within the pages. As the night passed, he opened his eyes, his expression quite grim. He had indeed sensed the celestial energies. Yet they seemed indifferent to him, not to mention the prospect of drawing them into his being to refine into magical power. Is this truly the plight of the most inferior ninth-grade spiritual root? A moment of clarity dawned upon Li Qin, illuminating the disheartening realization that his aptitude for cultivation was perhaps even worse than he had previously imagined. Brother Li, have you awakened? It is time for us to commence our duties at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, came the familiar voice of Han Mao from outside. Li Qin straightened his attire and opened the door, accompanying Han Mao to the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Upon arrival, however, Li Qin found neither the enchanting fairy Ling Long nor the affable manager Fu. Master Chun regarded Li Qin with a demeanor that was neither warm nor cold, merely instructing him to proceed with chopping firewood. The wood that Li Qin split is known as ironwood, a commonly utilized fuel for alchemists. Ironwood is remarkably resilient. Even Li Qin, a master-level expert in the secular martial arts, developed blisters on his palms after a day of chopping firewood. This occurred despite Li Qin having perfected the golden bell shield technique. Li Qin even doubted that the ordinary innate masters of the secular martial world could cleave through iron heartwood. At the end of a long day's labor, he returned to the shanty town with Han Mao, dragging his weary body, and continued to merge with the heavens and earth, attuning himself to the spiritual energies of the universe. Thus, the days passed, one after another. Li Qin spent half a year chopping firewood at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, during which he had not encountered the enchanting fairy Ling Long nor had he seen Master Qin. The only constant was that every month, Manager Fu would send him 2 spirit stones and a vial of fasting elixir as his remuneration. Whenever it came time for the monthly payment, the plump Han Mao would invariably murmur under his breath. Employed as a servant at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, he served tea and attended to guests. Yet he received only 2 low-grade spirit stones each month, which was less than Li Qin's earnings. At least Li Qin was granted an additional vial of fasting elixir each month, while the rotund Han Mao did not even have the luxury of such a supplement. Li Qin was acutely aware that this preferential treatment from Master Fu was deliberate. However, what perplexed him was the reason behind such particular attention towards an ordinary mortal like himself. On this day, as usual, Li Qin immersed himself in the harmonious connection with the universe, attuning to the celestial energies and endeavoring to draw these energies into his being, thereby taking the first step on the path of cultivation. Lying on the rigid wooden bed, he furrowed his brow in concentration. In his perception, myriad colorful specks floated through the vastness of the cosmos. These variably colored lights represented the diverse attributes of the celestial energies. With relentless determination, he sought to attract the crimson speck closer to himself. After numerous attempts and unwavering perseverance, the crimson light finally converged before him, permeating into his body through the pores of his skin. I did it. Li Qin suddenly opened his eyes, his face radiant with joy. After 6 months of perseverance, he had finally succeeded in channeling his energy today, taking the inaugural step on the path of cultivation. Ding! The system began to activate upon detecting that the host had embarked on the journey of immortality, just as Li Qin reveled in his elation. An even greater surprise struck him unexpectedly. Li Qin trembled all over, standing up in a state of anxiety, his lips quivering uncontrollably as his heart raced furiously. The system. It turned out he too possessed a system, which had finally activated after nearly 2 decades of anticipation. Upon detecting that the host had embarked on the path of immortality, the system commenced its activation. The Immortal clan system has been successfully activated. Main quest: establish a cultivation family, incomplete. Side quest: give birth to the first progeny with spiritual roots, incomplete. The novice gift package is being distributed. Please check. Esteemed host. Li Qin felt a fleeting moment of disorientation. By the time he regained his composure, his mind was already filled with extensive memories that did not belong to him. From the rudiments of alchemy to masterful prowess, detailed explanations of first and second-tier elixirs, treatises on alchemy, and an overview of the path of elixirs. Is this the legacy of the second-tier alchemical arts? Li Qin gently massaged his temples, his heart brimming with unrestrained joy. After toiling for half a year within the realm of cultivation, he had finally achieved the stage of qi refinement, becoming a cultivator of the first layer. However, this half year was not spent idly. The realm of cultivation encompasses a myriad of arts, among which alchemy holds the highest esteem, followed closely by array formation, artifact crafting, talisman creation, and gu arts, among others. When one speaks of the myriad arts of cultivation, The first to be mentioned are undoubtedly alchemy, array formation, artifact crafting, and talisman creation. In the realm of cultivation, alchemists enjoy a status of immense reverence and are highly sought after. This is primarily due to the fact that most cultivators require medicinal pills to aid their practice, with those who do not being exceedingly rare. The path to becoming a respected alchemist is fraught with stringent requirements. Firstly, one must possess a lineage of alchemical knowledge. As alchemists are already scarce within the realm of cultivation, and for rogue cultivators to obtain such a lineage is nearly impossible. Secondly, the study of alchemy necessitates a substantial investment of resources. Generally, it is only the major powers that can afford to cultivate alchemists. Within the Divine Pill Pavilion, there are two esteemed alchemists, Master Gu and Master Qin. It is said that Master Gu is a second-tier alchemist, capable of refining second-tier spiritual pills, and has even succeeded in concocting a batch of foundation establishment pills, earning the utmost respect from the illustrious Linglong Fairy. Li Chun had spent half a year chopping firewood at the Divine Alchemy Pavilion without ever laying eyes on the esteemed Master Gu. As for Master Chun, though he was merely a first-tier alchemist, his standing within the Divine Alchemy Pavilion in the Insure market was remarkably high. In addition to the two alchemists, the pavilion boasted over a dozen apprentices who were capable of concocting relatively simple elixirs, such as the purging pill and the healing pill. Ah, the legacy of second-tier alchemy. Li Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement that he could hardly contain. He meticulously organized the newfound memories in his mind, acquiring hundreds of alchemical formulas of the first and second tiers. Each formula was intricately detailed, encompassing aspects such as furnace preparation, temperature regulation, ingredient combinations, flame control, pill condensation, and extraction. It is no exaggeration to assert that Li Chen had already attained the status of a second-tier alchemical master, albeit lacking in practical experience. A second-tier alchemical master. Indeed, such an individual would be coveted even by the esteemed Zishu Immortal sect. In the realm of the Yin Kingdom, wherever he ventured, he would be regarded as an honored guest. Even with mere qi refinement cultivation, a second-tier alchemist would be sufficiently esteemed to engage on equal footing with foundational cultivators. Li Chen took a deep breath, compelling himself to regain his composure. The system's novice gift package had bestowed upon him a second-tier alchemy inheritance. If he were to successfully complete the system's tasks, would the rewards be even more extraordinary? System? Li Chen called out twice, yet the system remained unresponsive. This system lacks intelligence and cannot engage in dialogue with him. The Celestial Clan system? The primary mission is to establish a cultivation family, while the secondary task involves bearing the first offspring with spiritual roots. Thus, he must devise a way to find a partner, bear children, and subsequently establish a lineage. No, that is not quite right. In the realm of cultivation, one does not merely say marry a wife, but rather seek a Tao companion. Li Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, absent-mindedly stroking his chin as he pondered how to accomplish the tasks set forth by the system and thereby attain its rewards. Li Chen understood that with his 9th-grade spiritual root, without fortuitous opportunities, he could only reach the mid-stage of qi refinement in his cultivation. At present, he firmly believed that the greatest opportunity in his life was the system. To ascend to immortality and establish a legacy, he must rely on this system. Whether it be the main quest or side quests, the first step invariably involves finding a Tao partner, followed by the creation of offspring. Only with children can one establish a lineage of cultivators, correct? Alternatively, should he consider purchasing a mortal woman to bear a child and thus complete the first side quest and claim the reward? However, that would not suffice. With his 9th-grade spiritual root, could he truly expect a child with spiritual roots from a mortal woman? Thus, it becomes imperative to seek a female cultivator with spiritual roots. When both parents possess spiritual roots, the likelihood of their offspring inheriting such abilities is significantly heightened. Yet, the critical issue remains his cultivation level. Being merely at the first layer of qi refinement, would any female cultivator be willing to bear his child? Even if, by some miracle, a female cultivator agreed to conceive, could he provide for the child under his current circumstances? Would he subject his offspring to a life of hardship from birth? Such a notion is untenable. Perhaps it would be wiser to linger at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, gradually showcasing his alchemical skills, and once his cultivation and status have improved, then contemplate the pursuit of a Tao partner and the fulfillment of his quest through parenthood. Li Chen contemplated extensively and ultimately resolved to gradually develop within the Divine Elixir Pavilion, intending to fulfill the system's tasks when conditions became more favorable. Achieving the first layer of qi refinement in the Yin Mountain market, especially while bearing the burdens of family, was no trivial endeavor. Having made his decision, Li Chun continued to delve into the intricacies of the system. Within the system, alongside the primary and auxiliary quests, there existed a remarkably simplistic personal data panel. Host, Li Chun lifespan, 1981. Cultivation, first layer of Qi refinement technique, Crimson Flame technique. Beginner, Tao companion, none offspring, none family. Not established. The system panel was exceedingly straightforward, requiring little in-depth study. The pressing concern now was how to gradually showcase his alchemical skills to attract the attention and mentorship of the exquisite Immortal Linglong. Once his cultivation reached a higher level and he truly became an alchemist, he would then contemplate the matters of finding a Tao companion, procreating, and establishing a family. As for departing from the protection of the Divine Elixir Pavilion and Immortal Linglong to forge his own path, Li Chun had not entertained such thoughts. The secular martial world was inherently perilous, and the realm of cultivation would only prove to be more treacherous. A mere shrimp at the first layer of Qi refinement like himself would be devoured in an instant should he dare to leave the Divine Elixir Pavilion. He could not forget the cultivator who had attempted to assassinate him before he even reached Een Mountain Market. Een Mountain Market harbors many rogue cultivators. These individuals are lawless. Be cautious when dealing with them in the future, the words of Immortal Linglong echoed in his mind. A night devoid of slumber passed. The following day, upon rising, Li Chun's eyes were still laced with traces of bloodshot fatigue. Han Mao squinted, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at Li Chun. Brother Chun, have you completed your entrance into the path of Qi? Li Chun nodded expressionlessly. Han Maobai's chubby face reflected greater astonishment. Brother Chun, are you truly a cultivator of the 9th grade spiritual root? I possess an 8th grade spiritual root, and it took me an entire year to successfully channel my Qi into the path. At that moment, the female neighbor, Shu Chan, pushed open her door, carrying a burlap sack. Today marked the day Shu Chan delivered goods to the talisman shop. After laboring for over half a month to wash and produce spiritual paper, she was finally poised to reap the rewards, which lifted her spirits. Her beautiful eyes swept over Li Chun, and with a gentle smile, she remarked, Brother Li has also become a cultivator. Congratulations on embarking on the path of immortality. Long life is within reach. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall treat you to a drink upon my return. With that, Shu Chan hurried away. In Yingshan Fang, a cultivator at the first level of Qi refinement still occupied the lowest tier. Only by advancing to the mid-stage of Qi refinement could one attain a semblance of status within Yingshan Fang. To become a figure of prominence, one must break through to the late stage of Qi refinement or master a craft such as alchemy, array formation, weapon forging, or talisman crafting. Li Chun's cultivation at the first level of Qi refinement was insufficient to garner any regard from Shu Chan. Watching her hurriedly depart, he maintained a stoic expression, his heart devoid of any turmoil. Indeed, with his current level of cultivation, no female cultivator would spare him a second glance. In the realm of cultivation, the majority of female practitioners sought partners based solely on their cultivation level, disregarding both appearance and age. Ultimately, in this world of cultivation, power was paramount. With elevated cultivation, one could attain anything desired. Is it truly a 9th grade spirit root? Manager Fu of the Divine Elixir Pavilion furrowed his brow, his peculiar gaze making Li Chun feel quite uncomfortable. This shouldn't be the case. A 9th grade spirit root should not have been able to complete the Qi introduction so swiftly. Manager Fu stroked his chin, his face etched with suspicion. Around them, several attendants cast astonished glances at Li Chun, whispering in hushed tones. Li Chun's mind began to stir with doubt. According to the words of Manager Fu, a cultivator with a 9th grade spiritual root would require no less than 2 years to complete the process of channeling Qi and transform into a Qi refining stage practitioner. Han Mao, possessing an 8th grade spiritual root, had spent nearly 2 years to achieve the status of a cultivator. Could it be that the spiritual pillar of the Zishu sect was malfunctioning? Perhaps he was not a 9th grade spiritual root after all, but rather a 7th or 6th grade one. In that moment, Li Chun felt a surge of excitement. After all, he had completed the channeling of Qi and transformed from a mere mortal into a cultivator in just 6 months. A feat accomplished more swiftly than Han Mao and the other members of the Shindan Pavilion. Meeting Manager Fu's astonished gaze, Li Chun cautiously ventured, Uncle Fu, could it be that the spiritual pillar of the Zishu sect is faulty? Perhaps I should be retested for my spiritual root? Just as Uncle Fu was about to nod in agreement, an ethereal voice drifted down from the upper floor. There is no need for further testing. The spiritual pillar of the Zishu sect could not possibly be in error. Moreover, I have employed my spirit sense to verify that you indeed possess a ninth-grade spiritual root. Your ability to complete the channeling of Qi and transform from a mortal into a cultivator in just 6 months is not due to the quality of your spiritual root, but rather because your soul is innately stronger than that of an ordinary person, allowing you to advance more swiftly. Do not become complacent. There are many true geniuses who can achieve the channeling of Qi within a single day. The exquisite fairy Linglong gracefully descended the stairs, clad in a water-blue celestial gown. Her head adorned with a crown of flowers that appeared perpetually fresh, she commanded attention. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Despite Fairy Linglong's petite frame and youthful countenance, her mere presence caused the assembled crowd to lower their heads in reverence. Li Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly and, following the crowd, clasped his hands in salute. Greetings, esteemed master. It had been half a year since he last laid eyes on the exquisite Fairy Linglong. The moment she appeared, she shattered any remnants of hope that lingered in Li Chen's heart. The spirit-testing pillar of the Zishu sect bore no faults. He remained the same, a mere waste with a ninth-grade spirit root. Yet, Li Chen did not succumb to despair. He swiftly regained his composure. What of a ninth-grade spirit root? Li, a person of remarkable potential, is undoubtedly destined for greatness with the assistance of a system, provided he does not falter along the way. The ethereal fairy approached Li Chen with silent grace, her footsteps barely making a sound. She stood before him, gazing up at his stern and resolute countenance, her dark eyes deepening with an intensity that seemed to penetrate his very soul. You are not disheartened, she observed, her voice melodious. I can sense the fervor that fills your heart. Yet, you possess merely the most inferior of the 9 grades of spiritual roots within the cultivation realm. Pray, enlighten me, what fuels this unwavering confidence you hold? In that moment, Li Chen's heart skipped a beat, taken aback by the presence of this enchanting fairy. Li Chen immediately suppressed the astonishment within his heart, straightened his posture, and gazed at the exquisite Fairy Linglong, meeting her dark and profound eyes. He offered a serene smile and spoke calmly. It is true that the 9th grade spiritual root is regarded as the most inferior aptitude in the realm of cultivation. However, even with a 9th grade spiritual root, one can still cultivate, can't they? As long as there is the possibility of cultivation, the path to immortality remains open. There are still roads ahead, and I shall not be disheartened. Even if no path is visible, I can endeavor to carve one out, for after all, paths are forged by those who walk them. As soon as Li Chen's words were uttered, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Within the confines of the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Han Mao anxiously observed Li Chen, his palms slick with cold sweat. The others were equally tense. After all, this was the renowned Linglong Fairy, one of the few foundational cultivators from Yinshan Square, a formidable presence even within the borders of the Yin Kingdom. Despite her delicate appearance, Linglong Fairy was indeed a sovereign of her own domain, a figure whom countless lower-tier cultivators revered. In the realm of cultivation in the Yin Kingdom, Linglong Fairy was undoubtedly a rare powerhouse. It was said that even the Zishu sect dared not provoke her. To claim that Li Chen was unperturbed would be a falsehood. However, he understood the necessity of maintaining composure. After a prolonged silence, Linglong Fairy's charming visage broke into a smile, akin to a myriad of blossoms unfurling simultaneously. Indeed, truly remarkable, she continued. Such ambition is commendable. Let me witness how far you can ultimately ascend. You have already attained the first layer of Qi refinement. Take this vial of Qi nourishing pills. Should you break through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement within 5 years, there shall be further rewards. As Li Chen beheld the radiant smile of Linglong Fairy and the jade vial she presented before him, he momentarily lost his train of thought. Surely, Linglong Fairy possessed exceptional talent. Otherwise, she would not have achieved foundational cultivation before the age of 30. After all, most true disciples of the Zishu sect only attained foundational status post-30. What tier of spiritual roots did this Linglong Fairy possess? If she were to bear a child, that offspring would undoubtedly possess spiritual roots of considerable quality. Soon, Li Chen regained his composure, dismissing any errant thoughts. A person of Linglong Fairy's caliber was certainly beyond his current reach. Indulging in such fantasies was utterly futile. Li Chen even harbored doubts that the exquisite fairy might possess the ability to read minds. Sensing the fervent glances of jealousy directed towards him, Li Chen respectfully accepted the jade vial from the young maideness' hand and bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude for the fairy's nurturing, assuring her that he would not disappoint her high expectations. The exquisite fairy remained silent, merely casting a noncommittal glance at Li Chen before turning to ascend the staircase. With her departure, the crowd fell into a hushed silence, refraining from any further chatter. Li Qin surveyed his surroundings. Aside from Manager Fu, all the other attendants gazed at him with fervent eyes, filled not only with envy but also with a deeper sense of jealousy. Even the chubby Han Mao could not conceal the fleeting glimmer of jealousy that flickered in his gaze. However, compared to the other attendants, the jealousy in the chubby one's eyes quickly faded away. All right, return to your duties. As long as you all labor diligently, both the old man and the master will surely bestow generous rewards. Everyone disperse, Manager Fu announced, and the crowd responded respectfully before scattering. Li Qin first went to pay a visit to Master Qin Dan. Master Qin cast a fleeting glance at Li Qin and then quickly dismissed him, instructing him to continue chopping wood. After a day of labor, Li Qin returned to the shanty town, clutching a vial of qi-nourishing pills bestowed upon him by the exquisite fairy Ling Long. Along the way, the chubby Han Mao became more talkative and his demeanor towards Li Qin grew increasingly affable. Brother Qin, I knew I did not misjudge you. What exactly is your relationship with the Pavilion Master? I have been at the Divine Dan Pavilion for several years, and I have never seen the Pavilion Master smile at anyone, nor have I heard of anyone receiving her favor. With the Pavilion Master's support, it is merely a matter of time before you break through to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Reaching the late stage is not inconceivable either. The qi-nourishing pills are specifically crafted for practitioners at the third layer of qi refinement to overcome their bottlenecks. A single vial is worth 60 spirit stones. 60 spirit stones. Why? I couldn't even fetch that much if I were sold. And yet, the Pavilion Master has generously gifted it to you. Brother Qin, from now on, I shall follow your lead, looking to you for guidance. You must look out for me. While the chubby youth rambled on, Li Qin found himself pondering different matters. Fairy Linglong's attitude towards him was indeed somewhat peculiar. Logically speaking, individuals of her stature are seldom encountered by ordinary qi refinement practitioners, and merely exchanging a few words with her would bring great joy to any such individual. Who, then, was he truly resembling? Li Qin ultimately could not arrive at a definitive conclusion. However, one thing remained certain: the enchanting fairy, Ling Long, bore him no ill will. He considered himself fortunate, for upon his arrival in the realm of immortality, he encountered the esteemed Ling Long, thereby sparing himself from the arduous detours that other cultivators often faced. Nightfall. In the modest room of Li Qin, besides Han Mao, there was the addition of the lovely neighbor, Shu Chan. She indeed brought wine, accompanied by a roasted chicken from the renowned delicacy house, claiming it was to celebrate Li Qin's ascension to the realm of cultivation. Brotherly, congratulations! You have finally taken the first step on the path of enlightenment and become a cultivator. Little sister rejoices in your success on the immortal path, she said, reclining gracefully in her chair, her voluptuous figure exceedingly alluring. Holding a wine glass, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and there was a hint of charm in her eyes. The plump Han Mao gazed at Shu Chan with fervent eyes, his breathing somewhat hurried. Having spent half a year in Yinshan Square, Li Qin had garnered a fair understanding of the common knowledge within the cultivation world. This enchanting neighbor, Shu Chan, was in her 20s, slightly older than himself, and had reached the 4th level of qi refinement, practicing a seductive art. If she were to use her charm, an ordinary person would surely succumb to its allure. The youthful Han Mao, driven by his burgeoning vitality, found himself somewhat disoriented under the influence of Shu Chan's seductive prowess. However, having lived 2 lives and possessing an inherently formidable spirit, coupled with over a decade of worldly experience, Li Qin managed to maintain a semblance of composure despite Shu Chan's captivating charm. Li Qin discreetly withdrew his gaze from Shu Chan, responding with a light laugh. Only by establishing the foundation of the immortal path can one truly claim success in it. I have merely embarked upon the path. How could I dare to assert that I have achieved anything? Shu Chan tilted her head and drained her cup in one go, her hand playfully brushing her hair aside. Her smile enchanting and captivating. Brotherly, within 6 months, you should be able to achieve the initial stage of cultivation. You must possess a 6th grade spiritual root. A 6th grade spiritual root is already considered mid-tier. In the future, you may well establish your foundation. Unlike me, who possesses merely a 7th grade spiritual root, it is likely that I shall never attain foundation establishment in this lifetime. Li Qin remained silent, tearing the most succulent chicken leg from the platter, savoring it with unabashed delight. The wine brought by Shu Chan, though regarded as fine in the mundane world, was merely ordinary in the realm of cultivation. However, the roast chicken from Jinxiu Tower was an entirely different matter. Jinxiu Tower specializes in crafting spiritual delicacies. a luxury beyond the means of most chi refinement practitioners who lack the spirit stones for such indulgences. The roasted chicken that Shu Chan presented was derived from a first-tier demonic beast, the azure pheasant, and was imbued with spiritual energy, providing substantial nourishment for those at the early stages of chi refinement. The azure pheasant, commonly found in the Yinshan mountain range, boasts a plumage of vivid green. Despite being a mere first-tier beast, capturing one requires a practitioner of at least mid-chi refinement capable of flight with the sword. The sale of a single azure pheasant to Zhenxiu Tower typically yields only 3 to 5 spirit stones, yet after the skilled culinary preparation by the spiritual chefs, the price escalates to over 10 spirit stones. Li Qin merely consumed a chicken leg and felt a subtle increase in his internal magical power. Indeed, it was a roast chicken procured from the renowned Zhenxiu building. It seemed that Shu Chan was rather affluent. In the realm of cultivation, mastering a skill is of paramount importance. Shu Chan, having merely acquired the technique of crafting spiritual paper, could indulge in the delights of Zhenxiu building. Were it a cultivator like Han Mao, after toiling for an entire month, he would earn only 2 spirit stones, one of which would be spent on rent, leaving him with but 1 for his cultivation, rendering a visit to Zhenxiu building utterly unattainable. Yet, it is worth noting that Li Qin, in his current state, bore no distinction from Han Mao. Both were, in essence, impoverished souls. Li Qin silently lamented the significance of mastering a cultivation technique. Cultivation necessitates resources, and resources must be procured with spirit stones. Of course, spirit stones themselves are a form of resource. After savoring a chicken leg, Li Qin's gaze shifted toward the chicken breast as he nonchalantly remarked, "I possess a 9th-tier spirit root and am capable of achieving entry into the Tao within half a year. It is merely that my soul is slightly more formidable than that of an ordinary person, which pales in comparison to Miss Shu's 7th-tier spirit root. With her exceptional aptitude and the skill to manufacture spirit paper, her path to immortality will undoubtedly be much smoother than mine, should fortune favor her. Foundation establishment may be within reach." Spirit roots are classified into 9 tiers. The first-tier celestial spirit root allows one to cultivate without encountering any bottlenecks until the nascent soul stage. The 7th, 8th, and 9th tiers are regarded as inferior spirit roots. The 9th tier is often referred to as a pseudo-spirit root, with the limit of cultivation extending only to the 3rd level of chi refinement. While breaking through to the 4th level presents considerable challenges, the 7th tier, also an inferior spirit root, may reach the pinnacle of chi refinement. Yet surpassing the foundation establishment proves exceedingly difficult. Without fortuitous opportunities, individuals like Shu Chan, possessing a 7th-tier spirit root, are virtually incapable of achieving foundation establishment on their own. Is brotherly a pseudo-spirit root? Shu Chan straightened her posture, her eyes flickering with skepticism, and the flirtatious expression on her face vanished entirely. Li Qin shrugged lightly, reaching for the chicken breast on the plate. The smile on Shu Chan's face gradually faded. Observing her change in demeanor, Han Mao promptly interjected, "Sister Chan, it is true that Chun Gu possesses a 9th-grade spiritual root, but he is highly regarded by the exquisite Fairy Linglong. Today, Fairy Linglong bestowed upon him a vial of vitality elixir and mentioned that further rewards await him once he advances beyond the mid-stage of chi refinement. By fostering a good relationship with Chen Gu, we shall undoubtedly reap the benefits when he ascends to greatness in the future." Oh, Shu Chan's eyes sparkled once more. Her gaze fixed intently on Li Qin, a look so fervent it seemed tangible. Is it true that brotherly has ties with Fairy Linglong? Li Qin cast a glance at the plump young man, his brows slightly furrowing, before he broke into a smile, saying, "Fairy Shu is jesting. What sort of person is Fairy Linglong? I, Li, cannot claim any connection with her. The vial of chi-nourishing pills bestowed upon me today is likely a mere reflection of her good spirits. While such a vial holds considerable value for us, it is of little consequence to Fairy Linglong." Evidently, Shu Chan found Li Qin's explanation unconvincing. With a flirtatious gaze and a subtle shift of her body closer to him, she leaned in and whispered with a playful tone, "Dear brotherly, there is no need for such wariness. In the realm of cultivation, it is unheard of for high-ranking cultivators to extend their patronage to those of lower rank without reason. Fairy Linglong is renowned for her aloofness, offering no kindness to anyone. A few years ago, when Song Su, the foremost disciple of the Zishu sect, pursued Fairy Linglong, she remained unmoved and even shattered his flying sword. If you, dear brother, truly have no ties to Fairy Linglong, I dare say it would be difficult for you to even catch a glimpse of her, let alone receive her support. Pray tell." Could it be that you are a blood relative of Fairy Linglong in the mortal realm? As Shu Chan leaned in closer, her warm breath brushed against Li Qin's ear, sending a shiver through his senses. Li Qin could even perceive the astonishing softness. Is this the allure of a female cultivator who has mastered the art of seduction? Turning to meet Shu Chan's gaze, Li Qin felt a stir within as he encountered her almost entrancing look, yet he chose to remain silent. Noticing his reticence, Shu Chan confirmed her suspicions, her smile becoming even more enchanting as she began to pour wine for Li Qin. Brotherly, allow me to toast to you. Please refrain from calling me Miss Shu in the future. It feels too distant. Li Qin's gaze was enigmatic as he broke into a smile. Accepting the wine cup from Shu Chan's hand. If I do not call you Miss Shu, what should I address you as? Shu Chan lowered her head, resembling a bud poised to bloom, radiating a sense of bashfulness. If you do not mind, dear brotherly, you may simply call me Chaner. Li Qin wore a mysterious smile as he drained the contents of his cup. With his current cultivation level at the first stage of qi refinement, the prospect of seeking a female cultivator to bear him a child seemed almost unattainable. Yet, fate had presented him with an opportunity right before him. Shu Chan, possessing a 7th-grade spiritual root, would likely give birth to a child with innate potential, wouldn't she? Li Qin was well aware of her intentions, yet he remained indifferent. Her admiration for him was undoubtedly influenced by the enchanting presence of Linglong Fairy. Indeed, it could be said that Linglong Fairy had unwittingly aided him once more. Truly, she was a benefactor of great significance. Beside him, Han Mao gazed at Shu Chan's bashful demeanor, his eyes wide with fascination as he murmured, Chaner. Shu Chan looked up, smiling at Han Mao. Little brother Han, not just anyone can call me Chaner. Han Mao's chubby face flushed crimson, his eyes reflecting a hint of despair. Brotherly, shall we meet again tomorrow? Shu Chan's cheeks flushed as she playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, gazing dreamily at Li Qin, her eyes soft as water. Her expression tinged with reluctance. It seemed she had already fallen deeply in love with this neighbor, who had only arrived 6 months prior and with whom she had shared little time. Li Qin smiled and nodded at her. Chaner, see you tomorrow. With a thud, Shu Chan departed. In the humble abode, the chubby boy lifted the wine jug and tilted his head to gulp down the contents. Cough, cough. He drank too hastily, causing the liquid to spill from the corners of his mouth. Choking, his face flushed and his neck thickened as he coughed incessantly. Li Qin gazed at Han Mao, refraining from uttering any words of solace. A bitter smile escaped Han Mao as he turned to face Li Qin, his voice tinged with sorrow and a hint of self-mockery. Brother Qin, he began, do you know? I have harbored feelings for her for quite some time. From the very first moment I laid eyes on her, I was enchanted, yet I lacked the courage to confess. She is so beautiful, so gentle, and her cultivation surpasses mine. Moreover, she possesses the exquisite skill of crafting spiritual paper, making me feel unworthy of her. Each night, I yearn for dawn to arrive swiftly, for with the morning light comes the chance to see her. Every day, I eagerly anticipate the sound of her door opening, for it heralds her radiant smile, allowing me to greet her with a cheerful good morning. I am aware that she will never belong to me. As Han Mao spoke, his head bowed, his voice quivering with emotion. He lamented, I never dared to hope to win her heart. Merely witnessing her smile and hearing her voice suffices for me. I know she will eventually find a partner. Yet I never imagined that day would come so swiftly, nor did I foresee that she would develop feelings for you, Brother Qin. Li Qin curled his lips. Did Shu Chan develop feelings for him? Li Qin does not share such sentiments, nor does he perceive himself as possessing such substantial charm. In the mundane world, he is a prominent figure, captivating numerous female heroes. Among those enchanted by him, some are drawn to his formidable martial prowess, others to his esteemed position within the realm, and still others to his strikingly handsome visage. Yet, the realm of immortals is altogether different. Li Qin does not perceive himself as competitive within the realm of cultivation. The affection displayed by Shu Chan is merely an act. In his previous life, during his time in the nightlife, Li Qin encountered actresses akin to Shu Chan, some of whom possessed even greater acting prowess. The tender gaze, the profound affection, and the delicate shyness that blooms like a flower, all of these can be performed. And Li Qin is capable of discerning their authenticity. Naturally, he would never exchange genuine feelings for such performances, though he harbors no disdain either. The same applies to Shu Chan. She harbors ambitions to leverage her connection with Li Qin to ascend to the status of Linglong Fairy or to extract benefits and cultivation resources from him. Li Qin's desires, however, are quite simple. Li Qin had never contemplated the affections of Shu Chan. All he desired was for her to bear him a child endowed with spiritual roots. thus enabling him to fulfill the first side quest of the system. Were it not for Shu Chan's mistaken belief in a connection between him and the ethereal Linglong fairy, Li Qin was certain that she would never regard him with any esteem. However, there was no need to share such thoughts with the little chubby one. The little chubby one wept bitterly, his voice choked with emotion as he muttered to himself, "Perhaps this is for the best. If she truly becomes a Tao companion to Brother Chen, I shall have the chance to see her often. I have never wished for much." With that, the little chubby one turned his gaze toward Li Chun, his eyes reddened. "Brother Chun, promise me that once you are with her, you will treat her well." Li Chun remained silent, ultimately nodding in resignation under the gaze of the chubby boy. To treat Shu Chan well? They were not even together yet. If Shu Chan were to bear him a child endowed with spiritual roots, he would certainly not mind treating her with kindness. After all, she would be the mother of his child. However, this chubby boy was indeed quite naive. "Brother Han, you're intoxicated. It would be best for you to return home and get some rest," Li Qin advised, observing the boy's tearful lamentations. If the chubby boy continued to linger and express his feelings for Shu Chan, would he still have time to cultivate? He could not afford to neglect his training, especially when the path to immortality was fraught with challenges. Even with the assistance of the system, Li Qin would not allow himself to be complacent. The allure of desire ensnares the heart. Intoxication is a personal affair. "I seem to be drunk. Indeed, I am truly inebriated. Brother Chen, you must take good care of Chan and ensure she does not suffer any grievances," Han Mao implored, swaying slightly with a wine jug in hand. His eyes brimming with tears, Li Qin, after much persuasion, finally managed to send Han Mao away. In Shu Chan's room, she peered through the crack of the door, watching as Li Qin escorted Han Mao back. Her gaze lingered on Han Mao for a moment, a flicker of guilt shimmering in her eyes as she shook her head and softly murmured, "Han Xiaodi, I am truly sorry. I am aware of your feelings for me, yet I do not reciprocate them." As she spoke, Shu Chan's attention shifted to Li Qin, her face blossoming into a sweet smile. "Although Brother Li possesses only a 9th-grade spiritual root, I find myself drawn to his steadfastness and masculine charm. Moreover, it is likely that Brother Li is a relative of the exquisite Linglong fairy in the mortal realm. If I were to become his partner, perhaps with the support of the Linglong fairy, I might even ascend to the foundation establishment stage. Even if that is not feasible, at the very least, I could don a robe of spellcraft and wield magical artifacts." Shu Chan's furtive observation did not go unnoticed by Li Chun. Although he had only recently embarked on the path of cultivation and had yet to develop spiritual awareness, he still sensed Shu Chan's gaze upon him. Perhaps this was due to the strength of his spirit and the remarkable nature of his intuition. The ability to carve a bloody path through the mortal realm and ascend to its pinnacle could indeed be attributed to his powerful spirit and extraordinary instincts. Li Chun returned to his chamber and retrieved the jade vial bestowed upon him by the ethereal fairy Linglong. Clearing his mind, he endeavored to attain a state of utter tranquility. He then poured forth a plump elixir and swallowed it whole. As the nourishing essence entered his being, a vast surge of spiritual energy unfurled and melded into his dantian, facilitating a swift amplification of his inner power. The following day dawned. Li Chun awoke from his meditative state, feeling a noticeable enhancement in the subtle essence within his dantian. This transformation filled him with immense satisfaction. The qi-nourishing pill truly lived up to its reputation as a remedy for those embarking on the path of qi cultivation, particularly for breaking through barriers at the 3rd level. Merely one pill had significantly amplified his spiritual energy. With a vial containing 10 of these precious pills, he anticipated a swift ascension to the 2nd level of qi cultivation. While it seemed somewhat extravagant to consume qi-nourishing pills at the 1st level, who could blame him? After all, he possessed a 9th-grade spiritual root. Without the aid of such elixirs, how could one hope to attain the status of an immortal? Li Chun could already envision that he would likely rely on drug consumption for his cultivation in the future. Fortunately, he possessed a 2nd-tier alchemy legacy bestowed by the system. Li Chun pushed open the door to find Han Mao and Shu Chan engaged in cheerful conversation, the roundness of Han's face adorned with a humble yet contented smile. "Ah, Chen Gu, you're awake. Did you sleep well last night?" Shu Chan exclaimed, her charming face lighting up with delight upon seeing Li Chun. She hurriedly approached him and linked her arm with his. Li Chun glanced at the enchanting lady beside him and chuckled softly. "Since you are unable to sleep well on your own, why not come and share my bed tonight?" The shanty dwellings were quite rudimentary, costing a spirit stone each month. By moving in with me, you could save an entire spirit stone monthly. Shu Chan's porcelain-like cheeks flushed a deep crimson. And with her delicate fist playfully pounding against Li Qin's chest, she scolded him in a teasing tone, "You are such a scoundrel." Li Qin's gaze was enigmatic, as the sight of Shu Chan inadvertently reminded him of an actress he had encountered in a nightclub in his past life. Soon, however, he regained his composure and lifted Shu Chan's chin with a single hand, inquiring, "Have you yet to express your willingness?" Shu Chan initially cast her eyes downward, then lifted her gaze, only to lower it once more, shyly replying, "Qin Ge, we have yet to become partners in the way of the Tao. At the very least, you should grant me a title." Li Chun waved his hand with a smile and said, "The realm of cultivation transcends the mundane. There is no need for worldly customs and forging a bond as partners in the Tao. If you are unwilling and believe my cultivation is insufficient, consider this matter as though I have never mentioned it." Shu Chan's gaze flickered, and after a moment of contemplation, she gently bit her crimson lip and nodded in agreement. Li Chun gently caressed Shu Chan's cheek, his smile radiant. "Channer, I shall first visit the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Await my return." As he spoke, Li Chun called out to the portly companion beside him, "Brother Han, it is time for us to depart." Han Mao forced a strained smile, his spirits evidently low, and followed Li Chun toward the central area of Yinshan Square, where the Divine Elixir Pavilion was located. "Good morning, brotherly." Upon entering the Divine Elixir Pavilion, several attendants eagerly welcomed them, each adorned with obsequious smiles. Li Chun nodded and smiled in response, then proceeded to report to Master Chen Dan. "Shaoli, I heard that the pavilion master granted you a bottle of qi-nourishing pills yesterday." Li Chun encountered Master Chen Dan, who greeted him with a warm and amiable smile, his demeanor markedly different from the usual aloofness he exhibited. This change in attitude was undoubtedly attributed to the enchanting fairy Ling Long. Meeting Master Chen Dan's concerned gaze, Li Chun nodded and respectfully replied, "I am deeply grateful for the sect master's generous gift of a bottle of qi-nourishing pills." Master Chen Dan's eyes flickered with interest as he remarked, "Ah, little Li, I have had you chop firewood for half a year. Do you harbor any grievances?" Li Chun immediately shook his head, saying, "I dare not." The youth had previously not embarked on the path of cultivation and possessed no skills. The elder's request for him to chop firewood was merely a means of honing his abilities. How could he harbor any grievances against the elder's earnest intentions? A faint smile of satisfaction appeared on the lean face of Master Chen Dan as he remarked, "Young Li, since you have begun your journey into the cultivation realm, there is no need for you to continue chopping wood. Today, accompany me to the medicinal garden, and I shall first teach you to identify spiritual herbs and familiarize you with their properties." "Yes, thank you, esteemed elder." Li Chun bowed deeply to Master Chen Dan, his face brimming with excitement. Yet, if one were to speak of true exhilaration, it would be a misrepresentation. His overly composed demeanor belied the essence of his apprentice's role. Master Chen stroked his beard, his smile growing more amiable. "Little Li," he said, "you are my disciple. There is no need to address me as senior all the time, which creates a sense of distance. Henceforth, simply call me Master Chen." Li Chen was overjoyed, his excitement intensifying as he promptly exclaimed, "Disciple pays respects to Master Chen." Master Chen Dan chuckled softly and nodded. "Come, follow this old man to the herb garden." As the largest alchemy pavilion in Yinshan Square, the Divine Elixir Pavilion naturally boasted its own dedicated herb garden, tended by specialized herbalists. Within the garden, 2 herbalists were present, one, an elderly man with dark, weathered skin, and the other, a serene young woman with delicate features. Upon seeing Master Chen, the old man hurried forward, revealing a grin that showcased his stained teeth. "Chen Lao, what herbs do you wish to gather today?" he inquired. The young woman stood quietly beside him, respectfully addressing, "Yunji pays respects to Master Chen." Master Chen nodded gently to both, his tone calm as he replied, "Do not mind me. I am merely here today to assist my disciple in identifying the spiritual herbs and discerning their properties. Please continue with your work." The old man's gaze shifted to Li Chen, his face adorned with a flattering smile. The young woman also turned to look at Li Chen, her clear eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. Li Chen Zhao returned their polite smiles. Chen Dan did not pay much attention to the two, leading Li Chen towards the medicinal garden while explaining that they were a pair of grandfather and granddaughter. The elder was named Yu Feng, and the younger was named Yunji. This duo possessed remarkable skills in tending to spiritual herbs. A few years ago, the sect master saved their lives, and in gratitude, they chose to remain at the Divine Elixir Pavilion to oversee the precious herbs on behalf of the master. It is said that Yunji possesses a 5th-grade spiritual root, and at just over 20 years of age, she has already attained the 6th level of qi refinement. showing promising potential for foundation establishment in the future. The old fellow, Yu Feng, dotes on his granddaughter and does not permit any young man to approach her. Li Chen quietly listened, casting a glance at the serene woman behind her. The woman sensed the gaze and met Li Chen's eyes. Their eyes briefly intertwined before parting. Master Chen led Li Chen to the edge of the medicinal field, pointing at the sprawling patches of golden spiritual herbs as he spoke. This is golden bone grass, known for its mild properties and ability to satiate hunger. It is the primary ingredient for concocting the fasting pill. And here we have the azure spirit fruit, the main component for crafting the chi nourishing pill. The snake saliva herb, when combined with the whip of a first-tier demon beast, the black fire hound, can be used to create the marvelous pill. My expertise lies in the marvelous pill, which has gained great popularity among cultivators in the cultivation realm of Yin Kingdom. As he spoke of the marvelous pill, a rosy hue appeared on Master Chen's gaunt cheeks, his eyes gleaming with pride and satisfaction. Li Chen understood that the Zhuang Miao pill was a unique formula devised by Master Chen, a creation born from a fortuitous encounter. This singular elixir was the only one of its kind in the entire Yin Kingdom's cultivation realm, and even within the second-tier alchemical inheritance that Li Chen had acquired. There was no mention of its crafting methods. In essence, the Zhuang Miao pill could be described simply as a potent aphrodisiac. Yet its remarkable efficacy rendered it exceedingly popular among cultivators. Most of those who sought to procure the Zhuang Miao pill were elderly male practitioners. Throughout the morning, Li Chen accompanied Master Chen as they traversed a substantial portion of the medicinal garden, becoming acquainted with dozens of first-tier spiritual herbs. As for the second-tier spiritual herbs within the garden, Master Chen lacked the authority to utilize them, let alone to bring Li Chen along for identification. Within the Divine Pill Pavilion, only 2 individuals were permitted to access second-tier spiritual herbs, Master Gu and the enchanting fairy Ling Long. After their exploration of the garden, Master Chen bestowed upon Li Chen a thick tome entitled Comprehensive Guide to All Herbs, advising him to diligently study it upon his return. Yet, for Li Chen, this endeavor was largely unnecessary. The knowledge contained within was already encompassed within the second-tier alchemical inheritance he possessed. Nevertheless, he resolved to methodically follow Master Chen's teachings in alchemy, gradually unveiling his own innate talents in the craft. At this juncture, he could not afford to reveal his possession of the second-tier alchemical inheritance, for it would undoubtedly attract covetous eyes. In the afternoon, Li Chen accompanied Master Chen to the alchemical chamber, where the master was accompanied by over 10 apprentices. Among them, the most proficient had already mastered the art of crafting the nourishing chi pill, harmonizing chi pill, and spirit-gathering pill, and was nearing the threshold of graduation. Upon Master Chen's arrival in the chamber, the apprentices who were unoccupied hastened to pay their respects. "Greetings, Master Chen," they chorused. Was Master Chen about to commence alchemical work? A group of apprentices gathered around, their expressions respectful and their demeanor extremely submissive. Master Chen scanned the faces before him, his countenance stern, and inquired in a deep voice, "Where's Zhou Jian? Why is he absent?" "Master, senior brother Zhou is currently engaged in the refinement of the Huangya pill." "Humph." Master Chen scoffed, his expression darkening. "Is the Huangya pill so easily concocted?" The youth is utterly unaware of the breadth of his ignorance. After a moment, Master Chen regained his composure and beckoned an apprentice forward, solemnly instructing, "Mo Bai, please take this junior brother down to familiarize him with the procedures of opening the furnace and warming it." A short middle-aged man stepped forward, sporting a distinct handlebar mustache and a warm smile. "You must be junior brother Li Chen, am I correct? Please, follow me." Li Chen nodded and paid his respects to Master Chen Dan, before following the apprentice named Mo Bai to another alchemy chamber. Zhou Jian is regarded as the most gifted alchemical apprentice at the Divine Elixir Pavilion. It is said that he possesses the capability to refine first-tier spiritual elixirs and is qualified for promotion to the rank of alchemist. Yet he has consistently been overshadowed by Master Chen. Today, Li Chen has come to realize that the relationship between Zhou Jian and Master Chen Dan is rather strained. Although Zhou Jian is ostensibly Master Chen Dan's apprentice, the latter cannot bear to see Zhou Jian excel him. Of course, this may also stem from Zhou Jian's own character. At present, Li Chen is hesitant to draw any conclusions, as he does not possess a deep understanding of Master Chen Dan's temperament. Nor is he well acquainted with Zhou Jian's disposition. Indeed, where there are people, there is conflict. Where there are people, there exists the world of martial arts. And the realm of cultivation is no exception. Li Chen experienced a moment of enlightenment. To put it plainly, the world of cultivation is merely another version of the Jianghu. His transition from the mundane Jianghu to the realm of cultivation was simply stepping into a larger arena. The distinction lies in the fact that the mundane Jianghu is consumed by the pursuit of fame and fortune, whereas the cultivation realm vies for resources for training and the elusive opportunity to attain immortality. In the morning, Li Chen accompanied Master Qin to the medicinal garden, where he identified dozens of first-tier spiritual herbs and medicines. In the afternoon, he learned about furnace opening and temperature regulation from Mobai. As night descended, Li Chen returned to the shanty town with Han Mao. Han Mao had undergone some changes. His words had diminished significantly, and he had become notably more reticent. With Han Mao silent, Li Chen found little to say to him. Upon returning to the shanty town, he found Shu Chan waiting patiently. "Brother Qin, you're back," she exclaimed, naturally linking her arm with his, her smile gentle, her words tender, and her gaze filled with affection. "Brother Qin, I have given it considerable thought. Since we are to be together, we ought to procure some essentials. I plan to purchase a cloud bed, an ice silk quilt, 2 calming pillows made of mysterious jade, and a dressing cabinet. Only then can we truly resemble a home. What do you think?" Han Mao stood to the side, forcing a smile onto his round face. "Brother Qin, Sister Chan, I shall return to my training now." Once Han Mao departed, Shu Chan continued, counting on her fingers. "Brother Chan, I have calculated that acquiring these items will require 220 spirit stones. Over the years, I have saved some, amounting to 70 spirit stones. We are still short by 120 spirit stones. Brother Qin, if we can manage to obtain these items, we can become partners in the path and live together." Li Chen's gaze flickered slightly as he spoke calmly. "Channer, you truly put me in a difficult position. As an apprentice at the Divine Dam Pavilion, I receive merely 2 spirit stones a month. How can I possibly procure 120 spirit stones? Do you harbor no intention of being with me at all? Xinge, what are you saying?" She replied, a hint of distress in her voice. "Having promised to become your partner, I would never retract my word. Once we unite as companions, we shall share our lives together, supporting one another on the path of immortality. I do not demand that you acquire a residence built upon a spiritual vein, but surely, our abode should resemble a home in some way. If you cannot fulfill even this modest request, how can I trust that your intentions towards our partnership are sincere?" As she spoke, tears welled in Shu Chan's eyes, presenting a heart-rending sight. Li Chen remained composed, speaking calmly, "Yet at this moment, I truly cannot produce such a significant sum of spirit stones. Would it be possible to delay for a while longer?" Shu Chan's gaze shifted, and she replied, "Brother Qin, although you are unable to present such a quantity of spirit stones, Lady Linglong certainly can. 120 spirit stones may not be a trifling amount for us, but to Lady Linglong, it is insignificant. The value of even a minuscule item she extracts from between her teeth far exceeds that sum. Given your relationship with Lady Linglong, would it not be a simple matter for you to request 120 spirit stones from her?" Li Chen cast a glance at the enchanting woman beside him and let out a soft sigh. "Channer, if it were not for these 120 spirit stones, would we be unable to become partners in this journey of life?" Shu Chan, her eyes glistening with emotion, retorted, "Chen Ge, do you truly wish to bind your fate with mine?" Li Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly and said, "Fairy Shu, let us abandon the notion of becoming Dao partners. I shall return to my cultivation." With that, Li Chen strode directly back to his chamber and closed the door behind him. Outside, Shu Chan's expression shifted repeatedly. Ultimately, she stamped her foot in frustration and muttered, "If you cannot even produce 120 spirit stones, it appears your connection with Fairy Linglong is not as close as I presumed. It seems I have misjudged you." With a resounding bang, Shu Chan returned to her own room, the sound of the door slamming echoing in Li Chen's ears. Li Chen's expression remained tranquil, showing no signs of surprise. Shu Chan was merely taking advantage of the connection he shared with the exquisite Linglong fairy. However, before they could become partners on the path of cultivation, she did not hesitate to probe whether a genuine closeness existed between Li Chen and the Linglong fairy. Indeed, there are few fools in the realm of immortality. In truth, if Li Chen were to seek a loan of 120 spirit stones from the Linglong fairy, he felt she would undoubtedly oblige. Yet, he was reluctant to pursue such a course. To approach the Linglong fairy for spirit stones would be an act of folly. Li Chen would rather delay the completion of his system tasks than allow the Linglong fairy to harbor a negative impression of him. As for the reason behind his desire to maintain a favorable image in her eyes, Li Chen found himself at a loss for words. Within the confines of his room, Li Chen sat cross-legged upon the cold, rigid wooden bed, slowly closing his eyes to empty his thoughts. He then retrieved a chi-nurturing pill. The path of immortality is fraught with challenges, more arduous than ascending to the heavens. Even with the second-tier alchemical inheritance he had acquired, Li Chen dared not grow complacent or neglectful. In the world of cultivation, one's level of cultivation is paramount. Should he possess only the first-tier cultivation level? Even with spirit herbs at his disposal for alchemy, Li Chen would only be capable of concocting basic pills such as the chi-nurturing pill, blood-staunching pill, and revitalizing pill, thereby remaining incapable of producing intermediate-tier pills like the harmonizing pill or the spirit-gathering pill. Alchemy is not without its demands regarding cultivation. It is sheer folly to expect a chi-nurturing practitioner to concoct second-tier pills meant for foundation establishment cultivators or third-tier pills for golden core practitioners. Li Chen paid little mind to the events of the day. The inability to find a partner and complete the system's first side quest was of little concern. He believed that once he reached the third layer of chi cultivation and could produce intermediate-tier pills, seeking a female cultivator with spiritual roots to father a child would be far from difficult. In the Yinshan marketplace, there were many low-tier female cultivators aside from Shu Chan. As night passed, when Li Chen awoke from his meditation, he felt his internal power had increased slightly, bringing him a step closer to the second layer of chi cultivation. Since he had entered the path of chi, he no longer required sleep, fully capable of replacing it with meditative cultivation. Early the next morning, upon opening his door, he found Han Mao already awake. Shu Chan was busy washing blue bamboo to create spirit paper, and upon seeing Li Chen, her gaze was indifferent, not even offering a greeting. Li Chen paid no heed to Shu Chan's attitude. The chubby boy's eyes darted back and forth between Li Chen and Shu Chan. As they made their way to the Divine Pill Pavilion, the boy could no longer contain himself and quietly asked Li Chen, "Brother Chen, what happened between you and Sister Chen?" Li Chen shrugged and calmly replied, "Shu Xianzi requires me to present 120 spirit stones to purchase a cloud bed, an ice silk cocoon quilt, a mysterious jade tranquil pillow, a dressing cabinet, and other items before she will agree to become my Tao partner. Alas, how could I possibly gather such a sum of spirit stones? Thus, our relationship has soured." The plump boy's eyes brightened, and his complexion visibly flushed with excitement. As they approached the Divine Pill Pavilion, he looked at Li Chen with a hesitant expression and suddenly asked, "Brother Chen, could you possibly lend me a chi-nourishing pill?" Li Chen halted his steps, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the plump boy. The boy, with resolute determination in his eyes, spoke in a deep voice, "Brother Chen, I have lingered at the third level of chi refinement for quite some time. I believe I am ready to strive for the fourth level. If you could lend me a nourishing chi pill, I am confident I can break through the bottleneck of the third level. Once I advance to the mid-stage of chi refinement and awaken my spiritual consciousness, I will be able to gather spirit stones to purchase magical artifacts and subsequently participate in the demon hunting teams at the market." Li Chen gazed at the chubby boy, and after a prolonged moment, he raised an eyebrow. "You wish to resign from your position at the Divine Pill Pavilion after breaking through to the fourth level of chi refinement, to hunt demons and accumulate spiritual stones, aiming to gather 120 stones, and then propose to Shu Chan as your Tao partner?" Han Mao nodded emphatically, his eyes gleaming with hope and anticipation for the future. In truth, Li Chen longed to express to the chubby boy that even if he risked his life to hunt demons and amass the required 120 spiritual stones, it was highly unlikely that Shu Chan would agree to become his Tao partner. The condition of 120 spiritual stones set by Shu Chan was merely a test of Li Chen's relationship with the ethereal Linglong fairy. For Han Mao, 120 stones would certainly be insufficient. Furthermore, even if he provided Han Mao with a nourishing chi pill, it was uncertain whether it would enable him to break through the bottleneck of the third level of chi refinement and ascend to the fourth. Han Mao possessed merely an 8th grade spiritual root. A single nourishing chi pill might not suffice to facilitate his breakthrough. Facing Han Mao's hopeful gaze, Li Chen ultimately could not bring himself to divulge the harsh truth, nor did he wish to dampen his spirits. The chubby boy took the nourishing chi pill from Li Chen's hand, clenching his fist tightly, his face brimming with gratitude. "Rest assured, Brother Chen, I will surely repay you for this nourishing chi pill, and I shall include interest when the time comes." Li Chen waved his hand and strode towards the alchemy chamber, disregarding the chubby boy. A chi-nurturing pill is valued at approximately 7 spiritual stones. Given his amicable relationship with the boy, he lent it without expecting repayment. Upon arriving at the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, Li Chen followed Mo Bai to learn the intricacies of furnace opening and warming. Cultivators at the Qi refinement stage possess limited magical power. Those who do not practice fire-based techniques are unable to manipulate flames for alchemical processes. Additionally, the Yin Mountain District lacks any fire veins. Thus, even Master Qin, within the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, must utilize iron heartwood as fuel during the alchemical process. Accompanied by 2 apprentices to stoke the fire, Li Qin possessed a 9th-grade spiritual root, predominantly of the fire element, and diligently practiced the fiery technique known as the Scarlet Flame Art. Furthermore, due to rampant rumors circulating within the Divine Elixir Pavilion regarding his close relationship with the enchanting Ling Long Fairy, Master Qin began to cultivate Li Qin's abilities, both intentionally and unintentionally. After a month of learning the intricacies of furnace opening, warming, and fire control from Mo Bai, Master Qin summoned Li Qin to his side one day and inquired with genuine concern, "I have heard from Mo Bai that you have become adept at opening the furnace, warming it, and even skillfully manipulating the intensity of the flames?" Li Qin scratched his head, feigning modesty, perhaps due to his disciples' practice of the Crimson Flame technique. Li Qin had acquired a second-tier alchemical inheritance from the system, akin to receiving the memories of countless second-tier alchemy masters. The intricacies of refining, igniting the furnace, warming it, preparing the herbs, controlling the flames, condensing the elixirs, and extracting them, were all deeply ingrained in his mind. Once he engaged in the practice, he would swiftly become adept. Naturally, this was not something to be disclosed to outsiders. Master Qin observed Li Qin for a moment, stroking his goat beard, and spoke with admiration, "An ordinary apprentice. Even one who studies fire or wood elemental techniques cannot hope to master the properties of herbs and skillfully manage the furnace without 5 to 8 years of diligent practice. It appears you possess a remarkable talent for alchemy, a gem waiting to be polished. Although your spiritual roots are lacking, your innate powerful soul may be the reason for your swift comprehension. Since the sect leader has entrusted you to me, I shall not squander your alchemical potential. Coincidentally, today I shall open the furnace to refine a batch of yellow bud elixirs. You shall assist me, adding fuel and stoking the fire, while diligently learning more about the nuances of alchemy." With that, Master Qin made his way to his exclusive alchemical chamber. Watching the slender silhouette of Master Qin, Li Qin clenched his fists, forcefully suppressing the excitement bubbling within him. From this day forward, he would finally engage in alchemy and showcase his innate talent. Though this talent was bestowed by the system, once revealed, he would be regarded as a genius in alchemy by others. The Divine Alchemy Pavilion housed 3 alchemical chambers. Master Qin and Master Gu each possessed their own, while the remaining one was shared among all apprentices. In the communal chamber, several low-tier alchemical furnaces were available for apprentices to practice. In contrast, Master Qin's exclusive chamber was distinctly more sophisticated and luxurious. Inside, rows of shelves were adorned with vials, jars, and boxes containing the elixirs refined by Master Qin, as well as various spiritual herbs and medicines. At the center stood a copper-green alchemical furnace, towering as high as a person, adorned with engravings of phoenixes. With a gentle gaze, Master Qin caressed the furnace and explained to Li Qin, "An alchemist must possess a fine furnace. It significantly increases the likelihood of successful refinement. This Qingfeng furnace is a top-tier first-grade artifact, accompanying me for most of my life, passed down from my master. Before refining the yellow bud elixirs, I shall first concoct a batch of abstinence elixirs. Pay close attention and do not overlook any details." With a flourish of his wide sleeves, Master Qin skillfully lifted the lid of the furnace. The gratitude for Master Qin's guidance was etched deeply in Li Qin's heart. Li Qin's gaze turned solemn as he bowed deeply before the elderly man before him. Li Qin understood that Master Qin Dan was intentionally taking care of him, imparting his alchemical skills in order to guide him into the realm of elixirs. Although Li Qin possessed a second-tier legacy of alchemy, Master Qin was unaware of this fact. Li Qin grasped the intention behind Master Qin's actions. Ignite the fire, warm the furnace. Once the furnace was opened, Master Qin transformed, his demeanor taking on an indescribable seriousness. Li Qin immediately formed a spell with his hands, raising them to unleash a fireball the size of a fist, igniting the ironwood beneath the furnace. The roaring flames licked the alchemical cauldron. As the cauldron glowed a fiery red, emanating intense heat, Master Qin extracted several stalks of golden bone grass, casting them into the furnace. In a deep voice, he instructed to raise the temperature of the flames further. The golden bone grass possesses a cold nature, necessitating high temperatures to eliminate its chill. Only after refining it into a medicinal liquid can it merge with the essence of spiritual rice to form the elixir. Raise the temperature even higher. Li Qin's expression was grave, his demeanor reflecting a sense of urgency as he adhered to Master Chun Dan's instructions. He deftly manipulated the flames with his mystical powers, occasionally scooping out the ash from the furnace and adding kindling. As cultivators of the Qi refinement stage, we had yet to awaken our divine consciousness, rendering us unable to observe the inner workings of the elixir furnace. Therefore, the process of alchemy relied heavily on experience to ascertain whether the spiritual materials within had successfully transformed into medicinal liquid. Observe closely. When the lid of the furnace begins to tremble, it signifies that the cold essence contained in the golden bone grass has been eliminated, resulting in the formation of the medicinal liquid. At this juncture, one must add the spiritual rice into the furnace. It is imperative to remember that the spiritual rice must be added all at once, followed by a swift sealing of the furnace to prevent the loss of medicinal properties. The heat must be moderated. Lower the temperature. The spiritual rice cannot withstand excessive heat. If the temperature is too high, the rice will turn to charcoal, and the result will not be the desired pill of abstinence, but rather a mere residue. Conversely, if the heat is insufficient and the temperature too low, the essence within the spiritual rice will not be adequately extracted, failing to merge with the golden bone grass elixir, ultimately yielding a batch of worthless pills. The time has come. The furnace trembled, indicating that it was time to condense the pills. Each alchemist possesses a unique method for this process, so pay close attention. Master Chun Dan formed intricate seals with his hands, his movements fluid and rapid as the furnace continued to shake. Eventually, the furnace stilled. Master Chun Dan gracefully lifted the lid and summoned forth dozens of glimmering golden pills from within, carefully placing them into vials, with each vial containing 10 pills. He set several jade vials onto a nearby shelf and continued. For every batch of pills produced, the Divine Pill Pavilion rewards the alchemist with corresponding spirit stones. The Pavilion Master is generous towards us. We must not indulge in selfishness during our alchemical endeavors. Li Qin cast a glance at Master Chun, surprised by his admirable principles and integrity. During his time at the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, Li Qin had overheard apprentices discussing how numerous alchemists, after successfully refining their elixirs, would surreptitiously withhold a portion for themselves. Unperturbed by Li Qin's gaze, Master Chun calmly spoke, urging him to inquire about any uncertainties, assuring that he would elucidate them one by one. Li Qin contemplated for a moment and posed 2 inquiries to Master Chun Dan. In truth, Li Qin harbored no actual questions. He merely wished to avoid appearing overly exceptional. After addressing Li Qin's uncertainties, Master Chun Dan's admiration for him deepened. I initially believed your talent in alchemy was merely modest, he remarked, but it seems your gifts surpass my expectations. Were it not for the constraints imposed by your 9th grade spiritual root, it is conceivable that you could ascend to the rank of a second-tier alchemist in the future. Starting tomorrow, you may endeavor to independently forge the pill of abstinence. Once you attain proficiency in its refinement, you may then proceed to study the creation of other elixirs. Li Qin felt a surge of excitement within him. He immediately bowed respectfully to the elderly man before him and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master Chun, for your guidance and support." The ability to refine elixirs signified a new source of income through spirit stones. Apprentices at the Divine Elixir Pavilion were categorized by rank. The laboring apprentices received a mere 2 spirit stones each month. In contrast, those capable of refining elixirs earned commissions for every batch they produced. Take the purification elixir. For instance, each successful refinement yielded an additional spirit stone. If one were diligent enough to refine 2 batches daily, that would amount to 60 spirit stones in a month. This was only for the purification elixir. For the vitality elixir, the reward was as much as 5 spirit stones per batch. Other elixirs like the harmonizing elixir, the gathering spirit elixir, and the yellow sprout elixir offered even higher commissions. It is no wonder that alchemists hold such a prestigious status within the realm of cultivation. From the moment Master Chun granted Li Qin the autonomy to refine elixirs independently, Li Qin understood that he was on the path to amassing a greater fortune in spirit stones, drawing ever closer to the completion of his first system side quest. Li Qin arrived at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, where he spent 6 months chopping firewood and dedicated a month to mastering the intricacies of furnace ignition and temperature regulation. At last, he earned the privilege to independently refine elixirs. In stark contrast, his fellow apprentices were required to toil for 3 years merely to chop wood, and an additional 5 years to learn the art of furnace management. It would take them no less than a decade before they could engage in elixir refinement on their own. Unless Master Chun and Master Gu intervened, they would be condemned to a lifetime as mere laborers, forever denied the opportunity to delve into the realm of alchemy. After all, the art of alchemy entails substantial costs. Even though the Divine Elixir Pavilion is grand and prosperous, it cannot afford to sustain apprentices who squander resources. Li Qin was able to obtain the qualification for alchemical refinement within a mere 6 months, primarily due to the favor of the exquisite fairy Ling Long and additionally, the guidance of Master Chun. Do not rejoice just yet, the elder remarked. I shall kindle the fire, for I intend to refine a batch of yellow sprout elixirs. Observe diligently. Li Qin suppressed the excitement within himself and respectfully replied, yes. Today, he observed Master Qin refine 2 batches of elixirs. One was a pill of abandoning grains, and the other was a yellow bud pill. Master Qin granted him permission to independently open his own furnace. In the Divine Elixir Pavilion, the highest authority belonged to the exquisite Fairy Ling Long, for she was the pavilion master. However, Fairy Ling Long's enterprises extended beyond merely the Divine Elixir Pavilion. She also owned the Heavenly Rune Pavilion. It was rumored that in the markets of Nanshan and Yunzhou and Taihu and Pingzhou, she possessed additional businesses, though the veracity of these claims remained unknown to Li Qin. Apart from Fairy Ling Long, the highest-ranking individuals in the Divine Elixir Pavilion were Manager Fu and Master Ge, followed by Master Qin. Manager Fu had been Fairy Ling Long's loyal servant since her childhood, and thus, his esteemed position required no further elaboration. Master Ge, a second-tier alchemist, was among the few in the entire Yin Kingdom, aside from the Zishu Immortal sect, capable of refining foundational pills. As for Master Qin, he was a top-tier first-tier alchemist, enjoying a highly respected status. Apprentices of the Divine Elixir Pavilion were not permitted to open a furnace without the consent of these 2 esteemed alchemists. Having obtained the qualification to do so filled Li Qin's heart with hope, causing his steps homeward to be significantly lighter. Approaching the shanty town, he paused and murmured to himself, one day, I shall leave this place. The shanty town, perched on the outskirts of the Yinshan market, was essentially the impoverished district of the cultivation realm. The spiritual energy here was sparse, allowing only for the absorption of dissipated energies from the spiritual veins for cultivation, resulting in a harsh environment. Only those abodes constructed upon spiritual veins were suitable for cultivators, as practicing there would dramatically accelerate their progress. Arriving at his rented home, Li Qin glanced at the opposite dwelling of the chubby Han Mao, his expression slightly astonished. Has he truly succeeded? Han Mao's residence lacked any formations to conceal the fluctuations of spiritual energy. Most cultivators residing in the shanty town were impoverished, scattered practitioners, with few capable of setting up formations around their abodes. Observing the energy emanating from Han Mao's home, it was evident he had indeed ascended to the 4th level of qi refinement, becoming a mid-stage qi refining cultivator. Just a month ago, Han Mao had borrowed a nourishing pill from Li Qin, claiming he aimed to break through his bottleneck and achieve the 4th level. Subsequently, he had resigned from his position at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, and Li Qin had not seen him since. At that time, Li Qin had been skeptical. Han Mao possessed an 8th-grade spiritual root, with talent not significantly surpassing his own, and even with a nourishing pill, it was likely he would not breach his bottleneck. To Li Qin's surprise, he had indeed succeeded. As the energy fluctuations attracted a scattering crowd, Shu Chan was the first to step out of her dwelling, her expression devoid of emotion as she cast a glance at Li Qin before turning to Han Mao's home. With a smile, she remarked, I never expected Brother Han to break through to mid-stage qi refinement so quickly. When I first arrived in the market, I was merely at the 2nd level of qi refinement, and now he has caught up to me. Nearby, another enchanting female cultivator chimed in cheerfully, indeed. Who would have thought that Brother Han could advance to mid-stage qi refinement so swiftly? With a captivating smile, the enchanting female cultivator turned her gaze towards Li Qin and playfully winked at him. Brotherly, I have heard that you lent young Master Han a qi-nourishing pill. Upon hearing her words, Li Qin furrowed his brow. This alluring female cultivator was quite renowned in the dilapidated district, for she was a Kuan cultivator. A Kuan cultivator, by definition, engages in the flesh trade within the realm of cultivation to earn spirit stones for her own advancement, while amassing spirit stones. These Kuan cultivators also absorb the essence of male cultivators for their cultivation. Many male cultivators, whose hearts are not steadfast, find themselves drawn to these Kuan cultivators. This particular enchanting Kuan cultivator charged a spirit stone for a brief encounter, and yet, numerous male cultivators in the dilapidated district willingly indulged in such pursuits. Li Qin understood this dynamic, for the celestial maidens of the Divine Maiden Tower were exorbitantly priced. As soon as this Kuan cultivator spoke, Li Qin sensed impending trouble. Indeed. Nearby, old man Zhang approached with a sly grin, rubbing his hands together. Brotherly, you are a man of great deeds. My grandson has been stuck at the third level of chi refinement for quite some time. Would you lend me a chi nourishing pill? Rest assured, I shall repay you double once my grandson breaks through to the mid-stage of chi refinement. Surrounding them, the eyes of the crowd converged upon Li Chun, meeting their gazes. Li Chun's expression remained indifferent as he replied in a deep voice, I apologize, but I have already consumed all my chi nourishing pills. I have none left. With that, he excused himself, turning away and returning to his dwelling, where he firmly shut the door and locked it behind him. Li Chun was acutely aware that should he lend an energy-replenishing pill to the old man Zhang, a multitude of troubles would inevitably await him. Kindness often invites exploitation. Just as a gentle horse is easily ridden, the realm of cultivation has never been a bastion of reason, nor a sanctuary for harmonious human relationships. Li Chun was bestowed a vial of chi-nourishing elixir by the exquisite fairy Linglong. In the bustling halls of the divine pill pavilion, where numerous eyes and ears gathered, such news was bound to circulate. Had it not been for the illustrious reputation of fairy Linglong shielding him, Li Chun, a mere practitioner of the chi refinement stage, would have certainly fallen prey to ruthless marauders. It is entirely plausible that these lower-tier rogue cultivators, driven by desperation, would take reckless risks for a single vial of elixir, as the marketplace's regulations held little sway over their actions. Fortunately, the formidable renown of Fairy Linglong proved far more effective in deterring ill-intentioned individuals within the confines of the Yin Mountain market. Upon returning to his chamber, Li Chun's gaze grew increasingly somber. The fact that the ethereal fairy had bestowed upon him a vial of chi-nourishing pills was well known among many. However, the matter of his borrowing a single chi-nourishing pill from Han Mao remained a closely guarded secret. He must not draw too near to that rotund boy. Given Han Mao's nature, his loquaciousness, his lack of discretion, and his naive musings, it was evident that he was entirely unsuited for the path of cultivation. Li Chun calmed his mind, choosing to disregard the disturbances of the outside world. Sitting cross-legged upon his bed, he retrieved a jade vial and poured out the last of the chi-nourishing pills, murmuring softly to himself that today would mark his breakthrough to the second layer of chi refinement. Given Li Chun's innate talent, it was virtually impossible to achieve such a breakthrough through meditation alone within a mere month. As a practitioner of the 9th grade spirit root, residing in the dilapidated surroundings of a shanty town, the absence of medicinal pills would likely result in a stagnation at the first layer of chi refinement for 3 to 5 years before any progress could be made. For those at the first layer, utilizing a chi-nourishing pill for cultivation was an unattainable luxury, even for some offspring of esteemed cultivation families. The chi-nourishing pill was primarily utilized by practitioners at the third layer of chi refinement to break through their bottlenecks, making it a highly coveted item among lower-tier cultivators. If a wandering cultivator were to acquire a single chi-nourishing pill, they would undoubtedly hesitate to use it, often reserving it for a time of critical need. However, for Linglong, the esteemed master of the Divine Elixir Pavilion, the chi-nourishing pill held little value, and in Li Chun's eyes, it was not considered precious either. Li Chun firmly believed that cultivation was of utmost importance, disregarding any concerns about wastefulness. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he focused his mind and adjusted his state, unaffected by external distractions, absorbing the ethereal energy that permeated the universe. As the night deepened, feeling the magical power within him swell to a critical point, Li Chun decisively took out his last vitality-enhancing pill. Upon ingesting the final pill, it transformed into a vast reservoir of spiritual energy, nearly igniting the magical essence in his dantian. By dawn, Li Chun rose from his bed, a glimmer of brilliance shining in his eyes. He had successfully advanced to the second layer of chi refinement. While he initially felt elated about his breakthrough, his mood swiftly soured when Han Mao came to borrow spirit stones. As the sky began to brighten, Li Chun stepped outside, intending to head to the Divine Pill Pavilion to refine his first batch of elixirs on his path to immortality. However, he was promptly intercepted by the chubby boy. Brother Chen, I have broken through to the 4th layer of chi refinement and am now a mid-level cultivator. I can use magical tools. The chubby boy beamed with enthusiasm, his spirits remarkably high. Li Chun squinted his eyes and cheerfully encouraged, Congratulations. You've become a mid-stage chi refinement practitioner, drawing ever closer to foundation establishment. Han Mao shook his head, his expression grave as he replied, Brother Chen, you know I lack grand ambitions and never dreamed of reaching foundation establishment. My greatest desire now is to gather enough spirit stones to purchase a lethal weapon at the Qianlian Pavilion, so I can join the demon hunting team in the market. Once I accumulate sufficient spirit stones, I will express my feelings to Sister Chan and seek to become her partner, raising a son whom I will wholeheartedly nurture to tread the path of immortality. As Han Mao's face brimmed with hope, Li Chen fell into silence. Indeed. Han Mao's next words were a plea for spirit stones. Rubbing his hands together, he lowered his voice. Brother Chen, I know you've saved some spirit stones. Could you lend a few to your little brother? Rest assured, I won't borrow them without interest. Once I've acquired the weapon and joined the demon hunting team to slay a beast, I will repay you swiftly. Under the expectant gaze of the chubby boy, Li Chen remained silent for a moment before earnestly advising, Han Mao, joining the demon hunting team is perilous. You're gambling with your life. With your cultivation at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, you'll likely be treated as cannon fodder. Moreover, slaying demon beasts is no simple task. The hunters in Yingshan market are all seasoned fighters. You should remain steady and seek a job in the market. If you wish, I can speak to Uncle Fu and arrange for you to continue at the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Brother Chen, please don't dissuade me, Han Mao interrupted, his expression serious and tone resolute. I know you mean well, but my mind is made up. Working at the Divine Elixir Pavilion for 2 spirit stones a month. With one going to rent, I will never save enough to become Sister Chan's partner. Although hunting demons is dangerous, the rewards are substantial. It's quite feasible to gather 120 spirit stones quickly, if you truly consider me a friend. Support me by lending me the spirit stones to acquire the weapon. Meeting Han Mao's hopeful gaze, Li Chen shook his head, his tone calm yet laced with indifference. I don't have spirit stones to lend you. Consider me no longer a friend. With that, Li Chen disregarded Han Mao, whose complexion shifted through shades of blue and white, and strode purposefully towards the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Lending spirit stones to Han Mao for weaponry to join the demon hunting team was beyond Li Chen's means. Having been in Yingshan market for over 6 months, the Divine Elixir Pavilion provided him with 2 spirit stones monthly, and with the spirit stones he obtained from defeating robbers, his total wealth amounted to merely 16 spirit stones. Was hunting demons truly that simple? It is not that Li Chen is miserly, but rather that he genuinely lacks faith in Han Mao. With his cultivation at the 4th level of Qi refinement, venturing forth to hunt demons is essentially a perilous endeavor, likely leading to his demise. Han Mao, in his irrational fervor, has allowed his emotions to cloud his judgment, whereas Li Chen maintains his composure. Let us consider a hypothetical scenario. Even if Han Mao were to successfully hunt demons and acquire spirit stones, would he truly repay the debt? Borrowing spirit stones necessitates a bond of considerable strength. Li Chen did not believe that his relationship with Han Mao had reached the point where he could entrust all his wealth to him. As Li Chen strode away with determined steps, showing no intention of looking back, Han Mao stood frozen in place, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed with anger. He scolded vehemently. Li Chen, I must say I misjudged you. Have you forgotten who ran around helping you acclimate to Yin Mountain Market when you first arrived? Who was it that helped you establish your footing here? You ungrateful wretch. Han Mao must have been blind to have befriended you and regarded you as my elder brother. Upon hearing Han Mao's scathing remarks from behind, Li Chen hesitated for a moment before hastening his departure. Gratitude and resentment are often intertwined. Human desires are never fully satisfied. He, Li Chen, had already lent Han Mao a nourishing Qi pill, yet Han Mao still sought to gamble away Li Chen's entire fortune. Li Chen chose to disregard Han Mao, understanding that befriending such an individual could be perilous, particularly within the treacherous realm of cultivation. As Li Chen's figure faded from view, Han Mao's expression shifted dramatically, ultimately settling into a visage of despondency. In his imagination, after ascending to the 4th level of Qi refinement, acquiring sufficient spirit stones to procure magical artifacts and venture into demon hunting would be a simple task. However, he never anticipated that even Li Chen, with whom he shared the closest bond, would refuse to lend him spirit stones. Han, your countenance appears rather dismal. Have you encountered some difficulties? At that moment, Shu Chan appeared, pushing a cart laden with fresh green bamboo, her gaze filled with concern as a gentle smile grazed her lips. Captivated by Shu Chan's tender expression and noticing the sweat-drenched strands of her hair, Han Mao found himself entranced, silently acknowledging that she was indeed a virtuous woman. How fortunate he would be if he could forge a partnership with her. Happiness would surely follow. Chan, I am well. Did you venture out early to procure supplies? In that instant, Han Mao had entirely forgotten his grievances against Li Chen, his heart and mind consumed solely by the enchanting figure before him. Shu Chan brushed aside the damp strands of hair, her smile radiating warmth tempered with resilience. For us impoverished lower-tier cultivators, if we do not exert ourselves, How can we achieve success on the path of immortality and obtain our desires? Don't you agree, Han? Before Han Mao could respond, Shu Chan began to unload bundles of bamboo from the cart into the house. Turning to Han Mao, she added, I must continue processing the bamboo to produce spirit paper. So I shall take my leave. Best of luck, she exclaimed, her fist clenched in encouragement, her gentle smile magnifying its impact in Han Mao's eyes. Once Shu Chan had closed the door behind her, Han Mao felt a surge of determination swell within him. He gazed at the now closed door, his expression resolute as he strode towards the central market to seek out a lender of spirit stones. The divine elixir pavilion and the herbal garden awaited him. Li Chen gazed upon the serene and ethereal woman before him, offering a courteous smile as he spoke, Fair Yunzi, with the permission of Master Chen. I have now attained the qualification to commence the furnace, and I have come to procure 10 stalks of golden bone herb. Yunji possessed a graceful figure, adorned in a transcendent white robe, her lustrous hair cascading down to her waist. With a tranquil expression and composed gaze, she softly replied, Taoist friendly. I cannot be referred to as a fairy, simply calling me Taoist friend Yun would suffice. Li Chen nodded, clasping his fist in greeting to Yunji, acknowledging her as a fellow cultivator. In the realm of cultivation, addressing a female practitioner as fairy is undoubtedly appropriate. Even the female cultivator from the impoverished district relishes such an appellation, yet Yunji stands as an exception. She emanates an aura of tranquility, reminiscent of an orchid hidden in a secluded valley, adorned with a subtle fragrance of herbs and flora. This unique scent suggests her long-standing interaction with spiritual grasses and medicinal herbs. Approaching her, Li Chen felt an inexplicable sense of serenity enveloping him. Please wait a moment. Fellow Taoist Li, Yunji responded with a courteous bow, gracefully moving away on her lotus-like steps. Before long, she returned, presenting Li Chen with a jade box. Celestial materials and earthly treasures must be preserved with special techniques to prevent the loss of their medicinal properties. And golden bone grass can barely be classified among such rare treasures. Li Chen received the jade box from Yunji, casting a fleeting glance over her tranquil and serene visage. After expressing his gratitude, he turned to depart. Yunji watched him leave, her expression revealing little. How long had this young man been at the Divine Elixir Pavilion to be able to refine elixirs alone? Yun Feng stepped forward, his gaze filled with uncertainty. With a gentle smile, Yunji calmly remarked, perhaps he possesses an extraordinary talent for alchemy? Perhaps, Yun Feng replied noncommittally. The realm of cultivation is vast, and it is not unusual for prodigies to emerge. His attention shifted back to Yunji as he spoke earnestly, however, my dear Jier, I must remind you not to harbor curiosity towards those cultivators with little promise, nor to draw too close to them. It is not that I wish to nag, but the apprentices at the Divine Elixir Pavilion ought to take a good look in the mirror. They are all like toads dreaming of eating swan meat. Especially that Zhou Jian, who persistently entangles you. Does he truly believe himself to be significant? Had it not been for the pavilion masteress standing, I would have already broken his legs. My Jier is a naturally gifted spirit of flora and fauna, facing little hindrance in her foundation establishment. She is destined to become a formidable cultivator, even in the search for a companion. She ought to seek a true scion of a prominent clan or a direct disciple of a celestial sect. Yunji offered no retort, her smile perpetually serene as she obediently replied to Yun Feng, Grandfather, I understand. Li Chen procured a sprig of golden bone grass and made his way directly to the alchemy chamber designated for apprentices. Selecting a furnace, he adeptly ignited the fire. Junior brother Li, are you about to commence refining? In the alchemy room, several apprentices gathered around, their expressions rife with skepticism as they observed Li Chen's actions. In response to Mo Bai's inquiry, Li Chen offered a warm smile and humbly replied, I possess a modicum of talent in the art of alchemy, and Master Chen has graciously permitted me to operate the furnace independently. How long have you even been an apprentice? Does that old fellow not fear you might cause an explosion? Before anyone else could voice their thoughts, a tall, slender man clad in an ornate robe strode over, his disdain evident in his expression. Li Chen narrowed his eyes and spoke with displeasure, indicating that there was no need for Brother Zhou to concern himself. Zhou Jian, with a disdainful gaze, slightly lifted his head, directing his chin towards Li Chen, and retorted, I am not your senior brother. With that, Zhou Jian turned away and walked towards another alchemical furnace. In the alchemy chamber, a throng of apprentices gathered around Zhou Jian, leaving only Mo Bai by Li Chen's side. Mo Bai glanced at Li Chen and softly reassured him, Junior brother Li, do not take it to heart. Brother Zhou is simply of that temperament. Li Chen gently shook his head. Senior brother Imobai, I am quite well. During this period, Li Chun had come to understand the apprentices within the divine alchemy pavilion. Among them, Zhou Jian stood out as the most gifted, having already mastered the art of crafting intermediate-level pills such as the harmonizing qi pill and the spirit-gathering pill, and was currently endeavoring to concoct the yellow sprout pill. Logically, he should have already ascended to the rank of alchemist. However, his excessively arrogant disposition led to a conflict with Master Qin. In his earlier years, Master Qin had intended to take Zhou Jian as his direct disciple. But upon realizing Zhou Jian's haughty nature, he abandoned that thought. Master Qin even remarked to Manager Fu and Fairy Linglong that Zhou Jian was not yet ready to stand on his own, which explained why Zhou Jian had yet to achieve the status of alchemist. This situation had fostered resentment in Zhou Jian towards Master Qin. The treatment of apprentices and alchemists in the Divine Alchemy Pavilion is entirely distinct. All apprentices aspire to elevate themselves to the rank of alchemist, yearning for a personal alchemy chamber of their own. Li Qin paid no heed to this minor interlude, and Zhou Jian's mockery was unlikely to perturb his composure. The flames danced eagerly around the alchemical furnace, rapidly rendering it a brilliant crimson. As it was his inaugural attempt at alchemy, Li Qin remained unfazed, for he had absorbed the memories of several second-tier alchemical masters. He cast the golden bone grass into the furnace, secured the lid, and expertly manipulated the heat to eliminate the inherent coldness of the herb, refining it into a pure medicinal liquid. Each step was etched into his mind with exquisite clarity. Upon witnessing the lid of the furnace tremble, Li Qin summoned a massive hand with his magical energy to lift the lid, swiftly pouring 10 pounds of white spirit rice into the alchemical vessel. The ratio of 1 golden bone grass to 10 pounds of white spirit rice would yield 10 pills of the valley-breaking elixir. Naturally, the rate of successful pill production was a consideration. During his first foray into alchemy, Li Chun exercised restraint, managing to maintain a success rate of approximately 70%. The apprentices at the Divine Pill Pavilion averaged a mere 30% success rate for concocting the valley-breaking elixir. This implies that while a standard batch should yield 10 pills, the apprentices typically produced only 3. Zhou Jian, however, was somewhat more adept, achieving a perfect success rate of 100%. As for Master Qin and Master Ge, their furnaces were of superior quality, their cultivation deeper, and their experience richer, allowing them to produce dozens or even hundreds of valley-breaking pills in a single endeavor. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed as the furnace quaked violently. Li Chun, with his hands forming intricate seals, infused his magical energy into the alchemical furnace, commencing the process of pill refinement. The resounding noise captivated the attention of the crowd, who instinctively shifted their gaze towards him. Was he truly refining a pill? The process of pill condensation represents a critical juncture. If successful, it essentially guarantees the creation of the elixir. This must be Li Shidi's first time at the furnace, right? Most of us experienced explosions during our inaugural attempts. Yet here is Li Shidi, achieving success on his very first try. I recall that he has been at the Divine Pill Pavilion for less than a year. It's astonishing that not only has he qualified to use the furnace, but he has also managed to successfully refine a pill on his first endeavor. Amidst the murmurs of the spectators, the furnace ceased its tremors, and Li Chun, with a grave expression, concluded his incantations, raising his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. The process of pill refinement does indeed demand considerable magical energy, particularly during the critical phase of condensation. Li Chun, with his cultivation at the second level of qi refinement, found the endeavor of alchemical furnace operation to be somewhat daunting. At that moment, Imobai rushed over to assist him in lifting the furnace lid to retrieve the elixirs. As the furnace opened, a plume of white vapor ascended, and the fragrance of medicinal herbs permeated the air. Imobai's eyes widened in astonishment, stammering as he spoke. 7 pills, 7 elixirs successfully refined. This is Li Shidi's first attempt at alchemy, and he has produced 7 elixirs. A collective gasp echoed through the alchemical chamber. As the other apprentices regarded Li Qin with awe, their expressions reflecting sheer admiration. In a corner, Zhou Jian gazed at Li Qin with a shadowy intensity. He recalled his own inaugural furnace operation years ago, where he had attempted to refine a pill of sustenance, but could only manage a mere 3 elixirs. It seemed that Li Qin's talent for alchemy surpassed even his own. Amidst the scrutiny of his peers, Li Qin could not help but internally lament that his performance might have been overly ostentatious. A 70% success rate in elixir production appeared rather extraordinary in the eyes of these apprentices. Li Qin successfully concocted a pill of abstinence, achieving a remarkable success rate of 70%. This news swiftly reverberated through the divine pill pavilion. Before long, Master Chen sought out Li Chun. I have examined the pill of abstinence you crafted, and it can indeed be regarded as a superior product. It appears I have underestimated your alchemical talent, he remarked. Your aptitude for alchemy is exceptionally high. However, do not let this acclaim inflate your ego or breed arrogance. Master Chen's gaze held an inscrutable depth, and his tone resonated with gravity as he continued, the realm of cultivation has never been devoid of prodigies. Yet the majority of these gifted individuals often meet untimely ends before reaching their full potential. You may find these words unpalatable, but I feel compelled to offer this counsel. Remember, when a tree stands out in the forest, the wind is bound to strike it down. Being excessively remarkable may not always be advantageous, as it may incite envy among others. There are times when one must conceal their brilliance to safeguard oneself. Li Chen's expression turned solemn as he respectfully bowed to the elder before him, expressing his gratitude for Master Chen's guidance, stating that he had learned much. He vowed to remember the teachings of Master Chen, remaining humble and never allowing arrogance to take root within him. The concern emanating from this elder was palpable to Li Chen. He was not one to overlook kindness. Perhaps initially, Master Chen had not regarded Li Chen with particular significance. But in recent days, it was evident that the master intended to nurture him as a potential successor. Li Chen understood the wisdom in Master Chen's words. A tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably attract the wind. Though the Mountain workshop appeared tranquil, beneath the surface, currents of intrigue swirled. However, due to Li Chen's current cultivation level and status, he was yet to encounter these hidden machinations. Despite the formidable reputation of the Linglong fairy, many in the cultivation world were undeterred by her presence. Moreover, it was unrealistic for Li Chen to remain sheltered within the confines of Mountain workshop, perpetually under the protective wings of the Linglong fairy. Sooner or later, he would have to venture beyond the sanctuary of Mountain workshop to confront the perils of the cultivation realm. In this ruthless world, where the strong prey upon the weak, it was imperative to remain discreet until he possessed the requisite strength. Li Chen had no intention of being ostentatious. Having acquired the second-tier alchemical inheritance and absorbed the memories of several esteemed second-tier alchemists, it is no exaggeration to assert that, should Li Chen dare to showcase his second-tier alchemical skills, numerous cultivation families within the Yin Kingdom, and even the esteemed Zishu Immortal sect, would swiftly come seeking him. They might invite him as a distinguished guest or, conversely, seize him for the purpose of utilizing his talents in alchemy. Li Chen believed that various factions would likely capture him to serve as a mere tool for alchemy, for the weak possess no rights. He was acutely aware of the correlation between one's cultivation level and the display of talent. Given his current proficiency in alchemy, he lacked the ability to alarm significant figures. Thus he felt no trepidation. Observing Li Chen's compliant and respectful demeanor, devoid of arrogance or pride, Master Chen was greatly pleased. He patted Li Chen on the shoulder and spoke earnestly, remarking that had Shou Jian possessed even half of your humility, he would not still be unable to advance to the rank of alchemist. Shou Jian had always believed that his inability to progress was due to my interference, spreading slander to old Ghost Fu and the master. In truth, it was his arrogant disposition that was unpleasing to the master, who never intended to nurture him. Enough of that. Just take Shou Jian's cautionary tale to heart. For now, continue to refine the pill of abstinence. Once you achieve a perfect mastery of Tindan, you may begin your studies on the rejuvenation pill and the vitality pill. If you encounter any uncertainties in alchemy, do not hesitate to consult me. There is no need for embarrassment. This is a compilation of my alchemical insights from my early years. Take it and ponder it deeply. Master Chen retrieved an ancient tome from his storage pouch. Li Chen received the alchemical insights from Master Chen Dan, and a deeper sense of gratitude towards the elder filled his heart. Although it was highly unlikely that he would find much use for these insights, he appreciated them nonetheless. After bidding farewell to Master Chen, Li Chen was summoned by Manager Fu on the top floor of the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Li Chen gazed at the venerable elder before him, respectfully bowing and greeting. I am Li Chen, honored to meet you, Uncle Fu. Manager Fu, a benevolent elder with a kind visage, perpetually wore a cheerful expression. Li Chen could not shake the feeling that Manager Fu's gaze held a hint of fondness, akin to that of a grandparent observing their grandchild. Young man, there are no outsiders here. You need not feel restrained. I have heard that you successfully refined a pill on your very first attempt, achieving a remarkable success rate of 70%. Li Chen nodded respectfully in acknowledgement. Manager Fu, stroking his chin, scrutinized Li Chen for a moment before speaking slowly. Since you have already mastered the art of alchemy, from this day forth, You shall receive a commission for each batch of elixirs you successfully refine. Your success rate surpasses that of the typical apprentice. While an ordinary apprentice earns 1 spirit stone for a batch of purification pills, you shall receive 2 spirit stones. Thank you, Uncle Fu. Li Chun did not conceal the joy radiating from his face and promptly expressed his gratitude to Manager Fu. With a beaming smile, Manager Fu gazed at Li Chun and inquired once more, "Young Li, have you encountered any difficulties in your cultivation?" Li Chun's gaze flickered slightly as he brazenly replied, "Uncle Fu, I possess a 9th-grade spiritual root, and the path to immortality is fraught with challenges. I have already consumed all the nourishing pills bestowed upon me by the sect leader last time, and now, devoid of any elixirs, my cultivation has indeed become rather arduous." "Ha ha ha, you rascal, your audacity is quite remarkable." Uncle Fu chuckled heartily before casually tossing a jade vial into Li Chun's hands. Li Chun hastily caught the jade vial, and upon opening it, he discovered 10 plump chi-nurturing pills within. Li Chun cast a glance at Manager Fu, momentarily engulfed in hesitation. A vial of chi-nourishing pills held a value of 60 spirit stones, an amount substantial enough to tempt lower-tier cultivators into desperate measures. Manager Fu was exceedingly generous towards him. During his time as a laborer chopping wood, Fu had not only bestowed upon Li Chun 2 spirit stones each month, but had also graciously provided an additional vial of Bigu pills, a privilege not extended to the other workers. If there were any uncertainties, he was encouraged to voice them. Sensing Li Chun's indecision, Manager Fu's smile remained unwavering. His gaze as gentle as ever. Li Chun pondered for a moment and solemnly inquired, "Fu Bo, there is something I do not comprehend. Why do you and the master extend such care towards me? Is there something extraordinary about me?" Fu Zhongwei remained silent, lost in thought for a considerable time. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in his eyes as he hoarsely replied, "It is permissible for me to share this with you. The reason lies in your resemblance to the master." Before Li Chun could pose further questions, Fu Zhongwei continued, "My master is, in fact, the brother of the Lord." "Well then, I have conveyed what I needed to. You may take your leave now." Li Chun nodded respectfully and saluted the shopkeeper Fu, saying, "Master Fu, I take my leave." The doubts that had long plagued Li Chun were finally resolved, and he could ascertain that both the enchanting fairy and Master Fu had no ulterior motives regarding him. Their support stemmed merely from the resemblance he bore to the elder brother of the enchanting fairy, who was also the master of Master Fu. He pondered the nature of this brother, wondering what manner of person he was and whether he was alive or deceased. The many enterprises belonging to the enchanting fairy must have been left behind by him. Upon exiting the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Li Chun quickly set aside these contemplations. Although he bore a certain resemblance to the enchanting fairy's brother, he harbored no expectations that the fairy and Master Fu would continuously look after him. Relying on others is precarious. Mountains may crumble, and people may abandon you. On the path of cultivation, one must forego the notion of depending on others for support and instead rely on oneself and the system. Li Chun's gaze gradually became clearer, and his heart of doubt grew more resolute and steadfast. After commencing the alchemical process, a single furnace of pill of abstinence could yield 2 spirit stones. With my cultivation at the 2nd level of chi refinement, my magical power remains rather insufficient, allowing me to produce, at most, 2 furnaces of the pill of abstinence in a single day, thus generating 4 spirit stones. By this calculation, one could earn a total of 120 spirit stones in a month. In contrast, Han Mao, risking his life to hunt demons, cannot even earn that same 120 spirit stones in a month. This is merely the income of an apprentice alchemist crafting the pill of abstinence. It is no wonder that alchemists hold an esteemed position within the realm of cultivation. Li Chun secretly lamented how swiftly one could earn spirit stones through alchemy. The profits from refining a single batch of fasting pills equated to what he would typically earn in an entire month. His life was gradually improving as well. Li Chun meticulously assessed his possessions, which comprised 16 spiritual stones and 3 first-tier low-level talismans. The talismans included the Golden Light Talisman, the Godspeed Talisman, and the Fireball Talisman. The Golden Light Talisman serves as a defensive charm, capable of forming a radiant shield around the user's body, thus providing protection against a full-force attack from a mid-stage chi refinement practitioner. The Godspeed Talisman is utilized for evasion or swift travel. At the early stages of chi refinement, practitioners have yet to develop spiritual awareness, rendering them incapable of refining or controlling magical tools. They cannot even utilize flying instruments, making the Godspeed Talisman particularly vital for those in the initial stages of chi refinement. The Fireball Talisman is employed to unleash the Fireball technique. Li Chun, having cultivated the Crimson Flame art, is also adept in executing this technique. After over half a year of training, Li Qin has reached the second layer of Qi refinement, mastering 2 spells, the Fireball technique and the Spirit Grasping Hand. The Fireball technique is inherent to the Crimson Flame art, allowing nearly all practitioners of fire-based cultivation to conjure fireballs with ease. Typically, Li Qin merely employs the Fireball technique to kindle flames for tempering his furnace, as it may not suffice in combat. As for the Spirit Grasping Hand, it was imparted by Master Qindan and is a common spell, enabling the wielder to condense their spiritual power into a massive hand that can manipulate objects from afar or initiate distant attacks. Now, with the ability to refine pills, Li Qin aims to accumulate more spiritual stones and is contemplating the preparation of protective measures. The realm of cultivation is fraught with peril. Conflicts between practitioners, often resulting in life or death, are commonplace in the pursuit of that elusive chance to ascend to immortality. Without adequate protective measures, one could easily fall victim to robbery and murder while traversing the path. Li Qin recalled vividly that before he even reached Yinshan Square, he encountered a cultivator intent on robbery. The cultivator's motives were straightforward. He aimed to transform Li Qin into materials for corpse refinement. In the realm of cultivation, even the malevolent and sinister practitioners showed no mercy towards ordinary mortals, let alone those weaker than themselves. Li Qin heard that in the neighboring Yu Kingdom, practitioners of the demonic path were engaging in unspeakable slaughter in the mortal realm, causing rivers of blood to flow. There were also ghostly cultivators who, in their rituals, extracted living souls to sacrifice thousands of innocents. Additionally, there were sinister cultivators who infiltrated the mundane world to capture martial experts, turning them into zombies. Within the realm of cultivation, a popular adage circulated: without diligent effort in cultivation, one becomes a brother among the myriad souls on the soul banner. In the martial world, one is often bound by circumstances. The realm of cultivation is, in fact, a more brutal arena than the mundane martial arts world. Once you step into the world of cultivation, many aspects of your fate are no longer in your control. If your cultivation is lacking, you may find yourself snatched away by an unseen hand, destined to be transformed into a zombie. Li Qin harbored a deep aversion to the prospect of encountering demonic cultivators, who might, without provocation, take his life to extract his soul and refine his blood. Furthermore, the realm of cultivation was not solely fraught with the perils of demonic and malevolent practitioners. It was also rife with marauders who thrived on plunder and violence. Within the confines of Yinshan Fang, numerous bandits lurked, and should one attract their attention, stepping out of Yinshan Fang would undoubtedly lead to a perilous ambush. Li Qin, possessing the cultivation of the second layer of Qi refinement, dared not venture alone beyond the confines of Yin Mountain Square. Within the square, the regulations of the marketplace, the presence of patrolling enforcement teams, and the esteemed reputation of the exquisite Fairy Ling Long provided a certain degree of security. However, once he stepped outside the square, Li Qin was certain that he would be targeted by bandits, who could very well be his neighbors in disguise. Yet, it was impractical for Li Qin to remain within Yin Mountain Square for eternity. Thus, preparing some protective measures was of utmost importance. As a practitioner at the second layer of Qi refinement, his meager magical prowess limited the number of spells he could cultivate. Li Qin intended to take some time to master the Fire Crow technique included in the Crimson Flame art, and then head to the Celestial Talisman Pavilion to purchase a few talismans for self-defense. For early-stage Qi refinement practitioners who cannot wield magical artifacts, their meager spiritual power is quickly exhausted after casting just a few spells, highlighting the significance of talismans. When martial prowess falls short, talismans can serve as a valuable supplement. With alchemical formations and talismanic arts ranking among the foremost disciplines in cultivation, the importance of talismans is evident. After meditating and cultivating through the night, Li Qin felt a delightful surge of spiritual energy within him. The sensation of continuous progress was intoxicating. Yet, he understood that his ability to maintain such a pace in his cultivation was solely reliant on medicinal pills. Without the Qi-nourishing pills, he could only speculate how long he would be stuck at the first layer of Qi refinement. The vial of Qi-nourishing pills bestowed upon him by the shopkeeper Fu was insufficient to elevate him to the third layer. It would be depleted in no more than half a month. He needed to earn more spirit stones to purchase additional pills or, better yet, set up a furnace to concoct his own. With these thoughts in mind, Li Qin pushed open his door and made his way towards the market. Now that he could use a furnace for alchemy, he enjoyed a newfound freedom, no longer needing to rise early to perform menial tasks at the Divine Pill Pavilion, allowing him the leisure to explore the marketplace. Unbeknownst to him, he soon found himself on the west street of the market. This street served as a gathering place for loose cultivators to set up their stalls. A dazzling array of miscellaneous items adorned the tables. Fellow cultivator, are you interested in fragments of ancient relics unearthed from bygone eras? A young rogue cultivator intercepted Li Qin with an enigmatic smile. Li Qin cast a glance at the assorted items on the stall and shook his head with a bemused smile. The notion of unearthing hidden treasures was far from his thoughts. If these were indeed remnants of ancient relics excavated from long-lost sites, they would hardly be displayed for sale. First-tier magical implements, second-tier spiritual tools, third-tier treasures, such artifacts are possessions only attainable by those of the golden core stage. The presence of relic fragments would be inconceivable at a stall belonging to a mere mid-stage chi refinement cultivator. This practitioner likely mistook Li Qin for a novice who had just embarked on the path of cultivation, attempting to deceive him with a sense of trial and error. The world of cultivation is indeed fraught with intricate schemes. Li Qin paid no heed to the wandering cultivator and proceeded forward without hesitation. Observing that Li Qin was not easily deceived, the young rogue continued to search for a new target. Upon reaching the end of West Street, Li Qin came to a halt and gazed at the thick stacks of talismans displayed at a stall by the roadside. The stall owner, shrouded in a black robe, spoke in a hoarse voice that was indistinguishable in terms of gender. What talisman do you seek? Li Qin observed for a while, noting that the stall displayed over a dozen varieties of talismans, including low-level ones such as the Golden Light Talisman, the Swift Movement Talisman, the Fireball Talisman, the Ice Spike Talisman, the Earth Spike Talisman, and the Great Strength Talisman, as well as intermediate-level ones like the Thunder Fire Talisman, the Ice Sealing Talisman, the Earth Shattering Talisman, and the Wind Blade Talisman. Li Qin crouched down and picked up a stack of Thunderfire talismans. After observing for a moment and confirming their quality, he inquired of the vendor, "How much for these Thunderfire talismans?" "You cannot afford them," replied the vendor, whose entire figure was shrouded in a black robe, revealing only a pair of indifferent eyes. His voice was hoarse and devoid of emotion. Li Qin's expression froze as he inquired, "How does my fellow cultivator know that I cannot afford this Thunderfire talisman?" A detached gaze swept over Li Qin, and a calm voice reached his ears. "You possess merely the cultivation of the second layer of chi refinement. How many spirit stones could you possibly have? Each Thunderfire talisman costs 30 spirit stones for a set of 10, or 4 spirit stones if purchased individually." Li Qin reluctantly set aside the Thunderfire talisman and directed his gaze towards the Golden Light Talisman. "How much is the Golden Light Talisman?" 8 spirit stones for a set, or 1 spirit stone for a single talisman. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qin engaged in haggling with the vendor, seeking a slight reduction in price. The vendor offered 6 spirit stones for a dozen talismans, and Li Qin decided to purchase 2 dozen. The vendor, however, was resolute, declaring that no further negotiations would be entertained, and if Li Qin was unwilling to buy, he should leave. It seemed the vendor had grown impatient, his tone becoming increasingly indifferent and his voice more gravelly. Ultimately, Li Qin acquired a dozen Golden Light talismans and 2 Swift Travel talismans. Having procured his talismans from this stall, Li Qin opted not to visit the Celestial Talisman Pavilion. Compared to the Celestial Talisman Pavilion, the quality of the talismans from this vendor was commendable, and the prices were notably more affordable. According to Li Qin's knowledge, the Celestial Talisman Pavilion sold a dozen first-tier low-grade talismans for 10 spirit stones. This vendor's price for a dozen low-grade talismans was a full 2 spirit stones cheaper than that of the Celestial Talisman Pavilion. Perhaps this vendor was a skilled talisman master? Li Qin cast another glance at the stall owner, whose entire figure was shrouded in a dark robe, the voice gravelly, making it impossible to discern their gender. Li Qin was utterly unable to perceive the depth of the stall owner's cultivation. Li Qin, possessing merely the second layer of chi refinement, was unable to perceive the true capabilities of cultivators whose prowess surpassed his own. After meandering through the western street of the marketplace and procuring a dozen Golden Light talismans along with 2 Swift Movement talismans, Li Qin returned to the Divine Elixir Pavilion and proceeded directly to the communal alchemical chamber designated for apprentices to commence his alchemical endeavors. Li Qin's daily routine is rather monotonous. During the day, he remains at the Divine Elixir workshop, concocting 2 batches of the fasting elixir, and at night, he returns to the shantytown to cultivate his skills. Although such a life may seem dull, Li Qin's heart is brimming with ambition. Before long, a month has elapsed. Today marks the day when the Divine Elixir Pavilion settles the spirit stones for its employees. Li Qin finally reunited with the enchanting fairy Ling Long. She still possessed that charming demeanor, eternally adorned in a flowing azure gown, her head crowned with a garland of fresh blossoms. Even now, Li Chen remained perplexed as to why the flowers atop her head never withered. In the assembly hall of the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Manager Fu, his hair a crown of silver, meticulously thumbed through the ledger, his tone calm as he announced Zhou Jin's achievements. This month, you successfully refined 10 batches of spirit gathering pills, 7 batches of harmony pills, and 1 batch of yellow bud pills, totaling 150 spirit stones. That cannot be right. Zhou Jin interjected, emerging from the crowd, his complexion pale and his gaze questioning Manager Fu. According to the regulations of the Divine Elixir Pavilion, an apprentice earns 10 spirit stones for each batch of spirit gathering pills, 12 for each harmony pill, and 20 for each yellow bud pill. This month, I should have earned 204 spirit stones. Why do I only have 150? As Zhou Jin's words echoed, Manager Fu, maintaining a placid demeanor, clarified, this month, you attempted to refine yellow bud pills 6 times but failed 5. The cost of the wasted medicinal herbs must be deducted from your achievements. Zhou Jin's pallor turned an ashen hue, his fists clenched as he retorted coldly, in the realm of cultivation. It seems there is no such rule that a failed refinement should be borne by the alchemist. Indeed, there is no such rule in the realm of cultivation. But there is one in the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Do you have any further objections? Before Manager Fu could respond, Fairy Ling Long, perched elegantly in her elevated seat, interjected. Her voice was melodious, yet carried an air of indifference, a chilling aura pervading the hall, as if to freeze the very souls of those present. Within the hall, all heads bowed in deference, unwilling to meet the gaze of the petite, striking Fairy Ling Long seated above. Li Chen, along with the others, bowed his head. It must be said that this enchanting fairy exuded an imposing authority. As one of the few foundational cultivators in Yinshan Square, she wielded the power of life and death over the lower-tier loose cultivators, and none dared to confront her directly. Zhou Jin lowered his gaze, his face etched with resentment. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. In a hushed and hoarse voice, he reluctantly stated, I do not dare to voice any objections. The enchanting fairy's gaze remained as calm as an ancient well. Fu Bo, please continue. Manager Fu nodded and addressed Mobai this month. You are to refine 120 furnaces of qi-nourishing pills, totaling 600 spirit stones. Mobai stepped forward to receive the spirit stones, a simple smile gracing his face. Thank you, Manager Fu, and thank you, Sect Master. In the hall, the other apprentices looked at Mobai with envy, their gazes tinged with a hint of admiration. Zhou Jin's anger intensified. Clearly, Mobai had faced numerous failures in his refining endeavors. Why was he not penalized for the spirit herbs wasted in his unsuccessful attempts? The enchanting fairy and the old ghost Fu were conspiring against him. Li Chen gazed at Mobai, whose face radiated a simple yet sincere smile, feeling a sense of admiration for him. Mobai, possessing a cultivation level of the 4th layer of qi refinement, was theoretically capable of refining no more than 2 batches of qi-nourishing pills in a single day. However, this diligent senior brother devoted himself tirelessly to the alchemical chamber, sacrificing both day and night to produce these pills, even neglecting his own cultivation. Remarkably, he managed to create 120 batches of qi-nourishing pills within a month, earning a staggering sum of 600 spirit stones. For a low-level rogue cultivator in the realm of immortality, 600 spirit stones represented an astronomical figure. Li Chen was also aware of the reason behind Mobai's relentless efforts to accumulate spirit stones. Li Chen enjoys a cordial relationship with Mobai, who has often mentioned his 2 children, particularly his son, who possesses a 7th-grade spiritual root. His son has entered the Zishu sect, becoming a disciple of the outer sect. Mobai has relinquished his own aspirations of ascension, placing all his hopes of immortality upon his son. Recently, the Zishu sect is preparing for its outer sect competition, where the top 10 participants will gain entry into the inner sect and receive the sect's mentorship. In a bid to ensure his son excels in this competition and secures a coveted ranking for entrance into the inner sect, Mobai has been tirelessly refining pills to earn spirit stones to procure magical artifacts for his son. The heart of a parent is indeed pitiable. Mobai is generally known for his integrity and gentle nature, and he treats Li Chen with great kindness. Over time, Li Chen has developed a favorable impression of this senior brother, Mobai. Soon, a group of apprentices completed their collection of spirit stones. The shopkeeper Fu turned his gaze towards Li Chen, a slight smile gracing his face, and his tone softened as he spoke. Li Chen, this month you have refined 60 furnaces of sustenance pills, totaling 120 spirit stones. With that, the shopkeeper produced a storage bag and tossed it to Li Chen. Li Chen accepted the storage bag, quickly grasping the situation. He immediately bowed to Master Fu and Fairy Linglong, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Fu. Thank you, esteemed master. Around him, the apprentices cast envious glances at Li Chen. It was evident that Master Fu had discreetly gifted Li Chen a storage bag while distributing spirit stones. Storage bags are commonplace in the realm of cultivation. However, even the most inferior ones fetch a price of 30 spirit stones at the treasure pavilion. Although 30 spirit stones may seem modest, it is a significant sum for low-level loose cultivators. Typically, in the cultivation world, those at the initial stage of chi refinement are not entitled to possess storage bags. Once all the apprentices received their spirit stones, Master Fu summarized the month's achievements, remarking on their commendable performance, particularly highlighting Mo Bai as a model for others. All right, everyone, return to your tasks. Li Chen, please stay. With that, the crowd dispersed. Though many could not resist casting a final glance at Li Chen, their eyes betraying a mix of envy and jealousy. At this point, the members of the Divine Elixir Pavilion were rife with speculation regarding the nature of Li Chen's relationship with Fairy Linglong. Some had even approached Li Chen discreetly to inquire further. After all, Li Chen was personally brought into Incher Square by Fairy Linglong, representing the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Moreover, the evident care shown by both Master Fu and Fairy Linglong towards Li Chen only fueled further conjecture. On the verge of breaking through to the third level of chi refinement, it appears you have not been idle, one remarked. After the others had left, Fairy Linglong descended from her elevated position and approached Li Chen. Her gaze, once indifferent, now softened considerably. I owe much to your kindness, esteemed fairy, and to Uncle Fu. Without your guidance, I would not have achieved my current level of cultivation. Li Chen held the gratitude he felt towards Fairy Linglong and Master Fu deep within his heart, vowing never to forget their benevolence. In the presence of Fairy Linglong, Li Chen immediately clasped his hands in salute, conveying his respect and appreciation. Although he bore a slight resemblance to Fairy Linglong's brother, Li Chen dared not act presumptuously before her. She was, after all, one of the few foundational cultivators in Incher Square, a formidable figure amidst the various factions of the Yin Kingdom. Despite her gentle demeanor in his presence, Fairy Linglong was known to be formidable and merciless. She nodded, her gaze reflecting admiration for Li Chen. You understand the importance of propriety. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. My assistance is limited. Ultimately, your progress depends solely on your own efforts. Now, go forth and do not become complacent. With a few encouraging words, she gestured for Li Chen to take his leave. Even though Li Chen bore a resemblance to her brother, Shui Linglong was keenly aware of their distinct identities. Her brother was her brother, and Li Chen was Li Chen, two entirely different individuals. An 8th grade cave abode requires 80 spirit stones per month. Perhaps it is time for me to consider relocating. With an additional 120 spiritual stones in hand, Li Chen began to contemplate relocating. The shantytown, situated on the outskirts of Inshan Square, was characterized by its harsh environment and a chaotic mix of inhabitants, offering only a meager opportunity to cultivate by absorbing the spiritual energy that leaked from the spiritual vein. Within Ishan Square, there lay a second-tier spiritual vein. Numerous dwellings had been constructed upon this vein, categorized into 4 distinct grades, A, B, C, and D. The A-grade dwellings, numbering 10, were all positioned at the very heart of the spiritual vein, where the spiritual energy was most abundant. Li Chen was aware that the prestigious grade A No. 1 cave abode of Inshan Square was the residence of the exquisite Fairy Linglong. As for the grade A cave abodes numbered 2 through 10, they were all occupied by significant figures, with Master Gu residing in grade A number 8. Master Chen did not possess the qualifications to inhabit a grade A cave abode. His dwelling was classified as grade B. Li Chen dared not contemplate the A-grade cave. Even the C-grade was beyond his reach. However, the D-grade cave was an option. The rental fee for a D-grade cave for 1 month was 80 spirit stones, a sum that Li Chen could barely afford. Li Chen has always believed that cultivation is of utmost importance. In the realm of immortality, one's cultivation level holds paramount significance. For it is only through elevated cultivation that one can attain a position of respect. In pursuit of expediting his training and enhancing his cultivation, Li Chen resolved to relocate to a grade D cave dwelling. Although this cave is situated on the periphery of the spiritual vein, it remains atop the vein itself. Meditating and cultivating within the grade D cave would undoubtedly yield results several times faster than practicing in a dilapidated area. Junior brotherly, I have instructed my daughter to prepare a banquet at home, and I would be honored to invite you and senior brother Chen to join us for a drink. Would you grant your senior brother this favor? Upon exiting the divine elixir pavilion, Li Qin was still contemplating the logistics of his move when he was intercepted by Imobai. Li Qin cast a glance at Imobai, contemplated for a moment, and nodded. Since Brother Imo had extended such a warm invitation, the junior disciple felt it would be impolite to decline. Li Qin and Imobai are both apprentices of Master Qin, referring to each other as brothers. During this period, Li Qin and Imobai have developed a good rapport. To avoid offending Imobai, Li Qin graciously agreed to attend the banquet. Upon hearing Li Qin's acceptance, Imobai beamed with a hearty smile and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Brotherly, I shall go to invite Master Qin. You are aware of my family's residence, are you not?" Li Qin nodded, indicating for his senior brother Imo to continue with his tasks. Imobai went to invite Master Qin Dan, while Li Qin recalled the direction of Imobai's residence and proceeded towards the eastern part of the shanty town. Imobai had long been capable of independently operating the furnace for alchemy, earning a considerable amount of spirit stones each month. Nevertheless, he continued to reside in the shanty town with his daughter, a situation that Li Qin fully understood. The spirit stones earned by Imobai were primarily allocated to his son, who had joined the Zishu Immortal sect. Soon, Li Qin arrived outside a courtyard. Although Imobai lived in the shanty town, his accommodation was not a mere single room, but rather a small courtyard. This type of courtyard was designated for lower-tier loose cultivators with families, featuring a main hall and 3 bedrooms, requiring a monthly fee of 5 spirit stones. Li Qin stood outside the courtyard, knocking on the grand door. Soon, the door swung open. A girl with a bobbed haircut, dressed in simple cloth attire, regarded Li Qin with a curious gaze. In a soft voice, she inquired, "Are you Masterly? Are you Yunyu?" Li Qin's gaze swept over the young girl as he retrieved a bottle of fasting elixir from his storage pouch. With a gentle smile, he spoke. "As it is your first visit, I regrettably have not prepared a more fitting gift. Please accept this bottle of fasting elixir." Now, with a modicum of financial means at his disposal, Li Qin could afford the 8 spirit stones that the elixir commanded. Observing the bottle of fasting elixir that he extended toward her, the girl's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She repeatedly shook her head, her voice barely above a whisper. "Masterly, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Li Qin shook his head, grasped the young girl's hand, and forcefully pressed the pill of fasting into her palm. This girl, appearing to be 18, was the daughter of Imobai, named Imo Yunyu. Imo Yunyu was indeed a genuine 18 years old, having never consumed any beauty-enhancing pills. In contrast, the enchanting Linglong fairy, despite her youthful appearance of merely 15 or 16, was, in reality, nearing 30, significantly older than Li Qin. Faced with Linglong fairy, Li Qin dared not regard her as a mere younger sister, for her cultivation and status were formidable, and her years surpassed his own. However, the present Imo Yunyu was different. At the tender age of 18, she possessed a 9th-grade spiritual root, yet unlike Li Qin, her cultivation was merely at the first layer of qi refining. Li Qin has entered the realm of immortality for less than a year, while Imo Yunyu has been cultivating alongside Imobai since childhood. Li Qin silently lamented the gentle and understanding demeanor of the girl before him, feeling that Imobai was somewhat harsh on his daughter. Despite Imobai's substantial monthly income, it was disheartening to note that Imo Yunyu had devoted over a decade to her cultivation, yet remained at the first level of qi refinement. As far as Li Qin knew, Imo Yunyu was a washerwoman, often staying at home to wash clothes for other female cultivators in the dilapidated neighborhood, earning only a meager amount of spirit stones. The spirit stones Imo Yunyu earned were not spent on herself. Instead, they were entirely appropriated by Imobai for his son, who had joined the Zishu Immortal sect. Given Imo Yunyu's age, even with a 9th-grade spiritual root, she should not have remained at the first level of qi refinement until now. Observing the girl with her short hair framing her face, a timid expression, and dressed in plain, unadorned garments, Li Qin felt a pang of pity for her. Her clothing was exceedingly modest, not to mention celestial skirts or robes. She could at least don a more decent outfit. The attire of worldly noble women was far more opulent than that of Imo Yunyu. "Masterly, please come inside," Imo Yunyu said, her voice softening further as she brushed back a few stray strands of hair, her eyes flickering with shyness and her cheeks flushed. Li Qin regained his senses and stepped into the courtyard. The young girl hastily invited him into the main hall, attentively using her sleeve to wipe the chair for him before requesting that he take a seat. With a hint of shyness, she spoke, "Masterly, the dishes are not yet ready. Please have a seat for a moment." Li Qin waved his hand dismissively, unperturbed, for neither Brother Mo nor Brother Chen had yet arrived. He urged her to attend to her own matters. The young girl flashed a shy smile at Li Qin, her cheeks flushed, before she dashed away. As he observed her retreating figure, a faint smile graced Li Qin's face. This was the genuine shyness befitting a maiden. He could discern that Mo Yunyu's bashfulness was authentic. Unlike the feigned demeanor exhibited by Shu Chan, Brother Chen, your esteemed presence at my humble abode is immensely appreciated, Li Qin expressed warmly. Please, do come inside. The voice of Mo Bai resonated from outside the courtyard, signaling that Master Chun had arrived. Li Qin rose to his feet and chanced upon Mo Bai respectfully assisting Master Chen Dan into the courtyard, heading towards the hall. Disciple pays respects to the teacher. Upon seeing Master Chen Dan, Li Qin bowed in greeting. Master Chun Dan gestured for a chair and sat down, his demeanor warm and inviting as he spoke. As teacher and student, there is no need for such formalities. Please, take a seat. Mo Bai, you too sit. After Master Chen Dan settled into his chair, Li Chun and Mo Bai followed suit. No sooner had they taken their seats than Mo Bai, glancing at the immaculate tabletop, furrowed his brow, suddenly striking the table with a resounding clap, his expression stern as he called out, Yunyu, come here at once. Father, did you call for your daughter? Mo Yunyu hurriedly approached, her calloused hands brushing against her simple attire, unsure of how to position herself, her expression timid and somewhat awkward. Mo Bai's brow knitted tightly. His voice cold as he demanded, this morning, I instructed you that we would have guests tonight and tasked you with preparing a banquet. Why then? Is everything still not ready? Mo Yunyu cast her gaze downward, softly explaining, Father, there were quite a few garments to wash today, which caused a delay. Such an important matter, and you still allowed it to be postponed? Mo Bai's anger flared, his expression and tone growing even more severe. Li Chun furrowed his brows. At this moment, Mo Bai appeared strikingly different from the Mo Bai he was accustomed to seeing. In the sacred Dan Pavilion, Mo Bai was known for his integrity and gentle demeanor. However, when confronted with his daughter, he resembled a tyrant. Li Chun finally understood why Mo Yunyu donned simple garments and exuded an air of timidity. Observing the anxious and timid young girl, Li Chun found it difficult to bear. He spoke in a low voice, Brother Mo Bai, it is merely a trivial matter. There is no need to become so agitated. Li Chun spoke, and Mo Bai's expression softened slightly. What are you still dawdling for? Quickly bring forth the wine and dishes. After saying this, Mo Bai turned to Master Chun and Li Chun, his demeanor transforming as he smiled warmly and explained, Master Chun, Junior Brother Li, my daughter is rather clumsy, and I apologize for any amusement she may have caused you. Li Chun gently shook his head, refraining from speech, as Mo Bai appeared somewhat unfamiliar to him. Master Chun Dan, with a warm smile, calmly remarked that it was of no consequence. He was in no hurry. Shortly thereafter, Mo Yunyu brought forth the food and drink. Standing awkwardly to the side, the wine served was blood red wine, classified as a grade 1 primary spirit liquor, brewed from crimson spiritual rice. It was suitable for early-stage qi refining cultivators, as it could modestly enhance their magical prowess. The jug of blood red wine on the table had a market price of 20 spiritual stones, considerably more affordable than nourishing qi pills. Many cultivators who could not afford elixirs opted to purchase spirit liquor to aid in their cultivation. Li Qin cast a glance at Mo Bai, then turned his gaze towards Master Chun. A subtle expression of discomfort flickered across Mo Bai's face, clearly indicating his reluctance to indulge in spiritual wine on ordinary occasions. As for Master Chun, he did not exhibit any disdain towards the inferior quality of the blood red wine. Strictly speaking, it was inappropriate for Mo Bai to entertain Master Chin with such a low-grade spirit. Fortunately, Master Chin was not one to dwell on such trivialities. The dishes laid out on the table were rather unremarkable, not of the ethereal cuisine variety, all crafted by the hands of Mo Yunyu, and they appeared quite presentable. Master Chan, I have spent 17 years in the Spirit Pill Pavilion, and it is thanks to your esteemed guidance during this time that I am forever grateful. Mo Bai said as he poured a cup of spirit wine for Master Chin and another for himself. He then raised his glass in a toast towards Master Chin. The latter lifted his cup and downed it in one swift motion, smacking his lips with delight as he chuckled. Ah, blood red wine. It has been many years since I last savored this. Mo Bai's rugged visage flushed a deep crimson as he exclaimed, Master Chin, I have not done enough to honor you, and I sincerely hope you can forgive my shortcomings. Master Chun, maintaining a calm demeanor, shook his head. Mo Bai, I am well aware of your family's circumstances. Your son has done well, joining the Zishu Immortal sect. You have sacrificed everything in hopes of nurturing him into a foundational cultivator to establish your own lineage. Such heartfelt efforts are indeed commendable. Immobile's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as he clasped his hands in a respectful bow. I thank you for your understanding, Master Qin. Without further ado, Master Qin turned his attention to Li Chun, a warm smile gracing his lips. Young Chun, raise your glass as well and join me in a toast. Yes, Master. Li Chun replied. I raise my glass to you. Li Chun rose to his feet, pouring a full cup of wine for Master Qin and a second for himself. As the crimson blood wine slid down his throat, he felt a slight stir of magical energy within him. In his estimation, this blood wine paled in comparison to the qi-nourishing pill. Indeed, while both were classified as first-tier novice elixirs, the qi-nourishing pill was specifically crafted for practitioners at the third level of qi refinement to break through their bottlenecks. Commanding a price of 60 spirit stones, a far cry from what the blood wine could offer. Eat, he urged. Do not indulge solely in wine. Although we cultivators possess a physique stronger than that of ordinary mortals, we are not immune to intoxication. Solely drinking without partaking in food renders the experience rather bland. Master Qin picked up his chopsticks, inviting Li Qin and Immobile to join him in the meal. Observing Master Qin's actions, Immobile, with a wholesome smile, spoke up. Master Qin, junior brotherly, my cooking skills are rather rudimentary, so I implore you to bear with me if my dishes do not meet your expectations. Upon finishing her words, the young woman beside her bowed her head deeply, her humility palpable to the core. Master Qin refrained from offering any comment. Li Chun took a bite of the dish and turned his gaze towards the girl standing beside him. The young maiden bowed her head deeply, her calloused hands resting awkwardly in front of her, resembling that of a humble maidservant. Witnessing her demeanor, Li Chun felt a pang of compassion and instinctively remarked, This dish is delightful. Even the imperial chefs of the mundane palace cannot match such culinary skill. You have worked hard, Yunyu. He then beckoned, Yunyu. Come and join me. As Li Chin's words fell, the young girl raised her head, her eyes suddenly shimmering with a layer of crystalline tears. She shook her head repeatedly, saying, Uncle Li, you need not concern yourself with me. Let Yunyu attend to you all. Junior brotherly, pay her no mind, came the response. What business does a young lady have at the table? She may well stand aside. Immobile turned his gaze towards his daughter, his expression unmistakably growing impatient as he admonished her in a deep voice. What are you dawdling for? Are you foolish? Hurry and pour wine for Master Qin and Junior brotherly. The young girl lifted her hand to wipe the corner of her eye and quickly stepped forward to fill Master Qin's cup, followed by pouring wine for Li Chun. Li Qin gazed at the wine glass before him, then turned his attention to the humble maiden and suddenly found himself devoid of the desire to drink, yearning instead to turn and depart from this place. Li Chun has traversed into this world for 2 decades. Indeed, this realm is characterized by a patriarchal hierarchy. However, Li Chun cannot bear to witness the abject humility of the young maiden before him. Mo Yunyu possesses a 9th grade spiritual root, and while it is not erroneous for Mo Bai to nurture his son, he ought not to treat his daughter with such severity. Observing the meek girl, Li Chin's expression turned grave as he directed a serious gaze towards Mo Bai and earnestly spoke. Brother Mo, please allow Yunyu to take a seat. Otherwise, this humble disciple will find it difficult to partake in the wine. As Li Chin's words fell, the young girl shuddered slightly, her gaze turning towards him, a glimmer of light seemingly igniting in her eyes. Immobile glanced at Li Chin, then at Master Qindan, hesitating for a moment before nodding. Since Junior brotherly has spoken, please take a seat beside him. With that, the girl approached Li Chin, stealing a furtive glance at his handsome profile, her heart racing as she cautiously settled down. Master Qindan chuckled, attempting to ease the atmosphere. Immobile, young lad, you both study alchemy under my tutelage. Let us not jeopardize our camaraderie. Immobile immediately rose, respectfully responding, Master Qin, your words are wise. He continued, Junior brotherly, despite your youth, you have already mastered the art of alchemy independently, earning the admiration of the sect leader and the guidance of Master Qin. Your future is undoubtedly bright. Allow me to raise a toast to you. Yunyu, pour a drink for Junior brotherly. Immobile lifted his cup in salute to Li Chin, who tilted his head back to drink, finding the flavor somewhat unpleasant. Initially, Li Chin held a favorable impression of his senior brother Immobile, but now, that perception began to shift. The 3 shared a jug of crimson blood wine, and before long, the vessel was nearly empty. Immobile's rugged face flushed dark red as he spoke up. Master, Junior brotherly, I have actually summoned you here today for a favor. Li Chin maintained an impassive demeanor, while Master Qin displayed no reaction. In truth, Li Qin had sensed that there was an ulterior motive when Imobai had invited him to partake in a drink. Observing the silence between himself and Master Qin, Imobai continued, Master Qin, junior brotherly. You are both aware that Yun Sheng has entered the Zishu Immortal sect and has already attained the 6th level of Qi refinement. My own aspirations for the immortal path are beyond reach, yet Sheng has a promising future ahead of him. In 2 months, the outer sect competition of the Zishu Immortal sect will take place. The top 10 from this competition will gain entry into the inner sect, receiving greater support in the form of spirit stones and elixirs, with the potential to acquire a foundation building pill to aid in achieving that elusive realm. To secure a place among the top 10, Sheng has set his sights on a premier magical artifact, which requires 2,800 spirit stones. I have procured a portion of spirit stones for Manager Fu, and with my previous savings, I currently possess 2,000 spirit stones, leaving an outstanding deficit of 800. Master Qin, I sincerely hope you can assist your disciple in this endeavor. I assure you that I will repay the spirit stones in due course. 2,800 spirit stones. Li Qin gazed wide-eyed at Imobai. For him, the sum of 2,800 spirit stones was undoubtedly an astronomical figure, far more outrageous than the 120 spirit stones proposed by Shu Chan earlier. Master Qin set down his chopsticks and furrowed his brow as he looked at Imobai, meeting Imobai's hopeful gaze. He remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. I, too, possess little savings. At most, I can lend you 300 spirit stones. Imobai opened his mouth, yet the words lingered on the tip of his tongue before he swallowed them back. Given Master Qin's stature, he could easily afford to lend not just 800 spirit stones, but even 1,000. It was evident that Master Qin was reluctant to part with such a substantial amount. Discussing finances could jeopardize their relationship. Li Qin remained silent. The cultivation world was no different. Discussing the borrowing of spirit stones inevitably strained relationships. Master Qin was only willing to lend 300 spirit stones, which left Imobai feeling dissatisfied, yet he dared not show any disrespect to Master Qin. He turned his gaze toward Li Qin. Li Shidi, you. Before Imobai could finish his sentence, Li Qin interrupted him directly. Imo Shixiang, I have only recently entered the cultivation realm and possess no spirit stones. It would be best for you to refrain from pursuing this topic. Imobai let out a bitter smile. At the round table, neither Li Qin nor Master Qin spoke further. The young girl seated beside Li Qin lowered her head deeply, her calloused hands unconsciously fiddling with the hem of her garment. The atmosphere in the hall grew somewhat tense. After a moment, Imobai took the initiative to break the awkward silence and asked Li Qin, Li Shidi, you have neither taken a wife nor a concubine, and there are no maidservants by your side, correct? Li Qin furrowed his brow, pondering the meaning behind Brother Mo's words. Imobai glanced at Li Qin, then at Imo Yunyu, his expression indifferent as he spoke. Junior brotherly, how does this proposition strike you? If you provide me with 120 spirit stones, I shall entrust the young lady to you, even if it means she serves as a maid or a servant. Li Qin furrowed his brows even deeper. In pursuit of his son's celestial path, Imobai had resorted to desperate measures, even contemplating the sale of his own daughter. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qin spoke coldly, Brother Imo, we are sworn brothers. And Yunyu calls me Shu, how could you propose such an absurd notion? The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, the previously silent Imo Yunyu reached out and grasped the sleeve of Li Qin's robe. Her body trembled slightly, a sorrowful smile gracing her delicate features. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she pleaded, My lord, please accept me. I am willing to serve you as a maid. Li Qin remained silent for a considerable time, meeting the girl's sorrowful gaze, and ultimately retrieved 120 spirit stones from his storage pouch, still untouched by warmth. Li Qin made his way toward his modest dwelling, accompanied by a young maiden with a bobbed hairstyle and a delicate countenance. The girl kept her head lowered, trailing closely behind Li Qin, her gaze fixated on his heels, mirroring his every step. Contemplating the emptiness of his storage bag, Li Qin couldn't help but smile wryly. The 120 spirit stones he had recently acquired had barely warmed before they vanished. His plans to relocate to a grade D cave for cultivation would have to be postponed. Soon, Li Qin arrived at his humble abode with the girl in tow. He paused before the door, and the maiden bumped into his back. Startled, she quickly lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. With a timid tone, she anxiously apologized, My lord, I am truly sorry, it was not my intention. You may scold or chastise me, and you bears no resentment. I only ask that you do not abandon me. Li Qin turned to face the young girl, whose nose was flushed and whose expression was fraught with anxiety. On the verge of tears, gently pinching her delicate nose, Li Qin's gaze softened as he inquired tenderly, "Does it hurt?" The girl was momentarily taken aback. However, she quickly regained her composure and shook her head repeatedly, replying, "No, my lord, it does not hurt." Li Qin gently caressed the slender cheek of the young girl. "Surely your father often reprimands you?" The girl remained silent. As she gazed at the man before her, her shoulders began to tremble slightly, and large, crystal-clear tears cascaded down her delicate face. Alas, Li Qin let out a gentle sigh as he embraced the young girl, saying, "Silly girl, from this day forth, you shall be my companion." The girl, slender and delicate, exuded a subtle fragrance. In his arms, she trembled incessantly, her hands tightly clasping around Li Qin's waist. Unwilling to let go, Li Qin was at a loss for words on how to comfort her. With such a father, she must have endured great suffering over the years. "Ah, is that not Master Dan of the Divine Elixir Pavilion?" Just then, a female cultivator approached, adorned in a flowing green robe with wide sleeves. Reminiscent of an ethereal fairy, it was Shu Chan clad in the trendy wide-sleeved gown popular in the realm of cultivation. She radiated a vibrant beauty, her complexion glowing with a captivating allure. Li Qin paid no heed to Shu Chan's mocking tone. He was merely astonished that she could don the flowing sleeves of the ethereal dress. It is well known that the flowing-sleeved ethereal gown is the most coveted robe among female cultivators, with a price of 300 spirit stones at the Baibao Pavilion, classifying it as a low-grade magical artifact. Shu Chan, with a waist as sinuous as that of a water snake, sashayed towards Li Qin and, in a tone dripping with sarcasm, remarked, "I have heard that you are now capable of refining pills and are being groomed as the heir by Master Qin. Many say you will soon ascend to the rank of alchemist at the Divine Pill Pavilion. Is this the partner you have sought?" Li Qin gently patted Mo Yunyu's back, prompting her to release her hold around his waist and stand obediently to the side, casting a glance at the radiant and enchanting Shu Chan with her graceful figure. Mo Yunyu felt a wave of inferiority wash over her, lowering her gaze. In response to Shu Chan's teasing eyes, Li Qin maintained a stoic expression and calmly stated, "I have had the pleasure of meeting Fairy Shu. Fairy Shu, this is my companion on the path. Now that I have found a partner, would you care to join us in celebrating with a token of goodwill and a cup of joyous wine?" "You." Upon witnessing Li Qin's impassive demeanor and tranquil tone, Shu Chan's playful gaze turned to fury, her smile fading into icy silence. "Li Qin, I ask you, in what way am I inferior to this girl of the qi refining stage? In terms of beauty, I surpass her. In terms of cultivation, I am more profound. What exactly makes her superior to me? When I first proposed to become your partner, you hesitated over a mere 120 spirit stones. Yet now you seek a partner of such inferior quality. What does this mean?" Shu Chan erupted in indignation, her elevated chest rising and falling with the intensity of her emotions, having lost her usual grace and charm. Mo Yunyu, standing beside Li Qin, instinctively took 2 steps away, deeply bowing her head in a display of humility. Li Qin remained expressionless, and in Li's eyes, you truly could not compare to her. "Shu Xinzi, I have matters to attend to and cannot indulge in idle chatter with you," he stated, unlocking the door and gesturing for the young girl. "Shall you come in?" The girl obediently nodded and followed Li Qin into the modest dwelling, watching the door close behind them. Shu Chan's face shifted through shades of anger and disdain as she coldly remarked, "Li Qin, you can only seek such lowly company as your partner. If you think I look down on you, know that I harbor no interest in you either. I must inform you that I have become a partner to Master Yang of the Spirit Talisman Shop. Master Yang is young and accomplished. You wouldn't even be worthy to carry his shoes." Inside, Li Qin's expression remained calm, his heart as still as a tranquil lake. He was aware that the young master Shu Chan spoke of was the proprietor of the Spirit Talisman Shop, a man under 30 who had already reached the 8th level of qi refinement, and a direct descendant of the esteemed Yulong Yang family, a first-tier advanced talisman master, and a diamond among countless female cultivators in Yin Mountain. To become a partner of the Yang master? Perhaps she is merely destined to be his concubine. Li Qin did not believe Shu Chan's words. For someone of her status as a low-tier loose cultivator could never be worthy of a union with a member of the prestigious Yulong Yang family. When Shu Chan had previously sought to test the waters of his relationship with Linglong Xinzi by demanding 120 spirit stones, Li Qin had deemed her unworthy. Mo Yunyu could be considered the one Li Qin purchased with those 120 spirit stones. To speak of love would be a farce. Today merely marked their first meeting, and for Mo Yunyu, Li Qin felt more pity than affection. in comparison to Shu Chan. Li Chen believed Mo Yunyu was more deserving of those 120 spirit stones. With these thoughts, he turned his gaze towards Mo Yunyu. Mo Yunyu anxiously looked at Li Chen. "Young master, are you all right?" Li Chen shook his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he cradled the young girl's face. "It is all right. From this day forth, we shall be partners on the path of destiny. Let us first bring forth a child." The maiden nodded softly. Her voice barely a whisper, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she allowed Li Chen to proceed, her garments rustling gently as they were removed. Within the humble abode, there stood only a hard wooden bed, devoid of even a single blanket. Accompanied by soft murmurs and gentle melodies, crimson petals fell, cascading onto the unyielding wooden surface beneath. After their intimate encounter, the girl clung tightly to Li Chen's chest, her delicate arms wrapped firmly around his waist, unwilling to let go. Li Chen gently caressed the young girl's back and softly spoke, "Xiaoyu, I have wronged you." Residing in the dilapidated conditions of a shantytown, Li Chen had not acquired any possessions. The room was stark and empty. Aside from a hard wooden bed, there was not even a blanket to cover them. Indeed, this night proved to be somewhat unjust for the naive girl encountering the world for the first time. "My lord, Xiaoyu is not wronged," the slender-faced girl murmured as she nestled against Li Chen's chest. "Do you know, my lord, that I am actually very happy? Because I finally have a home. From the moment of our birth, my father favored my younger brother, especially after the test of our spiritual roots. My brother was found to possess a 7th-grade spiritual root, while I was deemed a 9th-grade waste. From that point onward, my father often referred to me as a burden, contemplating selling me. Had it not been for my mother's intervention, perhaps he would have truly sold me, and I lived in constant fear. My father bestowed all his affection upon my brother, beginning from a young age to administer medicinal baths and provide him with elixirs. Everything in our home was for my brother. Eventually, my mother succumbed to illness from overwork, leaving me without any care or concern. My father went to great lengths to send my brother to the Zishu Immortal sect, where he became a servant disciple. My brother proved himself worthy, rising from a servant disciple to an outer sect disciple, not disappointing our father. To ensure my brother's continued ascent within the sect, my father toiled relentlessly to earn spirit stones, sending all that he could spare to Zishu Immortal sect each month for my brother's cultivation. As for me, my father perpetually deemed me a burden, and on several occasions, I feared he might sell me. Thus, I worked tirelessly washing clothes for others to earn a bit of spirit sand, hoping that such efforts would deter my father from selling me. Alas, Li Chen embraced the young girl, letting out a deep sigh as he noticed a considerable dampness upon his chest, a testament to the girl's tears. "My lord, will you forsake Xiaoyu?" she implored. "My lord, Xiaoyu is already yours. She obeys your every command and is willing to do anything for you. Please, do not abandon Xiaoyu." The girl clung tightly to Li Chen's waist, her body tense as she gazed up at him, her delicate face etched with anxiety. Li Chen lowered his head, a profound tremor coursing through his heart. He gently kissed away the tears that lingered at the corners of the young girl's eyes and tenderly reassured her, "Fear not, my dear Xiaoyu. Your gentle and understanding nature assures me that I shall never abandon you. You are already my companion on this journey and in the realm of mortals. We are akin to husband and wife. Rest assured, I will not forsake you. From this moment forth, there is no need for you to feel afraid. Nor should you address me as young master. Instead, call me husband." "Husband." Mo Yunyu gazed at Li Chen's handsome visage, her sorrow transforming into a gentle smile. And she softly uttered the word husband, her voice barely audible. Li Chen's hand gently glided through the strands of the young girl's hair as he softly spoke, "Xiaoyu, you must be utterly exhausted tonight. It would be best for you to rest." Mo Yunyu stubbornly shook her head, her voice barely a whisper. "Xiaoyu does not wish to sleep. She fears that upon waking, it would all be but a dream." Ultimately, however, Mo Yunyu could not withstand the weight of her fatigue and succumbed to slumber. Curled up beside Li Chen, she resembled a delicate creature, even in her sleep. Her brow remained furrowed, as if she were ensnared in a haunting nightmare. Li Chen gently reached out to smooth the furrowed brow of the young girl, silently resolving to treat her with greater kindness. The girl breathed softly, her breaths appearing almost tentative. Li Chen found himself devoid of sleepiness. Since embarking on the path of immortality, he had forsaken the habit of slumber, opting instead to meditate and cultivate in place of rest. Casting a glance at the young maiden beside him, he retrieved a chi-nurturing pill from his storage pouch, allowing his thoughts to dissipate as he entered a state of profound oblivion. When Li Chen opened his eyes once more, the dawn had yet to break. Sensing the surging magical energy within him, He glanced again at the maiden, who lay in sweet slumber, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Not only had he acquired a companion on his journey, but he had also achieved a breakthrough to the third layer of chi refinement overnight. A double blessing had befallen him. Although both Mo Yunyu and Li Qin possessed ninth-grade spiritual roots, and their offspring would likely inherit the same, this was of little consequence. The system's first side quest was to bear a child with spiritual roots, and a ninth-grade root certainly qualified. Li Qin sat cross-legged on his bed, a thought flickering through his mind as he summoned the system panel. The interface remained as simple and pristine as ever. Host, Li Qin lifespan, 2087, cultivation level, third layer of Qi refinement technique, Crimson Flame Art. Spirit Transformation Hand Companion, Mo Union Offspring, None Family, Not Established Main Quest, Establish a Cultivation Family, Incomplete, Side Quest. Give birth to the first offspring with spiritual roots, incomplete. His personal data had not undergone significant changes. Li Qin focused his gaze on his lifespan, feeling a surge of exhilaration within. Originally, he was destined to live for 81 years. But now he could extend that to 87. As his cultivation progressed, he was certain that one day he, Li Qin, would ascend to immortality and become a revered ancestor. Achieving eternal life, after all, is not the pursuit of immortality the very essence of cultivating the Tao? My husband, a delicate voice broke through his thoughts. Turning his head, Li Qin saw that Mo Yunyu had awakened, her cheeks adorned with a faint blush. Li Qin extended his hand, drawing the young girl into his embrace, and gently inquired, "Xiaoyu, do you still feel pain?" Mo Yunyu shyly shook her head. Li Qin's hands began to wander uncontrollably, prompting a thought. Shall we indulge once more? It was not that Li Qin was overly anxious. Rather, his fervent desire to progress and fulfill the system's tasks for rewards consumed him. Before rising to head to the Divine Elixir Pavilion to refine pills, Li Qin resolved to cherish Mo Yunyu one last time, hoping to hasten her conception of their first child with spiritual roots. As soft melodies faded, the once sturdy wooden bed lay in disarray. Blushing with embarrassment, Mo Yunyu quietly dressed herself before assisting Li Qin with his attire. As dawn broke, Li Qin opened the door, feeling invigorated, as if the sunlight itself had grown more radiant, brimming with hope. Mo Yunyu stood at the threshold, her gaze tender as she watched Li Qin depart. Li Qin took a few steps before turning to gaze at the slender girl leaning against the doorframe. The morning sunlight bathed her ear-length hair in a golden hue, while her cheeks flushed a delicate crimson, revealing subtle dimples on her gaunt face. Her eyes, glistening like water, were fixed intently upon Li Qin. Li Qin flashed a smile and said, "Xiaoyu, remain at home diligently practicing. You need not concern yourself with anything until my return." The young girl obediently nodded. And only then did Li Qin turn to depart. Beneath the rising sun, the girl watched as Li Qin's silhouette faded into the distance. Feeling that golden figure was remarkably majestic, Li Qin's silhouette has vanished, and she took a long moment to retract her gaze, raising her head towards the heavens. She clasped her hands together in a gesture of devotion, her expression one of piety as she softly uttered a prayer, beseeching the heavens to bestow blessings upon her husband, wishing him a life filled with fortune and a smooth journey along his celestial path. Li Qin arrived at the Divine Elixir Pavilion and, as per tradition, sought an audience with Master Qin. He expressed his desire to learn the art of concocting the Vitality Elixir. After a brief moment of surprise, Master Qin nodded in agreement to Li Qin's request. "Young lad," he said, "you have already reached the third level of Qi refinement, and your success rate in crafting the cleansing pill has indeed reached a perfect 10. You are certainly ready to learn the preparation of the Vitality Elixir. Very well. Come to see me this afternoon. I shall have time then to guide you in creating a batch of the Vitality Elixir." Li Qin expressed his gratitude to Master Qindan with a respectful bow, saying, "Thank you, Master." Master Qindan waved his hand and replied with a hearty smile. "I have already mentioned that there is no need for such formality between us as master and disciple. Do not be so quick to perform grand gestures. I shall take my leave now," Li Qin said, departing. After taking his leave from Master Qindan, Li Qin proceeded directly to the alchemical chamber designated for apprentices. Inside the chamber, Mo Bai was busily engaged in the process of refining chi-boosting pills. He appeared to have been concocting elixirs throughout the night, his eyes bloodshot and his demeanor somewhat lethargic. Mo Bai cast a sideways glance at Li Qin, offering a subtle nod in acknowledgement, yet refraining from uttering a word. Li Qin nodded in acknowledgement, but refrained from engaging in conversation with Mo Bai. In the span of a single night, the bond between Li Qin and Mo Bai began to fray. As the sun began its descent in the afternoon, Li Chun emerged from the divine alchemy pavilion. Today, he had only concocted a single batch of the Big Adan, spending the remainder of his time under the tutelage of Master Chun, delving into the intricacies of crafting qi-nurturing pills. In truth, Master Chen's guidance was largely unnecessary, for Li Chun possessed a more comprehensive understanding of the alchemical process from his own inheritance. However, he required a mentor, as he could not disclose his possession of a second-tier alchemical legacy. Upon exiting the divine alchemy pavilion, Li Chun initially intended to head straight home. After a moment's reflection, he redirected his steps towards the tailor's shop. He had a few spirit stones in his storage pouch, which he intended to use to procure 2 decent outfits for Mo Yunyu. While he could not afford celestial robes or fairy dresses, acquiring 2 splendid garments of worldly fashion was quite feasible. In addition to purchasing clothing for Mo Yunyu, he also planned to buy a quilt, 2 pillows, and various cooking utensils. With Mo Yunyu accompanying him, Li Chun was unwilling to let her endure any discomfort. If he were alone, he would not require sleep at night. He could meditate in place of slumber and forego grains, subsisting solely on a single Big Adan each day. Yet now, he was no longer solitary. He needed to learn to adapt to this new life. Once Mo Yunyu became pregnant, it would be imperative for her to abstain from the Big Adan, necessitating the purchase of pots, bowls, and other utensils, so that she could consume spiritual rice, meat, and even herbs, ensuring the well-being of the child and preventing any congenital deficiencies at birth. Li Chun would never allow Mo Yunyu to suffer, nor would he permit his future child to endure any hardship. Upon arriving at the tailor's shop, Li Chun spent merely 1 spirit stone to acquire 2 exquisite garments, a silk quilt, and 2 pillows crafted from golden silk wood. The items offered at the tailor's shop were all sourced from the mundane world, catering to the lower-tier loose cultivators of Yinshan Fangs, and were priced remarkably affordably. A single spirit stone was more than sufficient. The proprietor of the tailor's shop was a male cultivator at the 6th layer of qi refinement. When Li Chun presented him with 1 spirit stone, the tailor returned 30 grains of spirit sand as change. In the realm of cultivation, spirit stones serve as the universal currency, categorized into inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional grades. Typically, practitioners utilize inferior spirit stones for their daily transactions. Medium spirit stones are generally reserved for affluent foundation establishment cultivators. Superior spirit stones seldom circulate in the market, as they are primarily used by golden core ancestors or nascent soul true monarchs for their cultivation. As for exceptional spirit stones, Li Chun had yet to hear of their emergence within the cultivation world of Yin country. The exchange rate for spirit stones is such that 100 inferior spirit stones can be traded for 1 medium spirit stone, 100 medium spirit stones for 1 superior spirit stone, and 100 superior spirit stones for 1 exceptional spirit stone. Under normal circumstances, low-tier spirit stones cannot be exchanged for high-tier ones, while the reverse is quite effortless. Spirit sand, a currency in the cultivation realm, represents a lower tier than inferior spirit stones and circulates solely among the lower-tier loose cultivators. Spirit sand refers to the finely crushed fragments of inferior spirit stones, with 100 grains of spirit sand able to be exchanged for a single inferior spirit stone. Previously, when Mo Yunyu washed garments for others, she earned 1 grain of spirit sand for each piece. Despite this, Mo Bai, in a fit of madness, recklessly gifted all the minute spirit sands earned by Mo Yunyu to Mo Yunsheng, who was far away at Zishu sect. It was precisely Mo Bai's frenzied actions that left Mo Yunyu stagnated in her cultivation. Unable to progress beyond the 1st layer of qi refinement after more than a decade of practice, Li Chun carefully secured the 30 grains of spiritual sand from the tailor shop's proprietor, then made his way towards West Street to procure essential household items such as pots, bowls, and utensils. Upon reaching West Street, Li Chun encountered once more the vendor who sold talismans from a humble stall. Beneath the shadow of a dark robe, the vendor, noticing Li Chun's gaze upon him, spoke in a raspy voice, "Have you ascended to the 3rd level of qi refinement? What talisman do you wish to purchase this time?" Li Chun shook his head and smiled at the stall owner, saying, "Friend, I lack spirit stones to purchase talismans. Would you be so kind as to gift me a few?" "Get lost." The stall owner, concealed beneath a voluminous black robe and wearing a mask that obscured his features, revealed only a pair of bright, dark eyes. Li Chun was indifferent to the vendor's demeanor. His words were merely casual remarks, with no expectation that the vendor would bestow upon him any talismans. The materials for talismans, paper, brush, and ink, come with their own expenses. Given their brief acquaintance and lack of kinship, It is rare for any cultivator to generously gift talismans to a stranger. As Li Qin was about to depart, a voice suddenly called out from behind him, "Come back. Here, take this." The vendor halted Li Qin, retrieving a handful of dust-cleansing talismans and tossing them towards him. The dust-cleansing talisman is a rudimentary charm, barely qualifying as a first-tier low-level spirit talisman, primarily intended for the purification of garments, preventing them from gathering dust. However, the lower-tier scattered practitioners are often reluctant to expend spirit stones on such talismans. They would much rather invest a mere grain of spirit sand to enlist the services of a washerwoman like Mo Yunyu, as they offer superior value. Some are even so frugal that they hesitate to part with a single grain of spirit sand. Li Qin instinctively caught a handful of dust-dispelling talismans, standing in place. His expression one of utter astonishment. Though merely an introductory talisman, it incurs a cost. A set of these talismans is priced at 5 spirit stones in the Celestial Talisman Pavilion. Turning his gaze to the stall owner, he sensed, perhaps mistakenly, a flicker of vitality in her eyes. This set of dust-dispelling talismans has been lingering here unsold for quite some time. Consider it a gift to you. The gravelly voice that reached his ears was tinged with an unexpected clarity. Li Qin keenly discerned that the stall owner was a female cultivator, and more intriguingly, a talisman master. In the Yin Mountain Market, there was but one female talisman master capable of crafting intermediate spirit talismans, and that was the prodigious Huang Qingya. Huang Qingya was quite renowned in the Yin Mountain Market, with some enthusiasts daring to place her alongside the illustrious Linglong Fairy, dubbing them the twin beauties of the Yin Kingdom's cultivation world. This comparison arose from their extraordinary beauty and their similarly aloof temperaments. Within the confines of the Yin Mountain Market, numerous male cultivators pursued Huang Qingya, including many scions from esteemed cultivation families. However, Huang Qingya remained indifferent to her suitors, a trait she shared with Linglong Fairy. The distinction lay in their cultivation levels. Linglong Fairy was a foundation establishment cultivator, while Huang Qingya was merely at the qi refining stage. Not yet 20 years of age, Huang Qingya had already attained the 6th level of qi refining and possessed the ability to inscribe first-tier intermediate spirit talismans, earning her immense admiration from male cultivators. Holding the talismans gifted by the stall owner, Li Qin bowed in gratitude, expressing his thanks to the esteemed Huang Fairy for her generosity. "How did you recognize me?" The voice of Huang Fairy, still concealed beneath her voluminous black robe, was now as clear and melodious as a silver bell. Li Qin chuckled lightly, sensing that she was a woman. Considering the intermediate spirit talismans displayed at her booth, he dared to make a bold guess, and to his surprise, he was correct. Huang Qingya, adorned with a mask, gazed at Li Qin with flickering eyes, her voice suddenly turning frigid. "It would be one thing if you merely deduced my identity. But why must you articulate it? The very reason I have chosen to disguise myself while selling talismans is to avoid revealing who I am. Are you not concerned about the repercussions of exposing my identity?" Li Qin's expression stiffened, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the willow leaf flying daggers concealed within his sleeve, then turned to Huang Qingya and offered his apologies. "Fairy, it is I, Li, who has acted thoughtlessly. Please forgive my transgression." It was not that Li Qin was faint-hearted, but rather that the world of cultivation was inherently ruthless. Huang Qingya's cultivation was 3 minor realms above his own, and she was a prodigious talisman master. It is well known that talisman masters wield a vast array of spiritual talismans. A barrage of such talismans could easily transcend minor realms to vanquish foes, should this talented talisman master set her sights on him. Even remaining in the Yingshan market would not grant Li Qin peace of mind. Huang Qingya regarded Li Qin with a teasing glint in her eyes before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, I was merely trying to frighten you. How amusing it is to discover your timidity. However, the flying daggers hidden in your sleeve are rather intriguing." Even I felt a prickling sensation. A mere mid-stage qi refinement cultivator, if caught off guard, would surely fall victim to your blade. In that instant, a chill ran down Li Qin's spine. This was indeed the realm of cultivation, where the flying daggers he once took pride in wielding in the mundane world could be effortlessly seen through by an ordinary mid-stage qi refinement cultivator. It dawned on him how laughable his earlier antics had been in front of the Linglong Fairy. "Fairy Huang, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Li Qin, unwilling to linger any longer, clasped his fists in farewell to Huang Qingya, devoid of even the inclination to purchase pots and pans. Unfazed, Huang Qingya waved her hand dismissively, urging him to depart. "Be cautious henceforth. The realm of immortals is not akin to the mundane martial world. Do not display your cleverness indiscriminately, for it may invite misfortune. Thank you for your sage advice, fairy. I shall take heed, replied Li Chun, acknowledging her counsel with respect. Li Chun bowed respectfully to Huang Qingya, genuinely humbled by her teachings. As he departed, Huang Qingya remained seated, observing his retreating figure. Gradually, she removed her mask, revealing a beautiful, sun-kissed visage, her lips curving into a subtle smile as she murmured to herself, "What an intriguing individual." Li Chun had awakened a sense of caution within her. In the realm of cultivation, one must refrain from speaking indiscreetly and avoid approaching those who are not to be trifled with. Moments ago, Li Chun had deduced Huang Qingya's true identity and entertained thoughts of befriending her. After all, she was a prodigious talisman master, and the advantages of associating with such a talent were abundantly clear. Reflecting on this now, Li Chun considered his earlier impulses somewhat foolish. Equipped with a powerful system, he felt an unwavering confidence in his path as a cultivator, believing himself to stand on equal footing with any genius. Yet, upon deeper reflection, he realized that others were unaware of his advantages. To the outside world, he was merely a cultivator of the 9th grade spiritual root with a modest talent for alchemy, perhaps fortunate enough to have received the guidance of the exquisite Linglong fairy. Approaching others with an attitude of equality was, in fact, a naive endeavor. In the world of cultivation, there is no true equality among individuals. To mortals, cultivators appear as mere ants, and to lower-tier cultivators, those of higher realms are likewise regarded as insignificant. Li Chun returned home with a heavy heart. "My husband, you are back." As Li Chun approached his doorstep, he beheld Mo Yunyu. She was crouched on the threshold, laboriously washing clothes in 2 large basins before her. Her hands were reddened from the scrubbing, and her delicate strands of hair clung to her forehead, dampened by perspiration. Upon noticing Li Chun's return, Mo Yunyu hastily rose to greet him, a subtle dimple appearing on her cheek, her eyes sparkling with undeniable joy. Li Chun furrowed his brow and asked in a deep voice, "Was it not instructed for you to remain at home and diligently cultivate? Who permitted you to wash clothes?" Upon noticing Li Chun's frown, Mo Yunyu suddenly found herself at a loss. She rubbed her flushed hands together in front of her, casting a timid glance at Li Chun, and stammered softly, "Husband, Xiaoyu does not require cultivation. Xiaoyu possesses a 9th grade spiritual root, and no matter how much I practice, I shall never advance beyond the mid-stage of qi refinement. The spirit stone Xiaoyu can earn are few, but I wish to assist you, not to become a burden." She continued, "If I were to become a burden, you would surely come to despise me. You foolish girl." The sight of Mo Yunyu's timid and humble demeanor softened Li Chun's heart. He gently embraced her, uncertain of how to chastise her and reluctant to do so. Mo Yunyu wrapped her arms around Li Chun's waist and cautiously looked up at him. "Husband, I may be foolish. My father has scolded me for being so since childhood. Please do not disdain me. Although I am simple-minded, I am obedient. I am willing to do anything to make you happy." Feeling the girl's humility and fragility, Li Chun's gaze softened further. He tenderly stroked her short hair, reassuring her. "Do not fear, my dear. I would never despise or abandon you. You are not foolish, truly." He added, "Let us go inside. In the future, do not wash clothes for others. I do not lack for those trifling spirit sands." Inferior goods are indeed inferior goods, forever despicable. Li Chun's thoughts turned dark as he heard the voice of Shu Chan return, with a mocking smile gracing her lips and disdain evident in her eyes. She wore a resplendent green robe that shimmered brilliantly. Turning to Shu Chan, Li Chun's expression suddenly turned icy, and a surge of anger welled up within him. The concealed flying daggers within his sleeve slipped silently into his palm as he spoke with a tone of indifference. "Who do you call inferior goods?" Since entering the world of cultivation, Li Chun had tread carefully, keeping a low profile. Yet, this did not imply that he lacked temper. Before stepping into the realm of cultivation, many martial heroes had perished under his flying daggers. A mere inquiry into the secular martial world would reveal that Li Chun, the son of a humble farmer, had ascended to the pinnacle of the secular martial world, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Li Chun's heart surged with murderous intent, a palpable aura of violence radiating from him, and his gaze became exceptionally piercing. Shu Chan was taken aback, a chill running down her spine as goosebumps prickled her skin. Instinctively, she stepped back 2 paces, only to regain her composure moments later. Raising an eyebrow, she spoke coldly. "I refer to the little vixen in your arms, as well as yourself. Do you intend to take my life? Do not forget, my cultivation surpasses yours, and my magical prowess is far greater. Can you truly kill me? Furthermore, we are in the realm of Yinshan, where the prominent cultivation families have explicitly decreed that no conflict among practitioners is permitted within the market. Do you possess the audacity to violate the rules of Ishan? Husband. Please. Just as Li Qin's hand poised to unleash the concealed dagger, Mo Yunyu grasped his sleeve tightly and gently shook her head. Li Qin took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Earlier, he had encountered Huang Qingya's warning, and upon returning, he stumbled upon Mo Yunyu washing clothes. The scornful remarks from Shu Quan ignited the latent resentment within him. Yet, in this critical moment, Li Qin managed to maintain his poise. The prominent cultivation families that established Yinshan Fang had decreed that no killing was permitted within its confines. He could not harm Shu Quan, at least not within Yinshan Fang. At this juncture, he lacked the standing to challenge the authority of the major cultivation families. If one were to speak of disgrace, was it not demeaning for the fairy Shu to serve as a concubine? Li Qin had already suppressed his murderous intent and coldly mocked Shu Quan. He then turned to Mo Yunyu and said, "Little you, let us return to the room and pay her no mind." Mo Yunyu obediently nodded and followed Li Qin inside. Shutting the door behind them, Shu Quan stood a few meters away, staring at the closed door. Suddenly, for reasons she could not fathom, she lost her composure. Her face contorted with rage as she rushed to the door, pounding on it with fervor, her voice sharp and hysterical. "Yu Chun, say that again. I dare you to repeat it." At that moment, Shu Quan seemed utterly unhinged, her eyes blazing with fury as she banged on Li Qin's door. "Li Qin, come out. Come out. I will tear you apart. You are the one who is lowly and worthless. Your companion is the true inferior. I am not. I am not." Inside, Mo Yunyu clung tightly to Li Qin's arm, her face a mask of anxiety, terrified that Shu Quan might break through the door. Li Qin, however, remained composed, no longer swayed by Shu Quan's influence. After a bout of shouting and cursing outside, as neighbors gathered around, Shu Quan gradually calmed down. With a cold snort, she retreated to her own house and slammed the door shut. "Xiaoyu, do not fear. She dares not take action." Li Qin gently comforted Mo Yunyu. Noticing that Mo Yunyu's emotions had stabilized, Li Qin retrieved a silk quilt and 2 golden silk wooden pillows from his storage bag. Mo Yunyu promptly accepted the quilt from Li Qin's hands, skillfully spreading it on the bed, then arranging the 2 pillows neatly. "Xiaoyu, I have purchased 2 garments for you. They should fit well, though I am uncertain whether they will please you." Li Qin once again retrieved the exquisite garments he had purchased for Mo Yunyu from his storage bag. As she gazed at the beautiful attire in Li Qin's hands, Mo Yunyu's eyes brimmed with tears, her gaze shimmering with a crystalline glow, leaving her momentarily stunned in place. Li Qin gently pulled Mo Yunyu closer and softly inquired, "What is it? Do you not like them? Tomorrow, I shall take you to the tailor's shop, where you may choose for yourself." Mo Yunyu vigorously shook her head, cradling the 2 garments in her arms as if they were treasures. A delicate dimple appeared on her slender cheeks, and tears of joy slipped from the corners of her eyes. "I like them. Husband, I truly adore them." Observing the naive girl's touched and contented expression, Li Qin felt a pang of affection for her gentle and understanding nature. Were she another female cultivator, she would likely disdain mundane clothing, preferring instead to don robes of immortality and ethereal skirts. Alas, Mo Yunyu's spiritual root was rather weak. However, Li Qin was indifferent to this fact, for he too possessed a 9th-grade spiritual root. A poor spiritual root did not signify much. With the aid of elixirs, one could elevate their cultivation level, albeit at the cost of additional resources. "Little you, what are you doing?" Li Qin still felt a pang of sympathy for Mo Yunyu, yet the latter, with a boldness that belied her bashfulness, began to shed her garments and approached Li Qin with an alluring grace. Her cheeks flushed a delicate crimson as she softly replied, "Husband, do you not desire a child? I shall endeavor to bear you one as swiftly as possible." Li Qin felt a sense of gratification as he turned over, pinning Mo Yunyu beneath him. Such a well-behaved and understanding young lady. Marrying her would indeed be a stroke of fortune. After a night of tumult, Mo Yunyu nestled in Li Qin's embrace, her face adorned with a satisfied smile. Li Qin exhaled a breath of stale air, gently patting his rounded posterior. "Xiaoyu, rise and shine. Your husband must commence his cultivation." Mo Yunyu blinked, concern evident in her voice as she replied, "My lord, perhaps you should rest for the night. There is no rush to cultivate tomorrow." Li Qin shook his head, his gaze inexplicably firm, and spoke in a deep voice, "Xiaoyu, you must remember that in the realm of cultivation, one's power is of utmost importance. Why do we embark on the path to immortality if not to ascend and attain eternal life? On this journey to divinity, Countless beings vie for that slender chance at transcendence. How could I dare to be negligent? Mo Yunyu stared at Li Qin in a daze, instinctively voicing, "Husband. You seem to have changed, become somewhat different." Li Qin remained silent. He had not changed from the moment he learned of the existence of the immortal realm. He resolved to become an immortal. Mo Yunyu gracefully rose from Li Qin's side, her gaze soft as water, realizing that her husband harbored such lofty aspirations. Little you firmly believed that her husband would undoubtedly achieve his desires. Li Qin tilted his head and asked, "Do you not think that I am indulging in fanciful delusions?" Mo Yunyu shook his head in response. Li Qin gently embraced Mo Yunya in his arms, his gaze resolute and his tone resonant with conviction. "I shall undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the immortal path, ultimately achieving transcendence." Little Rain placed her trust in her husband. Mo Yunya did not mock Li Qin, nor did she perceive his aspirations as mere folly. Rather, she gazed at him with tender eyes, filled with unwavering faith. As the exquisite fairy Linglong remarked, "The realm of cultivation is vast beyond measure, with countless beings vying for a sliver of the chance to ascend. Yet, throughout the ages, how many have truly succeeded in becoming immortals? Among cultivators, those who set their sights on immortality are exceedingly rare. For the majority of foundational cultivators, the ultimate dream is merely to break through to the foundation establishment stage and establish their own lineage, far beyond which they dare not even dream of forming a dan, let alone achieving immortality. The concept of immortal seems almost ethereal. While it may be permissible for Mo Yunya to entertain such lofty ambitions, should Li Qin dare express them to other cultivators, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule." Gazing at the maiden in his arms, a smile involuntarily graced Li Qin's lips as he softly declared, "Little Rain, I am destined to become an immortal. Once I achieve immortality, I shall transcend death itself. From this day forth, you too must devote yourself to cultivation. If you do not elevate your own prowess, how will you keep pace with me and accompany me to witness the myriad wonders along the immortal path? I cannot bear the thought of one day watching you age, your lifespan extinguished and returning to the earth. My husband." The naive girl's eyes shimmered with tears, touched by an indescribable emotion. Li Qin retrieved a jade vial from his storage bag and poured out 2 chi-boosting pills, offering one to Mo Yunyu. "From this moment onward, we shall cultivate together as husband and wife, hand in hand on our journey through the immortal realm." "No." Mo Yunyu, gazing at the chi-boosting pill that Li Qin had extended towards her, stubbornly shook her head and softly replied, "From now on, I shall you will also strive diligently in my cultivation. You should keep the chi-boosting pill for yourself, my husband. It would be a waste for me to use it. Once your cultivation reaches new heights, I will have as many chi-boosting pills as I desire. It is far more important for you to enhance your own cultivation first." Li Qin pondered deeply and realized the truth of the matter. Only when his cultivation reached a higher level could he amass vast resources to elevate Mo Yunyu's prowess. Like himself, Mo Yunyu possessed a 9th grade spiritual root, and without resources, even breaking through to the mid-stage of chi refinement would prove challenging. Given his current circumstances, he truly lacked surplus cultivation resources to assist Mo Yunyu. Having given Mo by 120 spiritual stones, Li Qin found himself in a precarious position. Even the chi-nourishing pills were scarcely sufficient for his own training. Since Mo Yunyu expressed such sentiments, Li Qin did not press the matter. He resolved to gather resources to support Mo Yunyu once he became prosperous. That night, both Li Qin and Mo Yunyu forwent sleep, opting instead to meditate and cultivate in place of rest. At dawn, Li Qin attentively assessed the fruits of his midnight cultivation. After reaching the 3rd layer of chi refinement, he sensed a deceleration in his progress. Even with the consumption of chi-nourishing pills, his magical power grew at an agonizingly slow pace. This cursed 9th grade spiritual root was truly a hindrance. It seemed imperative to find a way to purchase gathering spirit pills or to concoct them for his cultivation. Gathering spirit pills and harmonizing chi pills were both intermediate-grade elixirs used by mid-stage chi refinement cultivators to enhance their magical power. Since the chi-nourishing pills had become less effective, he might as well resort to gathering spirit pills. Furthermore, residing in the slum area was no longer viable due to the excessively thin spiritual energy. Relocating to a cave dwelling was essential. At this moment, Li Qin felt the weight of his poverty acutely. Gathering spirit pills were priced at 100 spiritual stones per vial at the Divine Pill Pavilion, and establishing a cave dwelling atop a spiritual vein would cost 80 spiritual stones per month, even for a low-grade cave. Within his storage bag, he had a mere 5 spiritual stones and 30 grains of spiritual sand. Spiritual stones. Li Chun was in need of spirit stones, and more of them. Mo Yunyu, having awakened from her meditation, appeared revitalized and brimming with energy after a night of diligent cultivation. Observing the transformation in Mo Yunyu's demeanor, Li Chun pondered whether it was a result of her own meditative practice or the nurturing influence he had imparted. Regardless, this change was undoubtedly positive. He hoped that this naive girl could cultivate a greater sense of confidence and shed the timidity that had characterized her before. Xiaoyu, I am heading to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Please take these spirit stones and procure some cooking utensils and other necessities, as well as some spirit rice. Relying solely on meditation, with our 9th grade spiritual roots, it is likely that we shall never reach the later stages of qi refinement in this lifetime. Therefore, do not be frugal with the spirit stones. The spirit rice is essential. Upon rising, Li Chun retrieved the last 5 spirit stones and 30 grains of spirit sand from his storage pouch, handing them all to Mo Yunyu. She gazed at the gleaming spirit stones in astonishment and timidly remarked, "Husband, I have never seen so many spirit stones. Are you not afraid that I might lose them?" Li Chun chuckled softly, extending his hand to caress Mo Yunyu's hair. "Since I have entrusted the spirit stones to you, it signifies my faith in you." Xiaoyu obediently accepted the spirit stones, recalling the items I had instructed her to procure. Mo Yunyu nodded earnestly, her gaze earnest, as she carefully stored away the 5 spirit stones and 30 grains of spirit sand. Li Chun contemplated for a moment before retrieving 2 golden talismans, a swift movement talisman, and a fireball talisman from his storage pouch, presenting them to Mo Yunyu. Before she could utter a word, he imperiously interrupted her, insisting, "Here, take these and keep them on you for protection. Should you disobey, I might become quite displeased. Moreover, cease washing others' garments. Elevating your own cultivation is of utmost importance. Prepare a meal and await my return." With that, Li Chun turned and strode purposefully towards the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Mo Yunyu watched his retreating figure intently, only averting her gaze when he vanished from sight in the dilapidated neighborhood. A delicate dimple appeared on her slender cheek as she looked skyward with a sweet smile, softly murmuring, "Heaven has not been unkind to me, allowing me to encounter my husband. Oh, divine forces, grant him success in all endeavors and a smooth path in his celestial journey." Feeling a touch of greed, she continued her prayer, "I beseech you, may I soon conceive and bear him a child, for he desires one dearly." At that moment, Shu Chan pushed the door open and cast a disdainful glance at Mo Yunyu, her tone sharp and scornful. "Your husband is busy concocting elixirs at the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Yet all he has bestowed upon you are these mundane garments. Has he not gifted you with a celestial robe or fairy dress?" Mo Yunyu, with a gentle smile, regarded Shu Chan's resplendent flowing sleeves and enchanting gown, then glanced at her own attire. Her eyes sparkled with clarity as she replied contentedly, "I adore this outfit. It surpasses any celestial robe or fairy dress." "Ah, inferior goods remain inferior," Shu Chan scoffed, turning to leave. Within the public alchemy room of the Divine Elixir Pavilion, the apprentices stared at Li Chun with rapt attention, the silence almost palpable. Li Chun successfully refined the qi-nourishing pill for the first time. It is important to note that the qi-nourishing pill is indeed classified as a tiered elixir. Although it is merely a low-level first-tier spiritual pill intended for practitioners in the early stages of qi refinement, it is still a recognized tiered elixir. Distinctly different from pills such as the Bigu pill or hemostasis pill, which are considered entry-level and do not possess the same classification. At the Divine Elixir Pavilion, an apprentice receives a mere 1 spiritual stone for refining a batch of Bigu pills. Yet they are rewarded with 5 spiritual stones for successfully producing a batch of qi-nourishing pills. Li Chun paid no heed to the astonishment of those around him. His dire need for spirit stones compelled him to refine his first furnace directly into a qi-nourishing pill. However, he meticulously controlled the success rate of the pill's formation at 50%. 100% success would yield 10 qi-nourishing pills. Li Chun possesses the remarkable ability to achieve a success rate of 100% in alchemy. However, he deliberately restricts this rate to 50%. Henceforth, Li Chun intends to cease his operations in the communal alchemy chamber for apprentices, opting instead to utilize Master Chen's private workshop for his alchemical endeavors. In the communal chamber, under the scrutiny of many, it would be difficult for Li Chun to retain any elixirs for himself. In contrast, Master Chen's secluded workshop allows Li Chun the discretion to refine a batch of 10 qi-nurturing pills, from which he can discreetly set aside 5 for his personal cultivation. Li Chun had carefully devised a plan. With his cultivation at the 3rd level of qi refinement, he could manage to concoct 2 batches of qi-nourishing pills each day. one in the morning and another in the afternoon. Consequently, he could reserve 10 pills daily for his own cultivation and even for Yun Mo's training. However, he felt somewhat guilty towards the enchanting fairy Ling Long for this arrangement. He consoled himself with the thought that once his cultivation improved, he would repay her kindness. Meanwhile, a group of apprentices gathered around him, their eyes filled with envy as they showered him with flattery. Brotherly, it hasn't been 2 months since you began refining the pill of abstinence, and now you can already concoct chi-nourishing pills? Your talent in alchemy truly leaves us in awe. I have been in the Divine Pill Pavilion for 9 years, and I still cannot refine chi-nourishing pills. Brotherly is indeed favored by Master Chen. It seems that Master Chen regards you as his successor, imparting his knowledge generously. As Li Chun listened to the older cultivators addressing him as brother, he became acutely aware of the harsh realities of the cultivation world. Just a moment ago, they had referred to him as junior brother, but now their attitude had shifted dramatically. Li Chun maintained a smile, politely exchanged a few words, and then excused himself, citing the need for rest as he departed from the bustling public alchemy chamber. As he passed by Immobai's location, he found Immobai's expression to be intricate, and his smile took on an obsequious tone. My dear son-in-law, congratulations. It appears that Master Chen truly regards you as his successor, imparting even some of his most treasured alchemical techniques to you. Li Chen remained non-committal. The crowd could think as they pleased, and he could not be bothered to provide an explanation. He would let them assume that Master Chen had imparted to him his most secretive alchemical techniques. Casting a glance at Immobai, Li Chen maintained a calm expression and replied in an indifferent tone, "It is merely the concoction of a nourishing chi pill, far inferior to what Brother Immo has mastered over many years." With that, Li Chen disregarded the displeasure evident on Immobai's face and departed from the location. Upon witnessing Li Chen's swift success in crafting the nourishing chi pill, Immobai referred to him as a worthy son-in-law, seeking to mend their relationship. However, Li Chen did not acknowledge this connection. He was certain that if he did, Immobai would incessantly seek to borrow spirit stones from him, only to send them to his son, who resided far away at the Zishu Immortal Gate. After leaving the communal alchemical chamber for apprentices, Li Chen made his way to Master Chen's residence to seek him out. Is this the nourishing chi pill you have crafted? In the quaint and elegant courtyard, Master Chen reclined in a rattan chair, holding the nourishing chi pill between his fingers while stroking his flowing beard, his expression betraying a hint of unease. 2 maidservants attended to him. One knelt before him, massaging his legs, while the other stood behind, kneading his shoulders. Both maidservants possessed striking beauty and ample figures, being cultivators themselves, with one even surpassing Li Chen in cultivation, standing at the 5th level of chi refinement. Li Chen quietly marveled at Master Chen's enduring vigor, respectfully replying, "Master, this is the chi-nourishing pill that I have just concocted, specially presented for your esteemed evaluation." Master Chen pondered for a moment, his tone imbued with complexity as he spoke. The success rate of pill formation stands at 50%, and the quality is commendable. It seems I must reassess your alchemical prowess. Young Chun, have you forgotten what I previously conveyed to you? Li Chen Zhao clasped his hands in respect to Master Chen Dan, expressing that he would never forget his teacher's teachings. In the bustling alchemy room where many apprentices gathered, to avoid drawing too much attention, the disciple wished to request the use of his master's alchemical chamber for his experiments, hoping for the teacher's consent. Master Chen Dan did not respond immediately. He squinted his eyes, scrutinizing Li Chen Zhao, and after a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke, "Since you regard me as your master, I shall certainly take care of and guide you. My time for alchemical pursuits is limited, but on ordinary days, you may utilize my alchemical chamber to operate the Qingfeng furnace." The disciple expressed his heartfelt gratitude for the teacher's kindness. Li Chen deeply bowed to the elder before him, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. The Qingfeng furnace is a personal possession of Master Chen, a cherished artifact passed down from his own mentor. Had he not genuinely regarded Li Chen as a disciple, he would never have lent the Qingfeng furnace for his use. This furnace, a premier-grade magical instrument, is valued at over 3,000 spirit stones, an extraordinary treasure. The elixirs produced using the Qingfeng furnace far surpass in quality those created with inferior alchemical devices. "You may leave now," Master Chen gestured, indicating for Li Chen to withdraw. Li Chen once again bowed to Master Chen Dan, then retreated to the entrance of the courtyard before turning to depart. After Li Chen's departure, Master Chen Dan reclined in a wicker chair. His eyes narrowed to a fine slit as he murmured softly to himself, "At present, this young man seems quite promising. However, further observation is necessary." Two maids stood behind him, their eyes glimmering with a hint of envy. Although they served Master Chindan, their status was rather lowly. Their sole purpose was to knead his shoulders, massage his legs, and attend to his nightly repose, rendering them unappreciated by him. Li Qin departed from the courtyard where Master Qin resided and proceeded to the herb garden to gather the necessary spiritual herbs for concocting the vitality elixir. He made his way directly to the alchemical chamber designated for Master Qin, ready to ignite the furnace. In the tranquil confines of the chamber, Li Qin gazed at the towering bronze-green alchemical furnace, running his fingers over the intricately engraved phoenix upon its surface, his eyes glimmering with uncertainty. He yearned to possess a furnace of his own, envisioning the possibility of concocting elixirs at home. However, the cost of such a furnace was exorbitant, rendering it beyond his means. Within the Qianlian Pavilion, even the most basic alchemical furnace, a mere artifact, would cost several hundred spirit stones. Alchemical furnaces, being a type of artifact, were priced significantly higher than other varieties. Li Qin carried the ironwood, shaking his head as he cast aside distracting thoughts. He raised his hand and conjured a fireball to ignite the ironwood. The roaring flames licked the alchemical furnace, and as the azure phoenix transformed into a fire phoenix, Li Qin, employing his magical prowess, summoned a great hand to lift the furnace lid, skillfully tossing in various spirit herbs and elixirs. Were it not for his limited magical capacity, Li Qin would have aspired to refine dozens, even hundreds, of qi-nourishing pills in one go. Unfortunately, his cultivation at the third level of qi refining constrained his alchemical skills, preventing him from producing such a quantity of pills at once. The esteemed positions of Master Qin and Master Gu stemmed from their ability to refine dozens or even hundreds of low-grade spirit pills in a single session. Master Qin would open the furnace twice a month, spending the remainder of his time in leisurely retirement. As for Master Gu, he resided in the grade A8 No cave and only opened his furnace once a year. His dedicated alchemical chamber lay mostly unused, necessitating daily cleaning by the staff of the Divine Pill Pavilion to prevent dust accumulation. Despite both Master Qin and Master Gu being affiliated with the Divine Pill Pavilion, their statuses were distinctly different, with the latter receiving a monthly stipend of 1,000 spirit stones for his singular annual endeavor. Li Qin has been at the Divine Dan Pavilion for nearly a year now, yet he has not yet encountered Master Gu Dan. His knowledge of the master comes solely from the tales of the apprentices and attendants of the pavilion. The alchemical furnace ceased its tremors. A crimson hand lifted the lid, and immediately white steam billowed forth from the furnace, filling the air with the fragrant aroma of elixirs. Li Qin approached the furnace. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, he retrieved a plump elixir, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his features. He meticulously stored 10 vitality-enhancing pills into 2 jade vials, sealing one to present to the Divine Pill Pavilion, while the other found its place in his storage pouch. Only then did Li Qin exit the alchemy chamber. As he emerged, the sky had already dimmed, and he intended to submit the vitality pills he had crafted that day before heading straight home. Within the Divine Pill Pavilion, some apprentices, in their relentless pursuit of spirit stones, toiled day and night at the furnace. When their magical energy waned, they would meditate for a brief respite, only to continue their labors once they regained their strength, neglecting their own cultivation in the process. Li Qin would never act in such a manner. Alchemy is fundamentally intended to assist in one's cultivation. The essence of cultivation is the cornerstone of all. To delay one's progress in pursuit of spirit stones is to invert the true order of priorities. Of course, the case is different for cultivators like Mo Bai, who forsake the path of immortality and place their hopes in their progeny. Upon returning to the dilapidated neighborhood and approaching the doorway, Li Qin was greeted by the invigorating aroma of freshly cooked rice. Within the modest dwelling, a stove constructed from stones had been added, accompanied by a table, 2 chairs, and a cabinet. Li Qin entered the room, feeling a sense of congestion. In the past, when he resided alone, the space felt rather desolate and cold. Now, with the presence of Mo Yunyu and the addition of some furnishings, the room appeared more cramped, yet it also exuded a greater warmth of domesticity. "My dear husband, you are back. Please take a seat at the table. The dishes will be ready shortly." Mo Yunyu set aside her tasks, assisting Li Qin to the table before returning to her culinary endeavors at the stove. Li Qin felt a sense of warmth in his heart. If he were in the mundane world, marrying someone like Mo Yunyu would be enough to bring him contentment, even if their lives were modest. Yet, this was the realm of cultivation. Li Qin was not content with the status quo. He was determined to diligently cultivate and enhance his prowess. accumulating more spirit stones to gradually become more formidable. Soon, Mo Yinyu served 2 dishes and a soup, presenting Li Qin with a bowl of spirit rice. In the realm of cultivation, there exists spirit rice, as well as specialized spirit farmers. These farmers cultivate spirit rice to acquire spirit stones, essentially akin to agriculturalists in the world of cultivation. Where there are farmers, there are also landlords. Heishui Prefecture, abundant in mountains and water, offers limited fertile lands for cultivating spirit rice. It is said that in places such as Yunzhou, Pingzhou, Huazhou, and Qizhou, many cultivation families establish spirit fields, employing low-level cultivators to grow spirit rice. This rice, imbued with pure spiritual energy, can aid in cultivation, though its effects are not as potent as those of medicinal pills. Having spent nearly a year in the cultivation world, Li Qin had yet to savor the taste of spirit rice. Lifting the golden bowl, he used his ivory chopsticks to take a bite of the cooked spirit rice, savoring it slowly. It was pleasantly sweet, and as he swallowed, it transformed into pure spiritual energy that nourished his magical power. Seated beside him, Mo Yunyu softly addressed Li Qin, "My dear husband, I have purchased 2 pairs of ivory chopsticks, 20 grains of spirit sand, 10 golden bowls, and an additional 10 grains of spirit sand. The cabinet, table, and chairs cost 1 spirit stone. 2 pounds of spirit rice amounted to 2 spirit stones. I constructed the stove myself using rubble, so no spirit stones were required. You now have only 2 spirit stones remaining." Li Qin nodded and, with a gentle smile, remarked, "You may decide on these trivial matters without the need to provide me with a detailed report." Observing Li Qin's cheerful demeanor, Mo Yunyu felt a sense of relief. Just moments ago, she had been filled with unease, feeling somewhat extravagant for having spent 3 spirit stones and 30 spirit sands in a single day. In the past, she would have needed to wash clothes for 2 individuals to earn those 3 spirit stones. "Why do you only consume vegetables?" Li Qin glanced at Mo Yunyu, who held the golden bowl, delicately sampling the wild vegetables with ivory chopsticks, while the spirit rice in the pot remained untouched. In response to Li Qin's inquiry, Mo Yunyu merely smiled softly and remained silent. Li Qin's gaze shifted, and she comprehended instantly. She was reluctant to consume the spiritual rice, wishing to reserve the finest for Li Qin. "Silly girl, there is no need for such sacrifices." Li Qin rose to his feet, seized the bowl from Mo Yunyu, and filled it generously with spirit rice. He continued, "Allow me to share some delightful news. I have successfully mastered the art of refining qi-nourishing pills. Each furnace yields 5 spirit stones, and I am capable of refining 2 furnaces in a single day." Mo Yunyu blinked in astonishment. "Does this mean my husband can earn 10 spirit stones a day, amounting to 300 spirit stones in a month?" Li Qin chuckled softly and nodded, assuring her, "So, indulge yourself in your meals. I am capable of providing for you." With his words, Mo Yunyu felt a sense of relief. After finishing their meal, Mo Yunyu rose to clear the dishes, while Li Qin intended to assist her, only to be gently pushed away by Mo Yunyu. As she put it, "My husband is destined to become an immortal. He should not partake in such menial tasks." Li Qin acquiesced to her wishes. Once Mo Yunyu had completed her tidying, the 2 retired to bed, engaging in tender intimacy followed by a wave of nurturing affection, before commencing their daily cultivation. Presently, Li Qin was able to refine 2 batches of qi-nourishing pills each day, with each batch yielding 5 pills, totaling 10. Li Qin no longer faced the predicament of insufficient vitality pills. He swallowed 2 in one go. After consuming both, he felt that the enhancement of his magical power was still too sluggish, so he boldly ingested 3 more. The 5 vitality pills he had saved during the day were depleted by him in a single night. Yet, despite this, Li Qin remained dissatisfied with his cultivation pace. Such was the plight of one with a 9th-grade spiritual root, utterly ineffectual. As tranquil days passed by, Li Qin went to the Divine Pill Pavilion every morning, refining elixirs in Master Qin's exclusive alchemy chamber, largely avoiding interaction with the other apprentices. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Mo Yunyu had advanced from the 1st to the 2nd level of qi refinement, while Li Qin had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level. Throughout this month, Li Qin consistently reserved 10 vitality pills daily, totaling nearly 300 by the end of the month. Apart from a few given to Mo Yunyu, all remaining pills were consumed by Li Qin himself, over 270 vitality pills. These were primarily intended for 3rd-level qi refinement practitioners to break through their bottlenecks. Li Qin sensed a formidable bottleneck, akin to a celestial gate barring his passage. No amount of qi-nourishing pills could shatter this barrier. Perhaps he had ingested an excessive number of these pills, resulting in his body developing a resistance to their effects. Li Qin's cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the third layer of qi refinement. Li Qin experienced a profound realization. It is no wonder that the elder from the Zishu Immortal sect once asserted that those with a ninth-grade spiritual root, without fortuitous opportunities, would remain stagnant at the early stages of qi refinement throughout their lives, unable to advance to the mid-stages of qi refinement, and would not even qualify to become a mere disciple of the Zishu Immortal sect. Han Mao, possessing an 8th-grade spiritual root, managed to borrow a nourishing qi pill from Li Qin, which allowed him to break through his bottleneck and ascend to the 4th level of qi refinement. Li Qin, despite consuming an abundance of qi-nourishing pills, remains unable to break through the formidable barrier separating the 3rd and 4th layers of qi refinement. This obstacle feels as impenetrable as the gates of heaven. The disparity between an 8th-grade spiritual root and a 9th-grade spiritual root, though merely a single rank, is astonishingly vast. Li Qin had gained a deeper understanding of the extent of wastefulness associated with a 9th-grade spiritual root. It appeared that the qi-nourishing pill would not suffice for him to transcend to the 4th level of qi refinement. He would need to resort to the spirit-gathering pill instead. However, there was no rush in this matter. Since his entrance into the immortal realm, he had scarcely completed a full year. In this brief span, he had transformed from a mere mortal into a cultivator, reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd level of qi refinement, which bordered on the implausible. Fortunately, Li Qin had limited interactions with others, thus avoiding any suspicion. Today marked the monthly salary day, a time when the apprentices of the Divine Pill Pavilion gathered, each adorned with expressions of hopeful anticipation. As this was the culmination of a month's arduous alchemical work, Zhou Jian stood apart from the rest. Throughout the month, he had frequented the Divine Pill Pavilion infrequently and had hardly utilized the furnace. Amidst the crowd, Zhou Jian's pallid visage bore no expression, and his gaze was almost devoid of warmth. Manager Fu routinely perused the account books, announcing, Zhu Dashan, this month you have successfully refined 30 furnaces of the Bigu pill and 30 furnaces of the hemostasis pill, totaling 60 spirit stones. Ma Chong, you have refined 70 furnaces of the Bigu pill, amounting to 70 spirit stones. Imobai, you have refined 130 furnaces of the qi-nourishing pill, totaling 650 spirit stones. Li Qin, you have refined 57 furnaces of the qi-nourishing pill, amounting to 285 spirit stones. After a brief pause, Manager Fu continued, Zhou Jian, this month you have refined 2 furnaces of the spirit-gathering pill, totaling 20 spirit stones. His gaze turned to Zhou Jian, laden with unspoken implications. The enchanting fairy Ling Long sat regally at the high table, idly toying with her nails. Once everyone had collected their spirit stones, Manager Fu finally spoke. The rest may disperse. Li Qin, please remain. The others had grown accustomed to Manager Fu's request for Li Qin to stay behind and exhibited no reaction. After the crowd departed, Manager Fu regarded Li Qin with a genial smile, yet remained silent. Fairy Linglong maintained her poised position, her gaze playfully appraising Li Qin, also choosing not to speak. With Manager Fu at the pinnacle of qi refinement and Fairy Linglong a formidable foundation establishment cultivator, Li Qin felt parched and uneasy under their scrutinizing stares. Li Qin pondered for a moment, then first bowed respectfully to the Linglong fairy, followed by a bow to Master Fu, and humbly inquired, might I ask what matters the sect leader and Master Fu have entrusted me with? The Linglong fairy rose gracefully from her elevated position, petite and fair of face. She adorned her head with a crown woven from fresh flowers, and with a smile, she asked, have you reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level of qi refinement? If my memory serves me correctly, you have been in the realm of cultivation for less than a year, and you possess a 9th-grade spiritual root. Is that not so? Li Qin's heart sank, and his back felt damp. Before Li Qin could respond, the enchanting fairy continued. I heard from Uncle Fu that you do not refine alchemy alongside the other apprentices, but rather, you operate the furnace alone in Master Qin's alchemy chamber? Li Qin raised his head, meeting the playful gaze of the exquisite fairy, and replied with a wry smile, I should not have detained the elixir without permission. Please forgive me, esteemed master. At this point, Li Qin candidly admitted his wrongdoing. Although no one had witnessed his act of withholding the elixir, both the exquisite fairy and Master Fu had already surmised the truth. It is likely that even Master Qin was aware, yet chose to turn a blind eye to the matter. Li Qin understood that it would be far more prudent to candidly acknowledge the truth rather than attempt to argue his way out before the enchanting immortal Linglong. Even if the immortal were to become incensed, reclaiming the 285 spirit stones he had acquired and expelling him from the Divine Pill Pavilion, Li Qin would harbor no resentment. Indeed, he felt he had wronged the Immortal. To his surprise, however, the Immortal Linglong did not exhibit anger. She gracefully approached him, tilted her head slightly, and with an ethereal voice inquired, "I am quite curious. What is your success rate in refining the qi-nourishing pill?" Li Chenchao respectfully clasped his hands before the enchanting Linglong fairy and replied earnestly, "Esteemed Pavilion Master, I have achieved a perfect success rate of 10 out of 10 in the refinement of qi-nourishing pills." 10 out of 10? Exclaimed the astounded Manager Fu, tugging at a strand of his grizzled beard as he gazed incredulously at Li Chen. The Linglong fairy, however, displayed a more measured reaction. After a moment of contemplation, she gently stroked her smooth chin and remarked softly, "It appears you possess some hidden fortune as well." Li Chen opened his mouth, uncertain of how to respond. He possessed a second-tier alchemical inheritance. Was it appropriate to share this with Fairy Linglong? It seemed plausible. However, the existence of his system was something he could not disclose to her. As he pondered on how to articulate his thoughts, Fairy Linglong raised her hand to halt him and spoke calmly. "There is no need for you to explain. Since this is your fortune, cherish it well. Until your cultivation reaches a level where you can safeguard this opportunity, do not reveal it." "Thank you, Fairy." Li Chen deeply bowed to the enchanting Fairy Linglong, his voice hoarse. He had initially prepared to offer the second-tier alchemical inheritance to her, a decision he did not resist, for Fairy Linglong had bestowed upon him great kindness. However, to his surprise, Fairy Linglong had no intention of prying into his secrets or coveting his opportunities. Thankfully, it was Fairy Linglong. Had it been another foundational cultivator, they would undoubtedly have sought to extract the second-tier alchemical inheritance from him. In that moment, Li Chen profoundly realized that he was still not sufficiently shrewd, not sufficiently cunning, nor cautious enough. Moreover, he recognized that in the realm of cultivation, no practitioner was to be underestimated, especially someone of Fairy Linglong's caliber. With this matter now settled, there was no need for anxiety. As she spoke, Fairy Linglong ascended to her elevated position, directing her gaze towards Manager Fu. "Uncle Fu, please arrange for him a private alchemy chamber." Manager Fu nodded calmly, understood. Li Chen stood dazed at the spot, momentarily at a loss for how to react. The exquisite fairy smiled warmly at Li Chen, saying, "From now on, you may refine any elixir you desire. You shall keep half of the concocted pills, while the remaining half will be entrusted to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Furthermore, for every batch of elixirs you successfully refine, the pavilion shall bestow upon you a share of spiritual stones commensurate with their grade, and this arrangement shall remain unchanged. I will also remind you Feng and Yunji that you are free to access the spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden. By the way, I heard from Uncle Fu that you have found a Dao partner, the daughter of a Mobai, is it not?" Li Chen instinctively nodded. After a moment of contemplation, the exquisite fairy raised her hand and tossed a jade slip, stating, "You have taken a partner. This celestial being presents you with a gift to celebrate your union." Li Chen extended his hand to receive the jade slip, gazing at the enchanting Linglong fairy perched gracefully above. Overwhelmed with gratitude for this celestial being, he was poised to articulate his heartfelt thanks. However, the Linglong fairy dismissively waved her hand, saying, "That will suffice. You may take your leave now. Remember, in the realm of cultivation, one's power is paramount. Do not neglect your training." Li Chen once again bowed respectfully and withdrew from the hall, only turning to leave once he reached the entrance. After his departure, the enchanting Fairy Linglong smiled playfully, her words laden with significance. She revealed that her initial decision to bring him to Yingshan Fong stemmed from his unwavering determination in the Tao and his striking resemblance to her elder brother. Never anticipating that she would uncover such a remarkable individual, Manager Fu squinted, expressing skepticism. "Miss, even if he possesses fortune, such praise may be excessive." Fairy Linglong shook her head. "Uncle Fu, his fortune is indeed noteworthy, but more importantly, his steadfastness in the Tao is exceedingly rare in the realm of cultivation. My innate divine perception has sensed a shift in his fortune. Cultivating a rapport with him will undoubtedly be beneficial to my path. Ordinarily, a person's fortune is predetermined at birth, yet his is peculiar, evolving only after he embarked on his journey as an immortal. If I extend a modicum of support during his humble beginnings, and he is not ungrateful, he shall, in due course, yield a thousandfold return." Manager Fu, taken aback, opened his mouth in astonishment, rendered speechless. He harbored no doubts about Fairy Linglong's judgment, for he alone understood the astonishing origins of the young lady he had nurtured since childhood. Stepping out of the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Li Chen felt a dampness on his back, the evening breeze brushing against him, leaving him with a chill. Li Chen found himself engulfed in a tumult of emotions. He had assumed that his clandestine retention of the elixir would remain undiscovered, yet the truth had inevitably come to light. The crux of the matter lay in his cultivation. Having recently ascended to the third level of qi refinement, within merely a month, he had reached the pinnacle of this stage, a rate of advancement that should not be characteristic of one with merely a ninth-grade spiritual root. Such a pace of cultivation was expected only of those with superior spiritual roots. Given Li Chen's innate talent and the fact that he had utilized the exclusive alchemical chamber of Master Chun, it was not difficult for Fairy Ling Long and Manager Fu to deduce that he had illicitly retained the elixir, forcefully elevating his cultivation to the zenith of the third level of qi refinement. It was not only Fairy Ling Long and Manager Fu who harbored suspicions. Master Chen had likely arrived at a similar conclusion, though he chose to turn a blind eye. Despite the absence of concrete evidence, Li Chen chose to candidly admit his actions. The realm of cultivation is not governed by the necessity of proof. Mere suspicion suffices. To engage in a defense before Fairy Ling Long would be an act of sheer folly. Li Chen began to reflect upon himself. The realm of cultivation is not akin to the mundane world. He realized he had not exercised sufficient caution. While it is indeed crucial to enhance one's cultivation, one must not be overly hasty. A rapid advancement in strength does not align with his inherent aptitude of a mere ninth-grade waste spirit root. And to the eyes of outsiders, it would undoubtedly appear as though he harbors some hidden fortune. In the world of cultivation, what should a practitioner do when they learn that another practitioner, whose cultivation is inferior, possesses such hidden opportunities? The adage "an innocent man suffers for possessing a gem" aptly encapsulates this principle. Li Chen silently rejoiced, his gratitude towards the enchanting Immortal Ling Long reaching an unparalleled height. He resolved that once his cultivation advanced, he would repay Immortal Ling Long handsomely. She was not only his guiding light on the path of immortality, but had also bestowed upon him numerous favors. Upon learning that Li Chen had secretly withheld elixirs, Immortal Ling Long did not chastise him. Instead, she instructed the steward Fu to provide him with a private alchemy chamber, granting him numerous privileges. Moreover, she gifted him a jade slip. The contents inscribed within the slip remained a mystery to Li Chen, as he had yet to develop spiritual awareness and could not access the information within. This experience prompted Li Chen to engage in profound self-reflection. Resolving to exercise greater caution in the future, Li Chen adjusted his mindset, choosing not to return home, but instead to make his way to the spiritual distillery. Li Chen intended to procure a flask of spiritual liquor as a gift from Master Chen Dan. Master Chen regarded Li Chen as a disciple, generously lending him his personal alchemy chamber and turning a blind eye to the matter of Li Chen discreetly withholding elixirs. Li Chen felt the need to express his gratitude, acknowledging that such kindness should not go unrecognized. The spiritual liquor house, situated in the heart of Een Mountain Square, is in close proximity to the Delicacies Pavilion and belongs to the Bai family of Chizhu Mountain. Even before approaching the spiritual liquor house, a rich and intoxicating aroma of wine wafted through the air. Li Chen stepped into the spirit wine workshop, whereupon a smiling maid approached him and inquired, "Esteemed guest, our establishment offers crimson blood wine, bitter bamboo wine, green bamboo wine, and monkey wine. Which one would you like to purchase?" Li Chen cast a glance at the maid, noting her cultivation level at the third stage of qi refinement, which was comparable to his own. The spiritual winery primarily offered 4 types of spiritual wines: crimson blood wine, bitter bamboo wine, green bamboo wine, and monkey wine. Among them, monkey wine held the highest grade, classified as a first-tier advanced spiritual wine, capable of enhancing the magical prowess of practitioners even in the later stages of qi refinement. Li Chen contemplated his situation. The spirit stones in his storage bag were insufficient to purchase the monkey wine, and even acquiring the green bamboo wine would be somewhat challenging. Ultimately, he resolved to buy a jar of bitter bamboo wine to present to Master Chen Dan. With only 285 spirit stones remaining in his storage bag, he needed to reserve 80 for renting a cave for cultivation, thus he could not afford to be extravagant. The maid nodded and brought forth a wine jar. Presenting it to Li Chen, "Esteemed friend, the price is 90 spirit stones." "Hold on," interjected Qing'er, "do not accept this esteemed Li Daoist spirit stones." Just as Li Chen was about to hand over the spirit stones, a young gentleman clad in white, swaying his folding fan, gracefully entered the marketplace. Upon seeing the newcomer, the maid immediately bowed, and Qing'er respectfully greeted the young master. Li Chen gazed at the newcomer and respectfully clasped his hands together, greeting. "I have the honor of meeting young Master Bai San." The individual before him was Bai Feng, a direct descendant of the Bai family from Qingzhou Mountain. Known as the third son due to his rank, and he held the position of the master of the spirit wine workshop. The Bai family of Qizhou Mountain is one of the prominent immortal cultivation clans in Heishui Prefecture. In Heishui Prefecture, there are two major foundational cultivation families, the Yang family of Heishui Fish Dragon and the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff. Both of these esteemed families are safeguarded by their respective foundational ancestors, making them the largest immortal cultivation families in the region. Beneath these two formidable clans lie the Bai family of Qingzhou Mountain, the Situ family of Crescent Lake, and the Zhao family of Yin Wind Cliff. Among other Qi refinement families, Yin Mountain Workshop was established through the collaboration of the two foundational families and several Qi refinement clans. The Bai family of Qizhou Mountain boasts several peak Qi refinement cultivators, rendering their influence second only to the two major foundational families in the myriad of immortal cultivation clans within Heishui Prefecture. Li Chen heard that there was a member of the Bai family on Qizhou Mountain, a peak cultivator of Qi refinement, in seclusion attempting to establish a foundation. The veracity of this news was difficult for him to discern. Do you recognize me, young Master Bai? Young Master Bai was one of the few exceptional youths in the Insha region, nearly the same age as Li Chen, yet already possessed a cultivation level of the 6th layer of Qi refinement. His acknowledgement surprised Li Chen, for he was merely a novice at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Standing before Li Chen, young Master Bai gracefully waved his folding fan. His smile warm and gentle as jade, creating an ambience reminiscent of a refreshing spring breeze. I have heard of you, Taoist Li. I know you are an apprentice at the Shendan Pavilion and have already mastered the art of refining the pill of absorption in the pill of vitality. Young Master Bai expressed his fondness for making friends. This pot of bitter bamboo wine is a token of our first meeting. I hope you will graciously accept it and allow me the honor of being your friend. Li Chen's thoughts whirled as he wore a polite smile. Then I shall express my gratitude to you, Taoist Bai. Bai Feng returned a warm smile and nodded. I reside in cave number 3 of the Class B district. Taoist Li, whenever you find leisure, feel free to visit my humble abode. Li noted this down. However, esteemed Taoist Bai, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall visit another day. Li Chenjiao, the esteemed 3rd young Master Bai, bid farewell with a courteous gesture. Bai Feng, maintaining his unyielding smile, escorted Li out of the spirit wine workshop, his demeanor impeccable. Upon exiting, Li Chenjiao's gaze flickered with understanding. The 3rd young Master Bai was indeed attempting to court him on behalf of King's Hushan, though he was merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Capable only of concocting the spirit-resolving pill and the vitality pill, was this enough to pique the interest of the immortal families? Should Bai Feng genuinely wish to befriend him, Li would have no objections. However, if Bai Feng aimed to persuade him to forsake the Divine Pill Pavilion in favor of King's Hushan, Li would categorically refuse. The Bai family of King's Hushan wielded considerable influence in Heishui Prefecture, yet compared to the illustrious Linglong Fairy, they paled in comparison. In truth, the Linglong Fairy held the title of the most formidable immortal power in Heishui Prefecture, perhaps second only to the Zishu immortal sect in the entirety of the Yen Kingdom's cultivation world. Even if Li Chenjiao were to depart from the Divine Pill Pavilion in the future, it would be to establish his own cultivation family, not to affiliate with others. Bai Feng presented Li Chenjiao with a flask of bitter bamboo wine, which Li graciously accepted. To refuse would likely offend Bai Feng, despite his outwardly refined demeanor. His true nature remained uncertain. After leaving the spirit wine workshop, with the flask of bitter bamboo wine in hand, Li pondered briefly before making his way to the neighboring delicacies house. It would seem inappropriate to visit Master Chen with only a flask of wine, fortunately. This gift from Bai Feng saved Li 90 spirit stones. Li Chen intended to package several exquisite dishes from the Jinxiu building, accompanied by a bottle of bitter bamboo wine. Before paying a visit to Master Chen Dan, Li Chen had just packed 3 exquisite dishes at the Jinxiu building, leaving him devoid of 100 spirit stones. Among these, the spirit fish soup was particularly exorbitant, priced at an astonishing 70 spirit stones. The Jinxiu building is a property of the Yang family. Known for their black water fish and dragon enterprises, the Yang family has cultivated spirit fish along a 300-mile stretch of the Heishui River within the borders of Heishui Prefecture. And it is rumored that they have even nurtured a second-tier fish dragon to serve as their clan's spiritual beast, hence the name Fish Dragon Yang family. The most renowned dish at Jinxiu building is the red dragon soup, which is made by simmering the first-tier advanced demon beast, the red carp. This dish, aptly named red dragon soup, is priced so exorbitantly that Li Chen cannot afford it. Upon exiting the Jinxiu building, he unexpectedly collided with three individuals. At the center stood a rotund middle-aged man, his face glowing with vitality, adorned with a pair of lewd mustaches above his lips. He was clad in an elegant white robe with cloud patterns, flanked by two enchanting female cultivators. This middle-aged man was a significant figure in Ancient Square, and Li Qin recognized him. His name was Yang Dishio, the overseer of the talisman shop, colloquially referred to as Master Yang. He was a distant relative of the fish dragon Yang family, in his 50s, and possessed an 8th-layer qi refinement cultivation. Accompanying Master Yang were two alluring female cultivators, one of whom, dressed in a flowing green robe, was none other than Shu Chan, whom Li Qin had not seen for quite some time. During this interval, Shu Chan maintained her resplendent appearance in her wide-sleeved flowing robe. Initially, she wore a flattering smile, but upon unexpectedly encountering Li Qin, her expression abruptly froze, and her demeanor became somewhat awkward. Li Qin stepped aside, his gaze sweeping over Shu Chan before quickly diverting elsewhere. When he first arrived at Ancient Square, Shu Chan had been at the pinnacle of the 4th layer of qi refinement, earning spirit stones for her cultivation by preparing and washing spirit paper for talismans. Now, observing the fluctuations of her magical energy, it was evident that she had fallen from the apex of the 4th layer to the 3rd layer of qi refinement, and was on the verge of descending to the 2nd layer. Li Qin felt a hint of amusement but ultimately suppressed it. Not long ago, Shu Chan donned a wide-sleeved, ethereal gown and proclaimed that she had become a Tao partner of Master Yang from the Spirit Talisman Shop. At that moment, Li Qin had assumed that Shu Chan had attached herself to a wealthy benefactor, serving as a concubine or maid for Master Yang. However, it has now become evident that Shu Chan was not merely a concubine. She had become a furnace for Master Yang, having her cultivation absorbed by him. Li Qin stifled a smile as he deftly navigated past Yang Fushi and Shu Chan, departing from the Jinxiu building while carrying the bitter bamboo wine and 3 exquisite spiritual dishes. Yang Fushi cast a sidelong glance at Shu Chan, inquiring, "Do you know that young man from earlier?" Shu Chan's smile faltered, her demeanor uneasy as she nodded and linked her arm with Yang Fushi's, playfully asserting, "That lad is named Li Qin. He was my neighbor and we have some past grievances. My lord, why not teach him a lesson and relieve my frustrations?" Yang Fushi regarded Shu Chan with a bemused expression. "If he were merely a loose cultivator at the 3rd level of qi refinement, I might consider it. But tell me, how could a 3rd level cultivator afford bitter bamboo wine or the exquisite spiritual fish soup from Jinxiu building?" Shu Chan's expression shifted, her words faltering under the scrutiny. The female cultivator accompanying Yang Fushi looked at Shu Chan with derision, sweetly chiming in, "My lord, I too am aware of that cultivator named Li Qin. He is an apprentice at the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, under Master Qin, and is already capable of refining both the sustenance pill and the qi-nourishing pill, earning Master Qin's favor. About a year ago, the celestial Linglong personally brought Li Qin into Ancient Square, witnessed by many cultivators. One could say that celestial Linglong is his guiding light on the path of immortality." Yang Fushi's demeanor darkened, turning sharply to Shu Chan, his eyes cold as ice. "Wretched servant, are you trying to ensnare me?" With weakened legs, Shu Chan collapsed to the ground, her face drained of color as she clutched Yang Fushi's leg, hastily shaking her head. "My lord, it's not like that, not at all. Please, allow me to explain. Li Qin's relationship with Celestial Linglong is not so intimate. Someone of her stature would hardly concern herself with a minor figure like him." Yang Fushi's expression turned frigid as he kicked Shu Chan aside. "Do you not know that Celestial Linglong ascended to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment years ago, severing the first true transmission of the Zishu sect, Song Shufei's sword? The Zishu sect has remained silent ever since. A person of her caliber could shake the very foundations of Heishui Prefecture with but a stomp. Regardless of the nature of that young man's connection to Celestial Linglong, I shall not risk myself for a wretched maid such as you. Begone, from this day forth. Do not let me see your face again." With a forceful kick, Yang Fushi entered Jinxiu building with the other female cultivator, leaving Shu Chan sprawled on the ground, her flowing celestial gown shimmering brilliantly. Around her, a crowd gathered, casting curious glances at the fallen Shu Chan outside the Jinxiu building. Shu Chan numbly rose from the ground, gazing at Yang Fushi's retreating figure, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her smile hauntingly bitter. Recently, Yang Fushi had promised Shu Chan that if she became his furnace cauldron, he would gift her a celestial gown and reward her with 1,000 spirit stones afterward. For the sake of her path to immortality and the promise of 1,000 spirit stones, Shu Chan gritted her teeth and agreed. What did it matter if her cultivation was diminished? She could always cultivate back to her former self. However, at present, aside from the flowing sleeves of her ethereal gown. Shuchan had not received the promised 1,000 spirit stones from Master Yang. Deep down, she understood that the likelihood of obtaining those stones was slim. Sensing the mocking gazes of the surrounding cultivators, Shuchan clenched her silver teeth, nearly shattering them. Her smile twisted in anguish, her eyes filled with venomous resentment. She dared not direct her hatred towards Master Yang, for the disparity between them was so vast that it rendered her incapable of harboring animosity. Thus, all her resentment was redirected towards Li Qin. Li Qin, she seethed, departing from the delicacy pavilion. Never before had she felt such a sense of disgrace and humiliation. As for Li Qin, he remained indifferent to Shuchan's plight. On the path to immortality, countless beings vied for the slender chance of ascension. Upon reflection, one could comprehend Shuchan's actions. In the realm of cultivation, there were many practitioners akin to Shuchan. Countless lower-tier rogue cultivators would go to any lengths in pursuit of their immortal aspirations, striving to elevate their prowess. What would Li Qin be like now if he had not possessed the system or encountered the enchanting fairy Ling Long? Li Qin shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts, and stepped towards the cavern area. The Yinshan workshop is divided into 4 distinct zones: the central commercial district, the cavern area constructed upon the spiritual vein, the western street where independent cultivators set up their stalls, and the impoverished shantytown at the outskirts of the market. The shantytown serves as the slum of Yinshan workshop, while the cavern area is regarded as its affluent district. The caverns built upon the spiritual vein are categorized into different ranks. The status and cultivation levels of the cavern's owner vary according to the type of cavern. The ethereal fairy Ling Long resides in the A-class number 1 cavern, signifying her position as the foremost individual in Yinshan workshop. Master Chun Dan dwells in the B-class number 7 cavern, which also reflects his standing within the community. In front of the cavern, an array is meticulously arranged. Li Qin stood before the cave dwelling, holding a jar of bitter bamboo wine and 3 divine dishes. With utmost reverence, he spoke, "Disciple Li Qin seeks an audience with my esteemed teacher." As his words echoed, the luminous curtain parted, revealing a curvaceous young maiden who swayed gracefully as she approached. With a respectful demeanor, she addressed Li Qin, saying, "Young master, my lord bids you to enter." Li Qin cast a glance at the maid, secretly criticizing Master Chen Dan's taste. It seemed that his mentor had a particular fondness for this voluptuous type. "You are quite thoughtful," he remarked. "Come, let us dine together." The exquisite and lavish decor of Master Chen Dan's abode dazzled Li Qin's eyes. Li Qin sat gracefully upon a chair intricately carved from precious spirit wood. The table, too, was a masterpiece of first-grade spirit wood craftsmanship, as was the chair itself. Within the cave dwelling, there were 2 maidservants, both at the early stage of qi refinement, distinct from those Li Qin typically encountered. Master Chen possessed 2 residences. One was the grade B number 7 cave dwelling, while the other was an estate situated behind the divine Alchemy pavilion. During the day, he mostly basked in the sunlight in the garden behind the pavilion, returning to his cave dwelling at night. Li Qin had spent a considerable amount of time in the company of Master Chun, whose full name was Chun Tiange. He was a person who greatly indulged in the pleasures of life. As for cultivation, Master Chun had long since adopted a laid-back approach. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a commonly accepted notion that practitioners must strive to reach the foundation establishment stage before the age of 60, the younger one is, the greater the likelihood of success. Beyond the age of 60, one's vitality begins to wane, and the soul starts to decay, rendering the prospect of achieving the foundation establishment stage nearly impossible. Master Chun had already surpassed the age of 60, now at 79 and nearing 80. The lifespan of a qi refinement practitioner is approximately 120 years, while breaking through to foundation establishment can extend one's life to 200 years. A golden core cultivator enjoys a lifespan of 500 years, and a nascent soul true monarch can live for a millennium, witnessing the shifting tides of time. This is also the reason why cultivators are so fervently devoted to their practice, as the majority aspire to live longer lives. Within the cave dwelling, a handmaiden raised her chopsticks, delicately holding a piece of fish and bringing it to Master Chen's lips. However, Master Chen paid her no heed. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Li Qin and inquired calmly, "Young Chen, what brings you here today? Do you seek something from this old man?" Li Qin quickly shook his head, clarifying that his teacher had misunderstood him. The teacher had always shown great concern for his disciple, and since Li Qin had just received some spirit stones today, he thought to purchase a pot of spirit wine to express his gratitude to his teacher. Master Chen gazed at Li Qin, his expression a blend of skepticism and curiosity. "Are you truly not seeking anything from me?" he inquired. Li Chen found himself in a perplexing situation. "Teacher, the disciple harbors no ulterior motives." Master Chindan nodded slowly, his expression softening, and a hint of satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. "Over the years, I have taken in numerous apprentices. Many are adept at flattery. Yet none have shown the same level of genuine concern for me as you do. The bitter bamboo wine costs 90 spirit stones for a flask, and these 3 spirit dishes amount to over 100 spirit stones. Your cultivation is modest, and your spirit stones are limited, not to mention you have a partner. In the future, refrain from such extravagant displays. Young Chen, your thoughtfulness brings me great comfort. Do you have enough spirit stones?" Li Chen nodded, expressing gratitude for his teacher's concern, assuring that he had sufficient spirit stones. Master Chen raised his cup and said, "Young Chen, let us drink heartily today. Just the 2 of us." The disciple toasted his teacher with a cup. As the bitter spirit wine slid down his throat, Li Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. Master Chen stroked his beard and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, Young Chen, the bitter bamboo wine from the Bai family is first bitter, then sweet. You must savor it slowly. Now, let us continue." Li Chen and Master Chen raised their cups in continuous toasts, while 2 maidens stood nearby, replenishing their drinks and serving delicacies. As the last drops of the bitter bamboo wine were consumed, Master Chen, still yearning for more, instructed his maidens to bring forth the long-preserved monkey wine to share with Li Chen. This monkey wine, a high-tier spirit, contained astonishing spiritual energy, capable of enhancing the magical prowess of cultivators in the later stages of qi refinement. In the spirit distillery, a single jar of this monkey wine commanded a price of 600 spirit stones. Upon consuming a cup of the monkey wine and feeling the surging spiritual energy within him, Li Chen's cheeks flushed crimson. He hastily set aside his apologies to Master Chen and quickly sat down to refine the vast energy. Master Chen looked on with a smile, as one maiden poured him wine while another served him food. After approximately half an hour, Li Chen finally refined the energy of the monkey wine. Sensing the thick barrier within him begin to crack open, he turned to Master Chen, expressing his sincere gratitude. "Disciple thanks Master for the generous gift of wine." Master Chen shook his head, indicating that no further thanks were necessary. "Young man, it is true that you possess a 9th-grade spiritual root, yet you are still quite young. Your talent for alchemy surpasses even mine. Given time, you may well find the opportunity to strive for the foundation establishment realm. I have no descendants, and though I have taken in many apprentices over the years, none have been worthy. I genuinely regard you as a disciple. I do not seek your repayment. I only hope you remain diligent in your cultivation and do not become complacent. One day, may you establish your own foundation and behold the vistas of the higher realms on my behalf." Master Chen continued to speak at length with Li Chen, who listened attentively. When Master Chen, now somewhat inebriated, finally succumbed to sleep in the embrace of the maidens, Li Chen quietly rose to his feet. Li Chen rose to his feet, gazing respectfully at the venerable elder cradled in the maid's arms. He bowed with deference and softly spoke, "Master, your disciple takes his leave." Another maid accompanied Li Chen out of the cave dwelling. Once Li Chen had departed, the esteemed Master Chindan turned over, adjusting his posture to better savor the softness of the pillow, a hint of a satisfied smile gracing his aged face. Li Chen emerged from the cave, as the sky had completely darkened, with stars sparsely scattered across the celestial dome. The evening breeze caressed him, and he found himself somewhat sober from the effects of the wine. Today was initially intended for purchasing spiritual liquor and delicacies to honor Master Chindan, yet unexpectedly, he ended up benefiting himself. Li Chen staggered slightly as he approached the shanty town. Upon arriving, he caught sight of Mo Yunyu leaning against a door, her short hair tousled by the night breeze, seemingly having waited for quite some time. Upon seeing Li Chen, Mo Yunyu revealed a relieved smile and hurriedly came forward to assist him. "My dear husband, have you been drinking?" Li Chen nodded slightly, turning his gaze towards Mo Yunyu and Xiaoyu. "Today, I went to visit my teacher, which delayed my return home. I did not inform you in advance, causing you worry. I sincerely apologize." Mo Yunyu paused for a moment, her voice gentle as she replied, "Husband, there is no need for you to apologize to Xiaoyu. Allow me to assist you to bed for some rest." She helped Li Chen onto the bed, but as he turned over, he found himself pressing her beneath him. Just as Li Chen began to tear at Mo Yunyu's garments, she wrapped her arms around his waist, a faint smile gracing her lips as she leaned closer to his ear. "Husband, I am with child." Li Chen suddenly jolted awake, the effects of the alcohol dissipating entirely. He sat up, his face alight with excitement, stammering, "Xiao Yu, you said there is something, what is it?" Mo Yunyu gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her smile tender as she confidently responded to Li Chun, "My dear husband, we are expecting a child. Today, during my meditation and cultivation, I sensed the vital essence of life within me." Upon hearing these words, Li Chun was instantly filled with overwhelming joy. He eagerly pulled Mo Yunwei closer, leaning down to press against her still subtle abdomen. The sensation of their bloodlines intertwining surged within him, and he could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, "I am going to be a father. I am having a child." In his 2 lifetimes, this was the first time Li Chun would have his own offspring. Although the child had yet to be born, he was nonetheless filled with indescribable elation. Sitting beside the bed, Mo Yunwei observed Li Chun's animated joy, a gentle smile gracing her lips, as a profound emotion known as happiness flowed through her heart. After the initial exhilaration, Li Chun gradually composed himself, casting a glance at Mo Yunwei's abdomen, where a flicker of worry began to take root within him. Both he and Mo Yunwei possessed 9th-grade spiritual roots, which meant that their child would likely inherit the same. However, the possibility of the child lacking spiritual roots was also significant. He fervently hoped that this child would possess spiritual roots, even if only 9th-grade ones. He desperately wished for the child to not be without them. This concern was not merely due to a system task. Rather, Li Chun feared that a child without spiritual roots would be destined to remain a mere mortal, unable to embark on the path of immortality. If the child lacked spiritual roots, it would be impossible to cultivate them with resources. Li Chun harbored a deep aversion to the thought of one day sending a black-haired person into the embrace of a white-haired one. That night, he found himself restless and unable to find tranquility, even neglecting his cultivation. Mo Yunyu was already with child, and he, Li Chun, was on the cusp of fatherhood. Li Chun eagerly anticipates the arrival of his child, should the child possess a spiritual root. He will be able to fulfill the system's first side quest and receive the corresponding rewards. However, he is also troubled by the possibility that the child may lack a spiritual root, destined to lead a mundane existence. As dawn approaches, Li Chun gradually regains his composure. Li Chun has come to a profound realization. After the birth of a child, possessing a spiritual root is undoubtedly a blessing. However, if one is devoid of such an endowment, it is sufficient to ensure their life is filled with worldly wealth and stability. There is no need for him to fret about the future. He should focus on each step before him, striving diligently to enhance his cultivation and strength. Xiaoyu, you shall remain at home, devoting yourself to nurturing and tranquil cultivation, and refrain from undertaking any tasks. Before departing, Li Chun earnestly admonished Mo Yunyu, urging her to stay home and safeguard her pregnancy, avoiding any undue stress. Mo Yunyu obediently nodded, adjusting Li Chun's collar as she bid him farewell from their humble abode. On the way, Li Chun and Mo Yunyu encountered Shu Chan once more. Shu Chan had returned to the shanty town, renting a modest dwelling anew. She donned simple attire, lacking the radiant charm she once possessed. Upon seeing Li Chun and Mo Yunyu, Shu Chan's demeanor was icy, her expression devoid of emotion. Li Chun did not deliberately mock Shu Chan, nor did he spare her a second glance. "Xiaoyu, this is where you should stop. You may return now." Li Chun gently patted Mo Yunyu's hand and turned to walk towards the central area of the Shadow Mountain Square, where the Divine Elixir Pavilion was located. As he watched Li Chun's figure fade from view, Mo Yunyu glanced at Shu Chan, nodded, and offered a kind smile before departing. Gazing at Mo Yunyu's slender silhouette, Shu Chan's indifferent expression finally faltered, her countenance contorting in distress. "Li Chun, what is it about me that pales in comparison to that wretched maid? You would rather choose her than me. If only you had been willing to present 120 spirit stones back then. We would have already become partners on this path. How did it come to this?" Shu Chan attributed all blame to Li Chun, subconsciously overlooking the fact that it was Master Yang who had stripped her of her cultivation. Li Chun arrived at the Divine Elixir Pavilion. The esteemed manager Fu had already prepared a private alchemy chamber for him, which housed a premier-grade alchemical furnace. Towering like a person, the furnace was entirely crimson, adorned with the image of a fire toad on its body. Li Chun felt somewhat taken aback. This fire toad furnace was no less impressive than Master Chun Dan's Qingfeng furnace, a remarkable gesture from the exquisite Fairy Linglong. Reflecting on Fairy Linglong's esteemed status, Li Chun soon found solace. As the foremost cultivator of Yinshan Fang, the head of the Divine Pill Pavilion, and the leader of the Celestial Talisman Pavilion, she even possesses enterprises in both Yunzhou and Pingzhou. For Li Chun, a top-tier magical artifact like this alchemical furnace holds significant value. Yet, for Fairy Linglong, it is merely a trifle. Indeed, she is a wealthy matron of the cultivation realm. However, it is unfortunate that such a realm does not entertain tales of impoverished youths seeking the affections of affluent women. In the world of cultivation, it is only the high-ranking female cultivators who take in lower-ranking male cultivators, or vice versa. The notion of leveraging beauty to attach oneself to a wealthy matron or to court a rich patron does not exist, especially given that the cultivation realm is populated by strikingly handsome men and beautiful women alike. Li Chun first concocted a furnace of qi-nourishing elixir, then made his way to the medicinal garden. Last night, Master Chen's cup of monkey wine had allowed Li Chen to open a crack in the seemingly impenetrable bottleneck of his cultivation. With just a few more sips of the monkey wine, Li Chen believed he would soon shatter the bottleneck, transcending to the fourth layer of qi refinement and becoming a mid-stage practitioner. Upon reaching the fourth layer, his spirit would undergo a transformation, giving rise to spiritual awareness, enabling him to refine magical artifacts and harness their power. The difference between the third and fourth layers of qi refinement is but a minor realm, yet it represents an insurmountable chasm. In the realm of cultivation, countless practitioners with ninth-grade spiritual roots have squandered their lives, stagnating at the third layer of qi refinement, unable to break through to the fourth layer, and ultimately resigned to returning to the mundane world to spend their days in retirement. Li Chun is indeed fortunate. He has been bestowed with a legacy of alchemical mastery by the system, watched over by the enchanting Linglong fairy, and supported by Master Chun and Manager Fu. To this day, he has scarcely lacked for resources. Beginning from the first layer of qi refinement, he has relentlessly accumulated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the third layer. Utilizing qi-nourishing pills, a single cup of monkey wine from Master Chen has even begun to loosen the constraints of Li Chen's bottleneck. Other cultivators are not so privileged. They lack a system and do not possess the extraordinary fortune that allows them to be under the guidance of remarkable individuals like Linglong Fairy and Master Chun. Li Chen desired to purchase a jar of monkey wine, but alas, his storage pouch was lacking, rendering him unable to afford it. Continuing to consume the qi-nourishing pill seemed futile, as he had ingested an excessive amount, resulting in his body developing a resistance to its effects. Consequently, his only option was to commence the refinement of the spirit-gathering pill. In the medicinal garden, as anticipated, Li Chen encountered the duo of Yunfeng and Yunji, the grandfather and granddaughter. Yunfeng reclined in a wicker chair, a fan shielding his face from the sun, and he could hardly be bothered to open his eyes at Li Chen's arrival. Meanwhile, Yunji squatted by the herb field, eternally serene and tranquil, tending to a few magnolia plants. Taoistly, what kind of spiritual herb do you seek? Upon noticing Li Chen, Yunji rose gracefully, her smile gentle and her voice serene. Li Chen clasped his fists and requested, "I would be most grateful if you could procure 10 spirit ginseng and 10 gathering spirit flowers for me, dear friend Yun." A subtle ripple stirred in Yunji's tranquil gaze. After a brief silence, she replied, "Dear friendly, spiritual herbs and medicinal plants possess their own growth cycles. It is unwise to harvest so many at once." Li Chen pondered for a moment and then revised his request, stating that he desired 5 spirit ginseng and 5 gathering spirit flowers. This time, Yunji refrained from further commentary, gracefully gliding over to the medicinal field, where she unearthed 5 spirit ginseng and plucked 5 gathering spirit flowers to present to Li Chen. Li Chen understood that spiritual herbs possess specific growth cycles. For instance, the golden bone grass required for concocting the pill of abstinence thrives under simple conditions, flourishing abundantly in the herb fields, readily available for apprentices to utilize. Similarly, the spiritual herbs necessary for crafting the qi-nourishing pill are plentifully cultivated in the garden. However, the more advanced spiritual herbs are considerably rarer within the garden. The higher the grade of the spiritual herb, the more intricate its growth conditions and the longer its growth cycle. In the medicinal garden of the Divine Elixir Pavilion, the spiritual grasses and herbs are not available for unrestricted harvesting. Li Chen took the jade box from Yunji's hands, expressing his gratitude before turning away. Initially, Li Chen had wished to exchange a few more words with Yunji. However, that old man Yunfeng was watching him like a hawk, as if guarding against a thief. After Li Chen departed, Yunfeng removed the fan from his face and clicked his tongue in astonishment. He was about to commence the alchemical process of refining a spirit-gathering pill. How much time has passed? He marveled. For this young lad's talent in alchemy was indeed remarkable. It was no surprise that the pavilion master granted him the privilege to freely utilize spiritual herbs. Perhaps this young man possessed a spiritual affinity for the path of alchemy? Alas, his cultivation level was still somewhat lacking, unworthy of my dear Zhe. Otherwise, it might have been worth considering. Yunji, however, was unfazed by her grandfather's musings and focused on tending to the spiritual herbs, paying no heed to his soliloquy. Li Chen procured spiritual ginseng and gathering spirit flowers, supplemented by various auxiliary herbs, and directly commenced the alchemical process. By combining one root of spiritual ginseng with a single gathering spirit flower, along with the remaining auxiliary herbs, he could refine a batch of gathering spirit pills. Having absorbed the memories of several second-tier alchemists, Li Chen was thoroughly familiar with the intricacies of concocting gathering spirit pills. As anticipated, he successfully produced the pills with a flawless success rate. According to his agreement with the exquisite fairy Ling Long, he could retain 5 of the 10 gathering spirit pills for himself, while the remaining 5 would belong to the divine pill pavilion. Gazing at the round, emerald green pills, each the size of a longan, Li Chen felt a surge of exhilaration, his eyes sparkling with determination. These 5 gathering spirit pills should enable him to ascend to the 4th level of qi refinement. With the gathering spirit pills successfully crafted, Li Chen could now focus on breaking through his bottleneck and advancing to the 4th level of qi refinement, which is classified as the mid-stage for practitioners. However, he could not attempt this breakthrough in the Hovel district, where the throngs of people would undoubtedly attract attention to the magical fluctuations generated by his ascension. It was time to consider relocating. The cave dwelling, situated atop a spiritual vein, would provide a more concentrated and abundant flow of spiritual energy for his cultivation, free from prying eyes. Nevertheless, prior to renting the cave, he would need to acquire a set of formation plates to establish a barrier around the dwelling, concealing the magical fluctuations during his breakthrough. Furthermore, after reaching the 4th level of qi refinement, Li Chen would require a technique capable of suppressing his aura and concealing his cultivation level. Given his 9th grade spiritual root aptitude, a rapid advancement to the 4th level could easily raise suspicions among others. In a prudent manner, Li Chen resolved to purchase the formation plates before renting the cave, intending to break through to the 4th level within its confines. Upon calculating the spiritual stones in his storage bag, his expression gradually soured. He had recently received 285 spiritual stones, and although the bamboo wine was a gift from Bai Feng and did not count against his resources, he had expended 100 spiritual stones at the delicacy building. Consequently, he was left with a mere 185 spiritual stones. Renting a grade D cave for a month would cost 80 spiritual stones, while even the most basic formation plates would require over 100 stones. Additionally, given that Mo Yunyu was pregnant, he could not neglect her needs for spiritual meals and rice. This realization made Li Chen's scalp tingle, and he could not help but chuckle wryly. Cultivating in the realm of immortality was indeed challenging, and doing so while supporting a family was even more arduous, particularly when one possessed subpar spiritual roots. He, Li Chen, could refine pills to earn spiritual stones. Yet the plight of the other lower-tier cultivators in Yinshan Square was exponentially more dire. It was no wonder that Mo Bai toiled day and night at the furnace, neglecting his own cultivation in the process. After a moment of reflection, Li Chen suppressed the impulse to immediately break through to the 4th level of qi refinement. First, he would relocate from the Hovel district to the cave dwelling. Once he received the spiritual stones next month, he would consider purchasing the formation plates and the techniques for suppressing his aura. Moreover, he would need to acquire magical artifacts after reaching the 4th level of qi refinement. At present, the spiritual stones he had were insufficient, and he needed to devise a plan to earn more. In the world of cultivation, everyone was a competitor, and Li Chen began to comprehend this truth. If one did not strive and contend, how could one hope to secure enough resources for cultivation? Suppressing distracting thoughts, Li Chen departed from the divine pill pavilion and proceeded to the cave-dwelling district to lease a grade D cave. The Yin Mountain Bazaar was established through the collaboration of several prominent cultivation families. Yet it is predominantly overseen by the Yulong Yang family and the Ning Bai Yuang family in alternating succession. The other families, such as the Bai family of Qingzhou Mountain, the C2 family of Crescent Lake, and the Zhao family of Yinfeng Cliff, possess little influence in the presence of these 2 foundational families. At present, the Yin Mountain Bazaar is under the governance of the Yulong Yang family. Li Chen presented 80 spirit stones to a cultivator from the Yang family, who was at the 9th level of qi refinement. After completing the registration process, he received the opening token for cave dwelling number 299 of the D category. The cave dwellings are categorized into 4 grades: A, B, C, and D. There are 10 A-grade caves, 50 B-grade caves, and 100 C-grade caves, while the more numerous D-grade caves exceed 300 in total. Holding the Jade token, which features the character on its front and the number 299 on its reverse, Li Chun understood that this token was essential for his residency in the cave dwelling. Li Chun had secured a month's residency in the Ding-level cave number 299, after which he would need to continue paying spirit stones. In the realm of cultivation, there exists no concept of delaying rent. Failure to provide the requisite spirit stones would undoubtedly result in eviction. With 185 spirit stones in his storage bag, he found himself abruptly diminished by 80 stones. Emotionless, Li Chun departed the cave district, preparing to return to the shantytown to assist Imo Yunya in relocating. Although the caves were expensive, their exorbitance was justified. They were a necessity to rent. Upon returning to the shantytown, Li Chun encountered an unexpected figure. Han Mao had returned. He had undergone a remarkable transformation. His formerly oval physique had become robust, and 3 ghastly claw marks now marred his face from the corners of his eyes to his chin, signifying the indelible mark of having witnessed bloodshed. Months prior, Han Mao had borrowed spirit stones from Li Chun to procure a magical artifact, intending to join the demon hunting squad. This squad, comprised of cultivators, ventured into the Yin Mountain range to hunt demonic beasts. Han Mao had been absent for several months, and Li Chun had presumed he would not return, likely having been used as bait and meeting a grim fate at the hands of the beasts. To his surprise, Han Mao had returned, and his transformation was profound. Brotherly, Han Mao greeted, approaching with a wide, sinister grin, the claw marks on his face appearing almost animated, twisting and contorting as if they were alive. Li Chun nodded in acknowledgement. Unexpectedly, Han Mao retrieved 10 spirit stones from his bosom. Brotherly, I no longer harbor resentment towards you, having narrowly escaped death from the jaws of the ferocious beasts several times. I understand that your refusal to lend me the spirit stones back then was ultimately for my own good. I had previously borrowed a chi-nurturing pill from you, intending to calculate the interest on it. The Han Mao before him had matured and grown steadier, shedding the naivety of his past. Li Chun did not decline, accepting 10 spirit stones from Han Mao's hands, and calmly inquired, "Do you still wish to become a partner with Lady Shu?" Han Mao's gaze grew resolute as he nodded emphatically, "Of course. On several occasions, I narrowly escaped death, in each moment of peril. I found solace in Sister Chan's gentle smile. It was Sister Chan who bestowed upon me the belief in survival, sustaining my will to return to Yinshan Fang. I must seek Sister Chan to express my heartfelt intentions and unite with her as a partner." Li Chun nodded, uttering a word of blessing before turning away. Whether Han Mao could forge a bond with Shu Chan, and how their relationship would unfold, held no interest for Li Chun. His primary concern lay in acquiring more spirit stones to further his own cultivation. Besides alchemy, he possessed no other skills in the realm of cultivation. He could hardly resort to hunting demonic beasts or becoming a bandit. Engaging in either of those perilous pursuits was akin to placing one's life on the line, where a moment's carelessness could lead to irrevocable consequences. Upon returning home, Li Chun stuffed various odds and ends into his storage bag, then hoisted the cabinet, table, and chairs upon his shoulder. The storage bag bestowed upon Li Chun by the steward Fu is considered the most rudimentary form of storage within the realm of cultivation, possessing merely a cubic space insufficient to accommodate even a cupboard or a table and chairs. Initially, Li Chun contemplated discarding the cupboard and furniture, yet upon further reflection, he decided to retain them, for they hold a value of several grains of spiritual sand. Observing Li Chun's perplexing actions, Mo Yunyu inquired with curiosity, "My dear husband, what are you intending to do?" Li Chun gazed at Mo Yunyu, a smile gracing his lips. "Little Rain, from today onwards, we shall no longer reside here. I will take you to our new home." Mo Yunyu obediently nodded, trailing behind Li Chun as they made their way out of the dilapidated neighborhood. Upon reaching the outskirts, Li Chun cast a glance back at the low, sprawling houses, his thoughts drifting back to a year ago. A year prior, he had just entered the realm of cultivation and settled in this very area. Unbeknownst to him, a year had already slipped by. During this time, Li Chun had not only embarked on his journey of cultivation, reaching the 4th level of chi refinement, but he had also gained a partner and a child. "Husband, I feel a twinge of reluctance," Mo Yunyu confessed, standing beside him and casting a wistful look back at the neighborhood. After all, she had lived in this place since childhood, having spent many years within its confines. Li Chun withdrew his gaze, filled with ambition yet maintaining a calm demeanor. "Xiaoyu, you must learn to adapt. For now, we have merely transitioned from the slums to the cave district. In the future, we shall move again." This time beyond the confines of Yingshanfang, Li Chun, accompanied by Mo Yunyu, moved into the cave dwelling. Among the more than 300 Grade D cave residences, Li Chun settled in number 299, while the caves behind him remained unoccupied for the time being. In front of him, in cave number 298, resided a young man exuding a palpable aura of blood and malevolence. This new neighbor displayed a rather aloof demeanor, failing to extend even a single greeting upon witnessing the arrival of Li Chun and his wife. Such emotional detachment is a common norm within the realm of cultivation. Li Chun nodded to his new neighbor, a gesture that served as a greeting. The interior of the cave dwelling was considerably more spacious than the houses in the shanty town. After arranging the cupboard and seating, it still appeared somewhat vacant. Li Chun took a moment to immerse himself in the abundant spiritual energy of this place, which surpassed that of the slum district by more than threefold. Thus, he and Mo Yuyao settled into their new home within the cave dwelling area. During the day, Li Chun devoted himself to alchemy at the Divine Pill Pavilion, and at night, he returned to the cave to cultivate. Time swiftly passed, and a month had elapsed. Throughout this month, nothing particularly noteworthy transpired. The gentle curve of Mo Yuyao's abdomen gradually became more pronounced each passing day. In order to nourish her body and to lay a solid foundation for the unborn child, Li Chun made it a routine to purchase a pound of white spirit rice daily and occasionally visited the Delicacy Pavilion to take home a dish of spiritual cuisine. As his visits to the Delicacy Pavilion became more frequent, Li Chun discovered that his new neighbor next door worked there as a spiritual butcher, responsible for slaughtering spiritual livestock. The intense aura of blood and malevolence surrounding him was unmistakably a result of his profession. Li Chun had yet to engage in much conversation with his new neighbor. Before long, it was time for the monthly settlement of spiritual stones at the Shindan Pavilion. Unlike the other apprentices, Li Chun chose to privately settle his spiritual stones with Manager Fu. On this occasion, the enchanting fairy Linglong did not make an appearance. Li Chun did not inquire further. It is not unusual for a foundation-building cultivator like the exquisite Linglong fairy to seclude herself for several years. This month, Li Chun devoted himself earnestly to alchemy, having received over 400 spirit stones from the esteemed Manager Fu. With his ample supply of spirit stones, Li Chun set off directly for the treasure pavilion. After a month of delay, it is indeed time for him to break through to the fourth layer of Qi refinement and advance to the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Li Chun visited the Baibao building, primarily to acquire a formation plate to be placed outside his cave abode, concealing the fluctuations of mana that would arise during his breakthrough to the fourth layer of Qi refinement. Furthermore, by establishing a formation outside the cave, he could enhance the safety of Mo Yunyu. In addition to the formation plate, Li Chun intended to procure a secret technique capable of suppressing his aura and obscuring his cultivation level. The Baibao building stood tall, nearly on par with the Shindan Pavilion. In the Yinshan district, the Baibao building, Shindan Pavilion, Qianlian Pavilion, Tianfu Pavilion, and Shinnu building were the most prominent establishments. For instance, the Shindan Pavilion not only sold elixirs to independent cultivators, but also engaged in business dealings with the Zishu Xianmin and various cultivation families from the Yin Kingdom. It was for this reason that Manager Fu encouraged his apprentices to diligently refine pills. In the realm of cultivation, elixirs were in high demand, far outstripping supply. The Shindan Pavilion and Tianfu Pavilion were properties of Linglong Xinzi, while the Baibao Building and Qianlian Pavilion were enterprises established by the Zishu Xianmin in the Yinshan district. As for the Shinnu building, its origins were quite significant. It was said that the Shinnu building had a presence in all the markets of the Yin Kingdom's cultivation world, and even in the neighboring Yu Kingdom's cultivation realm. There existed a Shinnu building. The specific faction to which the Shinnu building belonged remained a mystery. However, it was certain that such a transnational chain enterprise was backed by an exceptionally powerful cultivator. Li Chun intends to acquire an array formation and a method for calming the breath, and the treasure pavilion is the most suitable place for such purchases. Venturing into the stalls of wandering cultivators on West Street may lead to potential pitfalls. In contrast, the treasure pavilion, being an establishment of the Zishu Immortal sect, may offer its wares at a slightly elevated price. However, the assurance of credibility is guaranteed. Moreover, the treasure pavilion boasts a comprehensive array of items, essentially catering to all needs. Li Chun stepped into the treasure pavilion, where he was greeted by a mortal warrior. "Esteemed master, how may I assist you in your purchases?" As he observed the humble figure before him, Li Chun was reminded of his own self from a year ago. This individual, also a congenital warrior, appeared exceedingly modest in Li Chun's presence. Perhaps he, too, had ventured to the Shadow Mountain Market in search of enlightenment, only to find himself employed at the Treasure Pavilion, striving to earn spiritual stones to acquire cultivation techniques, with hopes of embarking on the path to immortality. This man was fortunate, having secured a position at the Treasure Pavilion. Throughout his year in the Shadow Mountain Market, Li Qin had often heard of secular warriors arriving in search of transcendents, the majority of whom were seized by malevolent practitioners before even entering the market. Li Qin regained his composure and smiled at the martial artist before him. I wish to purchase a first-tier minor lock spirit array disc, as well as a cultivation technique. The martial artist, filled with envy, gestured for Li Qin to ascend to the second floor. The array disc was exceedingly precious. The minor lock spirit array disc that Li Qin sought was merely a first-tier low-level disc, crafted by array masters from special spiritual materials, enabling cultivators unfamiliar with formations to utilize the disc for array layout. However, its price was exorbitant, nearly equivalent to that of a low-level magical artifact. Upon reaching the second floor, Li Qin was greeted by a fellow cultivator. This was an elderly man, clad in the outer sect standard robe of the Purple Void Immortal sect, which Li Qin had seen during his participation in the sect's spiritual assessment ceremony. "Old man, he at your service. You may call me master, he said, his body hunched, dressed in a grayish-blue robe, his murky eyes scrutinizing Li Qin, a gentle smile adorning his face. I understand you wish to acquire a minor lock spirit array disc and a cultivation technique." Li Qin acknowledged Master He with respect. Li Qin clasped his fists, a quiet vigilance stirring within him. He had merely come to purchase a small spirit-locking array and a method for breath concealment. It was hardly a significant transaction that warranted the attention of the esteemed proprietor of the Treasure Pavilion. The small spirit-locking array cost 200 spirit stones. "Might I inquire what kind of cultivation method you seek?" "I wish to acquire a technique for concealing one's presence. Does your esteemed establishment have any for sale?" "Indeed, we do." Observing Li Qin's cultivation at the third level of qi refinement, the elder kindly presented 2 fragrant tomes, smiling as he placed them before Li Qin. "The turtle breathing technique and the withered wood technique would be quite suitable for you. Should you find them to your liking? They are available for a mere 10 spirit stones." Li Qin silently cursed the unfairness of it all. The turtle breath technique and the withered wood technique were merely commonplace methods. Indeed, they could help one conceal their aura after cultivation. Yet, when faced with cultivators of superior prowess, one's true cultivation would still be discerned. In the market, the turtle breath technique and the withered wood technique were priced around 7 spirit stones, but the 100 Treasures Pavilion charged a full 30% more. Ultimately, Li Qin reluctantly parted with his spirit stones to acquire a set of minor locking spirit formation plates, a tome detailing the withered wood technique, and another volume elucidating the fundamentals of formation arts. Li Qin resolved to return and delve into the study of formations. While he may not aspire to become a master of formations, he at least sought to grasp their intricacies. "Young friend, we welcome your next visit." The old man surnamed, he said with a smile, watching Li Qin descend the stairs. Once Li Qin had left, the old man gently shook his head and remarked, "It is a pity to see spirit stones used for purchasing formation discs instead of for acquiring medicinal pills to enhance one's cultivation." Such youth. Beside him, a young attendant at the third level of qi couldn't help but interject, "Master, that individual is not lacking in spirit stones. He is a disciple of Master Chun from the Divine Pill Pavilion, and it is said he is already capable of refining the pill of abandoning grains and the pill of nourishing qi." "Oh?" The old man turned, his murky gaze revealing a hint of surprise before he smiled and chose not to dwell further on the matter. A mere alchemical apprentice at the third level of qi hardly warranted his considerable attention. Li Qin returned to the cave dwelling, where Mo Yunyu had been waiting outside for quite some time. Each day at this hour, she would stand at the entrance to greet him, a ritual that had become second nature to her. Coincidentally, their neighbor from the nearby Jinxiu Tower was returning home. The 2 cave dwellings were merely a short distance apart, no more than 10 meters. Fu Kong glanced at Mo Yunyu and, with an indifferent tone, inquired of Li Qin, "Is your wife expecting?" Li Qin responded with a smile. "It has been nearly 3 months now, fellow Taoist Fu. When my child is born, you must come and celebrate with a drink." Fu Kong nodded silently and returned to his cave abode, sealing the entrance behind him. Li Qin regarded Fu Kang's actions with indifference. Li Qin had relocated to the cave dwelling for a month, during which he had interacted with his fellow Taoist Fu several times. He was well aware that Taoist Fu possessed an inherently somber disposition, preferring solitude over conversation. "My dear husband, why are you late today? The dishes are on the verge of becoming cold." Li Qin gently assisted Mo Yunyu back to their abode. softly explaining that he had been delayed at the treasure pavilion while procuring an array plate. Mo Yunyu nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiries. After partaking in their evening repast, Li Qin promptly retrieved the array plate from his storage bag and positioned it at the entrance of their dwelling. My dear husband, are you setting up an array? Li Qin smiled and explained that he lacked the prowess to arrange formations. This is the minor spirit locking array disc. With this disc, one can embed spirit stones within it and place it at the entrance of the cave dwelling, thereby activating it directly and circumventing the cumbersome process of formation arrangement. Mo Union inquired further about the minor spirit locking array, seeking to understand its nature and efficacy. The minor spirit locking array is a first-tier low-level formation that, upon activation, can ensnare the spiritual energy within the cave, preventing fluctuations from reaching the outside. Additionally, the minor spirit locking array possesses inherent protective qualities. Although its defense is not particularly robust, as a mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner could breach the array with several attacks. Li Qin exhibited remarkable patience. Although Mo Yunyu was also a cultivator, her understanding of the world of cultivation paled in comparison to that of Li Qin, often leaving her lacking in fundamental knowledge. Prior to their encounter, she had never utilized spiritual stones for her training, nor had she ingested any elixirs, not even a basic fasting pill. Otherwise, she would not have remained at the Qi refinement stage for over a decade. Mo Bai directed all his affection towards his son, treating his daughter with an extreme severity. Li Qin suddenly recalled something. It seemed he had not seen Mo Bai for over 10 days. Perhaps he had gone to the Zisu Xian Min to deliver spirit stones to Mo Yun. Li Qin did not dwell on it. After activating the minor lock spirit array, he imparted the technique for manipulating the array to Mo Yunyu, granting her the ability to come and go from the cave freely. After a night of diligent cultivation, Li Qin sensed that the formidable barrier, as solid as the heavenly gates, was on the verge of yielding to him. The following day, he proceeded to the Divine Elixir Pavilion to request leave from Manager Fu. Manager Fu's gaze swept over Li Qin, inquiring if he intended to enter seclusion to break through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. Li Qin nodded, inwardly cursing the useless withering wood technique, which utterly failed to conceal his cultivation. The shopkeeper Fu could see right through it. The shopkeeper Fu readily approved the falsehood and smiled at Li Qin, saying, once you break through to the 4th layer of Qi refining, come to seek me immediately. The young lady has prepared a gift for you. Li Qin was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and expressed his gratitude to the shopkeeper Fu. When Li Qin had just embarked on his journey, the ethereal fairy Ling Long had bestowed upon him a vial of Qi-nourishing pills, encouraging him with the promise of further rewards should he advance to the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Li Qin had nearly forgotten about the matter. Yet the enchanting fairy Ling Long proved to be a woman of her word. Even in her absence from Yinshan Square, she entrusted her gift to Manager Fu, requesting him to deliver it to Li Qin. As for this guiding figure, Li Qin was at a loss as to how to express his gratitude. With a heart brimming with excitement, he returned to his cave abode. Taoist Fu, what brings you here? At the entrance of the cave, Li Qin observed his new neighbor, Fu Kong, extending a freshly prepared spiritual fish to Mo Yunyu, who repeatedly declined, hesitant to accept. Upon seeing Li Qin's return, Fu Kong let out a sigh of relief. It was evident that he was not accustomed to dealing with women. Mo Yunyu's expression also softened, as she quietly addressed Li Qin, husband. Taoist Fu insists on gifting me this spiritual fish. Li Qin gazed at Fu Kong. With a stern countenance and a calm demeanor, Fu Kong spoke. This fish is of poor quality and unfit for the dining table. Master Feng entrusted it to me for handling. Your wife is with child, so I brought it back to nourish her health. Since it is the kind intention of Taoist Fu, shall you please accept it? Li Qin pondered for a moment before nodding at Mo Yunyu, who then took the spiritual fish from Fu Kang's hands. Observing this neighbor, whose countenance was stern and whose demeanor was indifferent, Li Qin clasped his hands in gratitude, offering a gentle smile as he expressed his thanks. I, Li, extend my gratitude on behalf of my wife to fellow Taoist Fu. Mo Yunyu, with a graceful gesture, bowed slightly towards Fu Kong and softly murmured, thank you. Fellow Taoist Fu. Fu Kong managed to pull forth a semblance of an awkward smile, his tone curt as he replied, no need for thanks. After a brief contemplation, he added, the spiritual fish that cannot grace the dining table is merely of a meager tier, hardly worth a few spirit stones. Having spoken, he turned and strode back to his abode. Mo Yunyu approached Li Qin and whispered, husband, this fellow Taoist Fu truly is an odd character. Li Qin shook his head and corrected, fellow Taoist Fu may appear cold on the surface, yet his heart is warm. He simply lacks adeptness in social interactions. Xiaoyu, it is quite inappropriate for you to label his generous gift of a spirit fish as peculiar. Mo Yunyu stuck out her tongue. Upon returning to their cave dwelling and finishing dinner, Li Chun instructed Mo Yunyu to seal the cave and refrain from any disturbances or outings for the time being. Understanding that her husband was preparing to enter seclusion to advance to the 4th level of qi refinement, she recognized the gravity of the situation. Thus, a serious expression settled upon her delicate features. The cave was adorned with luminous pearls, their gentle radiance illuminating Li Chen's resolute visage. Li Chen sat cross-legged on the mat, emptying his mind to attain a state of tranquility. After achieving the desired state, he withdrew 3 spirit-gathering pills from his storage pouch and swallowed them in one swift motion. The potency of a single pill was insufficient for him to break through his current limitations. However, consuming too many at once posed the risk of overwhelming his energy center. The strength of the 3 pills was just within his capacity to endure. As the pills settled in his abdomen, the surging energy transformed into spiritual power, wreaking havoc within his energy center, nearly threatening to rupture it. Li Chen clenched his teeth, his cheeks flushed and reddened, large droplets of sweat beading on his forehead. He focused on merging the magical energy within his dantian with his immense spiritual power, then directed this energy to strike against the formidable barrier, as solid as the gates of heaven. Boom, boom, boom. Within Li Chen's body, a torrent of magical energy surged forth, akin to the primordial act of creation, relentlessly colliding against the formidable bottleneck, as solid as the gates of heaven. Once, twice, thrice, Li Chen repeatedly wielded his magical power to assault the formidable barrier before him. When exhaustion threatened to overtake him, he promptly retrieved a spirit-gathering pill and consumed it. Fortunately, he had prepared an ample supply of these pills. Outside, Mo Yunyu bit her lip, her expression tense as she watched Li Chen, her hands clasped in silent prayer. Heavenly forces, I beseech you. May you grant your blessings upon my husband, enabling him to successfully break through the barrier and ascend to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Though Li Chen remained oblivious to Mo Yunyu's fervent prayers, he perceived a glimmer of light. As the surging magical energy relentlessly battered against him, he felt his meridians teetering on the brink of rupture. Fortunately, he finally shattered the formidable barrier, as solid as the gates of heaven. With a resounding crash, the obstruction hindering Li Chen's ascension crumbled, and his magical essence surged toward his brow, merging harmoniously with his spirit. Nourished by this influx of power, his soul began to undergo wondrous transformations. Within the cave dwelling, spiritual energy erupted violently, coalescing into a vortex that surged toward Li Chen, rapidly augmenting the magical force within his dantian. Li Chen disregarded the surging magical energy, experiencing an extraordinary sensation. With a mere thought, he felt as if he had transcended the confines of his physical form, as though a third eye had emerged. Through this newfound perception, Li Chen beheld his own corporeal body seated upon the meditation mat, and he observed the profound relief of Mo Yunyu. Within a radius of 2 zhang, everything appeared strikingly vivid. This exquisite clarity surpassed the experience of mere visual observation, offering a more immediate connection to reality. Li Chen understood that he had awakened his spiritual consciousness. The awakening of spiritual consciousness signifies the transition to the mid-stage of qi refining, indicating the ability to refine magical tools and soar through the skies on a sword. After traversing this world for 20 years and entering the realm of cultivation for over a year, Li Chen had finally ascended to the mid-stage of qi refining. Li Chen slowly opened his eyes, his spiritual consciousness extending outward, limited to a distance of merely 2 zhang. The most significant distinction between a cultivator in the initial stage of qi refinement and one in the intermediate stage lies not only in their magical power but also in their spiritual awareness. While spiritual consciousness is not a tangible entity, it serves as an early warning system, allowing one to extend beyond the physical body to observe the external environment. Along with numerous other remarkable functions, Li Chen felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Before entering the Incher Square, he had encountered a rogue cultivator intent on his life, and he was fortunate that the assailant was merely at the initial stage of qi refinement. Had the cultivator been at the mid-stage of qi refinement, the moment he cast his flying dagger, his spiritual awareness would have issued a warning, enabling him to activate the golden light talisman to block the attack. Upon seeing Li Chen awaken, Mo Yunyu rushed into his embrace, her face alight with excitement. Husband, you have successfully advanced to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Indeed, I have ascended to the mid-stage of qi refinement. However, in stark contrast to Mo Yunyu's exhilaration, Li Chen felt an unexpected tranquility within. Rather than being filled with elation over his advancement, he became acutely aware of the arduous path ahead on the journey to immortality. The limitations imposed by his ninth-grade spiritual root were once again brought to his consciousness. If progressing from the third to the fourth layer of chi refinement proved to be such a formidable challenge, how daunting would the transition from the sixth to the seventh layer be? And what of the vast chasm separating the realms of chi refinement and foundation establishment? For those with a ninth-grade spiritual root, without fortuitous opportunities, one could remain stagnant at the initial stage of chi refinement throughout their lifetime, finding it exceedingly difficult to break into the mid-stage. It is no wonder that the Zishu Immortal sect looks down upon those with ninth-grade spiritual roots. The reality is that such roots are indeed lamentably inadequate. Li Qin could scarcely fathom the extent of cultivation resources he would need to expend in order to establish his foundation. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to despondency. Regardless of the inadequacy of his spiritual roots, he still possessed a system, did he not? This path to immortality, he, Li Qin, had already resolved to pursue. Li Qin swiftly adjusted his mindset, refusing to succumb to discouragement or despair, nor did he retreat into isolation. From his storage pouch, he retrieved a jade slip, into which he delved with his spiritual consciousness. This jade slip, gifted by the exquisite fairy, was only now accessible to him. As his spiritual consciousness penetrated the slip, Li Qin experienced a moment of disorientation. In that fleeting instance, he beheld a translucent dragon of deep azure, shifting in size and form in a mesmerizing display. After a considerable time, Li Qin regained his bearings, rubbing his aching temples, his complexion somewhat pale. It was one thing to possess a ninth-grade spiritual root, but could it be that his comprehension was also lacking? Otherwise, why had he failed to grasp the contents of the jade slip? Soon, however, Li Qin dismissed this supposition. His understanding could not be deemed inferior. Rather, it was likely that the knowledge inscribed within the slip was far too profound. Li Qin, undeterred, once again grasped the jade slip and delved into its depths with his spiritual consciousness. Time and again, he faced defeat yet persevered, dedicating an entire month to unraveling the mysteries contained within the slip. In his pursuit of the wisdom bestowed upon him by the exquisite fairy Ling Long, he grew increasingly gaunt, evoking silent tears from Mo Yunyu. However, Li Qin also noticed that throughout this arduous process, his spiritual awareness seemed to have significantly expanded. Before deciphering the jade slip, his consciousness could reach out to a distance of 2 zhang beyond his body. Now, it could extend to 3 zhang. Heaven-defying technique, Li Qin murmured to himself, solemnly securing the jade slip. This was a secret technique bestowed upon him by the exquisite fairy Ling Long, known as the art of deception. The art of deception was imparted only in 2 layers by fairy Ling Long. Upon mastering the initial stage of this technique, one could not only conceal their aura but also mask their cultivation level, rendering even peak chi refinement practitioners unable to see through the disguise. Should one advance to the second layer of the art of deception, even peak foundation establishment cultivators would be unable to penetrate the faade. Useless withered wood technique. Worthless treasure pavilion. Li Qin secretly berated the withered wood technique as worthless, deeming the treasure pavilion that sold it to him equally futile. In comparison to the heavenly deception passed down by the exquisite fairy, the withered wood technique undeniably fell short. Had he known that such a secret art was handed down by the exquisite fairy, he would not have squandered 10 spirit stones. Li Qin's eyes flickered, aware that this celestial deception was extraordinary. What, after all, was the origin of the exquisite fairy? Was her brother alive or dead? And what level of cultivation did he possess? In the end, Li Qin could not arrive at a conclusion. It took him 3 days to transcend from the third to the fourth layer of chi refinement, while comprehending the celestial deception consumed an entire month of his time. Throughout this month, Mo Yunyu refrained from cooking, fearing that she might disturb Li Qin, subsisting solely on fasting pills. Noticing that Mo Yunyu had become even more slender than before, Li Qin inwardly chastised himself for his negligence and hurriedly rose to kindle a fire and prepare a meal. "Darling, let me help," Mo Yunyu said, her eyes glistening with tears. Over the past month, she had watched Li Qin in seclusion, too apprehensive to interrupt him, which had caused her great anxiety. Li Qin has finally returned to a state of normalcy, and her heart is filled with immense joy. After simply boiling some spiritual rice and taking a couple of bites, she promptly commenced her cultivation of the deceptive heaven technique. She resolved to master the fundamentals of this technique before emerging from her seclusion. As another fortnight passed, Mo Yunyu's belly grew increasingly prominent, and at long last, Li Qin successfully grasped the basics of the deceptive heaven technique. while also mastering the fire crow technique and the fire arrow technique from the scarlet flame art. Upon opening the cave dwelling, the long-awaited sunlight enveloped her, though she found it somewhat disconcerting. Such is the life of a cultivator. For those in the chi refining stage, it is bearable, but for those in the foundation establishment stage, a single retreat can span several years. One might even think you perished within the cave. As she opened the cave, Li Chen encountered a young man, a cold smirk adorning his face as he regarded her. "Who are you?" Li Chen gazed at the newcomer with a look of bewilderment. The young man cast a disdainful glance at Li Chen and, with an air of arrogance, retrieved a token from his storage pouch. He replied haughtily, "My surname is Yang, and my grandfather is Yang Diju. You have yet to pay the 80 spirit stones for this month's rental of the cave dwelling. You must remit the spirit stones immediately." Li Chen came to his senses, realizing that this person was here to collect spirit stones. Indeed, he was a descendant of the Yulong Yang family. Bearing the genuine token of Yang Deza to acquire the spirit stones, Li Chen uttered no further words, promptly retrieving 80 spirit stones from his storage pouch and handing them to the young man before him. "In the future, prior to entering seclusion, ensure that you remit an ample sum of spirit stones in advance. Do not compel me to come and collect. Considering it is your first time, I shall refrain from holding it against you. You impoverished souls, if you lack spirit stones, ought not to reside in the chambers. Return to the slums." The young man accepted the spirit stones, casting a disdainful glance at Li Chen, uttering a few scornful words, and then leisurely turned to depart. Li Chen's gaze flickered as he watched the young man depart. The Yulong Yang family certainly exudes immense power. Li Chen understood that. Were it not for his status as an apprentice of the divine elixir pavilion, and were it not for this young man's apprehension of the exquisite fairy Linglong, he would undoubtedly have been far less courteous and would have already breached the formation to invade the cave dwelling. Was this humiliation? Li Chen indeed felt a sense of humiliation, yet he could not erupt in anger. At this stage, the Yulong Yang family still loomed before him as a formidable giant. Li Chen silently noted the loathsome visage of the young man. One day he, Li Chen, would establish his own sect of immortals, compelling the descendants of the Yu and Long families to bow their heads and display servility before his kin. Until he amassed sufficient power, he would bide his time. Li Chen etched today's events into his memory as he strode toward the divine elixir pavilion, seeking out Manager Fu. Additionally, he intended to pay a visit to Master Chen. For having secluded himself for such an extended period, Master Chen must be quite concerned about him. At the pinnacle of the divine elixir pavilion, Manager Fu's gaze swept over Li Chen as he inquired in a solemn tone. "It took you less than a month and a half to advance from the 3rd to the 4th level of chi refinement, did it not?" Li Chen, with a calm demeanor, explained that he had also practiced 2 spells, which had taken a bit more time. Manager Fu nodded in understanding, expressing that as long as there was a breakthrough, it was well worth it. "You are still young, and the future holds great promise for you." He then presented a gift from the master, saying, "Here, take this." With a swift motion to his waist pouch, Manager Fu produced a resplendent golden brick in his palm. Li Chen rubbed his eyes and took the gold ingot from the hands of the shopkeeper, Fu. It felt heavy, almost slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. In that fleeting moment, Li Chen realized that this was not an ordinary gold ingot, but rather a magical artifact, albeit one with a rather unrefined appearance. The shopkeeper, Fu, spoke in a composed manner, stating that this was a premier artifact, urging him to properly refine it upon returning, so as not to disappoint the young lady's expectations of him. A premier magical artifact. Li Chen widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at Master Fu. With a beaming smile, Master Fu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this was a supreme magical artifact. Li Chen's heart was tumultuous, silently marveling at the exquisite craftsmanship of the Linglong fairy. First-tier magical tools, second-tier spiritual devices, and third-tier treasures. Magical tools are further categorized into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade, each corresponding to the early, mid, late, and peak stages of chi refinement practitioners, respectively. A top-tier magical tool, once refined, would likely deplete one's entire reservoir of magical energy with a single use, wouldn't it? Li Chen recalled when Mo Bai sought to borrow spirit stones from him and Master Chen Dan, aiming to gather a total of 2,800 spirit stones to purchase a premier magical artifact for Mo Yunxing. Such premier magical artifacts are indeed exorbitantly valuable. First the deception technique, and then the premier magical artifact. Li Chen felt that the generosity of the exquisite fairy Linglong might rival that of the system itself. Fairy Linglong has been Li Chen's guiding light in the realm of cultivation, providing him with considerable support. At present, receiving a premier magical artifact gifted by Fairy Linglong left Li Chun utterly moved. Should Fairy Linglong ever ask, he felt he would willingly traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire for her. Observing Li Chun's heartfelt emotions, Manager Fu nodded with satisfaction and continued, "By the way, I have some news to share with you. Immortal has likely perished outside and has yet to return." Manager Fu spoke in a calm tone. As if discussing something trivial, Li Chun furrowed his brow, exhibiting little reaction. Periodically, Immortal would embark on the flying vessel of the Ningbaya Wang family to journey to the Zishu Immortal Gate, delivering the amassed spirit stones into the hands of Mo Yuxing. Upon completing this task, Immortal would hesitate to return by flying vessel, for it required 10 spirit stones for passage. He hoarded every spirit stone for his son's cultivation, as his own cultivation was modest, devoid of magical artifacts or talismans. In the face of hostile cultivators, his chances of survival were nearly non-existent. Constantly traversing the night roads, he risked encounters with malevolent spirits to conserve spirit stones. Each return from the Zishu Immortal Gate to Inchanfang saw him forego the flying vessel, and now he could not return. Upon learning from Manager Fu that Immortal had likely perished, Li Chun felt little upheaval within his heart. After Li Chun and Mo Yunyu became Dao companions, he did not maintain contact with Immortal, who was consumed with thoughts of his son far away at the Zishu Immortal sect, tirelessly refining pills day and night to amass spirit stones. Although Immortal was the father of Mo Yunyu, Li Chun felt no sorrow, merely reflecting on the perils of the cultivation world. At present, Li Chun contemplated whether to disclose this news to Mo Yunyu. After careful consideration, he resolved to keep the information to himself for the time being. Mo Yunyu was already over 5 months pregnant, her belly growing larger, and Li Chun could not ascertain how she would react upon receiving this news, fearing it might adversely affect their yet-to-be-born child. Perhaps it would be best to wait until the child was born before revealing this news to Mo Yunyu. Having refined a batch of gathering spirit pills at the Divine Pill Pavilion, Li Chun departed and made his way to the Spirit Wine Workshop to purchase some spirit wine, intending to visit Master Chun. After nearly 2 months of seclusion, Master Chun must surely be worried about him. "Li Daoyu, what wine would you like to purchase this time?" In the Spirit Wine Workshop, Bai Feng was perusing the ledger. Upon seeing Li Chun's arrival, he set the ledger aside and rose to greet him, his warm smile evoking a refreshing sense of spring. "Greetings, Bai Daoyu. I have limited spirit stones, so I will stick to the usual, 1 jug of bitter bamboo wine." After greeting Bai Feng, Li Chun purchased a pot of bitter bamboo wine. This time, Bai Feng charged Li Chun 90 spirit stones. Although Bai Feng is a direct descendant of the Bai family from Qingzhou Mountain and holds a prominent position as the manager of the Spirit Wine Workshop, it is unreasonable to expect him to generously offer Li Chun spirit wine on every occasion. A pot of bitter bamboo wine costs 90 spirit stones, and Bai Feng, despite his status, is not affluent to such an extent. "Dear Taoist Bai, I shall take my leave now." Li Chun bid farewell to Bai Feng, who smiled and nodded, accompanying him to the door. "Take your time, my friendly. Do remember to visit my abode when you have the opportunity." Li Chun nodded in agreement, deciding it was prudent to refrain from visiting the Bai Feng cave abode until he amassed sufficient strength. It would be wise to limit his interactions with the scions of these immortal clans. In the Grade B No. 7 cave abode, Master Chin gazed at Li Chun with concern. Li Chun felt a powerful stream of spiritual awareness sweep over him, far surpassing his own. "Have you failed in your recent seclusion attempt to break through to the 4th level of Qi refinement?" Li Chun was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, my aptitude is lacking, and I have failed to achieve a breakthrough, disappointing my master." Master Chindan, possessing a cultivation level of the 7th layer of Qi refinement, had not seen through his disguise. The art of deception truly held its secrets. After mastering the fundamentals of this art, Li Chun concealed his true cultivation level, presenting himself as a peak practitioner of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. It was only when he visited Manager Fu that he refrained from using the art of deception to hide his abilities. After all, only by advancing to the mid-stage of Qi refinement would Manager Fu be inclined to hand over the gift prepared by the exquisite Fairy Linglong. Presently, only 2 individuals were aware of Li Chun's advancement to the mid-stage of Qi refinement: Mo Yunyu and Manager Fu. "Please, take a seat," Master Chindan encouraged. "You are still young. Do not be disheartened. One failure does not signify the end of your journey." He gestured for Li Chun to sit down and instructed a maid to bring forth spiritual fruits, offering heartfelt words of consolation. Li Chun did not require consolation, yet he nonetheless displayed an attentive demeanor, fully engaged in the elder's teachings. After all, this venerable man genuinely cared for him. However, Li Chun had resolved to perpetually employ the art of deception to obscure his true cultivation level, striving to present himself as an ordinary individual. By concealing his abilities in daily life, he would be able to catch any potential assailants off guard in a moment of crisis by revealing his true prowess. After consuming 2 spirit fruits in Master Chen's cave, Li Chun rose to take his leave, his heart heavy with guilt. This elder had shown sincere concern for him, while he had chosen to conceal his true strength and had not shared the reality with him. Upon departing from Master Chen's abode, Li Chun returned home, eager to refine the gilded artifact gifted by the exquisite fairy Linglong. Before the cave, he encountered Fu Kong once more. "You failed to break through to the 4th layer of qi refining?" Fu Kong observed Li Chun, his spiritual sense sweeping over him, his tone remaining as cold and unyielding as ever. Li Chun had yet to respond when Fu Kong continued, "Cultivation cannot be rushed. One must not hastily channel their energy. Your child is soon to be born. What will become of them if anything were to happen to you, leaving them motherless and orphaned?" Li Chun was both amused and exasperated. This fellow cultivator, Fu, certainly had a knack for showing concern. However, Li Chun chose not to elaborate. Instead, he clasped his fists in gratitude towards the seemingly aloof yet warm-hearted practitioner before him, expressing his appreciation for Fu's thoughtfulness. He assured Fu that he would not be reckless in his pursuits again. Fu Kong nodded and handed Li Chun a bundle of lotus leaves, stating that this green pheasant was not worthy of the banquet table at Jinxiu Tower, and he should take it home to nourish his wife. Li Chun gazed at the azure pheasant enveloped in lotus leaves, shook his head, and spoke in a solemn tone, "Taoist Fu, your cultivation is no easy feat. I cannot accept this. The incomplete azure pheasant holds little value in spirit stones. Take it. What does it matter to a strong man?" Fu Kong stubbornly pressed the lotus leaf-wrapped pheasant into Li Chun's hands before turning and striding towards his own cave dwelling. Li Chun held the green pheasant wrapped in lotus leaves. A warm current surged through his heart. The Taoist Fu, who was taciturn and possessed a cold demeanor yet a warm heart, was indeed a person worthy of trust. After a moment's contemplation, Li Chun suddenly spoke, "Taoist Fu, please hold on." Fu Kong turned around, his eyes reflecting a mixture of curiosity and confusion as he gazed at Li Chun. Li Chun stepped forward, approaching Fu Kong. He retrieved a jade vial from his storage pouch and placed it into Fu Kang's hand. "Esteemed friend Fu, this is a vial of qi-nourishing elixir. Please accept it without disdain." Fu Kong gazed at the jade vial in his hand, remaining silent for a considerable time before shaking his head. "No, it cannot be accepted. The spiritual fish and azure pheasant I gifted you were of inferior quality, unworthy of the esteemed banquet table, mere remnants that hold little value in spirit stones. This vial of qi-nourishing elixir is precious. I cannot accept it." Upon hearing these words, Li Chun smiled broadly, revealing his pristine white teeth, and cheerfully declared, "Friend Fu, I sincerely wish to forge a friendship with you. If you are willing to acknowledge me as a friend, please do not hesitate any longer." Fu Kong regarded Li Chun for a considerable time before placing the jade vial into his storage pouch. "I shall take my leave," he stated. As Li Chun watched Fu Kong seal the cave entrance, a faint smile graced his face. "Xiaoyu, friend Fu has presented us with a green pheasant. Please prepare it for stew." Upon returning to his abode, Li Chun entrusted the green pheasant, wrapped in lotus leaves, to Mo Yunyu, instructing her to cook it. Mo Yunyu, her abdomen slightly rounded and radiating maternal warmth, received the pheasant from Li Chun's hands and skillfully approached the stove to ignite the fire. Observing her retreating figure, Li Chun hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding against informing her of the grim news regarding Mo Bai's likely demise. After dining, Li Chun retrieved the golden brick gifted by the exquisite fairy Linglong. This artifact was a supreme magical tool and represented Li Chun's inaugural acquisition of such an item. Most cultivators, upon advancing to the mid-stage of qi refinement, eagerly seek to obtain a magical tool, as it significantly enhances their prowess. Li Chun, who could wield a top-tier magical tool at this stage, was indeed a rarity among practitioners. The resplendent brick, though somewhat unrefined in appearance, did not deter Li Chun. He began channeling his magical energy into the brick, gradually refining the embedded restrictions within. Truly, as a premier magical tool, the process of refinement proved to be exceptionally arduous. Li Chun devoted 3 full days to the arduous task, enduring numerous instances of magical exhaustion. It was only through the consumption of restorative elixirs that he managed to tenuously refine the golden brick. Upon completion of the refinement, Li Qin inscribed his own spiritual imprint within the brick. Only by leaving such an imprint can a magical artifact truly possess a master. Li Qin pondered for half a day. This golden brick, aside from its ability to enlarge or shrink, possessed no additional functions. By channeling his magical energy, he could manipulate the brick to expand tenfold, rendering it as large as a door panel and weighing over 10,000 pounds. However, commanding this golden brick would deplete all of Li Qin's magical energy in one go. With his cultivation at the 4th level of Qi refinement, wielding such a premier magical artifact was somewhat taxing. Within the confines of the cave, Li Qin dared not experiment recklessly, fearing that a single strike of the brick could obliterate his dwelling. Imo Yunya, her eyes brimming with mirth, observed Li Qin, seemingly indifferent to the magical artifact, or perhaps to cultivation itself. Li Qin pondered for a moment before reducing the golden brick and storing it within his pouch. This golden brick was intended solely as a trump card. For wielding it drained an excessive amount of mana. At this juncture, it could only be utilized once, should he enlarge the brick to strike down his foes. He risked his own demise if he failed. As for the true extent of the brick's power, he would need to find a secluded location to test it at a later time. After considerable contemplation, Li Qin concluded that the golden brick artifact alone would be insufficient for his needs. He additionally required a flying sword from the Thousand Refinements Pavilion. The ability to soar through the azure skies on a sword had long been his aspiration. The exquisite golden brick bestowed upon him by the fairy Ling Long was not a flying artifact, and wielding it demanded an excessive amount of energy from Li Qin. He deemed it essential to procure a lower-tier flying sword. With the acquisition of the sword, he would also need to obtain a sword technique. In the marketplace, a lower-tier flying sword typically cost around 200 spirit stones, and acquiring a sword technique would likewise necessitate spirit stones. Li Qin gazed at the prominent belly of Mo Yunyu, realizing that the arrival of their child was imminent. He needed to devise a way to procure a spirit mushroom in the blood of a first-tier demonic beast, the spotted deer, to concoct a nourishing fawn blood elixir for Mo Yunyu. Spirit stones, indeed. Li Qin let out a faint sigh. Cultivating immortality requires abundant resources, and such resources must be procured with spirit stones. In the realm of wealth and cultivation, financial means take precedence. In his quest to break through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement and to comprehend the deceiving heaven technique, he had refrained from alchemical pursuits for nearly 2 months, resulting in his storage pouch being nearly depleted of spirit stones. He must endeavor to amass more spirit stones. Li Qin resumed his daily routine, venturing to the Shinan Pavilion to refine elixirs by day and returning to his cave abode at night for meditation and cultivation. After breaking through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement, he distinctly sensed a deceleration in his progress. Despite incessantly consuming spirit-gathering pills, his advancement remained remarkably sluggish. However, Li Qin was not perturbed. With a foundation laid over 3 years, the formation of a golden core taking a decade, and the attainment of the nascent soul spanning a century, such milestones were reserved for the unparalleled prodigies endowed with celestial-grade spiritual roots. As for his own 9-grade spiritual root, achieving the 4th layer of Qi refinement had necessitated an immense expenditure of medicinal resources, rendering a slower pace of cultivation rather commonplace. In the realm of cultivation, as long as one could establish a foundation before the age of 60 and form a golden core before 150, they would be deemed a minor genius. Most of the true disciples of the Zishu sect founded their foundations around the age of 30. In this world, a staggering 99% of mortals lack spiritual roots, rendering them incapable of embarking on the path of immortality. Among the cultivators who do tread this path, a staggering 99% remain trapped in the Qi refinement stage, unable to establish their foundations. Furthermore, of those who have successfully established their foundations, 99% cannot form a golden core. On the arduous journey to immortality, countless beings vie for that slender chance at transcendence. Yet, every obstacle along this path obstructs the vast majority of cultivators. As the ethereal Linglong fairy once remarked, over millennia, how many have truly ascended in the southern wilderness cultivation world? Not to mention, the kingdom of Yin is merely a remote nation among the 56 countries of the southern wilderness. Within the entire Yin cultivation realm, there is not a single nascent soul true monarch. The most formidable practitioner is the venerable golden core ancestor of the Zishu sect, who has lived for over 4 centuries. This stark reality illustrates the daunting challenges of the immortal path, a task more arduous than ascending to the heavens. The adage widely circulated in the realm of cultivation, that a mortal's quest for immortality is fraught with peril at every step, further underscores the formidable nature of this journey. Li Qin was not in a hurry. Having stepped into the realm of cultivation for less than 2 years, he had already attained the mid-stage of qi refinement. Although this pace of advancement could not be compared to that of cultivators possessing superior spiritual roots, it certainly did not lag behind those with intermediate roots. He accessed his data panel, which remained as straightforward as ever. Host, Li Qin lifespan, 2196, cultivation level, 4th layer of qi refinement techniques, scarlet flame art, spirit transformation technique, withered art, heaven deception technique skills, 2nd tier alchemy treasures, golden light brick partner, MOU offspring, nun main quest, establish a cultivation family, incomplete, side quest, bear the first offspring with spiritual roots, incomplete. The system panel now featured additional columns for skills and treasures, while the rest remained largely unchanged. Li Qin paid little attention to the system panel, choosing instead to diligently follow his routine. During the day, he refined elixirs at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, and at night, he consumed spirit-gathering pills to cultivate. At present, his singular focus was to amass enough spirit stones to purchase a flying sword, a spirit mushroom, and a vial of white-spotted deer demon blood, in order to concoct a batch of deer blood nurturing pills for MOU. As a month swiftly passed, the day for settling spirit stones arrived once more. Yet the enchanting fairy Ling Long had yet to make her appearance. Li Qin received 600 spirit stones from the shopkeeper Fu. As his cultivation progressed, the variety and sophistication of the elixirs he could concoct increased, leading to a corresponding rise in his earnings. Currently, at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Li Qin primarily refined 3 types of elixirs: the Qi Nourishing Pill, the Spirit Recovery Pill, and the Spirit Gathering Pill, though he occasionally ventured to refine the Harmonizing Pill. With over 600 spirit stones in his storage pouch, and after deducting rent, he was left with more than 500. Upon exiting the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Li Qin pondered for a moment, donned a wide-brimmed hat, and cloaked himself in a voluminous black robe, then made his way directly to the 1000 Refinement Pavilion to procure a flying sword. To the outside world, he appeared as a 3rd-layer qi refinement practitioner, thus revealing his true identity while purchasing a flying sword could easily arouse suspicion. As he approached the 1000 Refinement Pavilion, a wave of intense heat greeted him. A junior attendant, at the initial stage of qi refinement, welcomed Li Qin without a second thought to his attire, beaming as he began to introduce the various magical artifacts available in the pavilion. Within the 1000 Refinement Pavilion, the artifacts were diverse, with the first floor predominantly showcasing low to mid-tier items. The second floor housed high-grade and top-tier artifacts. As for spiritual artifacts, the 1000 Refinement Pavilion did not offer them for sale, nor did they possess any second-tier artifact masters. Visiting the 1000 Refinement Pavilion allowed one to purchase already refined magical artifacts with spirit stones or commission an artifact craftsman to create a custom piece. Li Qin, a practitioner of the Crimson Flame technique, found it to be quite commonplace, devoid of any methods for crafting magical artifacts. Thus, there was no need for him to commission bespoke instruments. He could simply procure finished products from the Qianlian Pavilion. In fact, there was no necessity for him to ascend to the 2nd floor, as the prices of high-grade artifacts were far beyond his means. Ultimately, Li Qin's gaze settled upon a fully crimson flying sword and a pitch-black cord. Guest possessed discerning eyes. The Crimson Edge Sword, forged from the essence of crimson iron, is renowned for its sharpness, with numerous disciples of the Zishu Immortal sect equipped with this very blade. Observing Li Qin's fixation on the Crimson Edge Sword, the attendant eagerly began his sales pitch. Li Qin waved his hand to interrupt his companion. The Red Flame Sword is merely a low-tier magical weapon, a standardized sword of the Purple Void sect. Many servant disciples of the Purple Void sect are equipped with the Red Flame Sword, which is quite renowned in the cultivation world of Yin country. Li Qin did not require his companion to elaborate further. Li Qin's interest was piqued by the ominous black rope. Pointing towards it, he calmly inquired of the attendant, "What is the significance of that rope?" "Ah, esteemed guest, your discerning eye is truly remarkable," the attendant replied. "This is a 1st-tier intermediate magical artifact known as the Binding Immortal Rope. It is crafted from the sinews of the dark cloud python, steeped in the blood of numerous demons, and reinforced with various spiritual materials, rendering it exceptionally resilient. Once ensnared by this Binding Immortal Rope, even a late-stage qi refinement cultivator would find it impossible to break free within a mere quarter of an hour. I must reveal to you, esteemed guest, that this Binding Immortal Rope is the proud creation of Master Ma from the Qianlian Pavilion. and it is the only one of its kind in the entire Yinshan district. What caliber could dare to be called a binding, immortal rope? Li Chen silently scoffed, questioning how a mere mid-tier magical artifact dared to bear the name binding immortal rope and provoke the likes of Tu Xingxuan. Nonetheless, despite his jest, Li Chen found himself genuinely intrigued by the rope. Might I have the privilege of examining this binding immortal rope? The attendant hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. Li Chen observed the binding immortal rope for a moment before inquiring with his companion. What is the price of this binding immortal rope? Esteemed guest, the binding immortal rope is a mid-tier magical artifact and a masterpiece crafted by Master Ma. Priced at 698 spirit stones. 700 spirit stones. Li Chen found the situation utterly absurd. The bundle of celestial ropes was indeed an excellent choice for ambushing the spectral beings. Initially, Li Chen intended to acquire this bundle of celestial ropes to ensnare his foes before unleashing a fierce blow upon them with a golden brick. However, upon hearing the outrageous price of the celestial ropes, he promptly abandoned the idea. Ultimately, Li Chen departed from the Thousand Refinements Pavilion with a crimson blade in hand. The price of the Crimson Peak sword was considerably more reasonable, merely 208 spirit stones. As Li Chen exited the pavilion, the attendant watched him leave with a smile that quickly faded once he was out of sight. Spitting in the direction of Li Chen's retreating figure, he muttered disdainfully about the impoverished fool, lamenting the waste of his words over someone without spirit stones to even consider the celestial ropes. After leaving the Thousand Refinements Pavilion, Li Chen made his way directly to the Treasure Pavilion, seeking to purchase a sword technique. The accompanying spell of the Crimson Flame technique was rather insubstantial. He required a sword technique to complement his flying sword. This time, Li Chen did not encounter the manager of the Treasure Pavilion. After expending 36 spirit stones, he acquired the Light Division Shadow technique and exited the establishment. In the realm of cultivation, the prices of low-tier techniques are often cheaper than those of pills, magical artifacts, array discs, and spirit talismans. This is because a technique can be replicated endlessly, incurring minimal costs. As for high-tier techniques, even possessing spirit stones does not guarantee their acquisition. The Light Division Shadow technique is merely a common item, suitable only for the Qi refinement stage. Li Chen contemplated for a moment, realizing that he still possessed a considerable amount of spirit stones. Thus, he made his way to the Baodin Tower. Within the Yinshan district, aside from the Xindan Pavilion, there exists another establishment known as the Baodin Tower, which also specializes in the sale of elixirs, barely qualifying as a rival to the Xindan Pavilion. The Baodin Tower is a venture belonging to the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff. Li Chen sought to acquire a specimen of the elusive Yinlingji. However, a complication arose as the Xindan Pavilion's herb garden did not stock this rare fungus. The Yinlingji is a unique treasure of the Yinwind Cliff. Yet the Zhao family of the cliff only sells it to the Baodin Tower. Thus, Li Chen had no choice but to visit Baodin Tower in pursuit of the Yinlingji. Upon entering the establishment, a staff member promptly approached him, inquiring about his desired elixirs, whether it be the Bigu pill, the hemostatic pill, the Qi nourishing pill, the spirit restoration pill, the spirit gathering pill, the harmonizing pill, or the Huangyao pill. Baodin Tower offers an array of potions, all of which boast quality that rivals that of the Xindan Pavilion. Li Chen shook his head, his voice hoarse as he spoke. I do not seek to purchase elixirs. I have come to your esteemed establishment in search of a shadow spirit mushroom. The attendant was taken aback, scrutinizing Li Chen for a moment before responding. Esteemed guest, I am not authorized to make such decisions. I must report to my superior. Li Chen nodded, gesturing for his attendant to inform the master of Baodin Tower. The Yinlingji, though not particularly precious, served as the primary ingredient in the concoction of the Gaiong Dan at Baodin Tower. This Gaiong Dan bears a resemblance to the unique Zhong Miao Dan crafted by Master Chen, both intended for elderly male cultivators in declining health. However, the challenge lies in the fact that Yinlingji only flourishes in regions of extreme. Throughout the entirety of Heishui Prefecture, only the Zhao family at Yinfeng Cliff possesses a vein of Yinling to cultivate this precious herb. And the Zhao family shares a close collaborative relationship with the Ningbai and Wang families, rendering them reluctant to sell the Yinlingji to the Xindan Pavilion. Soon, a middle-aged man emerged, adorned with a thick beard, his countenance imposing, and clad in a robe of authority. Beside him stood a young man, strikingly handsome, exuding a delicate and ethereal charm. Li Chen's heart sank as he realized that this middle-aged man was brazenly probing him with his spiritual awareness, while the young man was also scrutinizing him with the same ability. I wondered who it might be. It turns out to be Master Li from the Divine Elixir Pavilion. The middle-aged man chuckled. For Li Qin's ordinary black robe clearly could not conceal him from such prying eyes. Li Qin, feeling helpless, removed his conical hat and respectfully clasped his hands towards the middle-aged man before him, addressing him as Master Wang. My alchemical skills are hardly worthy of the esteemed title of alchemist, so I hope you do not mock me, sir. This man was none other than the steward of Baodin Tower, a prominent figure in the realm, being the grandson of the elder of the Wang family from Ningbi Cliff. As for the young man standing behind Master Wang, he appeared to be a member of the younger generation of the Wang family, though Li Qin did not recognize him. Master Wang's gaze swept across Li Qin's face, his smile unwavering as he spoke. Young Li has only embarked on the path of immortality for less than 2 years, yet he has already attained the 3rd level of qi refinement. Moreover, he is capable of independently refining both the pill of abandoning grains and the pill of nourishing qi. Such prodigious talent ensures that his ascension to the rank of alchemist is merely a matter of time. Li Qin did not respond, but deftly shifted the conversation, saying, Master Wang, I wish to acquire a Yinlingji. I hope you can assist me. Wang Quan shook his head and replied with a hearty smile, Why purchase it? If you desire a Yinlingji, my young friend, I can take the liberty of gifting you one. He paused momentarily, then continued, Not only can I offer you a Yinlingji, but I can also provide you with other spiritual herbs, and even arrange for Master Yi to guide you in alchemy. It is worth noting that Master Yi of our Baodin Tower is a 2nd-tier alchemist, sought after by many alchemists who cannot even gain his favor. However, all of this is contingent upon your departure from the Shan'an Pavilion to join our Baodin Tower as an alchemist. Wang Quan gazed at Li Qin with a calm expression, his eyes radiating a formidable pressure accompanied by an aura of spiritual might. Under the weight of Wang Quan's imposing gaze, Li Qin felt a chill but remained composed. Cupping his hands in respect, the fairy Ling Long has shown me great kindness, and I cannot betray the Shan'an Pavilion. Thank you for your generous offer, Master Wang. With that, Li Qin turned to leave. Baodin Tower had long regarded Shan'an Pavilion as a rival, and Wang Quan's desire for Li Qin to forsake Shan'an Pavilion was something he could not agree to, even if the day came for him to leave Shan'an Pavilion. Li Qin would not join any other faction or turn against Fairy Ling Long. He would forever remember her profound kindness. To think that a single Yinlingji could sway him to betray her? Wang's family underestimated his resolve. Not even the most precious treasures could entice him to turn against Fairy Ling Long. One must have principles. Within Baodin Tower, Wang Quan remained unfazed. His expression was tranquil, and his tone indifferent as he remarked, just a mere alchemy apprentice at the 3rd level of qi refinement. He truly believes himself to be of significance. Being addressed as Master Li, Feng Ming, have someone keep an eye on him. As soon as he exits Yinshe Lane, take action. What of it if he is a genius in alchemy? If he serves no purpose for my Wang family, then let him be destroyed. Beside Wang Quan, a youth named Wang Fengming hesitated. Uncle, I have heard that this young man is highly valued by Fairy Ling Long. If we were to kill him, wouldn't that be a slap in her face? If Fairy Ling Long were to go mad, my Wang family might not withstand her wrath. Wang Quan turned to the youth, his tone cold. What is there to fear? Fairy Ling Long is but a foundation-building cultivator. My family's ancestors are not to be trifled with. Do you truly believe she would turn against my Wang family for such a minor character? Moreover, the time of reckoning for that elder from the Zishu sect is approaching. He will inevitably seek to eliminate Fairy Ling Long before his end. 20 years ago, it was Fairy Ling Long's brother who severely wounded that elder. No one would believe he would not seek revenge. Furthermore, to maintain the authority of the sect, the Zishu sect cannot afford to allow Fairy Ling Long to flourish. Feng Ming. Among the younger generation of our Wang family, you are the one most cherished by our esteemed ancestor. You must not exhibit weakness, otherwise. How will you uphold the honor of the Wang family in the future? Wang Fengming nodded and replied solemnly, Second uncle, I am grateful for your guidance. Wang Quan. The Wang family of Ningbi Cliff. Li Qin emerged from the Baodin building, his heart plummeting to the depths of despair. The cultivation families were increasingly domineering, particularly the Yulongyang clan and the Ningbai Wang clan. Initially, Li Qin believed that his modest cultivation would not attract the attention of these powerful clans. Yet to his surprise, they had already taken note of him. Li Qin felt an acute sense of urgency, accompanied by a profound awareness of impending danger. Until he possessed the means for self-preservation, he must not venture a single step away from Yinshe Square. Li Qin was oblivious to how many individuals had secretly taken notice of him. Within the confines of Yinshe Square, due to the formidable reputation of the enchanting Fairy Ling Long, It was unlikely that anyone would dare to act overtly against him. However, once he stepped beyond the threshold of Incheon Square, the situation could become unpredictable. Power. Li Chun was fervently eager to elevate his cultivation and prowess. Having already grasped the fundamentals of the deceptive sky technique, he felt liberated to enhance his abilities without reservation. At this juncture, he found it increasingly difficult to encounter foundation establishment cultivators, let alone golden core masters, due to his insufficient tier. As for chi refining practitioners, they were unable to discern the disguise of the deceptive sky technique, deprived of the opportunity to procure the Yin spirit herb. Li Chun had no choice but to abandon the concoction of the deer blood nurturing fetus pill. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he first attended to Mo Yunwei, and then devoted himself to rigorous training, not daring to relent for a moment. Days passed in this manner, and before long, 3 months had slipped by. Mo Yunwei's belly grew increasingly pronounced, and the life force of the unborn child became ever more robust. Calculating the time, the child was on the verge of birth. Throughout these 3 months, Li Chun's life remained consistently tranquil, adhering to a simple routine. By day, he refined pills at the Divine Pill Pavilion, and by night, he practiced in his cave. Regrettably, Li Chun's cultivation remained stagnated at the 4th layer of chi refining, with no signs of breaking through to the 5th layer. His neighbor, Taoist Fu, would occasionally return from the delicacy tower with spirit fish or beast meat as gifts for Li Chun, and with the abundant chi nurturing pills he provided. Mo Yunwei's cultivation was forcibly elevated to the 3rd layer of chi refining during her pregnancy. A mother's higher cultivation naturally benefited the unborn child. As the child's birth approached, Li Chun felt both anxious and expectant, to the point where his desire to cultivate diminished significantly. One day, as Li Chun returned from the Divine Pill Pavilion to his cave, he found Mo Yunwei lying on the bed, blood seeping from between her legs. Her complexion pale as she smiled at him. "Husband, the child is about to be born. Do you wish for a son or a daughter?" "Xiaoyu, do not speak for now. I will cherish either a son or a daughter. Wait for me. I shall fetch the midwife at once." This unforeseen urgency struck Li Chun unexpectedly, as he had observed no signs of labor in Mo Yunwei that morning, yet by the afternoon, the child was ready to be born. Li Chun, with a look of panic, threw a charm for swift travel, intending to summon the midwife for the impending birth. "Is your wife about to give birth?" Fu Kong, who had just returned from the Jinxiu building with a tale of spirit fish, immediately grasped the situation upon seeing Li Chun's anxious expression. It was clear that Mo Yunwei was in labor. "You stay here and watch over her, while I fetch the midwife." With remarkable efficiency, Fu Kong secured the services of a woman within a mere quarter of an hour. This was Sister Zhang, renowned for her extensive experience in assisting births. Li Chun gazed at the woman, offering her 2 spirit stones. "Zhang saw, I implore you to ensure the safety of both mother and child." Zhang Sa accepted the spirit stones with a cheerful smile. "Rest assured, Master Li. Madame Li is also a cultivator, not an ordinary woman. Complications during childbirth are unlikely. Wait outside the cave. The child will arrive shortly." As Zhang Sa entered the cave, Li Chun felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. His throat parched. Thoughts of difficult labor and the welfare of both mother and child flashed through his mind, leaving him in a state of turmoil. In both this life and the last, he had never experienced such inner chaos. Fu Kong stood beside him, patting Li Chun on the shoulder. "Do not be anxious. Your wife has attained the 3rd level of chi refinement. She is not so fragile." Li Chun swallowed hard, striving to maintain his composure. It was unlikely that Mo Yunwei would encounter any complications. The child should arrive safely. He wondered whether the baby would be a boy or a girl, and if they would possess a spiritual root. While it is rare for a union of ordinary individuals without spiritual roots to produce offspring with such gifts, it is not impossible. When both parents possess spiritual roots, the likelihood of their child inheriting such traits is significantly increased. With both himself and Mo Yunwei endowed with 9th-grade spiritual roots, their child would presumably inherit the same. Li Chun found himself unable to restrain his wandering thoughts. As he endured the torment, time passed slowly, each second stretching into eternity, and his emotions underwent a myriad of transformations. Well, after an indeterminate period of anguish, a piercing wail pierced the air, and Li Chun's anxious heart finally found solace. "Side quest completed. Rewards dispatched. Please check your inventory," echoed the system notification in his ears, and Li Chun exhaled deeply, a weight lifting from his shoulders. The child had been safely born, possessing a spiritual root. The door swung open, and a woman emerged, a smile gracing her face as she addressed Li Chun. "Mother and child are both safe." "Thank you, Sister Zhang." Li Qin bowed his fist in gratitude to the woman, presenting her with 2 pieces of spiritual stone. Upon receiving the stones from Li Qin, Sister Zhang's weathered face blossomed into a radiant smile, akin to a chrysanthemum. In her past experience as a midwife, she had never encountered such a generous employer. Li Qin disregarded Sister Zhang and even neglected to examine the rewards bestowed by the system, hastily rushing into the cave dwelling. After a moment of contemplation, Fukong followed Li Qin into the abode. The cave was adorned with luminous pearls, their gentle radiance illuminating Imo Yunyu. Imo Yunyu appeared frail, half reclining against the head of the bed, her cheeks pallid and devoid of color. Yet, her smile radiated a tender warmth, imbued with profound maternal grace. As she cradled a wrinkled infant in her arms, Li Qin leaned closer to Imo Yunyu, gazing at the infant swaddled in the blankets, unable to suppress a joyful smile. "My dear husband, it is a son." Imo Yunyu handed the swaddled child to Li Qin, a faint smile gracing her slender cheeks. Li Qin cautiously received the swaddled infant, an overwhelming sense of connection surging within him. This was his son, blood coursing through his veins. The baby, nestled in the cloth, was wrinkled and silent. Yet his pair of clear, untainted eyes gazed intently at Li Qin. Li Qin unconsciously displayed the unique, benevolent smile of a father, playfully tapping the tiny child. "Son, I am your father. Quickly, call me father." In his arms, the wrinkled infant gazed intently at Li Qin, reaching out with chubby little hands, beaming with an innocent smile. Imo Yunyu, half sitting and half lying, looked at Li Qin with a teasing expression. "My dear husband, the child has just been born. How could he possibly speak?" Li Qin finally came to his senses. He was no extraordinary being. The child had just been born and was no different from any ordinary infant. It could neither speak nor leap, let alone soar through the skies. Even he, as the father, was incapable of such feats. Fukong stood nearby, observing the family of 3 before him. As he gazed at the newborn cradled in Li Qin's arms, a hint of warmth crept onto his stern visage. With a voice tinged with gravel, he said, "Taoist Li, Taoist Imo, my heartfelt congratulations to you both." Li Qin, in high spirits, turned to Fukong and said, "Dear friend Fu, if you too have a fondness for children, why not seek a partner in the path? With your cultivation, finding a companion should be a simple matter." Fukong shook his head, lost in thought, his gaze darkening as a cloud of melancholy enveloped him. Observing the silent Fukong, Li Qin pondered deeply, realizing that this friend harbored his own untold stories. "Shall you please consume this blood-replenishing pill first?" Li Qin cradled the child in his arms and retrieved a blood-replenishing pill from the jade vial, gently offering it to Imo Yunyu's lips. After consuming the elixir, Imo Yunyu's complexion improved slightly, and she was now barely able to rise from her bed. Despite her delicate appearance and her usual indifference towards cultivation, she was indeed a practitioner of the 3rd layer of qi refinement, possessing a physique far more robust than that of an ordinary woman. Even after the arduous experience of childbirth, which had drained her vitality, the effects of the pill gradually began to restore her energy. In the realm of cultivation, there is no tradition of confinement for female cultivators post-childbirth. Fukong returned to his cave dwelling to fetch a flask of spirit wine, which he shared with the couple. After taking a sip of the crimson elixir, Fukong turned to Li Qin and asked in a solemn tone, "Friendly, have you decided on a name for the child?" Imo Yunyu looked at Li Qin with anticipation, as the task of naming the child naturally fell upon him. For she did not possess a strong-willed character. Li Qin pondered for a moment, his expression earnest as he spoke. "As cultivators, our only aspiration is to attain immortality. With unwavering determination to become an immortal," he declared. "Thus, this child shall be named Changxing." Changxing, immortality. The name carries a profound significance. "My friend Li, let us share a toast." Fukong did not mock Li Qin, raising his wine cup in solidarity. Imo Yunyu gently took the swaddled infant from Li Qin's arms, her eyes soft as she gazed upon her son. In a tender voice, she said, "From this day forth, you shall be called Li Changxing." As she looked at her quiet child, Imo Yunyu's expression turned pale, a fleeting thought crossing her mind. She cast a timid glance at Li Qin and asked in a whisper, "My husband, what if Changxing lacks a spiritual root and cannot embark on the path to immortality?" Li Qin understood the concerns that Imo Yunyu harbored. Imo Yunyu possessed a 9th-grade spiritual root and had a younger brother, Imo Yunxing, with a 7th-grade spiritual root. From the moment of her birth, Imo Yunyu had never experienced the warmth of her father's affection, receiving only his indifferent gaze. She feared that her son might lack a spiritual root and thus fail to earn Li Qin's favor. Li Qin was acutely aware of Imo Yunyu's concerns. He gently pulled her close and patted the back of her hand, soothingly assuring her there is no need to worry, regardless of whether Changxing possesses spiritual roots. He is still my son, and I shall not be harsh with my own child. Although the test has yet to be conducted, Li Chen is certain that his son does indeed have spiritual roots. The system's side quest was to give birth to an offspring with spiritual roots. A task that has been fulfilled and the rewards duly granted. There should be no issues at all. Li Changxing undoubtedly possesses a spiritual root, most likely of the 9th grade. After partaking in a flask of spirit wine, Fu Kong rose to take his leave. Li Chen escorted Fu Kong out of the cave dwelling, finding this companion to be somewhat more trustworthy, thus deeming him a commendable friend. In Mo Yunyu's embrace, her son had already drifted into a deep slumber, sleeping exceptionally soundly. Such is the nature of newborns, who spend the majority of their time in peaceful repose. Li Chun gazed at Mo Yunyu and gently spoke, "Xiao Yu, you must be exhausted. Please go and rest." Mo Yunyu nodded obediently, cradling their child as she returned to bed, her face aglow with happiness. Mo Yunyu harbored no ambitions nor lofty aspirations of immortality. Her desires were modest. She simply wished for her husband and child to be safe and for their family to live joyfully together. Casting a glance at Li Chen, who sat cross-legged on the mat, Mo Yunyu's eyes brimmed with infinite tenderness, finding solace in her heart. With the successful birth of their son, who possessed a spiritual root, all of Li Chen's worries dissipated, allowing him to finally check the system. Host, Li Chen lifespan, 21, 96, spiritual root, grade 8 cultivation level, 4th layer of Qi refinement techniques, Qi Yinju, Hualing Shou, Kumu Ju, Fenguang Luing Jianju, Qi Tian Shu magic tools, Qi Feng sword, Jin Guang brick skills, 2nd tier alchemy partner, Mo Yunyu offspring, Li Changxing main quest, establish a cultivation family, incomplete, side quest, seize a legacy, occupy a spiritual vein, incomplete. As Li Chen observed the system panel, his eyes widened in astonishment. A new category for the spiritual root had appeared. Was he not a grade 9 spiritual root? The spiritual measuring pillar of the Zi-Su Immortal sect had indicated it was grade 9. And Fairy Ling Long had also affirmed that he possessed a grade 9 spiritual root. Why then did the system panel display in grade 8 spiritual root? Could it be that the spiritual measuring pillar of the Zi-Su Immortal sect was faulty, or had Fairy Ling Long made an error? Li Chen shook his head, convinced that such a possibility was implausible. The spirit testing pillar of the Zi-Su Immortal sect was certainly beyond malfunction, and Fairy Ling Long could not possibly be mistaken. Thus, why had his 9th grade spiritual root transformed into an 8th grade one? After an extensive period of research, Li Chen finally uncovered the reason. Upon accessing the progeny section, he was astonished to discover that he could view the panel data of Li Changxing, yet the same could not be said for Mo Yunyu. Progeny, Li Changxing. Lifespan, 0.75, spiritual root, 8th grade, talent, none. The information regarding Li Changxing was exceedingly concise. Li Chen gently stroked his chin, gradually comprehending why his 9th grade spiritual root had transformed into an 8th grade one. It appeared that the spiritual root aptitude of his offspring could indeed cascade onto him, the father. Li Chen turned his gaze towards the side, where Mo Yunwei and her child were situated, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Is the system encouraging me to procreate abundantly? If Li Changxing possesses a 7th grade spiritual root, could it be that I too shall transform into one of the same caliber? Upon careful contemplation, Li Chun felt a surge of exhilaration. If I were to seek a partner with a heavenly grade spiritual root and bear a child endowed with such a root, might I not also ascend to that esteemed status? The depths of despair associated with possessing a 9th grade spiritual root are a sentiment Li Chun knows all too well. Should the child's spiritual root be capable of enhancing my own, the prospect of nurturing several offspring with superior spiritual qualifications could indeed pave a path of unparalleled success on my journey to immortality. Henceforth, I must endeavor to find multiple partners of high spiritual caliber to bear children. With both Mo Yunwei and I possessing 9th grade spiritual roots, it was merely fortune that granted Li Changxing an 8th grade root. The next child could very well be blessed with a 9th grade root. Li Chen withdrew his gaze, silently resolving to take on several more Dao companions, preferably those endowed with superior spiritual roots, rather than siring a multitude of 9th grade spiritual root offspring with Mo Uni. It would be far more prudent to bear a singular child of heavenly grade spiritual roots. The principle of superior breeding is paramount. However, finding a Dao companion with heavenly grade spiritual roots is no simple task, is it? In the vast realm of the Yin Kingdom's cultivation world, The absence of even a single nascent soul true monarch underscores the rarity of such practitioners. One wonders what type of spiritual root Fairy Linglong possesses. For reasons unknown, Li Chun found his thoughts drifting to her. Undoubtedly, Fairy Linglong's spiritual root aptitude is exceptionally high. Otherwise, she would not have attained such formidable cultivation at such a tender age. Remembering Fairy Linglong's ethereal visage, Li Chun quickly snapped back to reality, dismissing further contemplation. Fairy Linglong is not someone of his current standing who could aspire to reach. Li Chun suppressed his distractions and began to delve into the secondary quest issued by the system. The first secondary task involved begetting an offspring with a spiritual root. Upon its completion, the quest transformed into a pursuit of seizing a legacy and occupying a spiritual vein. As he contemplated the mission laid before him by the system, a shiver ran down Li Chun's spine. In the realm of cultivation within the Yin Kingdom, the numerous spiritual vein territories had long been claimed and divided by various factions. With his mere fourth layer of qi refining, was he truly expected to risk his life to seize a spiritual vein? Through careful consideration, Li Chun discerned a pattern in the system's secondary quests, noting that each was intricately tied to the main mission. However, he recognized that he currently lacked the capability to undertake the second secondary task. For the moment, he resolved to await the rewards bestowed upon him after completing the first secondary quest. Li Chun was filled with anticipation regarding the system's rewards, especially given that the starter pack provided by the system had granted him a second-tier alchemical inheritance. Surely, the rewards following the completion of the task would be commensurate with, if not superior to, the initial starter pack. Li Chun was filled with anticipation as he began to examine the rewards of the system. When he first embarked on the path of immortality and activated the system, he was bestowed with a novice package, which contained the legacy of the second-tier alchemy. It was precisely due to this second-tier alchemical inheritance that Li Chun was able to elevate his cultivation to the current fourth level of qi refinement through the use of a vast array of elixirs. It is worth noting that within the Divine Pill Pavilion, the majority of apprentices have spent over a decade barely managing to concoct entry-level spiritual pills such as the Biga pill and the hemostatic pill. Without the second-tier alchemical legacy imparted by the system, Li Chun would not consider himself to be a true genius in alchemy. The emergence of Li Changxing enabled Li Chun to accomplish the first side quest of the system. Li Chun brimmed with anticipation for the reward. Given that it was a reward bestowed after the completion of a task, it should surely surpass the meager offerings of a novice gift pack. Within the system, an additional item slot had emerged. Li Chun beheld a crimson flying dagger within his inventory. A flying dagger? Li Chun was filled with questions as he reached out to the scarlet flying dagger with his mind. After a moment, he regained his composure, exhibiting a peculiar expression, devoid of the anticipated joy. This crimson dagger, known as the blood-devouring blade, is a growth-oriented artifact of the demonic path. In the realm of cultivation, qi refinement practitioners wield magical tools. Foundation establishment cultivators utilize spiritual devices. Golden core masters employ magical treasures, while nascent soul true beings possess spiritual artifacts. However, this blood-devouring blade does not fit into any of those categories. It is an extraordinary treasure with the potential for growth. Naturally, if it were merely that, Li Chun would not have displayed such an odd demeanor. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the blood-devouring blade is a demonic artifact. This particular treasure requires its master to nurture it within their dantian, feeding it with their own blood daily. When the time comes to confront an enemy, activating the blood-devouring blade will siphon the master's vital essence, locking onto the adversary and rendering them unable to evade, compelling them to take the strike directly. It can be said that when the blade is drawn, it is certain to hit its mark. Given Li Chun's current cultivation level, even foundation establishment cultivators and golden core masters would find it difficult to evade the blood-devouring blade. Though it is likely that the blade may struggle to breach the defenses of formidable foundation establishment and golden core practitioners. The extent of the power this growth-type extraordinary treasure can unleash will depend not only on Li Chun's own cultivation, but also on the amount of vital essence it extracts from him. As Li Chun's cultivation deepens, the amount of vital essence extracted by the bloodthirsty flying dagger increases, thereby amplifying its formidable power. In simpler terms, it is a malevolent artifact that inflicts 1,000 wounds upon the enemy, while costing oneself 800. When confronted with a particularly powerful practitioner, it may very well result in a self-inflicted loss of 1,000, leaving the adversary unscathed. Li Chun found himself at a loss for words. In the mortal realm, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the martial world, wielding the golden bell shield and the infallible technique of flying daggers. Upon entering the realm of cultivation, the system bestowed upon him a demonic treasure, the bloodthirsty flying dagger, which was as much a weapon of self-harm as it was of offense. Extracting the bloodthirsty flying dagger from the system, he beheld the crimson blade nestled in his palm, measuring merely 3 inches in length and resembling a willow leaf. Before Li Chun could scrutinize it further, the blood-red dagger seamlessly integrated into his flesh, burrowing into his dantian. Did this dagger possess sentience? Li Chun utilized his spiritual perception to delve into his dantian, observing the crimson flying dagger, which led him to the conclusion that this weapon possessed sentience. He had acquired yet another formidable trump card, albeit one that could not be wielded lightly. The golden brick bestowed upon Li Chun by the exquisite fairy was a premier magical artifact, given his currently limited cultivation. Activating the golden brick even once would nearly deplete his entire reservoir of spiritual energy, making it imprudent for frequent use. The bloodthirsty flying dagger provided by the system was even more extraordinary. It did not require spiritual energy for activation, but instead demanded vital blood. Vital blood is not mere ordinary blood. Even as a cultivator, Li Chun could scarcely produce a few drops of such precious essence. Nevertheless, possessing such a rare treasure is certainly preferable to having none at all. In a desperate moment, it may very well unveil its astonishing prowess, bringing Li Chun unexpected delight. Li Chun yearned to test the might of the bloodthirsty flying dagger. Yet, he found himself bereft of a suitable target for such a demonstration. For the very nature of the blade dictated that it would inevitably stain itself with blood, evasion was simply not an option. He had already experienced the formidable power of the golden light brick, which, when hurled down, could cause the earth to tremble and carve a profound pit into the ground, an assault that even a late-stage chi refinement adept would struggle to withstand. The prowess of the bloodthirsty flying dagger should, therefore, rival that of the golden light brick. After all, it was a growth-type demonic artifact, while the golden light brick was merely a magical tool. With a golden light brick nestled in his storage pouch and a bloodthirsty flying dagger residing in his dantian, Li Chun finally felt a modicum of confidence in confronting the world of cultivation, should he dare to unleash the bloodthirsty flying dagger without restraint. Even a peak chi refinement practitioner would likely meet their demise in an instant, would they not? As for foundation-building cultivators, Li Chun harbored doubts about the dagger's ability to breach their defenses at present. However, it was unlikely he would encounter any foundation-building practitioners in his immediate future. With a deep exhale, Li Chun felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The presence of the bloodthirsty flying dagger instilled in him both confidence and a profound sense of security. Moving forward, he resolved to diligently pursue alchemy and cultivation, all while nurturing his son. Additionally, he contemplated seeking out female cultivators with exceptional spiritual roots, intending to marry and sire children endowed with high spiritual potential, thereby enhancing his own lineage. Once he transcended to the foundation-building stage, and with the venerable elder of the Purple Void sect not intervening, he envisioned himself navigating the Yinhua cultivation realm with ease. At that juncture, acquiring a plot of spiritual vein land to establish his own cultivation family would surely be a straightforward endeavor. He set himself a modest goal to achieve the foundation-building realm within 20 years. Li Chun sat cross-legged on the mat, his heart brimming with an indomitable spirit as he commenced the practice of the Crimson Flame technique, inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy. Just then, he decided to test the differences between the 8th grade and 9th grade spiritual roots. The night swiftly passed in the depths of his cultivation. Li Chun opened his eyes and cursed once more, useless, with merely a 9th grade spiritual root. Li Chun experienced the cultivation speed of an 8th grade spiritual root. If one were to liken the 9th grade spiritual root to crawling, then the 8th grade spiritual root would be akin to walking upright. By this reckoning, a 7th grade spiritual root would correspond to a brisk jog, while a 6th grade spiritual root would be comparable to a full sprint. As for the heavenly grade spiritual root, is it not akin to soaring through the skies? It is imperative to seek a companion on the path, one who possesses a high caliber of spiritual roots. Li Chun resolved to seek a new companion on his path from this moment forth. As for whether Mo Yunyu would have any objections, he felt no concern. This was the realm of immortals, where powerful cultivators could effortlessly forge crystalline palaces, accommodating tens of thousands of wives and concubines without inciting a single remark. Did not Master Chen possess 4 maidservants and concubines? Why then could not Master Li have several companions of his own? Mo Yunyu rose from the bed. Her complexion significantly improved, and she moved about with her usual grace. Li Chen approached the bedside, casting a glance at the swaddled Li Changsheng. A gentle smile unique to a father gracing his face. "My son, your father must depart for work to earn some spirit stones. Be good at home. Listen to your mother, and refrain from crying. If your old man returns to find you disobedient, I shall undoubtedly reprimand you." Upon hearing Li Chen's voice, the swaddled Li Changsheng opened his clear, bright eyes, grinning widely, devoid of teeth, and gazed at Li Chen with an innocent smile. Li Chen felt a sudden jolt in his heart. It was over. This son, who neither cried nor made a fuss, only knew how to smile foolishly. Could it be that he was simple-minded? Mo Uni, with a gentle gaze, adjusted Li Chen's collar and reproachfully remarked, "Husband, how could you frighten him when he is still so young?" Li Chen embraced Mo Yunyu's slender waist and gently kissed her forehead. "Shall you? I am heading to the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Please take good care of Changsheng at home, and do not let your own cultivation decline." Mo Yunyu nodded, cradling Li Changsheng in her arms as she accompanied Li Chen out of the cave dwelling, watching him depart into the distance. As she gazed at his gradually vanishing silhouette, she cast a glance at her son before looking up at the sky. A delicate dimple appeared on her slender cheek as she whispered softly to herself, "Heaven, may you bless my husband with all his endeavors today, and may his path to immortality be smooth. Additionally, may you ensure that Changsheng grows up safe, healthy, and happy." Today, Li Chen was in high spirits. The blood-devouring flying daggers had imbued him with immense confidence and assurance. As if the invisible mountain that loomed over him had been lifted, allowing him to feel considerably more at ease. Li Chen did not proceed to the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Instead, he intended to wander through the area of scattered cultivators on West Street, seeking to purchase a couple of small toys for his son. The West Street area is a melting pot of diverse and various wandering practitioners. Li Chen spent a grain of spirit sand to purchase a rattle drum. As he wandered the streets, he unexpectedly encountered two individuals, Shu Chan and Han Mao. It was truly surprising to see these two together, a development that caught Li Chen off guard. Brotherly, Han Mao greeted as he rose, his face marred by a grotesque scar that twisted like a centipede. Signaling his acknowledgement to Li Chen cast a fleeting glance at Han Mao's stall, where an assortment of materials derived from magical beasts lay scattered. Beastly flesh, bones, hides, milk, and blood, all painstakingly harvested from a lesser magical creature known as the sword bristleboar. Shifting his gaze to the adjacent stall occupied by Shu Chan, he noted her modest attire. Her table was neatly arranged with stacks of meticulously cut low-grade and mid-grade spiritual paper. Shu Chan kept her head bowed. Avoiding eye contact with Li Chen's gaze held a hint of surprise. This woman had indeed turned over a new leaf, seemingly intent on embarking on a life of sincerity with Han Mao. His eyes swept over Han Mao and Shu Chan, noting that the magical fluctuations emanating from Han Mao were slightly less potent than his own, both standing at the 4th level of Qi refinement. As for Shu Chan, she had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level of Qi refinement. After a moment's contemplation, Li Chen inquired of Han Mao, "How much do you sell this beast milk for?" Han Mao, with a grin that revealed the scars on his face, cheerfully replied, "If brotherly desires it, simply take it. No need for spirit stones." Li Chen cast a meaningful glance at Han Mao and calmly inquired, "How many spirit stones?" Han Mao, without any reluctance, smiled at Li Chen and replied, 12 spirit stones. Li Chen retrieved 15 spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them to Han Mao. Taking away a jar of beast milk from his stall, Han Mao watched Li Chen depart, letting out a soft sigh. Brotherly has indeed improved, yet alas, our relationship can never return to what it once was. Shu Chan lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with venom as she glared at Li Chen's receding figure. When she turned to face Han Mao, her expression was frigid. "That Li Chen is merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. You possess a higher cultivation than he does. Why do you lower yourself before him? Is this all you amount to? I truly regret binding myself to such an ineffectual partner." Han Mao scratched his head, wearing an ingratiating smile. "Sister Chan, please don't be angry. I promise I won't act this way again." Shu Chan's icy gaze remained fixed on Han Mao. "You swore to procure a bottle of Yin restoration pills for me to mend my damaged primordial Yin. When will you fulfill that promise?" Han Mao's smile faltered. "Sister Chan, please don't rush me. Tomorrow, I will join Brother Wang and others to hunt monsters in the Yin mountain range. Soon, I shall earn enough spirit stones to buy the Yin restoration pills for you." Li Chen strolled along the street, swiftly leaving Shu Chan and Han Mao behind in his thoughts. Upon reaching the end of West Street, he paused before a stall. "Ah, it's you," said the stall owner, clad in a flowing black robe and donning a mischievous monkey mask. Their voice was bright and melodious, reminiscent of pearls cascading on a plate. With a lingering resonance that was utterly enchanting, Li Chen grinned and inquired, "Fairy Huang, how has business been today?" Huang Qingya, without removing her mask, replied in a tone devoid of emotion, "No deals were made." Li Chen glanced at the array of spiritual talismans displayed at her stall, noting both the elementary and intermediate levels. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively inquired, "Fairy Huang, do you happen to possess any advanced spiritual talismans?" Li Chen was not acting on a whim. He intended to procure some advanced talismans, for talismans are renowned for their convenience. Even cultivators in the early stages of qi refinement can wield first-tier advanced talismans, and even top-tier ones. The use of talismans incurs virtually no consumption of a cultivator's spiritual power. The adage, "When one lacks cultivation, let talismans fill the gap," is not merely a playful saying. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners specializing in talismans, formations, and insect manipulation often possess the ability to defeat foes across minor realms. Such instances are plentiful. Huang Qingya donned a mask, concealing her features and expressions. Yet, Li Chen could perceive the enchanting and lively glimmer in her eyes. Huang Qingya blinked playfully, scrutinizing Li Chen with a hint of mischief in her tone. "You are indeed timid and fearful of death. At merely the third layer of qi refinement, you are already contemplating the purchase of advanced talismans for self-preservation? With these spirit stones, wouldn't it be wiser to invest in spirit pills for your cultivation?" Li Chen's smile remained undiminished as Huang Xinzi inquired about the availability of high-level spiritual talismans. Previously, when confronted by Huang Qingya, Li Chen had been timid and cautious, trembling with fear at her mere words, which had caused him to break into a cold sweat. Yet now, in the presence of this prodigious talisman practitioner, Li Chen felt no tension whatsoever. This transformation in his demeanor was entirely attributable to the presence of the bloodthirsty flying dagger in his dantian. At the stall, Huang Qingya tilted her head and stated, "A high-level spiritual talisman costs 200 spirit stones at the talent pavilion. Do you possess spirit stones?" With a smile gracing his lips, Li Chen acknowledged that, although his supply of spirit stones was indeed insufficient, he could offer elixirs in exchange. "What kind of elixirs do you possess?" Huang Qingya inquired, her tone infused with newfound enthusiasm. Li Chen chuckled lightly and said, "I possess spirit-gathering pills, harmony pills, and essence-increasing pills." Huang Qingya's eyes flickered as she gazed at Li Chen and inquired, "Do you have Huangya pills?" Li Chen did not provide a direct answer. He merely stated that as long as Huang Xinzi possessed advanced spirit talismans, he would have Huang Yudan. Huang Qingya rose to her feet, her height matching that of Li Chen. She glanced around to ensure no one was present before inquiring, "You are merely a practitioner at the third level of qi refinement. It is said that you can only concoct spirit pills such as the pill of absorption, the nourishing pill, and the rejuvenation pill. How is it possible that you possess intermediate and advanced spirit pills?" Li Chen maintained his smile, responding calmly, "It appears that Fairy Huang has forgotten that my teacher is Master Chendan." Huang Qingya scrutinized Li Chen for a moment, her voice melodious and clear, startling him as she exclaimed, "I was taken aback, thinking that you, a mere practitioner of the third layer of qi refinement, could concoct the Huang Yudan. It turns out you were merely assisting Master Chen with the elixirs. That makes sense now. Please provide me with a vial of Huang Yudan, and I shall exchange it for 24 high-grade spirit talismans. You may choose any high-grade talismans you desire." Li Chen cast a profound glance at Huang Qingya, who was shrouded in a dark robe. "I require advanced thunder talismans and advanced ice talismans. Do you possess them, Fairy Huang?" Huang Qingya readily retrieved 24 spirit talismans from her storage pouch, her lively eyes darting around. "What about the Huang Yudan?" Li Chen produced a jade vial and presented it to Huang Qingya. Upon opening the vial, she observed its contents for a moment before bringing it closer to her nose to inhale the fragrance. Indeed, it was Huang Yudan. "Here, take these wind thunder talismans and ice talismans. Please examine them. Should you acquire more Huang Yudan in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I would gladly exchange them for talismans or purchase them with spirit stones. However, as we are old acquaintances, do remember that the last time I gifted you a dozen dust-dispelling talismans, your prices for elixirs should be a touch more reasonable, unlike the exorbitant rates at Shundan Pavilion and Baodan Tower." With a playful gesture, Huang Qingya stuck out her tongue at Li Chen. Li Chen received 24 advanced spiritual talismans from Huang Qingya, responding with a cheerful acknowledgement before turning to depart. This fairy, Huang, conceals her depths remarkably well. Li Chen, harboring a sense of curiosity, did not expect that she could indeed inscribe advanced spiritual talismans. Rumors in the market spoke of this Huang fairy as a prodigious talismanic cultivator. At merely 20 years of age, she had already attained the 6th level of qi refinement and could craft intermediate talismans. It is now evident that this Huang fairy is unmistakably a practitioner in the late stage of qi refinement, possessing the ability to inscribe advanced talismans. The Huang Yadan is a superior spiritual elixir intended for use by practitioners in the late stages of qi refinement. While those in the mid-stage would generally not indulge in such extravagant practices, at under 20 years old, with a late-stage qi refinement cultivation, it is apparent that the Huang fairy's spiritual root aptitude is extraordinary, holding the potential to establish her foundation before the age of 30. One cannot help but wonder what visage lies beneath that mask. Li Chun caressed his chin, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Perhaps he could forge a partnership with this enchanting Huang Xinzi. Li Chun was scheming about the enchanting Huang fairy, unaware that she, too, was observing his retreating figure. With a peculiar glint in her eyes, she murmured softly, "Even if you are a disciple of Master Chen, he should not bestow upon you high-grade spirit pills such as the Huang Yadan. Could it be that, like me, you are concealing your cultivation and alchemical talent? Yet, did not the people of Yinshan Lane proclaim that you only entered the immortal realm 2 years ago?" As Huang Qingya scrutinized Li Chin's silhouette, her gaze grew increasingly enigmatic, and her heart swelled with rising doubts. Departing from the area of loose cultivators on West Street, Li Chun made his way to the Divine Pill Pavilion, where he resumed his usual practice of alchemy, successfully producing a furnace of gathering spirit pills and another of harmonizing qi pills. Despite his spiritual root having ascended to the 8th grade, Li Chin's cultivation speed remained agonizingly slow, as he found himself unable to break through to the 5th level of qi refinement. An 8th grade spiritual root, while still classified as inferior, allows for a cultivation speed approximately double that of a 9th grade root. However, relying solely on meditative practices, reaching the 6th level of qi refinement marks the limit, making it exceedingly challenging to advance to the 7th level. Thus, he must turn to elixirs. At present, Li Chun had consumed an excessive amount of gathering spirit pills, and his body had developed a resistance to them. Further intake would yield minimal effects. Henceforth, he must focus on refining more harmonizing qi pills to aid in his cultivation. Both gathering spirit pills and harmonizing qi pills are classified as intermediate spirit pills, yet the efficacy of harmonizing qi pills surpasses that of gathering spirit pills, and their cost is significantly higher as well. As Li Chin was returning to his abode after work, he encountered Manager Fu. Manager Fu called out to Li Chin, "Young Master Chun, I have heard that you have welcomed a child into the world." Li Chun beamed with a radiant smile as he nodded at Master Fu. "Master Fu, even you have heard about it?" However, Master Fu shook his head and, with a tone of earnest concern, advised, "Young Chen, you possess a 9th grade spiritual root, and the path to immortality is inherently fraught with challenges. Now, with a family to support, the journey becomes even more arduous. If you still harbor aspirations for the celestial realm, focus your efforts on refining your alchemical skills and enhancing your cultivation. Do not allow your wife and child to impede your progress. Otherwise, after a century, it may lead to a desolate grave beneath the earth." Li Chin's expression turned serious as he respectfully bowed to Manager Fu, expressing his gratitude for the elder's concern, acknowledging the valuable lesson. Manager Fu nodded with satisfaction, a smile gracing his face as he waved his hand at Li Chun, saying, "It's good that you understand. Do not find this old man too talkative. You may leave now." Li Chun then turned and departed. Li Chun understood that Master Fu was sincerely advising him. However, he did not heed his words. On the contrary, he believed that the more children he had, the higher their innate talents would be, thus ensuring a more prosperous path to immortality for himself. Upon returning to his cave abode, Imo Yunyu approached with a baby carriage woven from purple bamboo, her gaze soft as she looked at Li Chun. "My dear husband," she said, "Chongsheng has been exceptionally well behaved today, not crying or fussing at all." Li Chun glanced at the bamboo-woven baby carriage. "Is this what you purchased?" Imo Yunyu shook his head. "It was a gift from the neighbor, Taoist Fu. Initially, I was reluctant to accept it, but Taoist Fu insisted on presenting it, and I could not decline." Li Chun nodded, feeling somewhat peculiar. It seemed that fellow Taoist Fu was far more invested in the matter of longevity than even the child's own father, to the point that an outsider might mistakenly believe he was the one who sired the child. Nevertheless, it must be said that this esteemed fellow Taoist Fu was indeed a trustworthy individual. The bond between Li Chun and Fu Kong has grown increasingly profound. If one were to reflect seriously, Fu Kong is indeed his first friend within the realm of immortality. Chongsheng, Do you like the gift your father has bestowed upon you? Li Chen took a rattle drum from the storage bag and presented it before Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing extended his chubby hands, naively receiving the rattle drum from Li Chen. As the drum swayed and emitted a rhythmic thumping sound, Li Chongqing squinted his eyes into mere slits, grinning widely with a toothless smile, exuding an air of foolish delight. Li Chen felt a growing concern. Could it be that his son truly lacked intelligence? After playfully teasing Li Chongqing for a while, and once the child had drifted into a deep slumber, Li Chen retrieved a jar of beast's milk from his storage pouch and handed it to Imo. Nurturing a child must commence from a tender age. One cannot allow the child to falter at the starting line. Although Li Chongqing possessed an 8th grade spiritual root, Li Chen had already resolved that he would ensure his son would become a second-generation immortal. How poignant is the heart of a parent! It was only after becoming a father that Li Chen developed a more profound understanding of this sentiment. After sharing an evening meal with Imo, Li Chen typically embarked on a night of cultivation. Life had indeed improved. He enjoyed meals of spiritual rice and, occasionally, beast meat. However, the essence of this third-tier cave abode left much to be desired. Li Chen aspired to relocate to the third-tier cave dwelling. This abode was situated closer to the center of the spiritual veins compared to the fourth-tier cave, offering a more favorable environment. Given Li Chen's current income, he could barely afford it. However, he hesitated. To outsiders, he was merely a third-layer qi refinement alchemist, capable of concocting only the qi-nourishing pill and the hunger suppression pill. Would moving to a third-tier cave be too ostentatious? Ultimately, Li Chen resolved to endure, settling for the fourth-tier cave for another 2 years. He planned to wait until he broke through to the 5th layer of qi refinement, and until Li Chongqing matured a bit more, at which point he would reveal his ability to craft the spirit-gathering pill and seamlessly transition to the third-tier cave. Sitting cross-legged on a mat, Li Chen adjusted his mindset and consumed a harmonizing pill. As the pill dissolved in his abdomen, it transformed into spiritual energy, augmenting his magical power. After reaching the 4th layer of qi refinement, his training speed diminished considerably. Even with the consumption of pills, progress seemed agonizingly slow. It was a stark contrast to the rapid advancements he experienced during the 1st and 2nd layers, where swallowing pills led to swift enhancements in his magical cultivation. As one progressed, the journey only became more laborious, with even the consumption of spirit pills yielding diminishing returns on spiritual root enhancement. The path to immortality was fraught with challenges, a truth not to be taken lightly. Time passed serenely, and in the blink of an eye, 2.5 years had elapsed. During this period, Li Chongqing transitioned from crawling to walking, sprouting teeth, and even managing to call out father to Li Chen. After 2.5 years of relentless dedication to cultivation and the accumulation of numerous pills, Li Chen finally achieved a breakthrough, barely elevating his cultivation to the 5th layer of qi refinement. Throughout this time, he had multiple encounters with Huang Qingya, glimpsing her true countenance. While they had developed a superficial camaraderie, it fell far short of the level required to consider marrying her and having children. In Huang Qingya's eyes, Li Chen was merely a third-layer qi refinement alchemist, barely capable of crafting the spirit-gathering pill. Notably, Li Chen's friendship with his neighbor, Taoist Fu, deepened significantly. Fu Kong frequently returned from the delicacies pavilion with beast meat and a flask of spirit wine, seeking Li Chen's company for a drink. He held genuine affection for his nephew, Li Chongqing, often bringing spirit items to lay a solid foundation for the boy's future. Through his interactions with Fu Kong, Li Chen gleaned some insight into the background of this Taoist. At 29, Fu Kong had reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. While earning spirit stones as a spirit butcher at the delicacies pavilion, he also practiced demonic techniques by slaying beasts to gather blood and resentment, refining demonic artifacts in the process. He was originally a direct descendant of a qi refinement family in Qingzhou. However, the family was obliterated by adversaries, and their ancestral spirit land was usurped. Presently, the land once belonging to the Fukong family is occupied by the Yin family of Qingzhou, led by an ancestral figure who is an 8th-tier qi refinement practitioner. Each time Fukong imbibes, he cannot help but mention the Qingzhou Yin family, his eyes reddening with silent tears. As time passes, little Li Chongqing is now 2.5 years old, while Li Chen has been in the immortal realm for nearly 5 years. After 5 years in the cultivation world, attaining a 5th-tier qi refinement level is commendable. On this particular day, after finishing his duties at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Li Chen contemplated relocating to a Class B cave residence. Upon returning to the cave, Li Chongqing, with his tiny legs, hurried towards Li Chen, calling out from a distance, "Father, Father, did you buy a toy for Changxing today? Li Chun, with a warm smile, picked up his son and said, Changxing, your father is a bit preoccupied today and forgot to buy you a toy. Shall we wait until tomorrow for that? Oh, okay. Li Changxing nodded, his youthful face reflecting disappointment, his spirit sinking. Mo Yunwei emerged from the cave, her gaze stern as she addressed Li Changxing. Changxing, how many times has your mother told you? Your father works hard to earn spirit stones and support our family. How can you be so oblivious? Constantly pestering your father to buy you toys? Li Changxing nestled in Li Qin's embrace, instinctively drawing his head in, feeling a sense of trepidation towards Mo Yunyu. Li Qin never anticipated that Mo Yunyu would transform in such a manner after becoming a mother. She bestows boundless tenderness upon Li Qin, yet exhibits a stern demeanor towards their son, causing Li Changxing to harbor a certain trepidation towards her. All right, Xiaoyu, Changxing is still young. Why must you be so harsh with him? Mo Yunyu gazed at Li Chun with a look of helplessness. My dear husband, you ought to indulge him, sooner or later. Changxing will inevitably spoil both you and Taoist Fu. As she spoke, a sudden stiffness enveloped Mo Yunyu's expression. Li Qin also sensed the presence of another individual approaching from behind. Turning to glance, he beheld a young man of striking demeanor, clad in the standard robe of an inner sect disciple from the Purple Void sect. The young man's features bore a resemblance to Mo Yunyu. Upon reaching the entrance of the cave dwelling, he regarded Li Qin with a tranquil gaze before shifting his attention to the child, Li Changxing, nestled in Li Qin's arms, his expression softening slightly. Ultimately, the young man directed his gaze towards Mo Yunyu, his voice hoarse as he spoke. Sister, I have returned to see you. Mo Yunsheng possessed a handsome visage and a tall, slender frame, adorned in the same ceremonial attire of the inner disciples of the Purple Void sect, a storage pouch hanging at his waist. He exuded an air of subtle arrogance, glancing at Li Chun with a demeanor that was calm, even somewhat aloof. However, upon noticing Li Changxing in Li Qin's embrace, his eyes softened marginally. Finally, Mo Yunxing turned his attention back to Mo Yunyu, his voice slightly raspy as he repeated, Sister, I have returned to see you. Mo Yunyu remained silent for a moment, then stepped aside, gesturing for him to enter the cave dwelling. Her feelings towards this younger brother were somewhat intricate. Li Qin said little, cradling Li Changxing as he followed into the cavernous abode. Li Changxing nestled in Li Qin's embrace, curiously observing Mo Yunxing. With innocent wonder, he turned to Li Qin and asked, Father, is this uncle your friend? Why has Changxing never seen him before? Li Chun had yet to respond, so Mo Yunxing turned his head, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Li Changxing. Changxing, is it? I am your uncle. Li Changxing chose to ignore Mo Yunxing and instead gazed up at Li Qin, inquiring, Father, what is an uncle? Within the cave dwelling, Mo Yunxing took a chair for himself, surveying the surroundings for a moment before scrutinizing Li Qin, and then spoke in a deep voice, though your cultivation is lacking. You have not mistreated my sister. He then turned his attention to Mo Yunyan, stating, My descent from the mountain this time is primarily to avenge our father. I have already dealt with the 3 fiends of dark clouds, avenging him. I could not ease my mind about you, so I came to check on your well-being. Sister, seeing that you are faring well brings me comfort. He continued, Upon my return, I shall enter seclusion to cultivate, striving to secure a place among the top 3 in the inner sect competition a decade hence, to obtain the foundation establishment pill and allow our father to behold the vistas of higher realms. He added, I have constructed a tomb for our father, located at our ancestral home on Goat Horn Mountain, beside our mother's grave. In the coming decade, I shall have no time to pay my respects to our parents, so I kindly ask you, sister, to visit often and tend to their graves. Mo Yunyan regarded her brother with a complex expression, ultimately nodding and softly replying, All right. A hint of a smile appeared on Mo Yunxin's face as he turned to Li Changxing, saying, Little one, call me uncle. Li Changxing instinctively lifted his gaze towards Li Qin. Li Qin nodded at Li Changxing. At present, this young nephew did not seem malevolent. He understood the importance of avenging his father, and thus, Mo Bai's efforts were not in vain. With Li Qin's consent, Li Changxing cheerfully called out uncle. Mo Yunxing approached Li Chun, gently caressing Li Changxing's chubby cheeks. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a palm-sized shield from his storage pouch. This was the mixed iron shield, a magical artifact he had used in his early years, and it was the first time Changxing had seen it. Consider this a gift from your uncle, he said. Take it for now, and later, it shall be passed down to Changxing. As he spoke, Mo Yunxing handed the mixed iron shield to Li Qin. He turned his gaze back to Li Changxing, his expression softening. Once Changxing turned 5, he would promptly assess the boy's spiritual roots. Should Chongqing possess such roots, he would be sent to the Zishu Xianmen, with me as his uncle looking after him. It would surely be far better than languishing in obscurity with you. Li Chen curled his lips in disdain, offering no response. Although Mo Yunqing had good intentions, his words struck a discordant note. As the son of Li Chen, he possessed the capability to nurture himself, rendering the prospect of being sent to Zishu sect as a mere servant disciple unnecessary. Casting a glance back at Mo Yunyu, Mo Yunqing fell silent for a moment before speaking. Sister, I am aware that father has not treated you well, but he remains your father. You must not harbor hatred towards him. I shall take my leave now. Sister, do take care of yourself. Mo Yunyu pressed her lips together, remaining silent throughout, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she watched Mo Yunqing depart from the cave abode. Li Chen did not engage in much conversation with Mo Yunqing. This younger brother-in-law is not a bad person, merely a bit too proud. However, one can understand this pride. Mo Yunqing possesses a 7th grade spiritual root, which is hardly commendable. After joining the Zishu sect, he rose from a mere servant disciple to an inner sect disciple, so it is only natural for him to harbor some arrogance. Mo Yunqing is relatively young, 2 years junior to Li Chen. Yet, his ability to stand out among countless servant disciples to become an inner disciple indicates that he has at least reached the 7th level of qi refinement. Although part of this achievement is attributed to the arduous sacrifices made by Mo Bai, one cannot deny his own efforts. Holding the low-grade magical artifact, the mixed iron shield, Li Chen's impression of this younger brother-in-law is neither particularly favorable nor unfavorable. Mo Yunyu stood there in a daze, clearly displaying her deep despondency. 2 years prior, Li Chen had broken the news of Mo Bai's demise to Mo Yunyu, who had shown little reaction at that time. Li Chen once believed that Mo Yunyu was indifferent to Mo Bai's well-being. However, it now appears that she does indeed care. Li Chongqing struggled to leap from Li Chen's embrace, his little legs carrying him to the side of Mo Yunyu, where he tugged at her pant leg, saying, Mother, do not weep. Chongqing will no longer make you angry, thanks to the solid foundation laid by Li Chen and Fu Kong for him. Despite being under 3 years of age, Li Chongqing was already adept at running and jumping, his physique remarkably stronger than that of most children his age. Mo Yunyu bent down, cradling her son in her arms, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at Li Chen. My dear husband, I wish to return to our ancestral home in Yangjia Mountain to pay respects to my parents. Li Chen fell into silence for a moment, contemplating deeply before nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall accompany you to the mundane world tomorrow. Having been bound to Mo Yunyu as her Tao companion for nearly 4 years, she had never once made a demand of him. It seemed that her entire existence revolved around her husband and children. When Mo Yunyu made her first request of him, Li Chen could not bear to refuse. Now that he had attained the 5th level of qi refinement, equipped with the top-tier magical artifact, the golden brick, and a multitude of advanced spiritual talismans acquired from Huang Qingya, along with the bloodthirsty flying dagger of the demonic path, a return to the mundane world seemed devoid of peril. Even should danger arise, he felt confident in his ability to confront it. Surely, it was improbable that he would encounter a foundation establishment cultivator intent on eliminating a mere qi refinement practitioner of the 3rd level. In the realm of cultivation within the Yin Kingdom, each foundation establishment cultivator was renowned, commanding respect and authority, unlikely to expend effort on a small-time practitioner like him. To the outside world, Li Chen still presented himself as a pinnacle qi refinement practitioner of the 3rd level. Only Fu Zhonggui and Mo Yunyu were aware of his true 5th level cultivation, since he would be accompanying Mo Yunyu back to her familial abode in the mundane world. It was imperative to request leave from Fu Zhonggui in advance. After all, this journey could last a minimum of 10 days to half a month, with the possibility of extending to a month or more. Additionally, he ought to inform Master Chendan to alleviate any concerns he might harbor. That evening, Li Chen made his way to the Divine Elixir Pavilion to seek permission from Fu Zhonggui, while Mo Yunyu remained in their abode to gather her belongings. On the top floor of the pavilion, Li Chen encountered Zhou Jian, which took him by surprise. Prior to Li Chen's arrival, Zhou Jian had been a prodigious alchemical apprentice at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, capable of concocting harmony pills and essence-enhancing pills, even the yellow bud pill. Logically, he should have been promoted to alchemist by now. Yet, Fu Zhonggui and Fairy Ling Long had not elevated him to the status of alchemist within the pavilion. In recent years, although Zhou Jian was nominally affiliated with the pavilion, he had ceased visiting for quite some time, making this unexpected encounter all the more striking. It appeared that Zhou Jian had encountered some discord with Fu Zhonggui, as the atmosphere between them was palpably tense and frosty. "Young Chun, what brings you to seek me?" Fu Zhonggui cast a glance at Li Chun, his face devoid of the usual warm smile, his eyes cold as ice. Li Chun understood that the coldness in Master Fu's gaze was not directed at him, but rather aimed at Zhou Jian. Meeting Master Fu's eyes, Li Chun respectfully clasped his hands together and said, "Master Fu, I humbly request a leave of absence for a period of time, and I hope for your approval." "Granted. You may leave now," Master Fu replied, gesturing for Li Chun to withdraw. Li Chun cast a glance at Manager Fu and then at Zhou Jian, uttering not a word before turning to leave. After Li Chun's departure, Manager Fu fixed his gaze upon Zhou Jian and coldly remarked, "Zhou Jian, were it not for the nurturing of my divine Dan Pavilion, would you possess your current alchemical skills? If you wish to join the Bowden building, you may do so. But you must pay 5,000 spirit stones as a tuition fee for the years of training you received from the divine Dan Pavilion. Only then will I return the spiritual contract you signed. Otherwise, you shall not leave the divine Dan Pavilion for the Bowden building. Be aware that breaching the spiritual contract incurs backlash, and I wonder if you can withstand the price of such retribution." Zhou Jian's complexion turned pale, his eyes darkened. "Old Fu, how many pills have I refined for the divine Dan Pavilion over the years? Do you not think it excessive to demand 5,000 spirit stones now?" Manager Fu chuckled derisively. "The divine Dan Pavilion is not a charitable institution, and I am no benevolent man. In short, if you wish to reclaim your spiritual contract, bring me 5,000 spirit stones." Very well. Very well." Zhou Jian rose, gritting his teeth, and swept his sleeve as he departed. Manager Fu observed Zhou Jian's retreating figure with disdain, a mocking smile playing on his lips, a mere clown, daring to stir up trouble. With a dark expression, Zhou Jian exited the divine Dan Pavilion, even abandoning any pretense as he made his way directly to the Bowden building. Inside the Bowden building, a handsome young man with an effeminate demeanor invited Zhou Jian to sit, inquiring with concern, "Master Zhou, what did old Fu say? Will he release you?" Zhou Jian took a sip of spirit tea and vented his frustration. "Old Fu is exceedingly overbearing, demanding 5,000 spirit stones merely to return my spiritual contract. Apprentices at the Divine Dan Pavilion must sign a spiritual contract with Old Fu before gaining the qualification to refine pills, marking their blood upon the contract. Should they violate any terms, they would suffer the consequences of backlash. Among all the apprentices, only Li Chun was an exception, having never signed a contract with Old Fu." Wang Fengming's eyes flickered. "Li Chun?" Zhou Jian disdainfully explained, "He is but a mere apprentice at the Divine Dan Pavilion, with a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of qi refining, hardly noteworthy. However, he possesses some talent in alchemy, having entered the cultivation world for merely 5 years. Yet he can already refine gathering spirit pills." Wang Fengming squinted his elongated eyes, his skin more delicate than a woman's, indeed a prodigy, but unfortunately not suited for my Bowden building. Noticing Wang Fengming, the scion of the Wang family from Ningbi Cliff, taking an interest in Li Chun, Zhou Jian added, "By the way, I encountered Li Chun today. He sought leave from Old Fu, who readily agreed without hesitation. Other apprentices of the Divine Dan Pavilion do not enjoy such privileges. Old Fu even privately granted him a separate alchemical chamber. Having been in the Divine Dan Pavilion for many years and having broached this matter with Old Fu numerous times, he has never relented. How can one trust such blatant injustice from Old Fu?" "Oh." As Wang Fengming's gaze shifted, a glimmer of brilliance emanated from his eyes. He smiled and deftly changed the subject, remarking that the Divine Pill Pavilion and the old Ghost Fu were blind to their own shortcomings, failing to appreciate talents like Master Zhou, a genius alchemist. It seemed evident that the Divine Pill Pavilion would not endure for long. Zhou Jian nodded in agreement, resembling a chick pecking at grains, affirming Wang Fengming's observation. "Young Master Wang, I am unable to produce 5,000 spirit stones to retrieve the spiritual contract from the old Ghost Fu, which prevents me from visiting the Baodan Tower to oversee the furnace operations. Might you consider covering this deficit for me?" Wang Fengming narrowed his slanted eyes, fixating intently on Zhou Jian, causing him to feel an unsettling discomfort. Just as Zhou Jian felt compelled to speak, Wang Fengming preemptively responded, "Fear not. I shall gladly provide 2,000 spirit stones on behalf of the Baodan Tower. As for the remainder, it shall be up to Master Zhou to devise a solution." Zhou Jian beamed with satisfaction, expressing his gratitude. "I thank young Master Wang for your generosity." Wang Fengming shook his head, declaring from this day forth, "Master Zhou is considered one of our own at Baodan Tower. No need for thanks. Master Zhou, I have some matters to attend to. What say you?" Understanding the cue, Zhou Jian promptly rose. Young master, I shall take my leave. Once Zhou Jian departed, Wang Fengming spoke softly. Daoist Zhao, I have a request that requires your personal attention. A tall figure clad in a voluminous black robe entered, his complexion a pallid shade of blue. He bore a storage bag at his left waist and a corpse-rearing bag at his right. With a chilling tone, he inquired, what assistance does Wang Daoist seek from me? Wang Fengming replied with a light chuckle, there is an apprentice at the Divine Pill Pavilion named Li Qin, a mere chi refining cultivator at the 3rd level, residing in cave dwelling number 299 of the Ding Grade. I need you, Daoist Zhao, to keep a close watch on him, should he leave the Yinshan market. Zhao Ran's face darkened, his eyes wide with surprise as he regarded Wang Fengming. He is but a 3rd level chi refining cultivator, surely. You could send a mere maid to handle him without requiring my intervention? Wang Fengming shook his head. My maids may possess cultivation, but they lack the experience of combat. They are more ornamental than effective, and I fear they might allow him to escape. Your personal involvement is essential to ensure success. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Ran acquiesced. You speak well, Wang Qi. Very well. I shall undertake this task for you. Li Qin requested an extended leave from Manager Fu. Engaging in meditation and cultivation throughout the night, and by dawn, he had awakened. In the early morning, Li Chun cradled Li Changsheng in his arms, with Mo Yunyao following closely behind. The family of 3 sealed their cave dwelling and set forth towards the outskirts of Yinshu Square. Initially, Li Qin had no intention of departing from Yinshu Square. However, upon hearing Mo Yunyao's request, he found it difficult to refuse and acquiesced. He felt uneasy about allowing Mo Yunyao to venture into the mundane world alone. After all, Mo Yunyao was genuinely at the 3rd level of chi refinement, possessing a somewhat timid disposition, and was not adept at engaging in confrontations or battles. In the event of danger, the likelihood of peril was exceedingly high. Thus, he resolved to accompany Mo Yunyao into the secular realm, bringing along his son, Li Changxing. Leaving Li Changxing behind in Yinshu Square was also troubling for Li Qin, especially considering that Fu Kong would be working at the Jinmyo building. It was hardly appropriate to have Fu Kong take Li Changxing to the slaughterhouse, was it? Li Qin, accompanied by his wife and child, strolled outside the Yin Mountain Square, completely unaware that 2 pairs of eyes were observing him from a distance. In the shantytown, Shu Chan hurriedly returned home, unceremoniously pulling Han Mao along as she exited. Han Mao, wearing a smile of eager compliance, inquired, Sister Chan, where are you taking me in such a rush? Shu Chan halted, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes as she pronounced each word with emphasis. Li Qin has left Yin Mountain Square. Han Mao's face contorted, marred by claw-like marks, as he paused in silence before hoarsely responding, Sister Chan, are you contemplating an assassination? Shu Chan's expression turned icy. Indeed, I intend to kill him. Surveying their surroundings and noticing no one else was present, Han Mao lowered his voice. Sister Chan, have you lost your mind? Big Brother Li is highly regarded by the Linglong Fairy. What if she investigates our actions after we kill him? Shu Chan's gaze was devoid of warmth. How many years has the Linglong Fairy not shown herself in the Yin Mountain Square? Do you truly believe someone of her stature would maintain a close relationship with Li Qin? But what about Master Qindan? Even without the Linglong Fairy, Big Brother Li is still his disciple. We cannot withstand Master Qindan's wrath. Seeing Han Mao's hesitance, Shu Chan raised an eyebrow and scolded, look at you. So cowardly and fearful, how can you aspire to cultivate immortality? Han Mao bowed his head, his spirit dampened by Shu Chan's reprimand, and weakly clarified, Sister Chan, I am not cowardly, I am merely cautious. If I weren't careful, I would have perished countless times in the jaws of demonic beasts. Shu Chan softened her tone as she addressed Han Mao. Li Chun has been refining pills at the Shundan Pavilion for years while residing in a cave. Can you imagine how much wealth he has accumulated during this time? He is merely at the 3rd level of chi refining, and his partner is utterly inept. We are both at the 4th level of chi refining. It would be a simple matter to eliminate him. Han Mao, if you truly love me, accompany me to slay Li Qin. Not only will we acquire his amassed wealth, but it will also alleviate my inner demons. Surely, you do not wish to see me consumed by resentment each day? Han Mao met Shu Chan's venomous gaze, biting his lip before ultimately nodding in agreement, silently lamenting. Big Brother Li, do not hold this against me. I do not wish to proceed in this manner, but I cannot bear to see Sister Chan live in hatred. I long to see her smile and experience her joy. As Li Qin stepped out of the Yin Mountain Square, he felt a profound sense of nostalgia. His thoughts drifting back 5 years. 5 years prior, he had journeyed to the Zishu Immortal Gate to participate in the Grand Spirit Assessment. only to be rejected due to his inferior spiritual roots. Through various inquiries, Li Qin discovered that beneath the Yin Mountain range in Heishui Prefecture lay a marketplace known as Yin Mountain Square, a gathering place for scattered cultivators. Thus, Li Qin resolutely made his way to Yingshan Square, aspiring to seek his fortune in the realm of immortality. Before he could reach his destination, he encountered a cultivator who attempted to ambush him. Fortunately, the assailant was merely at the initial stage of qi refinement, allowing Li Qin to skillfully turn the tables with his flying dagger technique. As he lingered outside Yingshan Square, uncertain of how to gain entry, he fortuitously met the enchanting fairy Linglong. It was she who graciously guided him into Yingshan Square and led him to the divine elixir pavilion, setting him on the path to immortality. 5 years swiftly passed, and upon his return from Yingshan Square, he had ascended to the 5th layer of qi refinement. In Li Qin's embrace, Li Changxing surveyed his surroundings with a curious gaze, his eyes full of wonder as he beheld the distant, undulating mountains. "Let us proceed," Li Qin remarked, filled with a sense of nostalgia as he led his wife and child toward the north. Mo Yunyu's ancestral home is nestled in the mountainous region of Yangjiao Mountain, located in Qingyang County of Xian City, which falls under the jurisdiction of Heishui Prefecture in the northern part of the state, bordering the neighboring Qizhou. If Li Qin were alone, he could effortlessly soar through the skies on his sword and reach Yangjiao Mountain in just a few hours. However, with Mo Yunyu and Li Changxing accompanying him, such a feat was not feasible. Li Qin had yet to master the art of flying with passengers. The only alternative would be to procure a flying vessel. The flying vessel, a magical means of transportation, can accommodate numerous individuals. The Wang family of Ningbi Cliff possesses such a vessel, operating daily routes between various markets, charging 10 spirit stones for cultivators to board. It was on one of Wang's vessels that Mo Bai had journeyed to the Zishu Immortal Gate, but upon returning, he could not bear to take the vessel again. While passing by Wuyun Mountain, he encountered the notorious trio known as the Three Fiends of Wuyun, and thus, his return was thwarted. Li Qin did not refrain from taking the flying boat out of a reluctance to part with spirit stones. Rather, it was because the vessel did not venture into the mortal realm, only traversing between the various markets and immortal sections. After walking for a while, Li Qin halted his steps, entrusting Li Changxing to Mo Yunyun, his gaze turning icy as he fixed his eyes upon the dense forest behind them. Mo Yunyun, puzzled, inquired, "My husband, what troubles you?" Li Qin did not respond to Mo Yuni, instead gazing at the lush and verdant forest. His tone was as frigid as ice that had not melted for millennia. "Come out. How much longer will you continue to follow?" Upon the utterance of Li Qin's words, Mo Yunyu was taken aback, clutching Li Changxing tightly and vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, the grass by the roadside rustled, and 2 figures emerged side by side, Shu Chan and Han Mao. Shu Chan's expression was one of indifference, her gaze laden with malice as she fixed her eyes on Li Qin, her voice hoarse and ominous. "Today marks the end of your life, Li Qin." In stark contrast to Shu Chan's cold demeanor, Han Mao appeared somewhat uneasy, avoiding Li Qin's gaze. Li Qin cast a glance at Shu Chan and Han Mao, disregarding them, and continued, "Another friend, you may also reveal yourself." With a resounding clap, the figure emerged from the dense forest, clad in a voluminous black robe, his visage a shade of ashen blue, exuding a palpable aura of death. He approached with an inquisitive tilt of his head, his eyes curiously scrutinizing Li Qin. "What? There's another presence." Shu Chan and Han Mao's eyes widened in astonishment, their pupils constricting in surprise. Li Qin observed the young man for a moment, his gaze lingering on the storage pouch and the corpse-rearing bag at his waist. This youth, as evidenced by the aura of magical energy emanating from him, possessed a cultivation level of the 6th layer of qi refinement. Li Qin secretly exhaled a sigh of relief and calmly inquired, "Might it be that my family, Li, has no enmity with the Zhao clan of Yin Windcliff?" He added, "Given your esteemed identity and cultivation level, why would you resort to assassinating a mere qi refinement stage 3 practitioner like myself?" The young man gazed at Li Qin in astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a low voice, "You are not merely a qi refinement stage 3 practitioner. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to detect my presence. You must possess a treasure that conceals your true cultivation level, am I correct?" Li Qin remained non-committal. This cultivator from the Zhao family was certainly not to be underestimated. Li Qin was able to discern the identity of the young man due to the corpse-rearing pouch at his waist. The Zhao family, residing in the Yin Wind Cliff, had laid claim to a vein of Yin spirit from which their cultivators had crafted and nurtured numerous zombies and malevolent ghosts. When Li Chen spoke to probe, the youth did not deny it, thus revealing himself as a practitioner of the Zhao family. As for how Li Chen uncovered the identity of this Zhao family cultivator, it was simply because his spiritual awareness was not inferior to that of the Zhao practitioner. Although this Zhao family member was at the 6th level of qi refinement, surpassing Li Chen in cultivation, Li Chen's innate spiritual essence was inherently more robust than that of ordinary individuals, and during his comprehension of the deceptive heaven technique, his spiritual awareness underwent yet another enhancement. Despite being at the 5th level of qi refinement, his spiritual awareness was comparable to that of a 7th level practitioner. Now, Li Chen sought to clarify a particular matter: why this Zhao family cultivator had come to assassinate him. He recalled never having borne any grudge against the Zhao family, nor had he ever encountered the present Zhao practitioner. As for Xu Chan and Han Mao, Li Chen chose to disregard them entirely. Xu Chan had restored her cultivation to the 4th level of qi refinement, and Han Mao was also at the same level. Thus, Li Chen paid them no mind. Zhao Daoyu, might you enlighten me as to who sent you to carry out this assassination? Li Chen refrained from making unfounded assumptions and directly inquired of the Zhao clan cultivator. Zhao Ran's face turned an ashen hue, and he let out a sinister chuckle, begrudgingly acknowledging that Wang Qi possessed foresight. Had he summoned his concubines, they would likely have fallen prey to your hands. Although you have concealed your cultivation, you are still faced with me. Youngster, you can only blame your misfortune and the fact that you have crossed paths with Wang Qi. Wang Qi, the renowned Wang Fengming. Li Chen nodded, recalling the handsome young man he had encountered previously at Baodin Tower. I see, he murmured. Now, Li Chen had discerned the identity of that striking youth, Wang Fengming, the foremost figure among the younger generation of the Wang family from Ningbi Cliff. Beside him, Xu Chan and Han Mao appeared pale, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The Zhao family of Yinwind Cliff and the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff were formidable forces that evoked their utmost reverence. They simply could not fathom how Li Chen had managed to provoke such a colossal entity. Moreover, was not Li Chen at the 3rd level of qi refinement? Why did that Zhao family cultivator assert that he had concealed his true prowess? Under the terrified gazes of Xu Chan and Han Mao, the Zhao family cultivator, his face ashen, advanced towards Li Chen, emanating a chilling aura of death. Zhao Ran approached Li Chen, his body enveloped in a dark, ominous mist, which coalesced into a massive claw. With a sinister grin, he reached out towards Li Chen, declaring, "Young man, your journey is about to end." Li Chen lowered his eyelids slightly, indicating that you may now proceed. The moment Li Chen opened his mouth, a mesmerizing beam of blood-red light shot forth, akin to a meteor trailing its luminous tail, dazzling and resplendent. As the gentle breeze swept through the mountains, it sent shivers down the spines of Xu Chan and Han Mao, their hearts plummeting into an icy abyss, acutely aware of an inexplicable chill emanating from the depths of their souls. The Zhao family's cultivator stood rigidly in place, and as the wind brushed against him, he seemed to lose all weight, collapsing to the ground. His eyes widened, still reflecting the terror of his final moments. Li Chen beckoned, and a flash of crimson light soared from within the body of the Zhao clan cultivator, returning to rest in Li Chen's palm, merging seamlessly with the flesh and blood of his hand. Li Chen's complexion turned ashen as he turned to face Xu Chan and Han Mao. Brotherly, please spare Sister Chan. I implore you to let her go. Han Mao's legs weakened, causing him to collapse before Li Chen, trembling as he repeatedly bowed his head in supplication. Li. Before Han Mao could continue his desperate pleas, Li Chen swiftly drew from his storage pouch, and with a flash of crimson sword light, 2 spectral blades darted forth, swiftly severing 2 colossal heads from their bodies. Li Chen's complexion turned ashen as he turned to face Mo Yunyu and Li Changxing, forcing a gentle smile. Xiaoyu, Changxing, it is all right now. The bloodthirsty flying dagger should not be wielded lightly. Yet, Li Chen still summoned the bloodthirsty flying dagger, for Mo Yunyu and Li Changxing were still behind him. He needed to resolve the battle swiftly, denying the Zhao clan's cultivators any opportunity to harm his wife and children. As for Xu Chan and Han Mao, they were not worthy of meeting their demise at the hands of the bloodthirsty flying dagger. Li Chen's complexion was as pale as a sheet of paper. He retrieved a blood-replenishing pill from his storage bag and swallowed it to compensate for the depletion within him. Moments ago, the blood-sucking flying knife had instantaneously siphoned away 30% of his vital essence. It is worth noting that vital essence is distinct from ordinary blood. Even though Li Chen was a cultivator at the 5th level of qi refinement, he possessed only a few drops of vital essence within him. The cultivator from the Zhao family was merely at the 6th level of qi refinement, only a minor rank above Li Chun. In reality, Li Chun could have refrained from using the blood-sucking flying knife. The high-grade talismans and golden bricks exchanged from Huang Qingya would have sufficed. However, he did not hesitate to unleash the blood-sucking flying knife, swiftly eliminating the Zhao family cultivator. The reason was simple. Mo Yunyu and Li Chongqing were still behind him, and Li Chun could not afford any mishap for them. Upon his first invocation of the blood-sucking flying knife, Li Chun deeply comprehended the terror of this weapon. Particularly remarkable was its potential for growth. The moment it was launched, the Zhao family cultivator met his demise, his blood entirely drained. This knife truly lived up to its name, requiring Li Chun's own vital essence to activate, yet swiftly claiming the life of his foe while simultaneously depleting their blood. Mo Yunyu approached, cradling Li Chongqing in her arms, her gaunt face pale, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Husband, are you unscathed? It is all my fault. Had I not suggested returning to the mundane world to pay respects to my parents, you would not have encountered such peril." Li Chun turned his head to look at Mo Yunyu, raising his hand to gently wipe away her tears. With a tender smile, he said, "My dear, it is impossible for me to remain in Yinshanfang for all eternity. Sooner or later, I shall encounter such circumstances. You must not blame yourself for this." Mo Yunyu shook her head, replying, "Husband, I shall never be willful again." In Mo Yunyu's embrace, Li Chongqing shrank his head. Having just witnessed Li Chun slay that Zhao family cultivator and then saw him use his flying sword to sever the heads of Shu Chan and Han Mao. This scene was profoundly shocking for the young Li Chongqing. He began to feel a sense of fear towards his father. Li Chun glanced at his son and, in a calm tone, inquired, "Chongqing, are you afraid?" Li Chongqing nodded gently and nestled once more into Mo Yunyu's embrace. Li Chun's expression was one of indifference. His tone calm. "Chongqing, remember the scene of today. Perhaps you do not yet comprehend its significance, but it is imperative that you commit it to memory. The world of cultivation is a merciless one. If you do not take the initiative to eliminate your foes, they shall undoubtedly seek your demise. When you embark on your journey towards immortality, remember to show no mercy." Under the weight of Li Chun's stern gaze, Li Chongqing felt a surge of trepidation. Yet he obediently nodded, "Father, I will remember." In everyday life, Li Chun could be a doting parent, but he understood the necessity of imparting the harsh realities of the cultivation realm to his son. Li Chongqing is the eldest son of Li Chun. Despite possessing an 8th-grade spiritual root, Li Chun still harbors great expectations for his son, not wishing for him to become a soft-hearted good-for-nothing in the future. "Chongqing," he said, "pay attention, for I must impart a crucial lesson. After taking a life, remember to search the body and then erase all traces." Li Chun imparted his teachings to Li Chongqing through action. He stepped forward to first seize the storage bag and corpse-rearing bag from the Zhao family's cultivator, followed by the storage bag from Shu Chan. Subsequently, Li Chun raised his hand, and a fiery crow soared into the air, engulfing the 3 corpses in a blazing inferno. Li Chongqing nestled in his mother's embrace, peering out with a naive and innocent gaze at Li Chun, fixated on the roaring flames. "Let us depart from this place." After disposing of the 3 corpses, Li Chun promptly led the mother and child away from the scene. As night fell, they ventured beyond the confines of Yinshu Square, entering the realm of mortals, where they sought refuge in a modest inn within a small town. Inside the guest room, Li Chun retrieved 2 storage bags and 1 corpse-rearing bag from his sleeves. He effortlessly opened Shu Chan's storage bag, which contained a haphazard assortment of items, including around 100 spirit stones. However, it took Li Chun a quarter of an hour to unlock the storage bag belonging to the Zhao family's cultivator. Upon opening it, he gently shook his head. The Zhao family's cultivator was somewhat more affluent than Shu Chan and Han Mao, yet not excessively so. His storage bag contained no magical artifacts, merely a few mid-level spirit talismans, over 300 spirit stones, and various jars and vials. Li Chun once again directed his gaze towards the corpse bag. Ultimately, the spoils of his conquest were as follows: a total of 457 spirit stones, Han Mao's low-grade magical artifact, the cold silk net, over a dozen types of blood collected by the Zhao clan's cultivators who raised zombies, and 2 zombies with a cultivation level equivalent to the 5th layer of qi refinement. Li Chun accepted all of these items without reservation. The corpse-rearing bag of the Zhao family and the 2 zombies must be dealt with at an opportune moment. Otherwise, their presence would become a source of trouble. Additionally, upon returning to Yinshanfang, he must seek an opportunity to eliminate Wang Fengming, the foremost individual of the younger generation from the Wang family. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Li Chen's eyes. Li Chen has not forgotten that it was Wang Fengming who sent this Zhao family cultivator to assassinate him. In just a few days, if the Zhao family cultivator does not return, Wang Fengming will undoubtedly suspect Li Chen. It is uncertain whether he will divulge this matter to the Zhao family at Yinfeng Cliff. Should Wang Fengming inform the Zhao family, even greater troubles await Li Chen. Li Chen chose not to dwell on his thoughts. When soldiers come, one must defend. When water arrives, one must conceal the earth. As long as he returned to Yinshifang and remained within its confines, the exquisite fairy Ling Long would shield him. The following day, Li Chen procured a swift steed and, accompanied by the mother and son of Mo Yunyu, set forth towards Yangjiao Mountain in Shuanshan County. After 5 years of immersion in the world of cultivation, he found his return to the secular realm to be as familiar as the back of his hand, having previously navigated the worldly martial arts with ease. 5 days later, Li Chen arrived at Yangjiao Mountain. At the summit stood a small grave and a large grave. The small grave was an old one, where Mo Yunyu's mother lay at eternal rest. The large grave was a mausoleum, recently constructed by Mo Yunshin. Kneeling before the small grave, Mo Yunyu's eyes shimmered with tears. "Mother, it has been so long since I last visited you. Do you not hold it against me? I have found a husband and have a child. My husband treats me exceptionally well, and Chongqing is obedient and understanding." Kneeling before her mother's small grave, Mo Yunyu murmured softly, recounting many tales, most of which revolved around Li Chen and Li Chongqing. In silence, she gazed at the imposing mausoleum of Mo Bai, remaining wordless. Before finally lighting incense and burning paper offerings, Li Chongqing stood beside Li Chen, tugging at his trousers, gazing at his mother with a look of innocent bewilderment. Li Chen stepped forward, offering a stick of incense to his future mother-in-law, then another to Mo Bai. He then patted Mo Yunyu on the shoulder, saying, "Little Rain, it is time for us to depart." Meanwhile, in the secret chamber of Baodin Tower at Yinshan Fang, Wang Fengming tapped his slender fingers against the table. Squinting his elongated eyes as he muttered to himself, "I invited Zhao Ran to take action, thinking I had regarded you highly enough, yet I find I have underestimated you. What secrets do you possess that even a figure like the Linglong fairy would hold you in such regard? My ancestor often taught me that a child of 1,000 gold cannot lounge in the hall. It seems my decision not to intervene personally was indeed prudent. Next time, I shall have my second uncle take the lead." In Heishui Prefecture, Xian City, within an inn, Li Chen handed a bundle of wind and thunder talismans, a bundle of thunderfire talismans, and a bundle of ice talismans to Mo Yunyu, earnestly advising, "Little Rain, keep these advanced talismans close. Should you encounter danger, do not hesitate to use them." Mo Yunyu shook her head, saying, "Husband, you should keep these advanced talismans for yourself. We are in the mundane world, not the realm of cultivation. Regardless, I am a cultivator and am unlikely to face danger. Better to prepare for the worst than to be caught unawares. Besides, Chongqing is with you. You must consider him as well. Take them. They are for you." Li Chen firmly placed the advanced spiritual talisman into Mo Yunyu's hand, leaving her no room for refusal. Although they were in the mundane world, it did not imply that Mo Yunyu would be free from peril. In the past, Li Chen, as a mere mortal, had once slain a cultivator in the early stages of qi refinement. Mo Yunyu's timid disposition and her lack of combat prowess caused Li Chen to feel uneasy about her safety without providing her with some means of defense. If it were not for her current cultivation level being merely the third layer of qi refinement, which rendered her incapable of refining and wielding magical artifacts, Li Chen would have even considered entrusting her with the mixed iron shield and the cold silk net. On the bed, Li Chongqing hazily opened his eyes and whispered, "Father, where are you going?" Li Chen gazed at his son and gently explained, "Father has stepped out to attend to some matters, but he shall return shortly. Chongqing, remain here with your mother and do not wander off. It is important to heed her words. Do you understand?" Li Chongqing nodded obediently. Li Chen had no further instructions to impart and stepped out of the door. Mo Yunyu followed closely behind, hesitating for a moment before softly speaking, "Husband, take care in all matters." Li Chen nodded, exiting Shuanshan County. Upon reaching a deserted area outside the city, he retrieved the chiefing sword from his storage bag, transforming it into a streak of flowing light soaring towards the north. Shuanshan County lies in the northern part of Heishui Prefecture, bordering Qingzhou. Li Chen resolved to make a journey to the Qingdafang market in Qizhou, intending to dispose of the corpse bags belonging to the Zhao family cultivators and the zombies, while also procuring some resources. Within the realm of cultivation in the Yin Kingdom, there exist several prominent markets, including the Yingshan market in Heishui Prefecture. The Nanshan market in Yunzhou, the Taihu market in Pingzhou, the Qinghe market in Qizhou, and the Shilin market in Dingzhou. All of these markets are established upon second-tier spiritual veins, gathering a substantial number of wandering cultivators from the Yin kingdom. Li Chun soared northward along the clear water river. Within the territory of Qingzhou, a river flows southward into Heishui Prefecture, merging with the Heishui River. Along a certain stretch of the clear water river, a vital water vein exists, around which several prominent cultivation families of Qizhou established the Qinghefang market. Flying on a sword, his speed was, of course, incomparable to that of horseback. After half a day, Li Chun descended from his flying sword to a section of the river shrouded in thick mist. This mist, generated by an illusionary formation, served as a barrier between the immortal and mortal realms. Nearly every market entrance was guarded by such formations to prevent unwitting mortals from trespassing. Li Chun was no longer a novice in the realm of cultivation. He possessed considerable knowledge about its intricacies. With a decisive gesture, he stepped boldly into the dense fog. This time, clad in a voluminous black robe and donning a monkey-faced mask reminiscent of Huang Qingya. He chose not to employ the art of deception to conceal his cultivation level. Here was not the Yinshan Square, devoid of acquaintances. And thus Li Chun released his hidden prowess. Concealing one's cultivation level bore both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage lay in the ability to underestimate one's opponent, catching them off guard. Conversely, the drawback was that a low cultivation level might provoke unwarranted negative sentiments from many cultivators. Beyond the fog lay a realm anew. The clear water river flowed majestically, while the low-lying banks were adorned with numerous houses that sprawled in continuity, delineating various districts. Li Chun understood at a glance. The thatched roofs indicated a shanty town, while the lofted shops were the enterprises of various factions. Additionally, there existed an area designated for itinerant practitioners to set up their stalls. The layout of Qinghefang and Yinshanfang bore great resemblance, with the only distinction being that the caverns of Qinghefang were constructed beneath the water rather than on the shore. Li Chun did not venture into the area where scattered cultivators set up their stalls. Instead, he made his way directly to the commercial district. Purchasing items from the scattered cultivators could easily lead to being swindled. However, the various shops in the commercial district were notably different, possessing a modicum of credibility. Within this district, Li Chun beheld the Goddess Tower and also the Treasure Pavilion. The Treasure Pavilion of Qinghefang was likewise a property of the Purple Void sect. What would the esteemed senior like to purchase? In the Treasure Pavilion, Li Chun was attended by a maid possessing the cultivation of the second layer of qi refinement. She paid no heed to Li Chun's attire. Instead, she sensed the powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him and regarded him with utmost respect. Addressing him as esteemed senior, Li Chun cast a sidelong glance at the maid, his voice low and hoarse. I wish to procure a body refinement technique. In addition to acquiring 2 magical artifacts and a number of spiritual herbs, Li Chun arrived at Qinghefang with a purpose. The handling of the corpse-raising bags and the 2 zombies was merely a secondary concern. His primary objective was to acquire a method for refining his physical body. The cost of invoking the bloodthirsty flying dagger was simply too great. Li Chun deemed it essential to acquire a body-refining technique to bolster his physique and invigorate his vital essence. After cultivating this method, he anticipated that the subsequent use of the bloodthirsty flying daggers would yield fewer after-effects. Furthermore, Li Chun intended to procure 2 intermediate magical artifacts for himself, along with the primary ingredients necessary for concocting the Yuan-enhancing pill and the yellow bud pill. In Li Chun's possession, the inferior magical artifacts include the Chiefing Sword, the mixed iron shield, and the cold silk net, while the superior artifact is the golden light brick. However, he holds the lesser artifacts in contempt, as their potency fails to impress him. The consumption of mana required to activate the golden light brick is excessively taxing. Even with his cultivation at the 5th layer of qi refinement, utilizing the brick twice nearly depletes his mana reserves. Thus, he finds himself in need of acquiring 2 intermediate magical artifacts. The same applies to spiritual herbs. Within the Shindan Pavilion's herb garden, spiritual herbs are not available for unrestricted harvesting, as they have their own growth cycles. Over the years, Li Chun has increasingly felt that the spiritual herbs cultivated in the pavilion are becoming insufficient. Should he purchase herbs from Qinghefang, the spiritual herbs he acquires with his own funds for the purpose of refining elixirs will naturally belong to him. The maid's eyes sparkled with newfound respect, and she bowed deeper, saying, "Please wait a moment, esteemed senior, while I inform the person in charge." Li Chun nodded and took a seat nearby. Such a significant business matter was evidently beyond the authority of this maid. it necessitated the presence of the head of the Baibao building. After a brief interval, the head of the Baibao building at Qingdafang, a portly middle-aged cultivator clad in the standard robe of the Zishu sect, emerged with a radiant complexion. Fellow Taoist, I am Xie Xian, the head of the Baibao building. Please, let us ascend the building for a more detailed discussion. Li Chen nodded, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, his voice deep and hoarse as he greeted. I have encountered you, Taoist Xie. Ascending to the second floor, Xie Xian invited Li Chen to take a seat, instructing a maid to present some spiritual tea. With a warm smile, he inquired of Li Chen, I have heard that you seek to acquire a body-refining technique, as well as magical artifacts and spiritual herbs? Indeed, Li Chen replied. Li Chen's true visage is concealed beneath a mask resembling that of a monkey, his voice harsh and aged, exuding an air of reticence. Xie Xian refrained from intrusively probing into Li Chen's genuine appearance with his spiritual sense. His smile remained undiminished. He was uncertain what preferences his companion held regarding body refinement techniques. There were no specific grade requirements, but ideally, it should be one that enhances vitality and blood. Li Chen was acutely aware that the Baibao building would not offer any advanced techniques for sale. In the realm of cultivation, the methodologies available for purchase were predominantly of the lower tier. Advanced techniques were seldom displayed for sale. Acquiring such advanced methods typically required one to be a direct descendant of a prominent cultivation family or to be accepted as a true disciple within a sect. Of course, there were also fortunate individuals who stumbled upon the ancient caverns of predecessors, thereby obtaining the legacies of revered masters. Currently, the techniques Li Chen practiced, apart from the Qi Tian technique, were all commonplace within the cultivation community. Upon hearing Li Chen's request, Xie Xian pondered momentarily before gently shaking his head. In the cultivation world, body cultivation was inherently rare. While Baibao building possessed a body refinement technique, it lacked the ability to significantly enhance one's vitality. Did Baibao building truly have no body refinement methods capable of augmenting vitality? Li Chen was not surprised by Xie Xian's response. In the cultivation realm, where magical techniques were the mainstream, body cultivation was indeed scarce, resulting in a dearth of related methods. Just as Li Chen was about to speak, Xie Xian's tone shifted, and with a cheerful demeanor, he remarked that although Baibao building did not possess a body refinement method to bolster vitality, he had a technique in his possession that might align with his friend's needs. Li Chen felt a sense of astonishment within, yet maintained an expression of composure. Taoist Xie, please feel free to present it for my examination, he remarked. Xie Xian nodded and, with a swift motion, retrieved a blood-colored jade slip from his storage pouch. Sliding it forward towards Li Chen contemplated the blood jade slip for a moment before pressing it to his forehead, delving into its contents. This was not a technique for body refinement, but rather a dark and sinister sorcery. Moments later, Li Chen's eyes flew open, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves of revelation. Xie Xian observed him with a sly smile, confirming, indeed, this was a form of dark magic, one acquired by him in his youth after vanquishing a practitioner of such arts. So, does this method align with your desires, my friend? Li Chen gazed at the rotund figure of the monk before him, and whether it was merely an illusion or not, he appeared to be shrouded in a deep, sanguine glow. Li Chen remained silent. He did not believe a single word of Xie Xian's claims. Although the jade slip provided by Xie Xian contained only the introductory principles of the technique, Li Chen was certain that it was an exceptionally profound dark magic. The blood god technique, with its formidable name and opening passages, left Li Chen in awe. Yet, it was undeniable that once mastered, this blood god technique would enable the unrestricted summoning of the bloodthirsty flying daggers, a perfect complement to them. How many spirit stones? Li Chen's voice was hoarse. His throat parched, and within him echoed countless voices urging him to acquire the blood god technique. Despite being aware of the issues surrounding Xie Xian and the dubious nature of the blood god technique he offered, Li Chen found himself unable to resist the allure. If my fellow cultivator truly desires it, it can be yours for merely 1,000 spirit stones. Li Chen's gaze flickered, as he lacked sufficient spiritual stones. He inquired whether your esteemed establishment would be willing to purchase spiritual items and materials. Xie Xian maintained his smile, of course. Li Chen retrieved a corpse-rearing bag from his sleeve and placed it before Xie Xian. Xie Xian cast a meaningful glance at Li Chen, accepted the bag, and spoke slowly. 2 zombies at the 5th level of Qi refinement are worth 600 spirit stones. What do you think, my friend? Li Chen nodded. Indeed. After selling the corpse-rearing bags and 2 zombies, Li Chen procured 400 spirit stones and presented them to Xie Xian. Xie Xian accepted the blood-quality jade slip. performed the necessary incantations to unlock its restrictions, and then handed it back to Li Qin, saying, "My friend, this blood god technique is now yours." Li Qin received the jade slip and glanced at it briefly, furrowing his brow slightly. "Why is there only the first 3 layers?" Xie Xian replied with a smile. "If there were further content, would you be able to afford it, my friend?" Upon hearing this, Li Qin felt that it indeed made sense. According to the initial description of the blood god technique, cultivating this art allows one to seize the blood of living beings to enhance oneself, refining it into one's own essence, thereby advancing one's cultivation. When the blood god technique is mastered to a profound level, it can even manifest an ocean of blood, creating a blood avatar. However, Xie Xian only provided the first 3 tiers of this knowledge, and once one reaches the pinnacle of qi refinement, there are no further methods to pursue. Li Qin exchanged few words with Xie Xian, taking the blood-imbued jade slip before turning to leave, extinguishing any desire to purchase magical artifacts or spiritual elixirs. "Farewell, my friend," Xie Xian called out cheerfully as he observed Li Qin's departure. Once Li Qin exited the treasure pavilion, Xie Xian's gaze deepened, tinged with a sanguine glow. He chuckled softly, for yet another fish had taken the bait, and 1,000 spirit stones had been gained effortlessly. "As long as you cultivate the blood god technique, you shall never escape my grasp." Li Qin exited the treasure pavilion and circled twice around Qingafang before cautiously departing from the marketplace. Once outside, he swiftly drew his flying sword, transforming it into a beam of light that propelled him away at great speed. After half a day, Li Qin left Qizhou and returned to Heshui Prefecture, where he finally brought his sword to rest upon the riverbank, exhaling a deep sigh of relief. It appeared he had been overly sensitive. Xie Xian had not followed him, nor was there any threat to his life. Seated by the riverbank, Li Qin began to contemplate his recent encounter with Xie Xian and the blood god technique. Xie Xian, being the steward of the treasure pavilion and a disciple of the Zishu sect, how could he possess the blood god technique? Was it possible that he had acquired it after vanquishing a practitioner of the demonic path? And what of this blood god technique? Li Qin was certain that the blood god technique was an exceedingly profound and arcane method of dark magic, and he had only acquired the foundational content pertaining to qi refinement. So, should he delve into the blood god technique? It was not that Li Qin harbored an aversion to dark magical arts. Rather, he was uncertain whether the blood god technique concealed any pitfalls. With his current perspective, even if there were traps within the blood god technique, he would be unable to discern them. The clear waters of the river surged with the torrent, mirroring the tumultuous thoughts swirling in Li Qin's mind. Ultimately, he lifted his head, exhaling a deep breath, and his gaze transformed into one of unwavering resolve. He could not practice the blood god technique. Setting aside the question of whether the technique harbored dangers, even in its absence, he still could not pursue it. Should he embark on the path of slaughter and become a bloodthirsty fiend, it would lead him down a road of no return. Though the blood god technique promised rapid cultivation, it also bore significant drawbacks. Those with fragile minds who practiced this technique and became dark cultivators were unlikely to meet a favorable fate. In the realm of immortality, every renowned dark magic master was a figure of great wisdom, immense willpower, and extraordinary fortune. The lowly dark cultivators were merely fodder for the higher-tier practitioners. Take the blood god technique, for instance. Once one tasted the exhilarating sensation of swift power elevation through murder and bloodshed, would they be able to revert to a methodical approach to cultivation? Li Qin had no desire to become a pariah loathed by all in the cultivation world. If it were not for the system, the absence of a wife, and the lack of a child, Li Qin would have undoubtedly embraced the blood god technique without hesitation, even if it meant becoming a universally reviled villain. However, he possessed a system. His spiritual root aptitude could be enhanced. He could acquire profound cultivation methods through the system, rendering the risk of practicing the blood god technique entirely unnecessary. Furthermore, as a family man, should the practice of the blood god technique be exposed, it would endanger his wife and child. Li Qin pondered extensively and ultimately resolved to forsake the blood god technique, treating it as though it were non-existent. Just moments ago, he felt as if ensnared by an otherworldly allure, with countless voices within him tempting him to pursue this arcane practice of demonic cultivation. Li Qin understood that after witnessing the blood god technique, he had been stirred by his inner demons. Merely observing the blood god technique could evoke such turmoil. Indeed, the dark arts of cultivation are most insidious. The perils of the cultivation world are omnipresent, and Li Qin's awareness of these dangers deepened significantly. As he overcame his inner demons, his Tao heart undoubtedly underwent yet another refining and trial, his spiritual awareness subtly strengthening. By the riverbank, Li Qin rose, a faint sense of trepidation lingering within him. His visit to King Fang was initially intended solely to acquire a body refinement technique to enhance his vitality. Yet he found himself teetering on the brink of danger. Who, after all, is that Xie Xian? Is he truly a disciple of the Zishu sect? Li Chun felt a question arise in his heart, etching the name of the cultivator, Xie Xian, into his memory. Just as he was about to depart, a young maiden soared towards him from a distance, her expression fraught with urgency as she implored, "Please, immortal master, halt your steps." Li Chun turned around, his expression serene as he assessed the young woman before him. She was a chivalrous maiden from the mundane world of martial arts, possessing remarkable agility. The girl soared towards him, swiftly arriving at his side. Appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age, her chest rose and fell rapidly as she respectfully spoke. "I am Ning Hongxiu, here to pay my respects to the esteemed master." Li Chun, clad in a black robe and donning a mask resembling a monkey's visage, inquired calmly, "Have you pursued me all this way?" The young girl looked up, revealing a face that Li Chun felt was vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. Upon witnessing a flash of sword light in the sky, Hongxiu realized she had encountered a celestial master and thus had followed him relentlessly. Li Chun gazed at the young maiden before him, observing her for a moment before softly inquiring, "Might I ask, who is the one known as Kaishansho to you?" The girl widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at the figure cloaked in black robes. "Do you, esteemed immortal, know my father?" Li Chun slowly removed his mask, for Master Ning had once shown kindness to him. The young girl stared intently at Li Chun, her delicate, rosy lips parted in astonishment, and she exclaimed with uncontainable joy, "Little leaf flying dagger. It truly is you." "Brotherly, it's me, I am Hongxiu." As he gazed at the girl before him, Li Chun's cheeks twitched, and he was reminded of the painful memories of the past. Before entering the realm of immortality, Li Chun had traversed the mundane world, ascending to the pinnacle of the secular martial arts, earning the admiration of the martial community as a prodigy of a century. In his days roaming the martial world, Li Chun was even known by a renowned moniker, Little Leaf Flying Dagger. Li Chun could almost ascertain that the young maiden before him was indeed the daughter of the esteemed Ning. In this lifetime, Li Chun was originally a virtuous scion of a humble farming family in Funyo Town, Pingshan County, under the jurisdiction of Heishui Prefecture. Upon his birth, his mother tragically succumbed during childbirth. By the age of 5, his father, worn down by toil, passed away, leaving him to sell their meager land and venture to Yanggu County, where he joined a gang known as the Sanha Gang, becoming a disciple therein. The Sanha Gang was a prominent organization in Yanggu County, founded by 3 martial heroes united in brotherhood. Ning Ji was the esteemed leader of this gang. In his youth, Li Chun received considerable support from Ning Ji, who held him in high regard and even proposed on several occasions to betroth his daughter to Li Chun. Gazing at the maiden before him, he found her visage increasingly reminiscent of the snot-nosed child he once knew. Li Chun recalled that he had encountered Ning Hongxiu once. It was at the Ning residence when he was 14 and she was merely 6, affectionately nicknamed Xiu'er. At that time, she was a mischievous little rascal. And now she had blossomed into a graceful heroine. "Big brotherly, it truly is you," she exclaimed with exuberance. "Father said you had gone in search of immortality, and I never expected you to have truly become an immortal master." Her face was alight with excitement, and the fervor of her emotions caused her cheeks to flush with a rosy hue. Li Chun, in high spirits, approached the young girl with a warm demeanor and inquired, "Hongxiu, how is the leader Ning faring now?" "Not well," replied Ning Hongxiu, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she rushed into Li Chun's embrace. The small pearls at the corners of her eyes fell uncontrollably, plopping down like raindrops. Choking back her sobs, she lamented, "Brotherly, had you not departed from Yanggu County to seek immortality, my father would have entrusted the Sanha Gang to you. You would have been the leader of the Sanha Gang, and my father would not have met such a tragic end." Li Chun furrowed his brow slightly. "Hongxiu, what on earth is going on?" Ning Hongxiu lifted her gaze, revealing a profound and indelible hatred in her eyes. 6 years ago, after you departed from Yanggu County, the balance of power was lost, and Dugu Ying's arrogance began to swell. He first murdered Uncle Wang and then coerced my father into relinquishing his authority. Naturally, my father refused to surrender his power within the gang, resulting in a fierce struggle that ultimately split the Sanha Gang in 2. It was not until 2 years ago, when Dugu Ying perfected his eagle claw technique, that he stormed into my home, slaughtering my entire family. In his efforts to protect me as we fled Yanggu County, my father's loyal subordinates were all lost. Now, Yanggu County has fallen entirely under Dugu Ying's dominion. he has renamed the former Sanhe gang to the Tianyuan gang, establishing himself as the martial arts overlord of the region. For the past 2 years, I have had to contend with assassins sent by Duguing. Today, I had intended to leave Heishui Prefecture for Chisho, but upon witnessing a flash of sword light in the sky, I pursued it, hoping to seek the Immortal Master's aid in avenging my family. Brotherly, I never anticipated that the Immortal Master would be you. Li Chun has come to comprehend the intricate details of the situation. The Sanhe gang is led by 3 prominent leaders, the Grand Leader Ning Shi, the second leader Duguing, and the third leader Wang Tianhao. Li Chun never anticipated that so many events had transpired in Yanggu County during his 5 years in the realm of cultivation. Casting a glance at the tearful maiden in his arms, he gently patted her shoulder. Hongxiu, let's refrain from crying for now. We must return to Yanggu County. Ning Hongxiu nodded firmly, gritting her teeth. Brotherly, I shall turn Duguing to ashes. Very well, let us ensure he meets such a fate. Thus, Li Chun guided the young woman along the river, making their way towards the city of Yanggu County. Years ago, Li Chun had received the kindness of the leader of the Ning clan. Now, upon encountering Ning Hongxiu and learning of her leader's tragic demise, he felt compelled to intervene. Although Ning Hongxiu was merely a mortal, her martial prowess was commendable, and her lightness skill was exceptional. Consequently, as they journeyed together, their pace was swift. 3 days later, Li Chun and Ning Hongxiu arrived at the outskirts of Yanggu County. As he gazed upon the familiar yet alien city gates, a sense of nostalgia filled his eyes. 6 years prior, he had resolutely stepped through these gates, embarking on his journey to the Zishu Immortal sect for the spirit testing ceremony. Now, 6 years later, he returned to a place where everything had changed. Li Chun was acutely aware that he had become estranged from the mundane world. As time passed, his acquaintances from that realm would inevitably wither away, succumbing to the ravages of age and transforming into mere mounds of earth. Elder Brotherly, the city is rife with the watchful eyes of the solitary eagle. Should we not disguise ourselves? At the city gates, Ning Hongxiu was visibly agitated, her hand clenching the hilt of her sword, the strain causing her knuckles to turn an ominous shade of blue. Li Chun shook his head. No need. He proceeded directly to seek out Duguing. Ning Hongxiu nodded, and the two of them entered the city. Upon entering, Li Chun sensed numerous scrutinizing gazes. Yet he chose to disregard them. On the streets of Yanggu County, a group of people from the martial world gazed at 2 figures, whispering among themselves. Is that the infamous Killing Star? Indeed, it must be him. It's unmistakable. Who would have thought he would return after 6 years of silence? With this Killing Star back in Yanggu County, blood will surely flow like a river today. Come, let us follow and see. Esteemed seniors, who is he? Is he really that renowned? I don't recognize him. Youngster, you're still quite young and haven't been in the martial world for long. So you wouldn't know him. But you must have heard of the name Little Leaf Flying Dagger, haven't you? Hiss. Is he the one whose blade always stains with blood? The one who never misses, the fabled Little Leaf Flying Dagger? At the Tianyuan gang in the main hall, the leader Duguing hosted a banquet for several heads of the various factions. The table was adorned with fine wines and delicacies, accompanied by graceful songs and dances. Duguing sat at the head, surveying his surroundings with a proud expression. His current status was hard-earned. But just as Duguing basked in his triumph, a flustered figure burst into the banquet, exclaiming, Leader, it's bad. He has returned. That person has come back. He is back with Ning Hongxiu. Duguing frowned and coldly rebuked, Brother Chu, you are a respected figure in the martial world. Who could frighten you so? Under Duguing's reprimand, the pale-faced scholar Chu Yulin swallowed hard and managed to stammer, It's Li Chun. Li Chun has returned. What? Duguing sprang to his feet, his eyes betraying a hint of panic. In the hall, the heads of various factions could no longer remain seated, their wine cups clattering to the ground, their faces etched with fear. The Little Leaf Flying Dagger, who had been in hiding for 6 years, why had he suddenly returned? And together with Ning Hongxiu no less. Surely, he had come seeking vengeance for Ning. What shall we do now? Let us assess the situation first. Though Little Leaf Flying Dagger is indeed formidable, we are many. Does he possess that many flying daggers? Amidst the hushed conversations, Duguing gradually regained his composure and sneered. So what if Li Chun has returned? My skills have long since reached their peak. I shall see if this legendary Little Leaf Flying Dagger is truly invincible. Come. Follow me to meet this Little Leaf Flying Dagger. Ah, miss, it is the leader who bears a grudge against you. We lowly minions have no part in this. Spare us. In the expansive grounds of the Tianyuan gang, Ning Hongxiu's delicate face was as cold as ice. With a finely forged iron sword in hand, she danced the blade with deadly precision, leaving behind a scene of severed limbs and broken bones, filling Li Qin's ears with the sounds of anguished wails. Li Qin followed closely behind Ning Hongxiu, ascending the bloodstained staircase step by step. At the summit of the staircase stood a grand hall. Before the hall, a group of prominent martial artists from Yanggu County awaited them. At the forefront was a tall, slender, middle-aged man, his gaze cold and piercing as he scrutinized the approaching pair. Ning Hongxiu led the way, parting the path for Li Qin. Upon reaching the top of the staircase, she paused, stepping aside to gaze at Li Qin. She understood that she could handle the minions of the Tianyuan gang. But the formidable Du Guing was a challenge that must be entrusted to her brother Li, who had already ascended to the status of an immortal master. Li Qin approached the front of the hall, gazing up at the plaque hanging above from a distance of over 10 meters. Once, this grand hall was known as the Hall of Unity. Now, it is called the Hall of Supremacy. Observing the young man in a black robe with a stern countenance, Du Guiying's eyes sharpened, and he spoke in a deep voice. "Welcome back to the Tianyuan gang, my dear brother Li." Li Qin cast a sidelong glance, his tone calm. "Observing each of you wielding your blades and swords, which hardly resembled a warm welcome." On the gaunt visage of Du Guiying, a semblance of a false smile emerged, suggesting, "Then it remains to be seen what brings you back, my dear brother Li. Should you return as a guest, our leader would, of course, extend a warm welcome. However, if you have come seeking trouble, do reveal your blades. I am quite curious to test whether the legendary little leaf-flying dagger truly has no equal." Li Qin disregarded Du Guiying, his gaze sweeping over the familiar faces before turning to Ning Hongxiu. "Hongxiu, among those present, who deserves to be slain and who should be spared?" Ning Hongxiu's expression was frigid. "All those here are deserving of death." Li Qin gently nodded. "Thus, all shall perish." "Arrogant! Li Qin, you remain as ever, conceited. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? Although the little leaf-flying dagger is unfailingly precise, with so many of us here, do you possess enough daggers to vanquish us all?" The dialogue between Li Qin and Ning Hongxiu incited anger among the leaders of various factions, who glared at Li Qin and vociferously denounced his arrogance. Was he truly arrogant? In his youth, Li Qin traversed the martial world undefeated, indeed embodying arrogance. However, upon entering the realm of cultivation, he tempered his haughtiness. The present Li Qin is no longer the impudent youth nor a formidable figure in the martial arts community. He now treads cautiously on the path of immortality as a fledgling cultivator, navigating with trepidation. As he gazed upon a group of old acquaintances, Li Qin's expression remained serene as he raised his hand. When he did so, a colossal crimson hand materialized, casting a shadow over the assembly of martial elites from Yanggu County. Faced with this enormous scarlet hand, the martial magnates trembled, their hearts filled with an inexplicable dread. What kind of martial art is this? This is the spirit transformation hand, yet it is not a conventional martial technique. Li Qin spoke softly, raising his palm and gently pressing down, the immense crimson hand following suit. Boom! The earth trembled. Under the terrified gazes of the minions of the Tianyuan gang and the curious onlookers from the martial world, the supreme hall collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending plumes of dust into the air. As the dust settled, the figure of the martial arts overlord of Yanggu County, Du Guiying, vanished, along with the prominent leaders of the Tianyuan gang. The sky had fallen upon Yanggu County. In the open space below, some martial artists stared blankly, murmuring in disbelief. Ning Hongxiu stood in shock, gazing at the ruins of the hall. Soon, she regained her composure and rushed to the debris, clearing away the rubble to retrieve Du Guiying's lifeless body. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. In a frenzy, Ning Hongxiu relentlessly swung her fine iron sword at the corpse of Du Guiying. Below, the henchmen of the Tianyuan gang scattered in terror, while the onlookers fell silent, paralyzed by fear. Clatter. After what felt like an eternity, Ning Hongxiu's sword clattered to the ground. She turned to Li Qin, throwing herself into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Li Qin gently patted the young girl's back, softly reassuring her, "Hongxiu, do not weep. All is in the past now." Ning Hongxiu lifted her head, wiping away her tears, her eyes still glistening with redness. "Thank you, brotherly," she said. Li Qin shook his head, recalling how Master Ning had aided him on numerous occasions. Now that he was aware of the situation, it was only fitting for him to seek vengeance on his behalf. "Hongxiu, having avenged your great grievance, what are your plans moving forward?" Ning Hongxiu gazed intently at Li Qin, unabashed, and spoke directly. "Brotherly, I have no other intentions. I wish to marry you." Li Qin waved his hand, saying, "Hongxiu, there is no need for such formalities. I have come here to avenge Master Ning, for he has supported me on numerous occasions. I do not seek your gratitude." Ning Hongxiu gazed at Li Qin with clear eyes and replied, "Yet. My father has stated that I am to be wed to you." Li Qin chuckled softly, offering no reply. Noticing his silence, Ning Hongxiu grew anxious. "Li Gu, it is not merely because of what my father said that I wish to marry you. I genuinely desire to be your wife. You have no idea. I have harbored feelings for you since childhood. When you suddenly vanished, I relentlessly inquired with my father for quite some time before he finally revealed that you had gone to seek immortality. You cannot fathom the sorrow I endured during that period. Li Gu, please take Hongxiu as your bride." Beneath the setting sun, amidst the ruins surrounded by pools of blood, the young girl gazed intently at Li Qin, her expression earnest as she boldly confessed her innermost feelings. Li Qin furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding to the young girl in a solemn tone. "Hongxiu, I already have a wife and children." Ning Hongxiu grasped Li Qin's sleeve tightly, unwilling to let go. "I do not care." Meeting her earnest gaze, Li Qin gently advised, "Hongxiu, you know that I have embarked on the path of immortality. The realms of the immortal and the mortal are distinct. We are no longer from the same world." Ning Hongxiu, with a resolute gaze, refused to give in. "Then take me with you on the path of immortality." Li Qin, feeling helpless, could only explain earnestly. "Hongxiu, cultivating immortality requires a spiritual root. Without a spiritual root, one cannot embark on the path of immortality. In the mundane world, among millions, only one may possess such a root. But how can you be so certain that I lack a spiritual root?" In an effort to dissuade the young girl, Li Qin retrieved a spirit testing plate from his storage bag. He placed his palm upon the plate, which would sense one's spiritual root aptitude. If one possessed a spiritual root, the plate would emanate a radiant light. Conversely, should the plate remain unresponsive, it would confirm the absence of a spiritual root. This particular plate had been prepared for Li Changsheng. Although Li Qin was aware that Li Changsheng had an 8th grade with spiritual root, he still felt compelled to adhere to the necessary formalities. To his astonishment, this spirit testing plate was now to be used on Ning Hongxiu. The question of whether she possessed a spiritual root had not truly crossed Li Qin's mind, considering how rare it was to find such individuals in the ordinary world. Ning Hongxiu gazed at the spirit testing plate with a mixture of anxiety and hope as she placed her palm upon it. In the next moment, a golden beam of light burst forth from the plate, though not blinding. It shone several times brighter than the light that had emanated when Li Qin tested his own spiritual root, a 6th grade metal spiritual root. To his astonishment, she truly possessed a spiritual root. Li Qin gazed at the young girl, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Ning Hongxiu's charming face broke into a radiant smile, filled with exuberance. "It's glowing. It's glowing. Brotherly, this jade plate has illuminated," she exclaimed. "Does this mean I can marry you?" On the bustling streets of Xuanqing, with one hand clutching a candied hawthorn and the other tugging at Li Qin's sleeve, she anxiously inquired, "Brotherly, do you think Sister Mo will accept me? And will the Changsheng society harbor any animosity towards me?" Li Qin turned his head and replied with a gentle smile, "Rest assured, Xiaoyu has a gentle disposition. She will not act unfavorably towards you. As for Changsheng, he is quite understanding. As long as you present him with some candied hawthorn, he will take a liking to you." Despite Li Qin's comforting words, Ning Hongxiu still felt a tinge of anxiety, for she was about to meet Li Qin's first wife and son. In the realm of cultivation, there exists no distinction between primary wives, secondary wives, or concubines. Only terms such as companions, concubines, and maidservants apply. Regarding whether Mo Yunyu would accept Ning Hongxiu, Li Qin believed she would indeed be welcoming. Outside the inn, Mo Yunyu held the hand of Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng gazed curiously at the bustling street, and suddenly, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Mother, it's father. Father has returned." Mo Yunyu followed the direction of Li Changsheng's finger and indeed spotted her husband. However, she noticed that a valiant young woman accompanied him, and their demeanor suggested a striking intimacy. Li Qin, accompanied by Ning Hongxiu, arrived at the entrance of the inn and first turned to Mo Yunyu, gently inquiring, "Little Rain, have you encountered any troubles these past few days?" Mo Yunyu softly shook her head, her gaze tenderly fixed on Li Qin, responding, "Husband, Changsheng and I have been residing at the inn without any issues." Father, who is this beautiful sister?" Li Changsheng felt overlooked. He grasped the hem of Li Qin's trousers and shook it vigorously, yearning to capture Li Qin's attention. Li Qin bent down and lifted Li Changsheng into his arms. "Changsheng, this is your Aunt Hongxiu. Quickly, call for someone." Li Changsheng gazed at Ning Hongxiu with innocent and pure eyes. "Andy, hello." Ning Hongxiu, finally relieved of her worries, extended the candied hawthorn she held in her hand to Li Changsheng, saying, "You are truly well behaved. This is a gift from your aunt." Li Changsheng did not accept it immediately. Instead, he tilted his head to gaze at Li Chun. Upon seeing Li Chun nod with a smile, he finally took the candied hawthorn from Ning Hongxiu's hand and tentatively licked it. In that moment, Li Changsheng's eyes sparkled with delight. "Father, what is this?" "This is candied hawthorn. If you like it, we can ask Aunt Hongxiu to buy you some more." "Changsheng, would you like to accompany Aunt Hongxiu for a little while?" Li Chun sought to explain a matter, consulting his son's opinion. Li Changsheng gazed at Ning Hongxiu, his innocent and pure eyes revealing a hint of contemplation, before nodding solemnly. Li Chun entrusted Li Changsheng to Ning Hongxiu. "Hongxiu, please take Changsheng to the city for a while." Ning Hongxiu nodded and led Li Changsheng away. Once they had departed, Li Chun turned to Imo Yunya and softly spoke. "Xiao Yu, Hongxiu is an old acquaintance of mine from the mortal realm. This time, my husband." There is no need for explanation. Imo Yunya gently shook her head, her gaze warm as she looked at Li Chun. "As long as you are fond of her, it is enough to bring her back. Even if you wish for that young lady Hongxiu to take on a prominent role, Xiao Yu harbors no grievances." Li Chun scratched his head, finding that the words he had prepared were unnecessary. Imo Yunyu remained the same Imo Yunyu, even now, while she was understanding and compassionate. The inherent sense of humility and timidity within her had yet to dissipate. Li Chun embraced Imo Yunyu, for in the realm of cultivation, there exists no distinction between primary and secondary spouses. Both you and Hongxiu are my companions on this journey, regardless of status. Imo Yunyu tilted her head and softly spoke. "Husband, let us have another child." Li Chun shook his head and calmly declined, saying, "No, it is not possible. If you wish to have a child, what will become of your cultivation?" Imo Yunwei has already given birth to Li Changsheng for Li Chun, and that is more than sufficient. Li Chun has no intention of continuing to have children with Imo Yunyu. Imo Yunyu possesses a 9th grade spiritual root, while Li Chun currently has an 8th grade spiritual root. If they were to conceive again, it is likely that their offspring would inherit either an 8th or a 9th grade spiritual root. Why does Li Chun seek a partner with high spiritual root aptitude? Is it not for the purpose of bearing offspring with superior spiritual roots to enhance his own capabilities? Without the system, Li Chun would not even consider seeking a partner, let alone desire children. He has never been a lecherous individual. Indeed, this is the truth. Li Chun nodded affirmatively, solidifying his conviction. He was not a man captivated by feminine allure. An hour later, Ning Hongxiu returned with Li Changsheng. In Li Changsheng's hands, a pack of snacks and 2 small toys were added. Imo Yunyan approached with a gentle smile and inquired of Ning Hongxiu, "Sister Hongxiu, has Changsheng been naughty?" Ning Hongxiu appeared somewhat flustered, her demeanor constrained, as she fervently shook her head, replying, "Sister Imo, Changsheng has been very well behaved, not naughty at all." Li Chun lifted Li Changsheng into his arms and said, "My son, it is time for us to return home." That day, Li Chun procured 2 swift steeds and set off towards Yin Mountain faction with Imo Yunyun and her child, along with Ning Hongxiu. They had already lingered long enough. The secular world differed greatly from the realm of Yin Mountain. In the mundane realm, the aura of heaven and earth was exceedingly thin, nearly non-existent. Thus, no cultivator would linger in the secular world for extended periods. Only those who had lost hope in their path of cultivation and had relinquished their practice would return to the mundane to exert their influence and indulge in life's pleasures. One notable distinction of the cultivation world from the secular realm is that places where cultivators congregate invariably possess spiritual veins. These spiritual veins emanate energy, facilitating the cultivation process for practitioners. Only in areas rich in spiritual energy can spiritual herbs and medicines thrive, and where one can find spiritual materials and mines. In the cultivation realm of the Yin Kingdom, all mountains with spiritual veins have been divided and occupied by various factions. The Zishu Immortal sect has claimed the only 3rd-tier spiritual vein in the Yin Kingdom. The Yulongyang family has delineated a 300-mile stretch of the Blackwater River, monopolizing a 2nd-tier spiritual vein and forbidding outsiders from approaching. The Wang family occupies several peaks at Ningbi Cliff. Even 1st-tier spiritual veins are seized by numerous alchemical clans, such as the Bai family of Qingshu Mountain, the Sidu family of Crescent Lake, and the Zhao family of Wind Cliff. The 5 major markets, Yin Mountain Market, South Mountain Market, Taihu Market, Qinghe Market, and Shilin Market, are established upon 2nd-tier spiritual veins, gathering a multitude of wandering cultivators and providing them with a foothold. Simultaneously, the Zishu Immortal sect and various prominent cultivation families operate businesses within these markets, exploiting the spiritual stones of the wandering cultivators. Apart from these 5 major cultivation markets, There are also several smaller markets in the Yin Kingdom's cultivation realm, built upon first-tier spiritual veins. 5 days later, Li Chun returned with Mo Yunyun and her child to the outskirts of Yin Mountain faction. Ning Hongxiu dismounted her horse, gazing curiously at the thick fog ahead. Brotherly, is the realm of cultivation just beyond this dense mist? Li Chun nodded with a smile. Indeed, beyond this illusionary formation lies the realm of immortality. Hongxiu. The world of cultivation is unlike the mundane. You will comprehend this once you embark on the path of the immortal. At this juncture, Li Chun's expression turned icy. The Wang family, Wang Fengming. Although he had returned to Yinshan Fang without encountering any ambush, Li Chun had not forgotten Wang Fengming's solicitation of the Zhao family cultivators to assassinate him. This debt must be settled with Wang Fengming. What is this? Li Chun returned to the cave dwelling with Mo Yunyu and her child, accompanied by Ning Hongxiu. As they approached, they unexpectedly encountered Fu Kong, who cast a curious glance at Ning Hongxiu before regarding Li Chun with a look of perplexity. Li Chun chuckled lightly and explained, "Fellow Taoist Fu, allow me to introduce you. This is Hongxiu, my new companion." Fu Kong nodded, his expression remaining unchanged. He understood Li Chun's choice to bring back a mortal woman. In Fu Kang's eyes, due to Li Chun's limited spiritual roots, it was likely that he would never ascend to immortality in this lifetime. Thus, he placed his hopes of transcendence upon the next generation, aspiring to bear several children with spiritual roots to nurture. It was precisely because of Li Chun's low cultivation that Fu Kong felt at ease in befriending him. "Uncle Fu, I've missed you dearly." Upon seeing Fu Kong, Li Changsheng scurried over on his little legs. "Changsheng, how was your time in the mortal realm? Was it enjoyable?" Fu Kong bent down, lifting Li Changsheng into his arms, and surprisingly, a smile broke through his stern demeanor, softening his tone. "The mortal realm is indeed delightful. I would like to visit it again. Uncle Fu, would you take me to the mortal realm to play sometime?" As Li Changsheng frolicked with Fu Kong, Li Chun led Ning Hongxiu into the cave dwelling. As she stepped into the world of cultivation for the first time, Ning Hongxiu found everything to be utterly enchanting. Li Chun earnestly advised Ning Hongxiu to remain within the cave dwelling and stay close to Mo Yunyao before embarking on the path of cultivation, refraining from wandering aimlessly outside. Simultaneously, he entrusted Mo Yunyao with the task of imparting some fundamental knowledge of the immortal realm to Ning Hongxiu. Once Ning Hongxiu was settled, Li Chun made his way to the Divine Pill Pavilion to pay a visit to Manager Fu. Subsequently, he proceeded to Master Chen's cave dwelling to extend his respects to him. The following day, in an unprecedented feat, Li Chun concocted 4 batches of elixirs at the Divine Pill Pavilion. After all, a man with a family must toil diligently to earn spirit stones, particularly now that he has the added responsibility of caring for Ning Hongxiu. After finishing his work, he ventured to the Treasure Pavilion to acquire a technique known as the Golden Yuan skill. Similar to the Crimson Flame formula, the Golden Yuan skill is a commonly encountered low-tier cultivation method within the immortal realm, priced very affordably and considered a staple. Ning Hongxiu possesses a 6th-grade spiritual root. With her attributes leaning towards gold, Li Chun desired to provide her with a more profound cultivation technique. However, such methods are exceedingly rare within the realm of immortality. Advanced techniques are predominantly monopolized by esteemed cultivation families and prominent sects, while those available in the market are merely low-tier, common practices. These techniques only extend to the pinnacle of qi refinement, lacking any subsequent content for the foundation establishment stage. Should a rogue cultivator inadvertently reach the foundation establishment, they would be confronted with the daunting challenge of lacking suitable techniques for further cultivation. At this juncture, self-established rogue cultivators typically face 2 choices to acquire subsequent cultivation methods: either become a vassal of one of the major cultivation families or join the Zishu Immortal sect as an outer disciple, serving the sect in a subordinate capacity. Apart from these 2 paths, it is exceedingly difficult for self-established rogue cultivators to find alternative avenues. Naturally, those who have inherited legacies from esteemed predecessors represent a different scenario. Every step is fraught with obstacles that stifle the advancement of lower-tier rogue cultivators. This encapsulates the plight of the majority of rogue cultivators in the Yin Kingdom, a situation that is largely mirrored in other realms of immortality. It is not that Li Chun lacks the intent to seek profound techniques for Ning Hongxiu, but rather that, given his current status, such techniques remain beyond his reach. Li Chun himself cultivates the Qi Yinju, which is not superior to the Jin Yuan Gong. Li Chun returned to the cave dwelling with Jin Yuan Gong. Mo Yunyu was busily preparing the evening meal, while Ning Hongxiu entertained Li Changxing, teaching him a set of mundane martial arts. In truth, Li Changxing felt quite lonely, for he had no playmates and, before turning 3, had already begun to study and recognize characters. The arrival of a concubine, Hongxiu, brought him evident joy. However, Ning Hongxiu could not remain by his side indefinitely, as she too had her own cultivation to attend to. Li Chen contemplated for a moment and resolved to swiftly provide Li Changxing with a brother or sister, ensuring he has a companion and a complete childhood. After the family enjoyed their evening meal, Li Chen called Ning Hongxiu aside to impart to her the fundamentals of the golden essence technique, hoping she would soon embark on the path of cultivation and transform into a practitioner. Ning Hongxiu possessed considerable aptitude, and since the golden essence technique was not an esoteric art, she quickly grasped its essence and, filled with determination, began her meditation and training. Observing Ning Hongxiu occupying her meditation mat, Li Chen glanced around the cave dwelling. It seemed imperative to expedite their relocation. This grade D cave, after all, felt somewhat cramped for the 4 of them, and the spiritual energy was rather insufficient. Li Chen resolved to rent a grade C cave dwelling the following day and to partition several rooms within the cave. Li Changxing gradually matured, and certain burdens were destined to rest upon his shoulders. The following morning, Li Chen gazed at Ning Hongxiu. Approaching him, Ning Hongxiu appeared somewhat dejected, saying, "Brotherly, I have sensed the ethereal energy of the world, yet I am still unable to draw this energy into my being and refine it into spiritual power, thereby achieving enlightenment." Li Chen shook his head gently, offering a reassuring smile. "There's no need to rush. The world of cultivation differs greatly from the mundane realm. One must take their time." Mo Yunyu chimed in with a smile. "Hongxiu, you possess a 6th grade spiritual root. I am confident you will embark on your path to enlightenment in no time. I began my cultivation at the age of 7 and only entered the realm of Qi at 12, taking a full 5 years to do so." Ning Hongxiu nodded earnestly, her fist raised with determination. "Rest assured, brotherly and sister Mo, I will devote myself to my cultivation and will not become a burden." Li Chen smiled as he playfully pinched Ning Hongxiu's nose before turning to exit the cave abode, proceeding as usual to the divine elixir pavilion for work. Mo Yunyu, as always, accompanied Li Chen out of the cave, watching as his figure gradually faded from view. However, this time, Mo Yunyu was not alone. Ning Hongxiu stood beside her. As for Li Changxing, he remained blissfully asleep, unaware that his father had risen early to embark on his day's labor. In the afternoon, Li Chen made his way to cave abode number 2 of grade A. This abode was home to a prominent figure of the Yulong Yang family, known as Yang Dezhu, who was rumored to be the direct descendant of the family's ancestral line. Yang Dezhu held significant sway in Yingshan Square, boasting a peak cultivation level in the Qi refinement realm. He oversaw the shantytown and cave-dwelling areas of Yingshan Square, and even commanded the local enforcement team. Li Chen submitted 200 spirit stones and obtained the decree to open the B-class number 99 cave dwelling. As he emerged from the A-class number 2 cave, he cast his gaze towards the A-class number 1 cave. This particular cave dwelling belonged to the enchanting Linglong fairy and was constructed at the very heart of the 2nd-tier spirit vein. It was a gift from the renowned Yulong Yang family and the esteemed Ningbi Cliff Wang family, who dared not request spirit stones from her. Although this cave was under the ownership of the Linglong fairy, she seldom resided there. Observing the sealed cave, he noted that no magical formations were arranged before it. Reflecting on the passage of time, Li Chen realized it had been over 3 years since he last beheld the Linglong fairy, leaving him unaware of her whereabouts and activities. Li Chen submitted 200 spirit stones and obtained the opening token for the C-class number 99 cave dwelling. In the shantytown, a single room costs 1 spirit stone per month. The D-class cave dwelling requires only 80 spirit stones monthly. The C-class cave dwelling demands 200 spirit stones each month. The B-class cave dwelling necessitates a substantial 500 spirit stones monthly. The burden of life has grown heavier once more. Li Chen silently cursed the avarice of the prominent cultivation families. They had established their abodes atop the spirit veins, renting them out to solitary cultivators for exorbitant fees, demanding thousands of spirit stones each month. Countless solitary cultivators labored tirelessly to earn these stones just to secure a place for their cultivation. Ultimately, all the spirit stones ended up lining the pockets of these powerful families. Notably, the Fish Dragon Yang family and the Condensing Breeze Wang family stood out among them. Both were foundational families with a lineage spanning centuries and were the principal stakeholders of Yinshan Workshop. Although the Qing Bamboo Mountain Bai family, the Crescent Lake Sidu family, In the Yinwen Cliff, Zhao family were nominally recognized as the founders of Yinshan Workshop. Their influence was considerably limited. In truth, the Yang and Wang families wielded the most power within Yinshan Workshop. Li Chen returned home with the official decree, intending to invite Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu to relocate to the Grade B cave residence. Little Black, do not run away. Woof, woof. Upon arriving home, Li Chen observed Li Changxing chasing a palm-sized puppy, darting about outside the cave. Li Chen squinted his eyes. This was a first-tier demonic beast, a black fire dog cub. Where could such a creature have come from? Changxing, from where did this black fire dog cub originate? Li Chen stepped forward and lifted Li Changxing, inquiring about the origins of this young beast. Father, Little Black is the pet that Uncle Fu gifted to me. Li Chen nodded, setting down Li Changxing to entertain himself. As he explained that he had matters to discuss with Uncle Fu, Fu Kong was genuinely attentive to Li Changxing, treating him almost as his own child. He had even procured a first-tier demonic beast cub for him. Although it was merely a first-tier cub, it held a value of over 100 spirit stones. For a nascent soul cultivator in the early stages, such an amount was astronomical, and even for Fu Kong, a practitioner at the 6th level of Qi refinement, it was not an insignificant sum. Friend Fu, are you there? Outside the cave, Li Chen called out, and the cave door slowly creaked open. Li Chen stepped into the cavern and said, Fellow Taoist Fu, here are 200 spirit stones. Please accept them. Li Chen took out 200 spirit stones from his storage bag and pushed them in front of Fu Kong. He could not accept the black fire dog cub without offering something in return. Fu Kang's expression hardened, and he furrowed his brows, stating, Changsheng is not only your son, but also my nephew. Return the spirit stones. Li Chen shook his head, stating that one matter should be kept distinct from another. The value of the demon beast cub was substantial, and Taoist Fu also had his own cultivation expenses to consider. Thus, it would be prudent to accept the spirit stones. Fu Kong did not glance at the spirit stones, but instead fixed his calm gaze upon Li Chen. Today, I ventured into the Yinshan mountain range to hunt demon beasts and fortuitously encountered a newly born black fire dog cub. Considering that Changxing lacks companionship, I decided to bring it back as a gift for him. As you are aware, my cultivation of the blood fiend technique necessitates the infusion of malevolent and sanguine energies. The slaughterhouse has ceased to suffice for my training. In the forthcoming period, I shall delve into the Yinshan mountain range to hunt demon beasts, gathering the essence of blood fiends to advance through the latter stages of Qi refinement, while also endeavoring to refine the blood fiend banner. I have already resigned from my position as a spirit butcher at the Delicacy Pavilion. Now, I wish to solicit your assistance. Noticing Fu Kang's grave demeanor, Li Chen's expression also grew serious. Taoist Fu, please proceed. Fu Kong maintained his tranquil gaze upon Li Chen, stating that the blood fiend technique relies on the cultivation of blood and malevolent energies. Having taken numerous lives, I anticipate encountering both internal and external demons when striving to reach the 7th layer of Qi refinement. I would like to request Master Chun to concoct a batch of tranquil spirit pills to suppress these demons. I have already prepared the medicinal herbs and the formula. Yet I lack a personal rapport with Master Chen. Li Chen furrowed his brow. Li Chen had long been aware that Fu Kong was cultivating demonic arts. Yet today marked the first occasion on which Li Chen heard Fu Kong utter the name of his practice, the blood fiend technique. Li Chen couldn't help but recall Xie Xian, whom he had encountered at King of Feng. In his storage bag, he still sealed the blood god technique. The blood fiend technique and the blood god technique. The names of these two arts were inextricably linked in Li Chen's mind. Noticing Li Chen's furrowed brow, Fu Kong spoke in a calm tone, stating that it was perfectly acceptable for him to request Master Chen Dan to assist in refining pills for him. Li Chen came to his senses and asked, Friend Fu, could you share how you acquired this blood fiend technique? Fu Kong did not respond, his gaze upon Li Chen peculiar and enigmatic. Li Chen realized that Fu Kong had misunderstood him, just as he was about to clarify. Fu Kang's expression turned contemplative as he spoke in a somber tone. 13 years ago, my family was annihilated. During my flight, I encountered a venerable elder. After saving my life, this elder imparted to me the blood slaughter technique. Since then, I have journeyed from Qingzhou to Heishui Prefecture, arriving at Yinshan Workshop. In truth, I am much like you, possessing a 9th grade spiritual root. Were it not for the blood slaughter technique, I would not have attained my current level of cultivation. If you have an interest in the blood slaughter technique, I would be willing to teach it to you. Li Chen furrowed his brow tightly, retrieving a blood-colored jade slip from his storage pouch. Fu, my friend, please examine this martial art. Fu Kong looked at Li Chen with suspicion, taking the blood-colored jade slip and pressing it to his forehead. After a moment, Fu Kang's eyes suddenly widened, a beam of crimson light emanating from them. The blood god technique and the blood fiend technique stem from the same lineage, derived from a more profound and esoteric path of demonic arts. Where did you acquire this blood god technique? Li Chen did not conceal anything, revealing the encounter with Xie Xian during his trip to Qingdafang Market. Fu Kong fell into a contemplative silence. Li Chen remained silent, trusting that Fu Kong would draw his own conclusions regarding the matter. According to Li Chen's conjecture, both the blood god technique and the blood fiend technique were likely disseminated deliberately by a formidable figure within the demonic path. Practitioners who successfully cultivate either the blood god technique or the blood fiend technique will ultimately serve as sustenance, or perhaps more aptly, as prey. Li Chen felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had resisted the temptation to practice the blood god technique. After a moment, Fu Kang's gaze turned cold and his voice hoarse, even though he was acutely aware of the traps that lay ahead. He knew he had to press on. There was no turning back. The deep-seated enmity of the Fu clan must be avenged. Brother, I thank you for introducing me to this blood god technique. In response to Fu Kang's grateful glance, Li Chen remained silent. After a lengthy pause, Li Chen finally spoke. Provide me with the spiritual herbs and recipe for the tranquil spirit pill. I shall seek out Master Chen to assist you in refining it. Fu Kong understood that pursuing the blood god technique and the blood fiend method was fraught with peril, yet he chose to forge ahead. His desire for vengeance overshadowed any concern for the path to immortality or the attainment of transcendence. He lived solely for retribution. This was Fu Kang's choice, and Li Chen respected it, with Fu Kong determined to continue his cultivation of the blood fiend method. Li Chen resolved to assist him by concocting a batch of tranquil spirit pills, enabling him to break through to the 7th level of qi refinement and become a practitioner in the late stage of qi refinement, thus avenging the blood-soaked grievances of his family. In truth, the recipe for the tranquil spirit pill was unnecessary. Within the second-tier alchemical inheritance that Li Chen had acquired lay the methods for its refinement. He need not summon Master Chen's expertise, for he was capable of crafting it himself. Upon entering the world of cultivation, Li Chen found himself devoid of companions, save for Fu Kong and Huang Qingya. The bond between Li Chen and Huang Qingya scarcely qualified as friendship, as their acquaintance was rather superficial. Fu Kong, typically taciturn and bearing a stern demeanor, was not inherently so. His silence and solemnity were the byproducts of a tragic event that had extinguished his family, profoundly altering his temperament. Nevertheless, from the perspective of camaraderie, Fu Kong was a worthy companion, deserving of trust. Having acknowledged this friendship, Li Chen would not hesitate to extend his assistance whenever it was needed. Li Chen returned to the cave dwelling, inviting Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu to assist in the relocation. Li Changxing cradled the little black dog and inquired, "Father, where are we headed?" "We are moving to the Class B cave dwelling," came the reply. Li Chen cheerfully explained to his son the distinction between the Class B cave and the Class D cave. Li Changxing listened in a state of bewilderment. Li Changxing had yet to reach the age of cultivation, thus he found himself in a state of bewilderment. Upon arriving at the Class B cave dwelling, Li Chen took it upon himself to gather fragments of stone, constructing several walls that divided the interior space into 4 distinct sections: a grand hall, a private bedroom exclusively for Li Changxing, and 2 additional bedrooms for Mo Yuni and Ning Hongxiu. As for Li Chen, he was content with any arrangement. At dawn, Li Chen proceeded to the Divine Elixir Pavilion for his usual duties. In the alchemy chamber, he retrieved the spiritual herbs prepared by Fu Kong and ignited the furnace to concoct the tranquil spirit pill. This pill, classified as a high-tier first-grade elixir, demanded an entire day of Li Chen's attention, leaving him no time to brew other potions. The higher the grade of the elixir, the longer the alchemical process required. For pills such as the valley-breaking pill, hemostasis pill, and qi-nourishing pill, Li Chen could produce a batch within an hour. However, the time required for elixirs like the spirit-gathering pill, harmonizing qi pill, and essence enhancement pill varied significantly. As for second-grade elixirs, one could not expect to yield a batch in less than 10 days to half a month. This extended duration was due to the increased variety and age of the spiritual herbs needed for higher-tier elixirs, alongside the intricate processes involved in their refinement. As night fell, Li Chen made his way to the Class D cave dwelling number 298, where he presented a vial of tranquil spirit pill to Fu Kong. Without a glance at the jade bottle, Fu Kong accepted it into his storage pouch, uttering not a single word, and offered Li Chen a hug. Li Chen could even perceive the potent scent of blood and malevolence emanating from him. "Let's go?" Fu Kong embraced Li Chen and, under the cover of night, departed from the cave dwelling, Exiting the shadowy market of Inshur, Li Qin silently observed the figure of Fu Kong, whose presence emanated an aura of profound solitude and unwavering determination. After a considerable duration, Li Qin withdrew his gaze and softly spoke, "Friend Fu, I wish you good fortune." Suddenly, Li Qin sensed a pair of eyes watching him from the shadows. Upon turning to investigate, he found a Qi refinement stage cultivator. Meeting Li Qin's gaze, the cultivator appeared somewhat flustered, hastily turning and vanishing into the cloak of night. Li Qin's eyes glimmered with a frigid intensity. Wang Fengming. This individual was most likely dispatched by Wang Fengming to surveil her. Yet, it was also plausible that other factions had sent him. Li Qin returned to the third-grade cave dwelling and consumed a yuan-enhancing pill, seizing the opportunity to cultivate diligently. The supply of high-grade spiritual herbs cultivated in the Divine Pill Pavilion's herb garden had dwindled significantly, preventing Li Qin from indulging in the unrestricted consumption of qi-nurturing pills as he once did. Fortunately, after relocating to the third-grade cave, his spiritual root had ascended from the 9th tier to the 8th, allowing his cultivation to progress without stagnation. Thus, 3 months passed in a blink. On this particular day, upon returning to the cave, Li Qin was greeted by Ning Hongxiu, who rushed towards him, standing on tiptoe to wrap her arms around his neck. "Brotherly," she exclaimed, "I have splendid news to share. I have successfully embarked on the path of enlightenment." Li Qin smiled and nodded in encouragement. Hongxiu was indeed remarkable. In truth, he could discern her prowess at a mere glance, even without her stating it. Ning Hongxiu had just embarked on her journey, her magical fluctuations still unsteady, an evident sign to any discerning observer. To cultivate and transform into a practitioner within a mere 3 months is a pace typically observed among those with 6th-grade spiritual roots. After all, Ning Hongxiu resided in a Class B cave dwelling, feasting daily on spiritual rice, and occasionally indulging in spiritual delicacies, privileges that even disciples of the Zishu sect and scions of noble families might not experience. "Brotherly, I too am now a practitioner. Why not teach me the art of alchemy? This way, I could alleviate some of your burdens and grant you more time for your own cultivation," Ning Hongxiu proposed, wrapping her arms around Li Qin's neck, eager to learn the craft of alchemy. Li Qin shifted his gaze, finding the proposition feasible. Now, with a family to support, even though he received a considerable amount of spirit stones each month from Manager Fu, it was still insufficient. Residing in a Grade C cave dwelling cost him 200 spirit stones monthly. Additionally, he needed to purchase spirit rice, beast meat, and provide blood meals daily for the little black dog raised by Li Changsheng, all of which consumed spirit stones. The financial burden of daily essentials, including cultivation, rested heavily on Li Qin's shoulders, making life quite challenging. Mo Yunya had once suggested learning a skill to earn spirit stones and alleviate Li Qin's load. Unfortunately, Mo Yunya lacked talent in this regard. She could not master alchemy, nor could she grasp talisman crafting, let alone formations. After several attempts, her self-esteem diminished, leaving her feeling utterly useless. She even entertained the idea of laundering clothes for spirit sand. However, after receiving a few scoldings from Li Qin, she dared not bring it up again. Now, when Ning Hongxiu expressed her desire to learn alchemy, Li Qin was naturally willing to teach her. Yet, he pondered whether Ning Hongxiu possessed the innate talent for it. To pursue alchemy, she would need to acquire an alchemical furnace, spirit herbs, and even ironwood. How many spirit stones would that require? The thought sent a shiver down Li Qin's spine. The resources needed to cultivate an alchemist were staggering. Not everyone had the benefit of a second-tier alchemical inheritance like Li Qin. Without being part of a major power, one simply lacked the qualifications to nurture an alchemist. Perhaps he should take Ning Hongxiu to the Divine Alchemy Pavilion as an apprentice and see if she had any aptitude for alchemy. If she did not possess the talent for it, it would be wise to dissuade her from pursuing this path early on. As he gazed at the young girl in his arms, Li Qin's thoughts swirled, and with a smile, he spoke, "There's no rush regarding learning alchemy. At present, there is a more pressing matter at hand." Ning Hongxiu looked bewildered. "Li Gu, what is this urgent matter?" "Ah," Ning Hongxiu suddenly exclaimed, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Li Qin lifted her effortlessly, bringing her close to his ear as he chuckled softly. "Of course, we should give Changxing a little brother or sister. Otherwise, how lonely would he be?" Ning Hongxiu, cradled in Li Qin's embrace, wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her flushed cheeks against his chest. Her entire body tensed and devoid of any softness. Li Qin embraced Ning Hongxiu as they entered the room. After sharing a tender moment, he did not forget to continue his meditation and cultivation. The inexperienced young girl nestled beneath the covers, peeking out with only her head visible, softly inquired, "Brother Li, do you still wish to cultivate?" Li Chun gently reached out to caress the girl's flowing hair, smiling tenderly as he said, "It is time to address me properly." "Husband," Ning Hongxiu called out, retreating beneath the blankets and refusing to emerge. Observing her retreat, Li Chun chuckled softly before speaking earnestly, "Hongxiu, as cultivators embarking on the path to immortality, our aspiration is merely to attain eternal life. Yet, the journey is fraught with countless trials and tribulations. If we become complacent in our cultivation, how shall we overcome these formidable obstacles?" With that, Li Chun produced a yuan-boosting pill and slowly closed his eyes in meditation. Ning Hongxiu lifted the covers, gazing at Li Chun, who was immersed in his practice. Her eyes sparkled, gradually transforming into a resolute determination. Seeing her husband strive so diligently for immortality, she felt compelled to stand by his side and accompany him on this journey. She turned and sat upright, mimicking Li Chun's posture as she closed her eyes. The following day, when Li Chun awakened from his meditation, he was greeted by the sight of Ning Hongxiu still engaged in her cultivation. A look of satisfaction crossed his face. In contrast to Mo Yuniv's lackadaisical attitude towards her practice, Ning Hongxiu undoubtedly exhibited a commendable ambition. Thinking of Mo Yuniv brought a headache to Li Chun. Mo Yuniv, possessing a 9th-grade spiritual root, showed little interest in cultivation. Even when provided with nourishing and spirit-gathering pills, she secretly stashed them away, refusing to consume them herself. Despite Li Chun's repeated admonitions, Mo Yuniv remained obstinate, adhering to her own ways. As she often remarked, being a 9th-grade spiritual root, she deemed it unwise to squander resources. Preferring to reserve the pills for her son, Li Chun had advised and scolded, yet despite her outward agreement, Mo Yunyu secretly hoarded the cultivation resources that Li Chun had provided. Li Chun couldn't help but think of Mo Bai. Indeed, Mo Yunyu and Mo Bai are alike in many ways, a true reflection of their father-daughter bond. Li Chun took Ning Hongxiu to the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, where he began to instruct her in recognizing the properties of herbs, the art of igniting the furnace, regulating its temperature, and controlling the size of the flames, fundamental skills in alchemy. Despite Li Chun's unique status within the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, the apprentices and assistants behind the scenes were not shy about gossiping. Gradually, rumors regarding Li Chun's penchant for the pleasures of life began to circulate among the lower-tier cultivators of Yinshilang. Li Chun was aware of some of these whispers but merely smiled and dismissed them. Ning Hongxiu, possessing a 6th-grade spirit root, had been learning alchemy under Li Chun's guidance. However, she lacked the innate talent for it. As Ning Hongxiu's belly grew day by day, Li Chun decided to cease bringing her to the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, and she too abandoned her aspirations of mastering alchemy. "Alchemy is far too difficult," was her lament. A year passed, and Ning Hongxiu's belly swelled significantly, her cultivation reaching the 3rd layer of qi refinement, with the imminent possibility of childbirth. A 3rd layer of qi refinement is a commendable pace, especially considering Ning Hongxiu's 6th-grade spirit root and Li Chun's boundless supply of nourishing qi pills. One day, as usual, Li Chun returned home from the Divine Alchemy Pavilion. Li Chongqing stood guard outside the cave, accompanied by a black and red dog. Upon spotting Li Chun, he swiftly approached, his face brimming with excitement. "Father, Aunt Hongxiu is about to give birth. I am going to have a little brother or sister." Li Chongqing is now 4 years old, exhibiting a rather composed demeanor, and generally behaves in an obedient and sensible manner. Overall, Li Chun is quite pleased with his eldest son. The black and reddish dog follows closely behind Li Chongqing, panting and wagging its tail at Li Chun. Li Chun crouched down and gently patted Li Chongqing's head, inquiring with a smile, "Chongqing, would you prefer a little brother or a little sister?" Li Chongqing bit his finger, pondering for a moment before responding, "I desire a sister." Li Chun remained silent. Whether Ning Hongxiu had given birth to a son or a daughter was of little concern to him. What truly mattered to him was the quality of the child's spiritual roots. Perhaps familiarity breeds comfort, with Li Chongqing already in existence. The impending arrival of the 2nd child did not evoke any sense of anxiety in Li Chun. Li Chun stood at the entrance of the cave, his heart brimming with anticipation. Under ordinary circumstances, a full-term pregnancy lasts for 10 months. Given that Ning Hongxiu possesses a 6th-grade spiritual root and has carried this child for an entire year, the child's innate potential should be remarkable, wouldn't it? Well, with the resounding cry of a newborn, a smile spread across Li Chun's face. Li Chongqing stood beside Li Chun, his height barely reaching Li Chun's thigh. He was so excited that he danced with joy, exclaiming, "Father, Oni Hongxiu has given birth." The cave door creaked open. Mo Yunyu emerged. Casting a stern glance at Li Chongqing and admonishing, "Chongqing, what are you shouting for? Are you not afraid of startling your sister?" Li Chongqing quickly covered his mouth with his hand, yet the excitement in his eyes was impossible to conceal. Mo Yunyu turned to Li Qin and said, "My dear husband, it is a daughter." Li Qin nodded and stepped into the cave dwelling. In the bedroom, Ning Hongxiu reclined on the bed, cradling a lively infant in her arms. A stark contrast to the wrinkled appearance of Li Chongqing at birth. Upon seeing Li Chun return, Ning Hongxiu rose from the bed and handed the swaddled daughter to him, saying, "Husband, this is our daughter. Hongxiu, please lie down and refrain from moving about." Li Qin gently cradled the infant girl, urging Ning Hongxiu to remain still. The baby, nestled in his arms, wailed incessantly. Meanwhile, Li Chongqing tugged at Li Qin's pant leg, his face alight with excitement and eagerness. "Father, may I hold my little sister?" he implored. Li Qin smiled and nodded, handing the newly born daughter to Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing cautiously took his newborn sister from Li Qin's embrace, gently pinching her cheek, which only caused the little one to wail more intensely. Observing her escalating distress, Li Chongqing found himself at a loss. Ning Hongxiu reclined on the bed, a smile gracing her lips as she watched this pair of siblings. Li Chun did not reprimand Li Chongqing. Instead, a tender smile graced his face. "My dear husband, why not bestow a name upon our daughter?" Ning Hongxiu said with a cheerful gaze, observing Li Chongqing's flustered attempts to soothe his younger sister. Then shifting her attention to Li Chun, Mo Yunyu also turned her gaze towards him. Li Chongqing no longer tried to console his crying sister. Instead, he turned his gaze towards his father, curious about what name he would bestow upon her. Li Qin, without a moment's hesitation, calmly spoke, "Xian." "Li Xian." Ning Hongxiu was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Very well, let us call you Li Xian." In Li Chongqing's embrace, the newly born Li Xian suddenly became serene. Moments later, a bright smile spread across her face as she let out a series of innocent giggles. "Father, mother, and Hongxiu, my sister is laughing." Mo Yunyu stepped forward and playfully pinched Li Chongqing's ear, saying, "Hand me little Xianer, do not let her fall." Li Qin gazed calmly at the scene before him, feeling a profound warmth within. Naming his son Chongqing and his daughter Stin was not only an expression of his hopes for them, but also a source of motivation for himself. Mo Yunyu cradled the newborn Li Xian in her arms and sat by the bedside, discussing with Ning Hongxiu the best ways to nurture their daughter. Li Chongqing stood by, and for some inexplicable reason, his spirits suddenly plummeted. Li Qin initially believed that Li Chongqing was feeling down due to jealousy. With a cheerful demeanor, he gently patted his head and inquired with concern, "Chongqing, what troubles you? Weren't you just feeling quite happy a moment ago?" Li Chongqing looked up at Li Chun and said, "Father, you once told me that when I was born, Uncle Fu held me in his arms. It has been a long time since I last saw Uncle Fu. I miss him dearly." Li Qin was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled and reassured. "Uncle Fu will return to see you very soon." "Really?" "Of course, it's true." Li Chongqing's spirits lifted. This son was indeed easy to please. Since the last farewell to Fu Kong, he had not returned. Li Qin was uncertain whether Fu Kong had successfully transcended the 6th layer of qi refinement and advanced to the later stages. He also wondered about his friend, Taoist Fu, and what he might be engaged in at present. Soon, however, Li Qin ceased to dwell on such inquiries and redirected his focus to the system interface. Host, Li Qin lifespan, 2599, spiritual root, 6th grade cultivation, 5th layer of qi refinement techniques, red flame art, spirit transformation technique, withered wood art, heaven deception technique, light and shadow blade technique skills, 2nd grade alchemy treasures, scarlet edge sword, golden brick partner, Mo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu offspring, Li Chongqing, Li Xian main quest, establish a cultivation family, incomplete, side quest, seize foundations, occupy spiritual veins, incomplete. Li Qin once again opened Li Xian's data panel. Offspring, Li Xian. Lifespan, 081. Spiritual root, 6th grade, talent, combat. Li Xian possesses a 6th grade spiritual root, which can be regarded as an inheritance of Ning Hongxiu's spiritual root aptitude, simultaneously elevating Li Qin's own spiritual root quality to the 6th grade. What does the talent for combat signify? Li Qin gently stroked his chin, deep in thought. In comparison to Li Chongqing's data panel, Li Xian possessed an additional talent, the art of combat. Meanwhile, Li Chongqing's talent was non-existent. Li Qin glanced at his daughter, still swaddled in her infantile cocoon, and then at his son, who was giggling innocently. He couldn't help but let out a gentle sigh. It remains uncertain whether. Once Li Changxing and Li Xiandu embark on their cultivation journey, Li Changxing will still be able to smile as joyfully as he does now. Li Xian emerged, inadvertently elevating Li Qin's spiritual root aptitude to the 6th rank. Li Qin had experienced the cultivation speed associated with both the 9th grade and 8th grade spiritual roots. Now, having elevated to a 6th grade spiritual root, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed. In comparison to 9th and 8th grade roots, a 6th grade root was nothing short of prodigious, boasting a cultivation speed that exceeded several times over. It was no wonder that the Zishu Immortal sect placed such great importance on spiritual roots when recruiting disciples. The sect held a grand spiritual root assessment every decade, drawing aspiring cultivators from across the Yin Kingdom. Naturally, the Zishu Immortal sect primarily targeted prominent cultivation families and wandering practitioners within the Yin Kingdom, making it exceedingly rare for individuals like Li Chun, who approached the assessment as mere mortals, to participate. When Li Chun attended the spiritual root assessment at the Zishu Immortal sect, he faced considerable ridicule and disdain. Those possessing a 9th grade spiritual root were deemed unworthy of entry, lacking even the qualifications to become a servant disciple. 8th and 7th grade roots, if belonging to younger individuals, could gain entry as servant disciples, while those with 6th grade roots could directly join the outer sect as outer disciples. Disciples of the Zishu Immortal sect were categorized into servant disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples. Servant disciples did not benefit from the sect's resources, whereas outer disciples began to enjoy preferential treatment. Only true disciples were granted access to the sect's paramount teachings. The Zishu sect, the sole immortal sect in the Yin Kingdom, boasted a lineage spanning millennia, with 3 tiers of inheritance, ensuring that each generation would produce cultivators of the Golden Core stage. At its zenith, the sect was home to multiple Golden Core practitioners. In contrast, the current incarnation of the Zishu sect was considerably weakened, with only one Golden Core ancestor, over 400 years old, and no newly ascended Golden Core practitioners. Nevertheless, even in its diminished state, the Zishu sect remained the singular immortal sect of the Yin Kingdom, casting a formidable shadow over the realm of cultivation. If the secular world of the Yin Kingdom was governed by dynasties, the realm of cultivation was under the dominion of the Zishu sect. Whenever the Zishu Immortal sect convened its spiritual root assessment, the prominent cultivation families of the Yin Kingdom would send their most gifted offspring to the sect. The rationale behind this practice was quite straightforward. Due to the abundant cultivation resources of the Purple Void sect and its 3rd-tier inheritance, Li Chun experienced the remarkable speed of a genius in his training. With his spiritual root aptitude elevated to the 6th rank, aided by medicinal elixirs. Spiritual roots are divided into 9 grades, with the 1st rank being the highest, famously known as the heavenly grade spiritual root, which allows for unobstructed progression to the nascent soul stage. However, in reality, heavenly grade spiritual roots exist solely in legends. Throughout the history of the Yin Kingdom's cultivation realm, no one has ever possessed a heavenly grade spiritual root. Should such an individual ever emerge, major sects from other nations would undoubtedly rush to recruit them. As far as Li Chun is aware, Song Su, the foremost disciple of the Purple Void sect, who pursued the enchanting fairy Ling Long and had his flying sword shattered by her, possesses merely a 3rd grade spiritual root. Even so, Song Su was accepted as a direct disciple by the sect's Golden Core ancestor and is regarded as the future of the Purple Void sect. With a 6th grade spiritual root, Li Chun is considered a minor genius within the Yin Kingdom's cultivation community, where the majority of loose cultivators possess inferior spiritual roots. Talented cultivators like Huang Qingya should ideally join the Purple Void sect to become true disciples. However, everyone harbors their own secrets, and Huang Qingya's absence from the Purple Void sect is likely due to her own reasons. Despite the enhancement of his spiritual root, Li Chun's daily life remained largely unchanged. He continued to visit the Divine Elixir Pavilion to refine pills and return to his cave dwelling at night to meditate, accompanied by his 2 children. Thus, 2 more years passed. After this period, Li Chun made further progress, advancing from the 5th to the 6th layer of qi refinement. After 8 years in the cultivation world, Li Chun, now 27, achieved the 6th layer of qi refinement. At this age, having reached this level, he felt satisfied, hoping to establish a foundation before turning 40. Following his breakthrough to the 6th layer, Li Chun presented himself as a practitioner at the 4th layer, successfully rising to the position of the 3rd alchemist at the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Nowadays, in the Yin Mountain district, lower-tier cultivators greet Li Qin with smiles, referring to him as Alchemist Li. In the eyes of lower-tier loose cultivators, Li Qin has become a prominent figure in this area. During these 2 years, Ning Hongxiu advanced to the 4th layer of Qi refinement, and Li Qin gifted her a low-grade magical tool, the Cold Silk Net. As for Imo Yunya, she remained unchanged, still at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, with no progress whatsoever. Even though Li Qin urged her to consume spirit-gathering pills, she remained unable to break through the bottleneck to reach the 4th layer. Imo Yunya exhibited no signs of a determined heart. It is precisely her indifferent, languid attitude that prevents her from advancing, despite residing in a grade C cave dwelling and having elixirs to assist her. Li Changsheng is already 7 years old, resembling a little adult. In contrast, the mischievous Li Xian, not yet 3, spends her days playfully causing chaos, often riding on the back of Li Changsheng's pet black dog, creating a whirlwind of commotion within their dwelling. Compared to Li Changsheng, this daughter is anything but calm and composed. Li Qin deeply realized that the 3rd-tier cave was still too small. He could not allow Li Xian to frolic outside the cave, as it would easily attract the attention of other cultivators. However, Li Xian was at an age of exuberance and vitality. Confining her within the cave every day would stifle her innate spirit. Li Qin realized that he must seek a place imbued with spiritual energy, not only to fulfill the side quest of the system but also for his lively and energetic daughter. Additionally, at the tender age of 7, Li Changsheng's spiritual root had already manifested, marking the time for him to commence his cultivation journey. The spiritual energy within a grade C cave dwelling was becoming increasingly inadequate to support the cultivation of both Li Qin and Ning Hongxiu, who were mid-stage Qi refinement practitioners. Should Li Changsheng embark on the path of immortality, the spiritual energy from the grade C cave would undoubtedly prove insufficient. It was imperative to find a site rich in spiritual veins to claim a mountain peak as his own. However, the challenge lay in the fact that all the spiritual vein territories in the Yin Kingdom's cultivation realm had been divided and occupied. Securing a piece of such land would necessitate competing against other cultivation families. With Li Qin's cultivation at merely the 6th layer of Qi refinement, and alongside Ning Hongxiu, who was at the 4th layer, what chance did they have against any established cultivation clan? Moreover, as their children grew day by day, and as Li Qin and Ning Hongxiu's cultivation levels advanced, the spiritual stones obtained from alchemical endeavors at the Divine Pill Pavilion were becoming insufficient to sustain their family's expenses. Li Qin felt an overwhelming headache. Juggling the responsibilities of nurturing his family while simultaneously advancing his own cultivation was an arduous task. On this particular day, upon returning to his cave dwelling from the Divine Elixir Pavilion, he was greeted by the sight of Li Xian riding a large black and red dog, appending numerous pieces of furniture in a frenzy as he excitedly chased after Li Changsheng. "Little Black, bite him! Bite him!" Witnessing this chaotic scene, Li Qin's expression darkened, and his temples throbbed with frustration. "Li Xian! Li Changsheng!" Li Qin stepped into the cave, his expression icy as he gazed at the pair of siblings. "Father, you have returned. What about the spirit fish you promised to Xianer?" Upon seeing Li Qin come home, Li Xian leaped from the back of the dog, her face radiant with joy, and rushed forward to tug at Li Qin's pant leg, shaking it with enthusiasm. Li Qin's cheeks twitched slightly as he spoke coldly. "Li Xian, do you still dare to ask me for the spirit fish? Stand against the wall and position yourself properly." "Oh." Li Xian, albeit with reluctance, positioned herself before the cave wall, her delicate visage devoid of any semblance of fear, and she subtly winked at Li Changsheng. Li Qin was filled with rage. This daughter of his was utterly unruly, having been spoiled beyond measure by Mo Yunyu and Li Changsheng. "Father." Li Changsheng lowered his head and softly uttered a call. Li Qin cast a stern gaze upon his son. "Changsheng, Xianer is still young. She lacks understanding. Do you not also lack wisdom? You too shall step aside and reflect upon your actions." Li Changsheng obediently approached the cave wall, refraining from uttering a word, fearful of provoking his father's ire. Li Qin cast his gaze upon the dog with a coat of black and red fur, his eyes icy with disdain. "If you dare to accompany Xianer in her mischief again, I shall sever your tail to concoct the wondrous elixir." At once, the dog, Xiaohei, tucked its tail between its legs, looking up at Li Qin with a pitiful expression. Noticing Li Qin's still frigid demeanor, it hastily scurried to Li Changsheng's side, facing the cave wall and trembling in fear. Just then, Mo Yunyu returned from outside the cave, carrying a bundle of green bamboo, which he intended to use for crafting spiritual paper. A glance at the stern-faced Li Qin, followed by a look at the wall facing Li Changxing, Li Xian, and Xiao He, led Mo Yunyu to quickly grasp the situation. With a smile, she gently inquired, "Xiener, have you been naughty again, causing your father distress?" Li Xianman, indifferent, nodded with a playful grin. "Auntie, please persuade father to calm his anger." Mo Yunyan turned her gaze towards Li Chun. "Husband, Xiener is still young. Her mischievousness is but a natural phase. Why should you be vexed with her?" Li Chun rubbed his temples and let out a gentle sigh. He found himself in need of an additional Class C cave dwelling. Otherwise, the singular cave would offer him no respite from the disturbances caused by Li Xian. However, renting a Class C cave costs 200 spirit stones each month. The following day, Li Chun once again procured a cave dwelling, obtaining the opening token for Class C cave number 100 from Yang Diju. As he paid the spirit stones, he felt a pang of regret. Is it truly easy for a loose cultivator to earn spirit stones? 2 cave dwellings mean a monthly expense of 400 spirit stones, surely. The Yang family and the Wang family from Ningbai Cliff are profiting handsomely. Yang Diju handed the opening token to Li Chun with a cheerful demeanor, remarking on how remarkably accomplished the young Master Li is. Having entered the realm of cultivation for merely 8 years, he has already reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement and ascended to the esteemed position of the 3rd alchemist within the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, capable of refining harmony pills. Surely, Master Li's monthly stipend from the Divine Alchemy Pavilion must be substantial. Many loose cultivators in Yin Mountain Workshop possess greater cultivation levels than Master Li. Yet they can only rent Class D cave dwellings, unable to match Master Li's privilege of securing 2 Class C cave dwellings. Li Chun shook his head and replied with a wry smile, "Senior Yang, please do not jest at my expense. As a man with family responsibilities, I find myself in a rather difficult position." Yang Diju, wearing a gentle smile, inquired, "So, Master Li Dan is refining pills at the Divine Pill Pavilion. Yet the spirit stones he receives each month are still insufficient for his needs?" Li Chun remained silent. Yang Dezu continued, "Master Li, you are young yet remarkably accomplished, capable of forging the harmonizing pills. Would you consider becoming a guest elder at my Yang family? I can assure you, should you join us, we will provide you with a residence built upon a spiritual vein, along with a monthly stipend of spiritual stones that will far exceed what the Divine Pill Pavilion offers. In return, all we ask is for you to craft a few spiritual pills each month for the cultivation of the Yang family disciples. What say you, Master Li?" Li Chun raised his gaze and clasped his hands in reverence to the elder before him, expressing his gratitude for the elder's favor. However, he humbly stated that he is deeply indebted to the sect master and cannot forsake the Divine Pill Pavilion. He respectfully requested the elder's understanding. Yang Dezu, unfazed, chuckled warmly and waved his hand, deciding to let the matter rest, acknowledging Li Dan's profound sense of loyalty and duty. Li Chun stepped out of the Grade A No. 2 cave and cast a glance back before hastily moving towards the adjacent Grade A No. 1 cave. Over the years, as Li Chun showcased his remarkable alchemical prowess in concocting spirit-gathering pills and harmonizing Qi pills, he ascended to the esteemed position of the 3rd alchemist within the Divine Alchemist Pavilion, no longer an inconspicuous cultivator. The 3rd son of the Bai family from Qingzhou Mountain had made several attempts to solicit him, extending generous offers for Li Chun to serve as a guest elder at Qingzhou Mountain. Similarly, the Sidhu family from Crescent Moon Lake and the Zhao family from Yianwind Cliff had also dispatched envoys to engage with Li Chun, eager to recruit the newly minted alchemist of the Divine Alchemist Pavilion. The status of an alchemist in the realm of cultivation is highly revered. However, the resources required to nurture one are exceedingly vast. Even the prominent Yulong Yang family extended an olive branch toward Li Chun. Yet, he politely declined all overtures from the various esteemed clans. Within the Divine Alchemist Pavilion, Li Chun enjoyed a relative freedom. He could engage in alchemy at his discretion, and no one would impose upon him if he chose not to. Accepting the invitations from the major cultivation families would, in turn, strip him of that freedom. Especially considering his current level of cultivation, Li Chun had never contemplated serving as a guest elder for any other factions, regardless of how generous their offers might be. Notably, Wang Fengming refrained from informing the Zhao family of Yinfeng Cliff about Li Chun's slaying of Zhao Ran. After leasing a cave dwelling, Li Chun opted not to return home. Instead, he proceeded to the Baibao Pavilion, where he acquired a technique known as the Greenwood Formula. Li Changxing possessed an 8th grade wood attribute spiritual root, which permitted him to embark on his cultivation journey without further delay. As for sending Li Changxing to the Zishu sect as a servant disciple, Li Chun had not contemplated this option. for servant disciples do not partake in the resources provided by the sect. At merely 7 years of age, it would be unwise to consign him to Zishu sect. After acquiring a Qingmu Ju, Li Chun pondered and then made his way to the area designated for itinerant cultivators along the western street. There, he procured a clay pot from a wandering practitioner, within which resided a beautiful golden-scaled fish at the cost of 30 spiritual stones. This golden-scaled fish was classified as a low-level first-tier magical beast, possessing little flesh but an exquisite appearance, lacking in aggression, making it a fitting companion for Li Xian. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Li Chun presented the golden-scaled fish to Li Xian. Li Xian cradled the earthen pot, gazing at the resplendent golden-scaled fish within. Her eyes instantly sparkled with delight as she tiptoed and planted a kiss on Li Chen's cheek, her voice sweet and tender as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Daddy. You are the best to Xiener." Li Chun gazed at his lively, mischievous, and audacious daughter, feeling a blend of affection and exasperation. "Xiener, why don't you go play with Xiaohe? I have matters to discuss with your elder brother." Li Xian nodded, skipping joyfully while cradling the earthen jar. "Father, what is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Li Changxing stood before Li Chen, his stature already considerable, exuding an air of composure. Li Chun gazed at his son for a moment before speaking in a solemn tone. "Changsheng, from this day forth, I shall guide you in your cultivation. Are you prepared?" Li Changxing nodded earnestly and assured, "Father, rest assured, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to my cultivation." Li Chun gently patted Li Changxing on the shoulder, expressing his satisfaction with this obedient and sensible son. After imparting the Qingmu technique to Li Changxing, Li Chun invited Ning Hongxiu to move into the Class B cave No. 100. In contrast to the lethargic attitude of Mo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu was fervently dedicated to her cultivation. Most of her days were spent in meditation. Driven by the motivation stemming from her struggles in learning alchemy and talisman crafting, Li Chun was naturally delighted by this development, as he wished for his companion to possess greater cultivation, enabling them to journey together for a longer duration. Thus, Li Chun and Ning Hongxiu moved into the Class B cave number 100, while Mo Yunya, Li Changsheng, and Li Xian remained in their original abode. Nevertheless, despite this arrangement, Li Xian frequently knocked on their door, disrupting the tranquility of both Li Chen and Ning Hongxiu. Ultimately, after a fit of anger, Ning Hongxiu decisively reprimanded Li Xian, bringing her a semblance of peace for a time. However, within less than a month, Li Xian completely forgot the recent chastisement and reverted to her mischievous nature. Whenever Li Xian became particularly unruly, Ning Hongxiu would have to discipline her once more. Yet, as the frequency of her spankings increased, Li Xian's resilience grew, rendering her impervious to Ning Hongxiu's reprimands, until eventually, even Ning Hongxiu found herself at a loss. Furthermore, the golden-scaled fish that Li Chun had gifted her, after half a year of care, had unfortunately perished under her neglect, despite being a robust creature known for its vitality. As Li Xian matured, Li Chen's concerns deepened, casting a shadow over his thoughts about her future. Time slipped by swiftly, and 2 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Li Xian is on the verge of turning 5 years old. Apart from her biological mother, Ning Hongxiu, who possesses a modicum of authority over her, the other members of the household are largely incapable of managing her. Li Changxing, at the age of 9, has successfully embarked on his journey into the realm of cultivation. Having attained the first layer of qi refinement, Li Changxing was remarkably considerate. He understood the heavy burdens his father bore. During his leisure moments from cultivation, he would assist his mother in washing and crafting spiritual paper, solely to alleviate his father's load. Ning Hongxiu was exceptionally dedicated to her training. Having reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of qi refinement, on the verge of breaking through to the 5th, Mo Yunyu remained unchanged. Still at the peak of the 3rd level of qi refinement, venturing daily to the Western Street's scattered cultivators' market to purchase green bamboo. Returning to wash and produce spiritual paper. Her skill in crafting this paper was taught by Li Chun during their visit to the Heavenly Symbol Pavilion. And the spiritual paper she produced was also supplied to the pavilion, earning her a modest sum of spiritual stones each month, effectively lightening Li Chen's burden. As for Li Chun, he remained at the 6th level of qi refinement, with the breakthrough to the 7th level seeming an elusive prospect. Life had been tranquil until that fateful day when a beam of blood light erupted from the Yinshan Mountains outside Yinshan Town. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, all cultivators in Yinshan Town were stirred into a frenzy. This was the emergence of an ancient cave dwelling left by a venerable predecessor. Such a commotion could only be caused by the discovery of a cave left behind by a Foundation establishment cultivator, if not by a golden core master. In a mad rush, numerous scattered cultivators surged towards the Yinshan Mountains, and even the two peak Qi refinement cultivators, Yang Dezhu and Wang Quan, could not contain them. Normally, these scattered cultivators would bow low before the powerful Yang and Wang families, but now, with fortune and opportunity lying before them, who cared for the Yang or Wang clans? In the face of the treasures left by the venerable predecessors, the authority that the two families had amassed crumbled in an instant. Above Yishan town, Wang Quan, adorned in a resplendent robe, stood upon his flying sword, gazing at the soaring blood light in the distance, then turned to the thronging cultivators. Among these scattered cultivators were several formidable characters on par with Wang Quan in the peak Qi refinement realm. With a cold glint in his eyes, Wang Quan spoke gravely to Wang Fengming beside him. Fengming, given the commotion, this must be a cave left by a foundation establishment cultivator. It's also possible it belongs to a golden core master. We cannot allow these scattered cultivators to seize the treasures within. I will head there first to prevent them from claiming anything. You must swiftly return to Ningbayu and summon our ancestor. Only he can stabilize the situation. Wang Fengming narrowed his elongated eyes, contemplating briefly before responding solemnly, in that case, uncle. You proceed to the cave of the venerable predecessor while I return immediately to call upon our ancestor. The uncle and nephew promptly parted ways, transforming into two streaks of sword light, one heading towards the Yinshan Mountains, the other towards Ningbayu. On the ground, a pair of icy eyes watched the two. Yet neither of them sensed the impending danger. Li Qin was shrouded in a black robe, pulling his hood to obscure his visage. Once Wang Fengming's sword light emerged from the Yin Mountain Pavilion, he deftly maneuvered his flying sword to follow. The remnants of powerful predecessors held little allure for Li Qin. However, the prospect of ambushing Wang Fengming piqued his interest immensely, observing the crimson light ascending from the Yin Mountain range. It was likely the remnants of a demonic cultivator's lair. Such a lair would undoubtedly be fraught with traps and mechanisms, and a single misstep could lead to irrevocable doom. Even supposing the lair was devoid of such perilous contraptions, the throngs of cultivators flocking towards the remnants rendered his pursuit redundant. Rather than venture into the lair, it would be far more advantageous to ambush Wang Fengming. As a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator and the foremost disciple of the Wang family's younger generation, esteemed by the ancestral elders, he undoubtedly possessed treasures such as spirit stones and magical artifacts of considerable worth. Li Qin had not forgotten the matter of Wang Fengming hiring the Zhao family cultivators to assassinate him. It lingered in his thoughts. Since his return from the mortal realm, he had been subtly tracking Wang Fengming's movements, yet the latter seldom ventured out of Yinshan Square. Even when he did, he was rarely alone, always accompanied by other cultivators. However, this time, he had finally found him unaccompanied. Was this boy akin to a rabbit? He was fleeing far too swiftly. In midair, Li Qin gritted his teeth. As a beam of sword light ahead was on the verge of vanishing from sight, Li Qin was consumed by thoughts of ambushing Wang Fengming. Yet he overlooked a crucial detail. Wang Fengming's cultivation surpassed his own, and the quality of his flying sword was far superior to that of his crimson blade, resulting in Li Qin losing track of him. Within the confines of Yinshan Square, Li Qin dared not brazenly attempt to assassinate Wang Fengming. However, upon exiting the square, he beheld Wang Fengming soaring ever faster on his flying sword, retreating further into the distance. As he watched that fleeting streak of light nearly vanish at the horizon, despair enveloped Li Qin. After painstakingly waiting for the opportunity to confront Wang Fengming alone, he had been fully prepared, even willing to risk being drained of his essence by the bloodthirsty flying daggers to eliminate him. Yet, the outcome was disheartening. Wang Fengming was simply too swift for him to catch. Casting a glance at his crimson blade beneath his feet, Li Qin's eyes burned with fury. Worthless crimson blade. Despicable Baibao Tower, contemptible Zishu sect. Just as Li Qin, overwhelmed by despair, contemplated abandoning his pursuit and returning to Yinshan Square, a colossal net suddenly surged from the ground, reaching towards the glimmering sword light in the sky. Li Qin's furious gaze transformed into one of astonishment. Had Wang Fengming encountered a robber? Was it not only himself who sought to eliminate Wang Fengming? Li Qin squinted his eyes, a thought crossing his mind as he thrust his flying sword downward. Landing upon the ground, he swiftly tore a travel talisman and advanced rapidly towards the direction of the ongoing battle. Soon, he reached the ground, his aura meticulously concealed by the Qi concealment technique, betraying no hint of his presence. He gazed upward at the two figures locked in combat in midair, his brows twitching as he muttered, "It is her." In the sky, a tall and striking female cultivator stood upon her flying sword, her hands weaving intricate gestures. Surrounded by a myriad of advanced spirit talismans that danced about her like vibrant fish. Wang Fengming, disheveled and somewhat disordered, his narrow eyes gleaming with menace, bellowed in a low voice, "Huang Qingya, you wretched servant. Last time you managed to escape by mere chance, yet you dare to appear before me again? Step aside. I have no time to play with you today." In the air, Huang Qingya's expression was frigid, her tone icy as she retorted, "Wang Fengming, at last. I have you cornered. Today, you shall meet your end here." With a swift gesture of her hand, she unleashed over 100 advanced Thunderfire talismans, which seemed to possess a life of their own as they surged towards Wang Fengming. The ensuing explosions resonated thunderously, painting the sky a fiery crimson. Witnessing Wang Fengming being engulfed by the tempest of Thunderfire, Li Qin's pupils constricted, his heart racing in awe. A talisman of such caliber was indeed formidable, equivalent to a late-stage chi-refining cultivator casting a spell. The sheer force of over 100 advanced talismans descending upon him would surely leave a foundation establishment cultivator severely injured, if not worse. "Futile," Wang Fengming declared, brandishing the turtle shield bestowed upon him by his ancestor. "You cannot harm me. Though this shield is not a spirit artifact, it is a top-tier magic tool. No matter how many talismans you possess, even if they are of the highest order, they cannot penetrate my turtle shield, unless you wield second-tier talismans, which I doubt you have. Huang Qingya, I have urgent matters to attend to today and do not wish to engage in prolonged conflict. Step aside swiftly, or I shall be compelled to eliminate you." As the thunderfire subsided, Wang Fengming's figure became visible, holding a shield that emanated a blue light, forming a protective barrier around him. Previously, in his haste to return to the Ningbi cliff, he had been unprepared for Huang Qingya's ambush, leaving him somewhat disheveled. However, once he focused, it became clear that Huang Qingya could not harm him, for he possessed the top-tier turtle shield. Nonetheless, he had no desire to linger in a confrontation with her, as he was eager to return to the Ningbi cliff to report to his ancestor about the emergence of a senior's cave relic outside the Yin Mountain workshop. While Wang Fengming was not afraid of Huang Qingya, he was uncertain about defeating this talented talisman cultivator quickly. Huang Qingya's demeanor remained icy as she produced several blood-red talismans, her gaze fixed upon Wang Fengming with the intensity of one contemplating death. As the blood-red talismans flew forth, a terrifying spiritual pressure caused Wang Fengming to break into a cold sweat. Die. In the air, a violent explosion triggered a surge of spiritual energy, whipping up a tempest that nearly unseated Li Qin from his footing, while the surrounding trees were violently uprooted and shattered by the gale. Second-tier talismans. Huang Qingya possessed second-tier talismans. Li Qin could scarcely fathom the fate of Wang Fengming, who stood at the eye of the storm. With the power of second-tier spiritual talismans, equivalent to a foundational cultivator unleashing a spell, Huang Qingya unleashed a barrage of these talismans, instilling a cold sweat in Li Qin, the observer. Ahem. Do you presume that awakening the blood talisman spirit body and elevating several top-tier talismans to the second tier would suffice to vanquish me? Had it not been for my turtle origin shield, along with donning 2 exquisite robes and an unparalleled inner armor, I might have truly fallen to your hands today. Wretched servant, you have truly provoked my ire. As the tumultuous aftermath of the explosion settled, Wang Fengming remained suspended in midair, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His turtle origin shield in tatters, and his resplendent robe in shreds, revealing yet another robe and inner armor beneath. Li Qin's eyes widened in astonishment. Remarkably, he was still alive? In that moment, Li Qin felt a surge of relief, grateful that he had flown at a slower pace and had not acted against Wang Fengming first. Huang Qingya's several second-tier spiritual talismans had failed to extinguish Wang Fengming's life. Li Qin was uncertain whether the bloodthirsty flying daggers could penetrate Wang Fengming's defenses. Even if he were to drain every drop of his blood, the outcome remained somewhat enigmatic. Li Qin was mistaken. Wang Fengming was not born under the sign of the rabbit, but rather the turtle. First, he wielded the supreme defensive artifact, the turtle origin shield, followed by 2 exquisite robes, each adorned with a layer of top-tier inner armor. Was he truly that fearful of death? It is no wonder that he stands as the foremost among the younger generation of the Ningbi Cliff Wang family. The value of his equipment alone exceeds 10,000 spirit stones. It is worth noting that many impoverished foundation-building cultivators cannot muster such a sum. Well, servant, meet your demise. Wang Fengming, with disheveled hair and a torn inner robe, bore fresh blood at the corner of his mouth. His gaze was ferocious as he unleashed 2 gleaming flying swords. one to the left and one to the right, charging towards Huang Qingya. Huang Qingya's complexion turned pale as she desperately unleashed a barrage of high-tier golden talismans, casting them forth recklessly to form layers of protective shields before her. Hehehe, aren't you supposed to have plenty of talismans? Wang Fengming's handsome features twisted in rage as he commanded his flying swords to slice through the golden barriers. Despite Wang Fengming's frenzied assault, a peculiar smile surfaced on Huang Qingya's bloodless visage. Wang Fengming's expression froze. He sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy behind him. Upon turning, a massive golden brick, the size of a door, came crashing down upon him with tremendous force. In midair, a cloaked cultivator stood atop a crimson flying sword, his gaze icy and his tone devoid of warmth. At last, I have seized my opportunity. Boom. In the air, Wang Fengming's eyes widened in terror. A radiant golden brick descended upon him, and instinctively, he formed a hand seal, attempting to blast the brick away with his spell. Yet, this brick weighed over 10,000 pounds. The earth trembled as the resplendent brick smashed him into the ground, creating a deep crater. Boom, boom, boom. As Wang Fengming was driven into the earth, Li Qin did not cease his assault, manipulating the golden brick to strike down repeatedly, each impact causing the ground to shake violently. Huang Qingya descended from the air, watching as the brick continued its relentless descent. She glanced at the cloaked Li Qin, her long eyelashes trembling involuntarily. Having expended nearly all his magical energy, Li Qin finally withdrew the golden brick. Given Li Qin's current cultivation level, controlling the golden brick was still somewhat taxing. It was not that Li Qin harbored a profound hatred for Wang Fengming. Rather, he acted out of caution, fearing any hidden tricks Wang Fengming might possess. The sight of Wang Fengming's turtle origin shield, dual supreme robes, and a top-tier inner armor had genuinely astonished Li Qin. He had encountered fearful individuals before, but none quite as terrified as Wang Fengming. On the ground lay a crater over 10 meters wide and several meters deep. Li Qin cautiously approached the hollow, where the figure of Wang Fengming had vanished, leaving only a puddle of flesh encased within the tattered remnants of his robe. There was no need to look further. With such a fighting style, his survival was implausible. Huang Qingya stood beside Li Qin at the edge of the hollow, her gaze flickering as she scrutinized him. Her voice, as always, rang clear and melodic, laced with a hint of playful mockery. Li Qin turned around and met Huang Qingya's gaze. Dressed in a beige robe, her sun-kissed complexion bore a hint of color, and her eyes sparkled with a touch of delight. Doubtlessly, you have concealed much from Qingya. Li Qin removed his hood, revealing a pale and austere visage. How did you recognize me? Li Qin concealed his presence with a technique that defied the heavens, harboring doubts that Huang Qingya could recognize his identity without employing her spiritual sense to scrutinize his visage. Huang Qingya blinked, a mischievous smile blooming on her sun-kissed complexion. It's merely a guess. Li Qin did not linger on this issue. His curiosity was piqued by another matter. Huang Daoyu, why did you attempt to assassinate Wang Fengming? Did you harbor a grudge against him? Huang Qingya nodded, her expression suddenly turning frigid as she spoke in a low voice. Several years ago, I accompanied Wang Fengming to the Yinshan Mountains, where we collaborated to hunt ferocious beasts. After I had severely injured one of the creatures, Wang Fengming, underhandedly, launched a surprise attack to capture me. He failed to subdue me, and instead, I managed to escape. Li Qin nodded, signifying his comprehension of the animosity that had developed between Huang Qingya and Wang Fengming. Li Qin harbored lingering doubts. He wished to inquire about Huang Qingya's spiritual root aptitude and the nature of the blood symbol spiritual body. However, after some contemplation, he ultimately refrained from posing the questions. In the realm of cultivation, the primary prerequisite for embarking on the path to immortality is the possession of a spiritual root. Spiritual roots are categorized into 9 grades, and their quality is of paramount importance to cultivators. The superior the spiritual root aptitude, the smoother and more unobstructed the journey to immortality, conversely. Inferior aptitude leads to a path fraught with obstacles and hardships. A first-grade heavenly spiritual root is reputed to allow cultivation to the yuanying stage without encountering any bottlenecks. In stark contrast, a 9th-grade spiritual root faces limitations even at the 3rd layer of qi refinement, with such barriers as formidable as the gates of heaven. Major sects regard high-grade spiritual roots as seedlings of immortality and generously allocate resources to nurture those with medium-grade roots, while those with low-grade roots are relegated to the status of menial disciples. In the case of a 9th-grade spiritual root among the low-grade, one does not even qualify to be a sect's menial disciple. Beyond spiritual root aptitude, the cultivation world also speaks of spiritual bodies. These spiritual bodies are varied and peculiar. Cultivators possessing an alchemical spiritual body exhibit extraordinary talent in alchemy. For instance, Li Qin has received a second-tier alchemical inheritance through the system's infusion. In the eyes of Master Qin and Manager Fu, they suspect that Li Qin possesses some form of alchemical spiritual body. In reality, however, Li Qin does not possess a spiritual body. Yet, Huang Qingya genuinely possesses a talismanic spiritual body, or perhaps, a blood symbol spiritual body. It is no wonder she is already capable of crafting top-tier spiritual talismans and elevating them to second-tier status. Li Qin did not inquire about Huang Qingya's spiritual root qualifications, nor did he ask her about the blood symbol spirit body. However, Huang Qingya took the initiative to question Li Qin, saying, "If I recall correctly, dear Taoist Li, you have only ventured into the realm of cultivation for a mere decade, have you not?" Gazing into Huang Qingya's lively eyes, Li Qin found himself perplexed. With a glimmer of mischief in her enchanting gaze, Huang Qingya continued. To have cultivated to the 6th level of qi refinement within 10 years, and to be capable of refining advanced spiritual pills. Could it be that dear Taoist Li possesses a 9th-grade spiritual root? Surely, you cannot share the same spirit body as I do? Li Qin fell silent for a moment, contemplating deeply before he slowly replied, "Indeed, I possess the 9th-grade spiritual root. My cultivation has been entirely amassed through the accumulation of elixirs. As for whether I possess the physique of an alchemist, I cannot assert with certainty." Li Qin possesses a 9th-grade spiritual root, a fact known to many. However, the 9th-grade spiritual root is a thing of the past. He now boasts a 6th-grade spiritual root. This transformation is a matter too complex to elucidate to Huang Qingya. In the realm of immortality, there exist treasures capable of enhancing one's spiritual root aptitude, yet such artifacts are beyond the reach of mere qi refining practitioners. Huang Qingya, along with others, harbors suspicions that Li Qin may possess some form of alchemical spiritual physique. Li Qin, neither affirming nor denying their conjectures, allows them to speculate freely. Huang Qingya refrains from probing further, shifting her gaze towards Wang Fengming, who lies in a pit, now reduced to a pulpy mass. A glimmer of excitement graces her beautiful countenance as she addresses Li Qin, saying, "My dear Taoist Li, it is time for us to examine our findings." Li Qin nodded. Immediately, the two descended into the pit. Huang Qingya removed the storage bag from Wang Fengming's waist and began to scrutinize the spoils of their conquest. Li Qin picked up the shattered Guiyuan shield, his expression tinged with regret as he discarded the tattered robe and inner armor. The esteemed artifact, the Guiyuan shield, along with 2 superior robes and an inner armor, collectively worth thousands of spirit stones, lay in ruin. Nearby, Huang Qingya had already opened Wang Fengming's storage bag, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she murmured to herself, "I've struck gold." While Li Qin and Huang Qingya joyfully divided the spoils, at Ning Baiyu, Wang Fengqi, who was guarding the clan's soul tablets, gradually displayed an unusual expression, ultimately breaking into a radiant smile. Wang Fengqi's elation stemmed from the shattering of Wang Fengming's life soul tablet. In the energy-rich secret chamber, an elderly figure, hunched over, suddenly opened his murky eyes and pressed a hand against his chest, feeling a sense of unease. "Ancestor, Fengqi seeks an audience." The elder rose, his demeanor grave as he turned towards the stone door. "Enter." The door swung open, and before he could speak, Wang Fengqi, with a face of sorrow, gazed at the elder, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Ancestor, the life soul tablet of our clan brother Fengming has shattered." The elder was taken aback. After a moment, he regained his composure, his face reflecting profound grief, his gaze dark and brimming with anguish, his voice cracking with age. "Fengming, our Wang family has finally produced a true phoenix with a 3rd-grade spiritual root, one who could potentially reach the core formation stage. Thus, I named him Fengming, hoping he would soar to great heights, announcing our family's presence in the cultivation world of the Yin Kingdom. Fengming, you are the phoenix of our Wang clan. How can you perish before leading us to prosperity?" After a long silence, Wang Shou, suppressing his inner sorrow, his gaze cold, erupted with a terrifying aura that left Wang Fengqi gasping for breath. "All the fortune of the Wang family rests upon Fengming. Whoever dares to sever our fortune, I shall not spare." Wang Shou, the patriarch of the Wang family, was filled with fury, his eyes swirling with a blend of murderous intent and resentment, nearly materializing. Wang Fengqi stood by, his head bowed, his shoulders trembling imperceptibly, seemingly consumed by the grief and rage over his clan brother's demise. 3,680 spirit stones, we shall split evenly. 2 golden jiao swords, 1 for each. The Wugong cone belongs to me. while the soul-settling bell is yours. I will inscribe a copy of the secret techniques from these 2 jade slips for you. The broken Guiyuan shield, 2 robes, and 1 inner armor shall all be yours. The revitalizing pill is mine. What say you, Taoistly? Huang Qingya smiled at Li Qin, discussing the allocation of their spoils. As for the remains of Wang Fengming, the 2 had reduced them to ashes. Li Qin, without hesitation, readily agreed to Huang Qingya's distribution proposal. They nearly split the spoils evenly. In strict terms, Huang Qingya had even suffered a slight loss, for she had been the primary force against Wang Fengming. Expending numerous spirit talismans, having shattered Wang Fengming's Guiyuan shield, 2 robes, and inner armor, Li Qin merely employed a deceptive technique to conceal his presence. Seizing the opportunity to claim a life at the crucial moment, elation surged within him, gazing upon the amassed sum of 1,840 spiritual stones. His breath grew heavy with excitement. Since his foray into the realm of cultivation, this was the first occasion he had handled such a substantial quantity of spiritual stones. In addition to the spiritual stones, he also acquired a top-tier weapon, the Golden Flood Dragon Sword, another supreme artifact known as the Soul-Settling Bell, as well as a damaged turtle origin shield, 2 robes of enchantment, an inner armor, and a second-tier divine fire technique alongside a secret method for cultivating spiritual flames. It appears that Wang Fengming's spiritual root is also of the fire element. Otherwise, he would not possess a second-tier divine fire technique and the method for cultivating spiritual flames. Undoubtedly, as a direct descendant of the Wang family from the congealed Azure Cliff, he stands as the foremost among the younger generation of the Wang clan. Such wealth, one might surmise, could be gained by eliminating a foundation establishment cultivator. Indeed, the path of robbing cultivators for spiritual stones proves to be a swift route to immense fortune, risk-free and immensely profitable. Li Qin's eyes flickered in that moment. He found himself disinterested in alchemy. What were a few spirit stones compared to the swift acquisition of wealth through banditry? Soon, however, he regained his composure, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Faced with the allure of immense profit, he felt the stirrings of temptation, contemplating a life of a bandit. It is important to note that banditry is a venture fraught with peril, risking one's life for profit, with no guarantee of safety. One could easily encounter formidable foes, leading to dire consequences. Furthermore, not every cultivator possesses the wealth of someone like Wang Fengming. Li Qin, with a family to care for, could not afford to embark on such a reckless path. Li Qin silently lamented the arduous and perilous journey along the path of immortality. Just moments ago, he had once again endured the trials of his inner demons. Li Dayu, Huang Qingya said, I must make a trip to Qingafang to deal with the belongings left by Wang Fengming and procure some spiritual artifacts. Would you care to accompany me? Having gathered their spoils, Huang Qingya proposed to handle these matters in Qingafang, inquiring if Li Qin would join her. Having slain Wang Fengming, they knew that his magical artifacts were not meant to see the light of day and could not be used openly. Thus, Huang Qingya intended to discreetly manage these clandestine treasures. Li Qin pondered for a moment before gently shaking his head, for he had a wife and children at home, making it inconvenient for him to embark on a journey afar. Li Qin was disinclined to visit Qingafang for 2 reasons. The first reason was that his wife and child were at home, making it rather inconvenient for him to travel afar. The second reason was Xie Xian. Li Qin wished to avoid encountering the cultivator known as Xie Xian. Huang Qingya did not press him further. Instead, she beamed at Li Qin, her sun-kissed complexion accentuating her bright white teeth, her smile exceptionally radiant. My dear friend Li, may our collaboration be fruitful. Thus, I shall take my leave first. Li Qin nodded, watching as Huang Qingya transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the northern Qizhou. Li Qin could distinctly perceive that after the harrowing experience of jointly slaying Wang Fengming, the bond between him and Huang Qingya had significantly deepened. He pondered when he might bring this talented talisman cultivator home to start a family. Moments later, returning to his senses, Li Qin withdrew his gaze and steered his flying sword back towards Yinshan Fang. Meanwhile, upon a precipice within the Yinshan mountain range, a stone door to a cave was wide open, resembling a monstrous maw gaping in hunger, emanating a dazzling crimson light. Inside the cave, a tall, slender young man clad in a blood-red robe, exuding an aura of sanguine malevolence, stood before a blood pool. In his hands, he cradled a blood orb, which radiated a brilliant crimson glow, piercing through the cave entrance and attracting countless cultivators from Yinshan Fang. Blood God Technique, Blood Malevolence Technique, Azura Technique, Transforming Blood Pool. The successful establishment of his foundation depended upon whether the transforming blood pool could be filled. With Linglong Fairy absent from Yinshanfang, there should be no foundation-building cultivators present. Yin family, wait for me. As the young man muttered to himself, a throng of cultivators surged into the cave, clamoring to enter. This was not a cave left by a senior expert, but rather a trap set by demonic cultivators, deliberately luring us here. How audacious of the demons to toy with us. Who are you? Prominent figures from Yinshanfang, such as He Yuan Ning, Wang Quan, Wang Gui, Yang Dihai, Yang Dixiu, Bai Rong, Situ Ming, and Zhao Wuyo, along with several scattered cultivators, rushed into the cave. Upon witnessing the roiling blood pool in the young man, who held the blood orb and wore a blood-red robe, his hair drenched in crimson and his countenance cold and hard, they all furrowed their brows. The young man, tall and gaunt, with piercing crimson eyes sweeping over the crowd, noted with satisfaction, "Excellent. There are no foundation-building cultivators here. I am Fu Chou, and you may call me the Blood River Master." Wang Quan frowned and reprimanded coldly. "You, a mere chi refining stage demon, dare to call yourself a master? You are utterly unaware of your insignificance." He Yuan Ning, the master of Baidao Tower, stepped forward, his gaze as frigid as ice. A mere chi refining demon dares to act recklessly in the cultivation world of Yin Kingdom, unafraid of the might of the celestial sects? The young man, his expression impassive, raised his hand. The blood pool within the cave surged violently, and the blood orb in his grasp unleashed countless beams of bloodlight. Kill. The dim cave was illuminated by the crimson radiance, as various magical artifacts and spells flew chaotically, all engulfed by the torrents of blood erupting from the pool. Sizzle. Sizzle. The blood water within the pool possessed an almost enchanting quality, rendering the cultivator's artifacts and spells powerless against it. In the young man's hands, the blood orb emitted countless beams of sanguine light. Anyone struck by this light found their vital essence spiraling out of control, with their magical power rapidly combusting. I have a wife and children. If I perish here, what will become of them? What is this? I still wish to establish my foundation and attain the golden core. I cannot die here. I refuse to accept this fate. In the shadowy cavern, one by one, the cultivators were drawn into the blood pool. Their eyes wide with despair as they merged with the crimson depths, their final moments filled with unyielding regret. This malevolent creature is truly sinister. We must flee. He Yuan Ning, the steward of the Baibao Pavilion and the Yin Mountain faction of the Purple Void sect, was gripped by fear. He hastily retrieved a second-tier minor teleportation talisman from his storage pouch, disregarding the pain of expenditure, anxious that any delay might lead him to become a part of that grotesque blood pool. The other cultivators were equally terrified, their courage shattered. Within the darkened sanctuary, the blood pool churned violently. Many chi refinement stage cultivators writhed and screamed in anguish, their flesh and blood transforming into a component of the pool, their souls eternally ensnared. Lingering above the blood pool in torment, gradually morphing into hideous, monstrous visages. The young man bore a hardened countenance, his hair drenched in crimson. As though a sea of blood surged behind him, the light in his eyes intensified, and he murmured to himself, "Blood God technique, blood fiend method, Azura path. The foundation of the blood Tao has already been established. I can only tread this path of slaughter, with no turning back." Seizing the opportunity while the ethereal fairy and the purple void sect remained oblivious, he resolved to escape this place. With that, the youth stepped out of the cavern. Gazing toward the Yin Mountain faction, a fleeting smile softened his stern features before he transformed into a streak of bloodlight, vanishing into the earth, lost from sight. Li Chen returned to Yinshanfang. This recent act of robbing Wang Foming had rendered him unexpectedly affluent overnight, alleviating the previous scarcity of his storage bag. "Father, have you found any spirit stones?" In the cave, Li Xian was practicing her punches, her delicate fists slicing through the air with impressive vigor as she relentlessly struck at the dog. Upon Li Chen's return to the cave, Li Xian trotted over with her short legs, her face adorned with a charming smile of eagerness. This daughter, nearly 5 years of age, exhibited little inclination towards academics. Instead, she reveled in wielding blades and engaging in combat, often preferring to cling to Li Chun, eagerly listening to his stories. Meanwhile, the black fire dog sat forlornly to the side, having known no peace since Li Xian learned to walk, despite being a beast of extraordinary nature. Li Chun cast a glance at his daughter, his smile swiftly fading as he replied with a hint of irritation, "Speak up. What is it that you desire this time?" Li Xian flashed a bright smile, revealing a set of glistening pearly teeth, as he proudly drew a willow leaf dagger from his waist. "Father, do you see what this is?" Li Chen's eyelids twitched slightly. "Where did you acquire that flying dagger?" The little girl beamed with a radiant smile. "Oh, father, it matters not where this flying dagger came from. When shall you impart your exquisite skills with the flying dagger to me? I heard mother say that in your prime. You traversed the martial world with unparalleled prowess, never tasting defeat, earning the moniker of Little Lee Flying Dagger. Now, I am the new generation of Little Lee Flying Dagger, and you, dear father, are the esteemed Old Lee Flying Dagger." Li Chun rubbed his temples, realizing that as his daughter grew older, she became increasingly restless. The flying dagger in her hand, one could easily surmise, was a gift from Li Chongqing, presently with Li Xian's spiritual roots not yet fully awakened. She was unable to embark on her cultivation journey. Though he urged her to study, she found it difficult to concentrate. Despite her tender age, her martial prowess was commendable. Remarkably, she had mastered a few techniques of the family's signature mountain-splitting palm, and when she struck the dog with a resounding slap, it yelped in pain. Baring its teeth, Li Qin, with a sense of helplessness, held Li Xian in his arms and spoke earnestly, "Xianer, the pursuit of martial arts is ultimately a minor path. It is imperative for you to read extensively and acquire knowledge. Otherwise, in the future, lacking in culture, no young man will take a liking to you." Li Xian leaped down from Li Qin's embrace, placing her hands on her hips. "If nobody likes me, then so be it. I couldn't care less. As long as father loves me, that is enough. Father, please impart your exquisite flying knife skills to me." Li Qin, feeling helpless, had no choice but to impart his exceptional knife-throwing skills to her. Observing Li Xian skillfully launching knives at the black firehound, which leaped and darted about in a frantic attempt to evade the onslaught, Li Chun eventually closed his eyes in resignation. The girl's aptitude was undeniable. She grasped everything swiftly. Yet, her audacity and restless spirit rendered her the complete antithesis of Li Chongqing's composed and tranquil demeanor. Paying no heed to Li Xian, Li Qin summoned Li Chongqing and, after inquiring with genuine concern about his training progress, allowed him to take his leave. Li Chongqing is remarkably considerate, alleviating many concerns for Li Chun. After the successful ambush on Wang Foming, Li Chun acquired a substantial sum of spirit stones and resolved to procure spiritual herbs the following day to refine a batch of earth origin pills. Despite having advanced to the 6th level of qi refinement, the path to the 7th level still seems distant. Although his spiritual root aptitude has ascended to the 6th grade, his cultivation speed remains disappointingly slow. Within the second-tier alchemical inheritance that Li Qin obtained, there exists a formula for a pill known as the Earth Origin Pill, specifically designed for cultivators at the 6th level of qi refinement to break through the bottleneck to the 7th level. Li Qin resolved to commence the gathering of spiritual herbs for the refinement of the Earth Origin Pill on the morrow, with the aspiration of concocting it swiftly to advance to the late stage of qi refinement. Only by achieving this breakthrough could he possess the confidence to pursue a piece of spiritual land. The following day, Li Chun made his way to the Divine Pill Pavilion, encountering Bai Feng along the way. Bai Feng wore a troubled expression, burdened by unspoken worries. Upon seeing Li Qin, he managed to muster a faint, forced smile, saying, "Masterly." Li Qin instinctively inquired, "Young Master Bai, have you encountered some troublesome matters?" Bai Feng replied with a bitter smile, "Masterly, you are aware that a relic of an esteemed elder's cave has emerged in the Yinshan mountain range yesterday, correct?" Li Qin nodded. Bai Feng continued, "That is not a cave left by a venerable elder, but rather a trap set by practitioners of the demonic path, designed to lure the cultivators of Yinshan Square and subsequently slay them to seize their blood. One of our Bai clan's uncles, Bai Rong, who was at the 8th level of qi refinement, ventured into the Yinshan mountains with others, only to fall victim to that demonic fiend." As Li Qin conversed with Bai Feng, he maintained a composed facade, yet tumultuous waves surged within his heart. The demonic cultivator known as Fu Chou, who styled himself as the Blood River Master, had laid a trap to eradicate dozens of cultivators from Yinshan Square in his pursuit of breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Even Bai Rong of the Qingzhou Mountain Bai clan, Yang Dexiu of the Yulong Yang clan, and Sidu Ming of the Yueya Lake Situ clan all met their demise at the hands of that demonic practitioner and did not return. Li Chun could essentially ascertain that Fu Chou was indeed Fu Kong. What had he experienced over these past few years? After bidding farewell to Bai Feng, Li Chun, burdened with a heavy heart, made his way to the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Upon arrival, he encountered the elderly manager, Fu. The weight of years was evident upon him, yet his gaze remained kind as he looked at Li Chun. With earnest sincerity, he began to speak. "Young Chun, you must have heard about yesterday's events, haven't you?" Li Chun nodded respectfully and replied, "I have heard a little about it. This is indeed the realm of immortals. Fortunately, you did not venture there. Out of hundreds of cultivators, only a mere handful have returned. These demonic cultivators have become increasingly audacious. After a brief conversation with manager Fu, Li Chen took his leave and proceeded to the alchemy chamber to concoct a furnace of enhancing yuan pills. With over 2,000 spiritual stones in his possession, Li Chen decided to indulge in a rare moment of leisure, opting to produce just one batch of elixirs before departing from the Divine Pill Pavilion. Having ascended to the esteemed position of the third alchemist at the Divine Pill Pavilion, he naturally enjoyed a multitude of privileges. Upon exiting the pavilion, Li Chen promptly made his way to the treasure pavilion. The items available at the treasure pavilion were diverse and plentiful. He visited with the intention of procuring earth yuan fruits, the primary ingredient for crafting earth yuan pills. Since the medicinal garden of the Divine Pill Pavilion did not cultivate these fruits, Li Chen sought them at the treasure pavilion. Upon entering, he noticed that the attendants at the treasure pavilion appeared particularly cautious, speaking in hushed tones. Li Chen wishes to purchase the D-yuan fruit, but the attendants are unable to make a decision as the person in charge is absent. Li Chen's thoughts shifted, and he soon comprehended the situation. The previous day, the esteemed he from the Baibao building had ventured beyond the Yinshan mountain range, seeking to seize opportunities within the ruins of an esteemed predecessor. At this moment, it was likely that he was on his way back to the Zishu sect to report on the events of yesterday, having failed to procure the D-yuan fruit. Li Chen exited the Baibao building, his heart beginning to swell with concern for Fu Kong, having committed such a grievous crime, causing the demise of dozens of cultivators within the Yishan district. The Zishu sect would undoubtedly take action. It was not only the Zishu sect that would respond, but also the prominent cultivation families of the Yin Kingdom. Li Chen could foresee that in the forthcoming period, the Blood River Man would transform into a notorious figure, reviled by all within the immortal cultivation realm of the Yin Kingdom. If his actions were confined to the mundane world, even a massacre of an entire city would elicit little more than a muted response from the cultivation community. However, the heinous act of slaying cultivators carries a significantly different weight, with disciples of the Purple Void sect traversing the foothills and various esteemed cultivation families having their scions wandering about. There would be a palpable fear for the safety of their kin, who might fall victim to the Blood River Man's malevolent hands. After all, the Blood River Man practices the sinister arts of blood sorcery, thriving on murder and the extraction of life essence. Li Chen returned to his cave abode. Burdened with myriad thoughts, his desire for cultivation considerably diminished. Father, this individual has come seeking you, claiming to deliver a message on behalf of another. Upon his return, Li Chen encountered a young martial artist from the secular world. This secular warrior, in the presence of the 9-year-old Li Changxing, exhibited a demeanor both restrained and respectful. Noticing Li Chen, the martial artist cautiously inquired, "Are you, by any chance, Master Li Chen?" Li Chen scrutinized the individual before him. The person appeared to be in his 20s, possessing a robust physique, a broad forehead, and a square face, emanating a formidable inner strength. It was evident that he was an exceptional master within the secular martial arts realm, proficient in the practice of hard qigong. "It is I," he replied. "Who sent you to deliver a message to me?" Li Chen inquired. In response to Li Chen's question, the young man lowered his head and respectfully answered, "Esteemed master, I originally came to Yinshan Fong in search of enlightenment. Upon my arrival, I encountered another immortal master who claimed to be a friend of Master Li. This esteemed individual revealed to me the way to enter Yinshan Fong and instructed me to seek out Master Li, conveying a message on his behalf. He also mentioned that if I delivered the message, Master Li would grant me a boon of celestial fate." "A friend?" Li Chen mused. He had but one friend in the realm of cultivation. Li Chen's gaze shifted slightly as he calmly inquired, "What message did that individual ask you to deliver to me?" The young secular warrior lifted his head, his expression a respectful one as he regarded Li Chen. 7 days hence, at Mount Suwei in Qingzhou," he replied. "That is the entirety of the message entrusted to me by the immortal master." "Indeed, it is he." Li Chen's heart was tumultuous, yet her expression remained composed. "In Qingzhou, there existed a sacred vein on the verdant Suwei mountain, which originally belonged to the Fu family. However, many years ago, a cultivator of the Yin surname slew the ancestral elder of the Fu family, subsequently seizing control of Suwei Mountain. Presently, Suwei Mountain has become the ancestral territory of the Yin clan. 7 days hence, at Suwei Mountain in Qingzhou, Fu Kong is poised to seek vengeance against the Yin family. He has instructed this mundane warrior to convey a message, whether it is to arrange a meeting at the foot of Suwei Mountain or to summon him to take possession of the mountain in 7 days. It is likely that he intends to bestow Suwei Mountain upon him. During a convivial gathering, Li Qin and Fu Kong once discussed the desire to seek a land imbued with spiritual essence to establish a foundation for their own cultivation family. It is likely that Fu Kong has retained this notion in his memory. Now, he is determined to return to Tsuiwei Mountain to avenge his deep-seated grievances. However, after enacting his vengeance, he cannot remain at Tsuiwei Mountain, nor can he linger within the cultivation realm of Yin Nation. Therefore, he has resolved to bestow Tsuiwei Mountain upon himself. Li Qin swiftly comprehended Fu Kang's intentions. Casting his gaze upon the youthful warrior before him, Li Qin suppressed his chaotic thoughts and inquired calmly, "What is your name?" The young man replied, "Esteemed master, I am called Tai Ao." Li Qin nodded gently and inquired further, "Tai Ao, you seek the immortals. Are you familiar with the concept of spiritual roots?" Tai Ao quickly nodded in response, "Master, I once journeyed to the Purple Void Immortal Gate to partake in the grand ceremony of spiritual root assessment." Li Qin's gaze was inscrutable. "So, you possess a 9th grade spiritual root and have been rejected by the sect?" Tai Ao lowered his head and replied solemnly, "Indeed. Although my spiritual root is of inferior quality, I harbor an unwavering desire to seek immortality. I humbly hope that the esteemed master can grant me this opportunity, bestow upon me a chance for enlightenment, and guide me along the path of cultivation." Li Qin paused for a moment, and in a fleeting reverie, he beheld the visage of his younger self from a decade past. 10 years ago, during the last spirit testing ceremony at the Zishu Immortal sect, Li Qin was 19. Seemingly akin in age to the present Iron Ao. Possessing a 9th grade spiritual root, he was deemed too advanced in years to gain entrance into the Immortal sect. Li Qin vaguely recalled the mocking gazes of those around him as he ascended the spirit testing platform, along with the indifferent expression of the elder from the Zishu sect. Li Qin remained silent. Tai Ao stood beside him, gripping the hem of his garment, his gaze anxious as he looked at Li Qin. Ultimately, with a clenched jaw, he knelt before Li Qin, beseeching the immortal master to grant him favor and bestow upon him the path of enlightenment, guiding the humble one into the realm of the Tao. Li Qin came to his senses and gazed at the young man kneeling before him. It was his own self from a decade ago. Li Qin extended his hand to assist Tai Ao Su to his feet, gently inquiring, "What is your elemental affinity?" Tai Ao, overjoyed, promptly responded, "In answer to your esteemed question, I humbly possess a wood elemental root." Li Qin nodded, retrieving several spirit stones from his storage bag and handing them to Tai Ao. He then turned to Li Changsheng beside him, instructing, "Changsheng, please take him to the shanty town and help him settle in. Furthermore, impart the Qingmu technique to him. Father, your child understands." Li Changsheng, though not short in stature, possesses a youthful visage. Nevertheless, his demeanor is remarkably composed, reminiscent of a miniature adult. "I am profoundly grateful to Masterly for his guidance in the path of enlightenment. I shall forever cherish this kindness, and, should the opportunity arise, I will undoubtedly repay Masterly." Tai Ao received several spirit stones from Li Qin and bowed repeatedly before him, his face brimming with gratitude. Li Qin waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Accompanying Changxing to settle in the shanty town, Li's abilities were limited. This was all he could offer. Tai Ao once again bowed deeply to Li Qin, expressing his profound gratitude before following Li Changxing out of the cave dwelling. Gazing at the young Tai Ao, a smile involuntarily graced the corners of Li Qin's mouth. A decade ago, he had journeyed south from Heishui Prefecture to attend the spirit testing ceremony at the Zishu Immortal sect, only to be deemed unworthy with a mere 9th grade spiritual root, thus failing to gain entry into the Immortal sect. Li Qin, unwilling to concede defeat, sought information from various sources and arrived at Yinshan Square in pursuit of a celestial destiny. Outside Yinshan Square, he encountered the enchanting Linglong Fairy, who, through her guidance, facilitated his entry into the path of immortality. The circumstances surrounding Tai Ao mirrored his own almost perfectly. Both possessed the 9th grade spiritual root, and both, having been rejected by the celestial sect, came to Yinshan Square in search of enlightenment. He met Fu Kong, who informed him of the means to access Yinshan Square and came to deliver a message to Li Qin. Upon seeing Tai Ao, Li Qin felt as though he were gazing upon a reflection of his younger self from a decade prior. At that time, fortune favored him, leading him to the Linglong Fairy. Today, Li Qin was more than willing to part with several spirit stones and generously share the Qingmu technique to set Tai Ao on his own path to immortality. Although Li Qin was acutely aware that Tai Ao would likely achieve little on his journey, having first-hand knowledge of the futility of the 9th grade spiritual root, he recognized the weight of his own experiences. Without the system and the guiding light of the Linglong Fairy, Li Qin could have easily found himself in a far less fortunate position. Soon, Li Qin ceased to dwell on Tai Ao's fate, realizing that the future would depend solely on his own fortunes and opportunities. Presently, he shifted his focus to the matter of seizing Suiwei Mountain. Initially burdened by the system's side quests, he now considered that Fu Kang's messenger likely sought to bestow Suiwei Mountain upon him. Li Qin pondered the feasibility of seizing control over Suiwei Mountain. With his cultivation at the 6th level of Qi refinement and Ning Hongxiu still at the 5th level, he found the odds less than favorable. As for Mo Yunya, Li Changxing, and Li Xian, they were inconsequential, possessing little to no combat prowess. With just himself and Ning Hongxiu, could they truly defend a spiritual vein? The prospect seemed exceedingly challenging. After careful consideration, Li Qin concluded that it would be quite challenging for him and Ning Hongxiu to seize a spiritual vein, for it is indeed a spiritual vein. Achieving immortality is the ultimate aspiration of cultivators. However, the harsh reality is that most loose cultivators have abandoned the idea of attaining immortality. They are desperately striving to acquire a spiritual vein, hoping to establish their own lineage on a piece of spiritual land. If Li Qin were to occupy Suiwei Mountain, the loose cultivators, perceiving his modest cultivation level, would undoubtedly devise ways to wrest it from him. After all, Li Qin has only revealed his cultivation to be at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Ning Hongxiu also stands at the 4th level of Qi refinement. What right do two such cultivators have to claim a spiritual vein? It would be difficult for loose cultivators to resist the temptation. Moreover, if they were to truly establish themselves on Suiwei Mountain, the immortal families in Qizhou would likely suppress and ostracize him. Within the cave dwelling, Li Qin sat cross-legged on a mat, stroking his chin. After a considerable time, his eyes flickered with insight, and he murmured softly to himself, "I must recruit Huang Qingya." Huang Qingya is a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator and a prodigious talisman master. If he could enlist her assistance in occupying Suiwei Mountain, it would be sufficient to intimidate the majority of loose cultivators. After all, Huang Qingya would inevitably become his ally in due time. She had gone to Qingafang to attend to the artifacts left by Wang Fengming. He wondered if she had returned yet. Li Qin planned to visit Huang Qingya the following day, intending to persuade her to join him in seizing Cuwi Mountain. After their shared experience of the attempted assassination of Wang Fengming, Li Qin and Huang Qingya had forged a bond of friendship, and he was confident she would agree to accompany him to Cuwi Mountain. Furthermore, he could also gauge the intentions of Master Qindan. Should Master Qin express a desire to join, they could venture to Cuwi Mountain together. With Huang Qingya, a talented talisman master of the late Qi refinement stage, and Qin Tiange, a seasoned alchemist, they would be well equipped to establish a foothold in Qizhou and create their own cultivation family. That night, Li Qin pondered deeply, his thoughts in turmoil, unable to calm his mind for meditation. As dawn broke the next day, Li Qin rose early and made his way directly to the B-level cave number 16 to pay a visit to Huang Qingya. Upon arriving at the entrance of the cave, he called out in a clear voice, "Is Taoist Huang present?" At the cave's entrance, azure light radiated, parting to reveal a pathway. Li Qin stepped gracefully into the cave, only to behold a woman clad in a gown of apricot yellow. Her figure was slender and elegant, with skin resembling the hue of golden wheat. Her dark tresses were elegantly tied back with a silk ribbon, forming a lovely ponytail. "Li Daoyu, how long has it been? I have just returned to the cave from Qingafang, and here you are, seeking me out. Have you perhaps developed an affection for me?" Huang Qingya, tall and statuesque, regarded Li Qin with a teasing glint in her lively eyes, her beautiful visage devoid of the usual aloofness. In unfamiliar company, this enchanting fairy exuded an air of coldness. Yet familiarity unveiled a different facet of her character. Li Qin sat leisurely on the stone chair, a gentle smile gracing his features as he gazed at Huang Qingya. His visit today was motivated not only by a longing for his companion, but also by an important matter that required their discussion. Huang Qingya approached Li Qin and, taking a seat before him, spoke with a smile. "My dear friend Li, you already have 2 partners. Rumors abound in the community regarding your penchant for romantic pursuits, which I initially dismissed. However, it appears there is truth to these whispers. I have regarded you as a companion, yet you seem to covet my beauty." As Li Qin was about to speak, Huang Qingya proactively shifted the topic, saying, "Go on, my friend Li. What matter brings you to seek my counsel?" Li Qin suppressed his distracting thoughts and spoke with a serious demeanor. "Huang, as you have reached the late stage of Qi refinement, have you ever considered seizing a spiritual vein and claiming its territory?" Huang Qingya cast a fleeting glance at Li Qin and replied, "No. What purpose would I have in occupying a spiritual vein? Currently, my dwelling is built upon a second-tier spiritual vein, and in due time, I plan to move into a Class A cave residence. Being alone, I would rather not manage a territory of spiritual essence. Moreover, does the cultivation world of Yin State possess any unclaimed second-tier spiritual veins? Li Qin's expression froze, caught off guard by Huang Qingya's response, which effectively silenced all his carefully prepared remarks. To seize Cuwi Mountain, the presence of Huang Qingya, a prodigious talisman refiner at the late stage of qi refinement, was indispensable. In Li Qin's calculations, Huang Qingya represented a crucial component of his plan to establish a family on Cuwi Mountain. Furthermore, he intended to nurture a deeper bond with this enchanting fairy, aspiring to become her partner in the Tao and eventually bear children together. However, Huang Qingya's light-hearted words completely disrupted Li Qin's plans and rendered his carefully crafted statements moot. Prior to visiting Huang Qingya, Li Qin had anticipated that she would readily agree to accompany him to Cuwi Mountain. In truth, one must not be overly confident, for often, events unfold in ways that starkly contrast with one's expectations. Observing the difficulty on Li Qin's face, the playful glimmer in Huang Qingya's eyes no longer concealed itself. Taoistly, she said, "Speak your mind. Are you not treating Qingya as a friend with your roundabout probing? If you are not a friend of Qingya, I must kindly ask you to leave." Li Qin managed a bitter smile, finally realizing that he had been outmaneuvered by the enchanting Huang Qingya. Nevertheless, he felt no anger. The mere fact that Huang Qingya had articulated such sentiments indicated her willingness to accompany him to Qizhou, to seize control of Cuwi Mountain and become its sovereign. With a serious demeanor, Li Qin spoke earnestly, "Qingya, I intend to claim Cuwi Mountain and would like to invite you to join me. Once we have secured it, we shall divide our dominion equally, with you as the nominal ruler of Cuwi Mountain." Huang Qingya remained silent for a moment, her delicate brows knitting together as she pondered the situation. Finally, she spoke in a low tone. "Cuwi Mountain belongs to the Yin family of Qingzhou. The family's elder has recently ascended to the 9th tier of qi refining, and there are numerous other qi refining members, along with a first-tier protective array. How can the two of us possibly seize Cuwi Mountain?" Ignoring Li Qin's form of address, Huang Qingya began to contemplate the feasibility of their endeavor. Steady, Li Qin maintained a calm demeanor, yet inwardly he was filled with immense joy. The matter of jointly occupying Cuwi Mountain with Huang Qingya was now firmly established. As for the Yin family, such concerns did not require Li Qin's attention, since Fu Kong had sent someone to convey the message of offering Cuwi Mountain to him. It was certain that he would adeptly handle the cultivators of the Yin family, with Fu Kong having already reached the foundation establishment stage. Li Qin was confident that managing the Yin family would be a simple task for him. Furthermore, Li Qin was also elated about the evolving relationship with Huang Qingya. His addressing her as Qingya, without any objection from her, indicated that their bond had deepened further. Today, Qingya could very well become his esteemed wife in the future. "You seem utterly unconcerned about the Yin family, as if Cuwi Mountain already belongs to you?" Huang Qingya suddenly turned to Li Qin, her lively eyes sparkling with suspicion. Li Qin spoke earnestly, affirming the truth of the matter. "Indeed, Cuwi Mountain has become a sacred ground for me. However, I am concerned about my ability to protect this cherished land. Thus, I have come to invite Qingya to jointly occupy Cuwi Mountain, hoping to leverage her esteemed reputation to deter any nefarious forces." Huang Qingya blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering, and a contemplative expression graced her lovely visage. After a moment, she broke into a smile, placing a hand upon Li Qin's shoulder. "Masterly, I hope you will look after Qingya in the days to come." Li Qin gazed at Huang Qingya and, with a respectful gesture, acknowledged the master of Huangshan. He expressed his desire for the esteemed master to offer guidance to him in the future. The two shared a hearty laugh as their eyes met. Once Huang Qingya had enjoyed her fill of laughter, she delicately tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear and, with a serious expression, inquired about the timing of their journey to Cuwi Mountain. Li Qin's smile faded as he replied in a low voice, "In 6 days. We shall depart for Qizhou to take charge of Cuwi Mountain." Huang Qingya nodded, affirming the plan. "It's settled then. Come, let us seal it with a pledge." As she extended her right hand, Li Qin's expression turned peculiar as he reached out, their pinky fingers intertwining seamlessly. The moment their little fingers connected, Li Qin felt a sudden rigidity in his body, his heart inexplicably racing. From mere inches apart, he scrutinized her sun-kissed visage, pondering whether her cheeks had flushed or remained untouched by color. Li Qin could not help but let his thoughts wander, for Huang Qingya's complexion was of a wheatish hue, making it somewhat difficult to discern whether she was blushing. Huang Qingya retracted her right hand, discreetly stepping back a few paces to maintain a certain distance from Li Chun. With a smile, she waved at him and said, "Li Shanju, if there are no further matters, you may take your leave for now. We shall meet again in 6 days." Li Chun felt a twinge of reluctance at the recent sensation, gently nodding his head. "Then I shall take my leave. Esteemed Master Huang." Upon exiting Huang Qingya's abode, Li Chun glanced back, unable to suppress a faint smile. The more he interacted with this celestial maiden, the more he discovered her innocent side. Being in her presence lightened his spirit and brought him immense joy. This sensation was in stark contrast to his experiences with Imo Yunya and Ning Hongxiu. In that fleeting moment of their pact, Li Chun sensed his heart quicken. Could this be what it means to feel a fluttering heart? With a smile gracing his face, Li Chun approached the ethereal abode of the 7th level, seeking the company of Master Chen Dan. Inside the dwelling, Huang Qingya was incessantly waving her right hand, her sleeves stirring a gentle breeze, leaving her utterly flustered. In an instant, she composed herself, her lively eyes sparkling as she murmured to herself, "He is certainly no mere 9th-grade spirit root. He likely possesses some unique alchemical physique. If I were to become his companion on the path, with him refining elixirs and me crafting talismans, it could prove to be a splendid partnership on our journey to immortality. Yet, he is already bound to 2 companions and has a son and daughter. Should I join him, I would be nothing but a harbinger of discord in a family. Ah, young Chen, it has been a while since you last visited me." Master Chen Dan reclined languidly in his chair, a maid attending to his legs and another to his shoulders, relishing in his indulgence as always. Li Chun bowed respectfully to the elder and then straightened his posture, smiling as he remarked, "Master, your life is truly enviable." Chen Dan, the master, sat up, gesturing towards the 2 maidservants before turning his gaze to Li Chun. "Young Chen," he said, "I have long surpassed the foundational stage of cultivation, and in this lifetime, the path to immortality eludes me. Do not follow in my footsteps. You are still young and endowed with extraordinary talent in the art of alchemy. Dedicate yourself to diligent practice. In the future, it is not impossible for you to establish your foundation. In recent years, I have heard the rumors circulating in the marketplace, and I implore you not to succumb to despair, nor to indulge in carnal pleasures. Focus your thoughts on mastering the art of alchemy and cultivating your abilities. Elevating your own level of attainment is of utmost importance." Li Chun's lips quivered slightly as he respectfully responded. In truth, he longed to defend himself, asserting that he was not infatuated with women but was diligently devoted to his cultivation. However, after a moment's reflection, he resolved against any justification. Time would ultimately vindicate him. Observing Li Chun's obedient demeanor, Master Chen's tone softened. "Young Chen, you have been in the realm of cultivation for nearly 11 years. Your current advancement to the 4th level of Qi refinement, given your 9th-grade spiritual root, is indeed commendable. Nonetheless, I advise you to refrain from seeking a partner or bearing children. Instead, invest your spiritual stones and elixirs in your own development. Striving to reach the pinnacle of Qi refinement before the age of 60, thus preparing to challenge the foundation establishment realm. I am advanced in years and have but a few remaining days. Should you attain the peak of Qi refinement before my passing, I shall bequeath my entire fortune to procure a foundation establishment pill for you, aiding your ascent on the path of immortality." Gazing at the elderly man before him, Li Chun felt a wave of warmth surge within him. With a smile, he replied, "Master, at under 90 years of age, you are in the prime of life. I still have much filial duty to fulfill towards you, so please do not speak such morose words. A Qi refinement cultivator typically has a lifespan of 120 years. However, this is not a certainty. Some may not reach that age, while others might live to 150. Moreover, the cultivation world offers longevity elixirs. Unfortunately, Master Chen's hopes for foundation establishment are unlikely to be realized. As once a cultivator surpasses 60, their vitality gradually wanes, and their spirit begins to decay, unable to overcome the trials of vitality and spirit. Li Chun secretly resolved to find a way to concoct a longevity elixir for the elderly man before him. The master and disciple engaged in conversation for a while, exchanging insights on the art of alchemy. Master Chen even inquired about the well-being of Li Changxing and Li Xian. Finally, Li Chun respectfully spoke, "Master, I am considering embarking on a journey to seek a spiritual vein. Might you be interested?" "Absurd!" Master Chen exclaimed, rising abruptly, his beard bristling and eyes wide with indignation. "What is your cultivation level? How dare you, at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, covet another's spiritual vein? Li Qin smiled and explained, Master, please do not be angry. Allow your disciple to finish speaking first. This endeavor to acquire the spiritual vein is not solely my undertaking. Are you familiar with Huang Qingya, my esteemed friend Huang? Shun Dan squinted his eyes. I have indeed heard of that girl. She is 2 years younger than you, yet has already reached the late stage of qi refinement. She possesses the remarkable ability to inscribe advanced spiritual talismans and is a rare talent, comparable to the true disciples of the Immortal sections. How did you find yourself entangled with her? What could she possibly see in you? Li Qin's expression was stiff, and he found himself at a loss for words. He yearned to convey to Master Chen Dan that he was at the 6th level of qi refinement, possessing a 6th grade spiritual root, rather than being at the 4th level of qi refinement with a 9th grade spiritual root. Ultimately, Li Qin refrained from elucidating the nature of his relationship with Huang Qingya and respectfully extended an invitation, saying, Master, I, along with Taoist Huang, intend to seek out the emerald peaks of Cuwi Mountain in Qishou, and we would be honored if you would accompany us, should you choose to join us. Silence. Before Li Qin could finish his words, the elder's sharp voice interrupted him. Master Chen, with a serious expression, gazed intently at Li Qin and spoke in a stern tone. Huang Qingya is not an ordinary individual. You, with merely a cultivation level of the 4th stage of qi refinement and a 9th grade spiritual root, dare to entangle yourself with her? Are you not afraid she might sell you out? I shall remain in Yinshan town, and you are forbidden from venturing to Qizhou, perhaps feeling he had been too harsh. Master Chen softened his demeanor slightly and spoke earnestly. Young Chun, the world of cultivation is fraught with peril. You are still young and should not seek out danger. Coming from the mundane realm, you ought to understand the fickleness of human nature. With your cultivation, do not aspire to associate with talents like Huang Qingya, but instead, focus on steadily refining alchemical pills at the Divine Pill Pavilion to accumulate spiritual stones and elevate your own cultivation. That is the true path. Should you encounter difficulties, you may certainly confide in me. I consider you a disciple. Who else would I assist if not you? You should return now, devote yourself to your training, and refrain from seeking shortcuts. On the path to immortality, one must tread carefully as there are no shortcuts available. Master Chen had much to impart, and Li Qin could only listen respectfully. Ultimately, as he departed Master Chen's cave dwelling, a wry smile adorned his face. Huang Qingya was aware that Li Qin had attained the 6th stage of qi refinement, but Master Chen remained oblivious. In the elder's eyes, Li Qin was merely a weak cultivator at the 4th stage, lacking combat experience and formidable artifacts. Master Chen even believed that Li Qin was unworthy of associating with a prodigy like Huang Qingya, urging him to refrain from attempting to connect with her. Li Qin understood that this teacher genuinely had his best interests at heart. However, there were numerous matters that Li Qin found impossible to explain to him. Li Qin, filled with a sense of melancholy, returned to his cave dwelling. As he approached the entrance, a piercing ray of cold light shot towards him. Li Qin raised his hand and caught the flying dagger, his face filled with helplessness as he glanced at the little girl hiding in the shadows. Xianer, has your father treated you poorly? Why do you seek to murder him? Li Xian donned a pink dress, her hair styled into 2 exuberant horn-like pigtails atop her head. As she emerged from the corner, she pouted and remarked, Father, I am no longer a child. Please do not deceive me as if I were one. With my limited abilities, how could I possibly cause you any harm? Li Qin pressed his temple, pondering that sometimes having overly intelligent children is not necessarily a blessing. Father, you promised Xianer that you would take her to see the outside world. When will you take Xianer out? Li Xian stepped forward, grasping Li Qin's pant leg. Gazing up with an expression of eager anticipation, Li Qin's heart softened as he lifted his daughter into his arms, smiling as he spoke. It won't be long now. Just half a month more. Soon, I will take Xianer to move and show her the wonders of the outside world. Li Xian gazed intently at Li Qin and asked, Father, you haven't deceived me this time, have you? Li Qin's lips twitched slightly. No. Li Xian broke into a joyful smile, for she had faith in her father. Gazing at his daughter in his arms, Li Qin was suddenly overcome with a sense of guilt. Since her birth, Li Xian had predominantly been confined to their 2 residences, with only occasional visits to the market when Li Qin would take her out. Now, this lively and spirited daughter had yet to step beyond the confines of Yinshifang. Though she possessed a mischievous streak and was full of energy, she was by no means lacking in understanding. It was imperative to relocate soon, to move to Cuwi Mountain, where Li Xian's exuberant nature would no longer be constrained. Li Qin increasingly felt the necessity of possessing a mountain of his own, rather than remaining in the confines of Yingshanfang. Li Changsheng is well-behaved and sensible from a young age, possessing a rather quiet disposition, making him comfortable at home. However, Li Xian is quite different. Confining her within the household feels akin to caging a fledgling eagle. At this moment, Li Qin's desire to seize the spiritual realm intensifies. Not solely to fulfill the system's tasks, but also to provide his daughter with a broader space for freedom. After spending some time playing with Li Xian, Li Qin went to check on Li Changsheng. Changsheng, has Tai Ao settled in? Li Changsheng nodded and assured, Father, do not worry. I have imparted the Qingmu technique to Tai Ao and facilitated his payment of the spirit stones, enabling him to establish a home in the dilapidated district. Li Qin cast a sweeping glance at Li Changsheng, then retrieved a bottle of qi-nourishing pills from his storage pouch. Changsheng, as you diligently cultivate your skills. Once you attain the 4th level of qi refinement, I shall bestow upon you 2 magical artifacts. Li Changsheng's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he nodded emphatically. Li Qin gently patted his son's shoulder, offering words of encouragement, before returning to the cave dwelling to meditate and cultivate. Within the cave, Ning Hongxiu noticed Li Qin's return and approached him, linking her arm with his. My husband, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Li Qin gently tousled Ning Hongxiu's silky hair and said with a warm smile, What is it? Please share your thoughts. My dear husband, my cultivation has reached a commendable level. I cannot merely remain at home practicing all day. Our family incurs a substantial expenditure of spirit stones each day. You go to the Divine Elixir Pavilion to refine pills, while Sister Imo diligently produces spirit paper from green bamboo. Even Changsheng lends a hand to Sister Imo. It seems I am the least useful among us. Therefore, I intend to venture into demon hunting. This way, I can also earn some spirit stones. Li Chun was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head and coldly stated, No. The peril of hunting monsters was exceedingly great. Akin to dancing on the edge of a knife. Li Qin would never permit Ning Hongxiu to engage in such dangerous endeavors. It is imperative to recognize that demonic beasts are ferocious, and the Yinshan Mountains are fraught with peril at every turn. Within the Yinshan market, those who venture to hunt monsters have a dismal survival rate, with 6 out of 10 never returning. Faced with Ning Hongxiu's aggrieved gaze, Li Qin let out a soft sigh. Hongxiu, focus on your cultivation. Do not concern yourself with anything else. In due time, there will be ample opportunities for you to engage in other pursuits. The failure to invite Master Qindan was of little consequence to Li Qin. Time swiftly passed, and in a mere 6 days, Li Qin arose early, informed Imo Yunya and Ning Hongxiu of his departure, and made his way directly to the outskirts of Yinshan Market. Li Daoist, Qingya. At the edge of Yinshan Market, Li Qin met with Huang Qingya. The two exchanged a knowing glance, adeptly maneuvering their flying swords northward towards Qingzhou. To the south of Heishui Prefecture lies Haizhou, home to the Zishu Immortal sect, and further south is the Boundless Ocean. To the north of Heishui Prefecture, it borders Qingzhou. Guided by their sword light, the pair traversed the expanse from Heishui Prefecture into Qizhou within half a day's time. After another brief journey, Li Chun and Huang Qingyao arrived at the foot of the Qingshan mountain range. Strictly speaking, the Qingshan mountain range in Qizhou and the Yinshan mountain range in Heishui Prefecture are part of the same geological formation, albeit known by different names. Within the territory of the Yin Kingdom, a mountain range stretches over 10,000 miles from south to north, traversing a significant portion of the kingdom and connecting with the neighboring Yuan Kingdom. This mountain range bears various names depending on its location. In Qizhou, it is referred to as the Qingshan mountain range. Surrounding the Qingshan mountain range are 2 prominent peaks, one known as Zuwei Mountain and the other as Huta Mountain. Zuwei Mountain is occupied by the Yin family, while Huta Mountain is held by the Feng family. Li Chun and Huang Qingyao arrived at the foot of Zuwei Mountain. At the base, Huang Qingyao's expression turned to one of astonishment. There were signs of a shattered formation. The small 5 elements reversal array laid out by the Yin family at the mountain's foot had been violently breached. The individual responsible for this breach must have employed a second-tier barrier-breaking talisman or belonged to a foundation-building cultivator. In the realm of cultivation within the Yin Kingdom, a foundation-building cultivator would likely disdain the spiritual vein of Zuwei Mountain. Thus, it is probable that someone had utilized a second-tier barrier-breaking talisman to dismantle the Yin family's protective formation. Regarding Huang Qingya's inference, Li Qin remained noncommittal, merely shrugging his shoulders as he proceeded directly to the summit. Today marked the 7th day as per his agreement with Fu Kong. Surely, Fu Kong had dealt with the Yin family by now. Observing Li Qin ascend the mountain, Huang Qingya refrained from further questioning and hastily followed suit. Along the way, aside from the chirping of birds and the buzzing of insects, An eerie silence enveloped the entire mountaintop. Upon reaching the summit, Li Chun and Huang Qingya beheld rows of houses and courtyards, yet not a single soul was in sight. Huang Qingya furrowed her brow, taking a cautious sniff of the air as she surveyed her surroundings. It was too quiet, and the lingering scent of blood was palpable in the atmosphere. Li Chun felt no anxiety as he began to survey his surroundings. On Tsuime Mountain, not a soul was present, with only the remnants of a lingering metallic scent of blood still hanging in the air. Li Chun secretly clicked his tongue, astonished by Fu Kang's ruthless tactics. He had left no survivors on the entire Tsuiwei Mountain. But what of the others? Be careful. Suddenly, Huang Qingya's voice pierced the air, sharp and commanding. She raised her hand, unleashing a top-tier thunder light talisman, a brilliant yellow beam striking the ground mere meters in front of Li Chun. Thud, thud. The earth bubbled ominously, and flowing blood seeped forth, gradually coalescing into a human form. Huang Qingya gasped in horror. It was the figure from the Blood River. Li, my friend, come to my side quickly. This individual is extremely perilous, she urged, as she conjured several blood-hued second-tier spirit talismans in her hand. Li Chun gazed at Huang Qingya and gently reassured her, do not be anxious. Brother Fu is not an adversary, but a dear friend of mine. Huang Qingya, though still skeptical, approached Li Chun's side, her grip tightening around several blood-red talismans, her face betraying no sign of relaxation. After all, this was the Blood River Master, who had lured and slaughtered dozens of cultivators from the Yin Mountain faction. In the realm of cultivation, hierarchies are rigidly observed. Only those at the foundation establishment stage are permitted to be addressed as master. Those who have attained the golden core stage are referred to as real people, while the great cultivators of the nascent soul stage are honored as true monarchs or divine lords. Faced with the Blood River Master, a malevolent foundation establishment cultivator, Huang Qingya had every reason to feel apprehensive. Li Chun gently patted the back of Huang Qingya's hand, signaling her to relax. A few meters in front of Li Chun, blood began to seep from the ground, slowly coalescing into a humanoid form, which gradually revealed distinct facial features. It was undoubtedly Fu Kang. He appeared significantly more emaciated than before, his temperament sharper and more formidable, and his crimson eyes exuded an even greater indifference than in the past. Adorned in a blood-red robe, even his hair bore the same hue, and his complexion was as pale as one who had long dwelled in darkness, unseen by the sun. Fu Kang's blood-red gaze fixed upon Li Chun before scrutinizing Huang Qingya beside him. His expression was stern, and his tone carried a certain harshness as he inquired, "Is this your new partner?" Li Chun nodded and said, "Brother Fu, this is my new companion, Huang Qingya." Huang Qingya stood beside Li Chun, keeping a vigilant eye on Fu Kang across from them, choosing not to speak in her defense. Fu Kang slowly nodded. "I have heard of her. How is Changxing faring now?" Fu Kang's appearance had changed significantly, and his demeanor had transformed as well. However, when the subject of Li Changxing arose, a subtle smile softened the coldness of his stern features. Li Chun smiled and replied that Changxing had grown up, already on the path to enlightenment, nearing the second level of qi refining, possessing an 8th grade spiritual root. He often reminisced about how long it had been since he last saw Uncle Fu. Fu Kang's smile faltered slightly, and after a moment, his gaze dimmed a little as he gently shook his head, saying, "In my current state, it would be best not to see him." He added, "I have left no one from the Yin family. Brother, I entrust this CUW mountain to you." As he spoke, Fu Kang surveyed his surroundings with a hint of reluctance. This was the place where he had grown up. Li Chun furrowed his brow and asked, "Brother Fu, are you leaving?" Fu Kang nodded and replied calmly, "In the realm of cultivation in the Yin Kingdom, there is no longer a place for me to reside. I must depart from Yin. I do not know if I shall ever return." He continued, "As brothers, before I leave, I wish to present you with one last gift." With that, Fu Kang flicked his blood-red robe, and dozens of storage bags tumbled from his sleeves, forming a small mound at Li Chun's feet. "These items are not meant for the light of day. Take them with caution and be sure to handle them discreetly. It is imperative that our connection remains concealed to avoid implicating you in my plight." Li Chun opened his mouth. "Brother Fu, you too must cultivate your expenditure. I cannot accept these things." Fu Kang slowly shook his head. "I am now a foundation-building cultivator. Acquiring spirit stones is quite easy for me. If it weren't for the blood god technique you introduced to me and the clear spirit pill you requested Master Chen to refine, I would not be who I am today. Moreover, as I practice blood magic, blood souls serve as the finest sustenance. Spirit stones and spiritual items hold little value for me. We are brothers. Take them, and do not hesitate." As Li Chun gazed at Fu Kang, Numerous questions swirled in his mind. Yet, Fu Kong offered no opportunity for inquiry. His figure gradually dissipated, scattering blood orbs that slowly merged into the ground. Brother, I can no longer turn back. Take care of yourself. Additionally, look after Chongqing and ensure he does not suffer. Li Chen stood in a daze, surrounded by dozens of storage bags, yet he lacked the inclination to attend to them. Fu Kong was preparing to depart from the Yin Kingdom's realm of cultivation, though he did not disclose his destination. Nevertheless, Li Chen could foresee that this journey would be fraught with peril. The blood god technique and the blood fiend method were inherently dubious, likely a bait disseminated by some formidable figure of the demonic path within the cultivation world. The higher Fu Kang's cultivation ascended, the greater the danger he would encounter. Contemplating the possibility that Fu Kong might not return from this venture, Li Chen felt an overwhelming sadness. He yearned to offer assistance, yet found himself powerless to do so. Huang Qingya, standing beside Li Chen, spoke softly, remarking that Fu Daoist was indeed a person of deep emotion, suggesting that their bond was exceptionally strong. Li Chen nodded and calmly spoke, Qingya, I have a matter to discuss with you. Huang Qingya blinked, chuckling lightly as she replied, No need for you to speak. Allow me to share my thoughts. The venerable ancestor of the Yin family, despite his age, still harbored inappropriate desires for my beauty. In a fit of anger, I eradicated the Yin clan and took their place, claiming ownership of Tsuiwei Mountain. Come, let us explore this mountain together. After all, I shall henceforth be the sovereign of Tsuiwei Mountain. As Li Chen gazed at Huang Qingya's graceful silhouette, he picked up the storage bag at his feet, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. He could not deny that being in Huang Qingya's presence had considerably alleviated the sorrow that lingered in his heart following Kang's departure. Tsuiwei Mountain was modest in size, concealing a first-tier spiritual vein within its depths. Thanks to this spiritual vein, the vegetation flourished vibrantly, exhibiting remarkable growth. After completing her inspection of Tsuiwei Mountain, Huang Qingya turned to Li Chen, her face beaming with delight as she said, There are 30 acres of spiritual fields here, where we can hire some wandering cultivators as spiritual farmers to cultivate spiritual rice for us. I have devised a plan. We shall take 70% of the harvest, while the remaining 30% will belong to the farmers. There is also a medicinal field, but it currently only yields first-tier low-level spiritual herbs. Are you not a master alchemist from the Divine Pill Pavilion? You could transplant some higher-tier spiritual herbs from the Pavilion's herb garden for cultivation. Then, you may refine pills and sell them to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Alternatively, we could establish a pill shop in Qingdafeng. The area of bamboo forest on the mountain can be utilized to produce spiritual paper, which I will use to craft talismans for sale in Qingdafeng. The spirit stones left to you by Daoist Fu should suffice for us to rent 2 shops in Qingdafeng, one for pills and one for talismans, ensuring a continuous influx of spirit stones. Moreover, there exists a spiritual peach tree on the mountain, a first-tier high-level spiritual plant, and a specialty of Tsuiwei Mountain that we must take care of diligently. As Huang Qingya contemplated the management of Tsuiwei Mountain, her eyes sparkled, and her sweet smile revealed her pearly white teeth, beautifully contrasting with her sun-kissed complexion. Li Chen followed suit with a smile, one that radiated even more brilliance than that of Huang Qingya. This was because, within Huang Qingya's vision, there existed no distinction between yours and mine. Moreover, what brought joy to Li Chen was the successful completion of a side quest from the system. Why are you just grinning like a fool? Speak up. Tsuiwei Mountain is not solely mine, Huang Qingya remarked, her gaze shifting towards Li Chen, adorned with a playful reproach. Li Chen nodded with a cheerful smile, affirming that Tsuiwei Mountain was not solely his, but belonged to all of them. Huang Qingya was taken aback for a moment, then rolled her eyes in exasperation, exclaiming, What do you mean we? You are you, and I am I. With a dismissive wave, she declared, Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you. I am off to select my own cave dwelling. As she turned away, her long neck resembled that of a swan lifting its head with grace, her silhouette radiating an air of undeniable pride. Steady now. With a smile gracing his lips, Li Chen felt assured that his union with the enchanting Huang fairy was secure. At this moment, only a thin veil separated him from Huang Qingya. Casting a satisfied glance around, Li Chen acknowledged the solid foundation he had established, with the only remaining tasks being to pay homage to heaven and earth and to hold the grand ceremony for the establishment of the Li family at Tsuiwei Mountain. He was on the verge of fulfilling the primary objective set by the system. However, he needed to examine the storage bags left to him by Fu Kong. Under the alias of Fu Chou, who styled himself as the Blood River Man, Fu Kong had lured and slain dozens of cultivators within the Yinshan mountain range. including prominent figures such as Yang Deshio of the Yulong Yang family, Wang Gui of the Ningbi Cliff Wang family, Bai Rong of the Qingzhou Mountain Bai family, and Situ Ming of the Yuya Lake Situ family. These individuals were not mere wandering cultivators, but rather renowned characters within the Yinshan district. Now, the wealth of these illustrious figures lay before him in the form of a collection of storage bags. Moreover, the Yin family, annihilated by Fu Kong, had left no survivors, and their accumulated wealth must also reside within this pile of storage bags. Contemplating this, Li Chen eagerly picked up one of the bags, intending to assess the true worth of the grand gift bestowed upon him by Fu Kong. "Allow me to assist you," Wang Qingye reappeared, her gaze flickering uncertainly as she regarded Li Chen. Li Chen nodded and replied with a smile, "Perfect. With your assistance, Qingye, my task will be considerably easier. If I were to rely solely on myself to inventory these storage bags, it would certainly take a considerable amount of time." Upon hearing Li Chen's prompt agreement, Wang Qingye exhibited a slightly uneasy expression and quietly inquired, "You trust me so readily? Are you not afraid that I might be tempted by greed and resort to violence for treasure?" Li Chen, without a moment's contemplation, gazed gently at the woman before him. "No," he stated, "I have faith in Qingye. My sincere desire is to forge a partnership with her, to traverse the immortal path together, supporting one another along the way. Should Qingye be swayed by greed, resorting to murder and theft, it would be a reflection of my poor judgment in choosing the wrong person, and I would not hold her accountable." Wang Qingye lowered her head, picked up a storage pouch, and, using her spiritual sense, opened it. In a soft murmur, she remarked, "What partnership? I do not comprehend. Let us discuss it later." Li Chen, unhurried, opened the storage bag in his hand and began to assess his possessions. He possessed a certain understanding of Huang Qingya's temperament. As for her insinuations of greed and the potential for treachery over wealth, Li Chen felt no apprehension whatsoever. Should they truly fall into discord and enmity over such immense gains, Li Chen had a secret weapon that Huang Qingye remained unaware of. Having advanced to the 6th layer of qi refinement, he was confident that no cultivator below the foundation establishment stage could withstand his blood-devouring flying daggers. Of course, exceptions existed, such as Wang Fengming, who donned 2 top-tier robes and a premier internal armor artifact. Under normal circumstances, no cultivator would allocate all their enhancements solely to defense, as Wang Fengming did. After a short while, gazing at the mountain of spirit stones before her, Huang Qingya's eyes sparkled with excitement. With over 48,000 spirit stones at her disposal, she could procure several foundation establishment pills. Li Chen smiled silently. Fu Kong had slain numerous cultivators, including prominent figures from esteemed families such as Yang Deshio, Wang Gui, Bai Rong, and Situ Ming. Furthermore, it was likely that the accumulated wealth of the Yin family was also among the 48,000 spirit stones. As Li Chen's gaze swept over the pile of spirit stones, a fervent excitement surged within him, prompting his attention to shift towards the myriad of peculiar items surrounding him. There were low-grade artifacts, mid-grade artifacts, high-grade artifacts, and top-tier artifacts, alongside various jars and bottles, as well as numerous jade slips that Li Chen had yet to examine closely. Suddenly, a glimmer of golden light caught his eye. From within the assortment of artifacts, Li Chen picked up a resplendent golden brick. Wang Qingye leaned closer, her expression one of surprise. "Do you not already possess one of these golden bricks?" Li Chen nodded and retrieved the golden bricks bestowed upon him by the exquisite fairy from his storage pouch. Upon placing the 2 golden bricks side by side for comparison, Li Chen was astonished to discover that they were, in fact, identical. Could it be that these golden bricks were mass-produced by a certain master craftsman? Li Chen suppressed his curiosity and continued to inventory the possessions. Ultimately, he and Huang Qingye collaborated to count the contents of dozens of storage bags, totaling 48,338 spirit stones, 12 top-tier magical artifacts, 56 mid to low-tier magical artifacts, several dozen spirit pills, over 20 disordered jade slips, and more than 100 spirit talismans. Upon summing everything up, Li Chen and Huang Qingye quickly calculated that the items gifted by Fu Kong were worth approximately 100,000 spirit stones. Huang Qingye, amazed, regarded Li Chen with a peculiar gaze, pondering how such a generous offering could be so casually bestowed by a practitioner of the demonic path. With these riches, even a waste with a 9th-grade spiritual root could be forcibly elevated to the foundation establishment stage. Li Chen's expression stiffened as he let out a sigh, softly replying, "I never anticipated that Brother Fu's gift would be so extravagant." Reflecting on Fu Kong, a wave of melancholy washed over him once more. Huang Qingye stood beside Li Chen, playfully patting his shoulder with a smile, and inquired, "Now, I genuinely find myself contemplating the notion of murder for wealth. Are you afraid?" Li Chun tilted his head, casting a teasing glance at Huang Qingya, and chuckled lightly, "Fear not. What belongs to me is yours. Whether you desire to utilize spirit stones or elixirs, simply speak, and I shall gladly present them. Why resort to murder for wealth?" In response to Li Chen's mocking gaze, Huang Qingya spat, "Humph. What do you mean yours and mine? You are utterly shameless." The generous gift from Fu Kong was undeniably valuable. After meticulously assessing the treasures within her storage bag, Huang Qingya proceeded to select her dwelling, allowing Li Chen the opportunity to examine the system rewards. Host, Li Chen cultivation level, 6th layer of Qi refinement lifespan, 30, 100 spiritual root, 6th grade techniques, crimson flame arts, spirit transformation hand, withered with technique, deception of heaven, light-splitting shadow sword technique skills, 2nd level alchemy treasures, crimson edge sword, golden brick, bloodthirsty blade Dao partner, Mo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu descendants, Li Changsheng, Li Xian main quest, establish a cultivation family, incomplete, side quest, give birth to 5 offspring with spiritual roots, incomplete. The sidebar of side quests had changed. The previous tasks were completed, and the system had issued new side quests. Li Chen shifted his focus to the system's built-in space, eager to examine the rewards from the previous side quest. Upon completing the task of establishing a foundation and seizing the spiritual vein, the system bestowed upon him a unique cultivation technique. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Chen opted for immediate extraction. Moments later, he emerged from the vast expanse of information, his eyes gleaming with brilliance and his face betraying an unmistakable excitement. This time, the system's reward was a body cultivation technique known as the 10,000 Treasures Body Forging Record. The 10,000 Treasures Body Forging Record entails the refinement of magical treasures to forge one's physical form, ultimately transforming oneself into a humanoid beast of formidable prowess. Unlike the commonplace techniques circulating in the realm of cultivation, the 10,000 Treasures Body Forging Record is a genuine transcendent-level method. As far as Li Chen was aware, even the Zishu sect in the Yin Kingdom possessed merely a third-tier inheritance. Truly, transcendent-level cultivation techniques are exceedingly rare throughout the entire southern wilderness and, one might argue, the entirety of the human realm. Indeed, the system delivers nothing but excellence. However, what sent a shiver down Li Chen's spine was the staggering resource consumption required to cultivate this technique. The 10,000 Treasures Body Forging Record consists of 9 tiers. The first tier corresponds to the Qi refinement stage and necessitates the refinement of 10 top-tier magical artifacts, forging the 10 treasures body. The second tier, aligned with the foundation establishment stage, demands the refinement of 100 top-tier spiritual artifacts, forging the 100 treasures body. The third tier, associated with the golden core stage, requires the refinement of 1,000 top-tier magical treasures, forging the 1,000 treasures body. The fourth tier corresponds to the nascent soul stage, while the fifth aligns with the transformation stage. By the ninth tier, corresponding to the transcendent stage, one must refine billions of celestial treasures to forge an immortal and indestructible body. The 10,000 treasures body forging record stands as the pinnacle of body cultivation techniques. Once initiated, one could nearly dominate their peers at the same level, wielding the power of the treasure body with impunity. However, the resource demands of this transcendent-level body cultivation method are exceedingly daunting. The Qi refinement stage alone requires the refinement of 10 top-tier magical artifacts. Where could an ordinary Qi refinement cultivator procure such treasures? The foundation establishment stage is even more outrageous, necessitating a full 100 spiritual artifacts. As one progresses further in their cultivation, the requirements become increasingly absurd. For Li Chen, initiating the 10,000 treasures body forging record is not a daunting challenge, as he already possesses a dozen top-tier magical artifacts. Although the resource consumption is indeed terrifying, Li Chen's heart burns with fervor and exhilaration. The allure of being able to traverse through peers at the same level is simply irresistible. Moreover, a transcendent-level cultivation method is a coveted treasure sought after by countless cultivators. If word of this transcendent-level method were to spread, it would surely rattle the ancient beings hidden in every corner of the human realm. Li Chen was eager to immediately retreat and immerse himself in the cultivation of the 10,000 treasures body refinement technique. However, he needed to return to Angshan workshop to bring Mo Yuni and Ning Hongxiu, along with Li Changsheng and Li Xian, to settle them at Cuwi Mountain. Having just taken possession of Cuwi Mountain, there were numerous matters that required his attention. Before he could peacefully enter seclusion to cultivate the 10,000 treasures body refinement technique, he had to ensure that these affairs were properly addressed. Li Qinshuan addressed Huang Qingya. Qingya, I must return to Yinshanfang for a while. Huang Qingya nodded in acknowledgement. Go ahead. I shall oversee Cuwi Mountain in your absence. She continued. Upon your return to Yinshanfang, do remember to recruit a few early-stage qi refinement cultivators to assist with the cultivation of the 30 acres of spiritual fields at Cuwi Mountain. Additionally, see if you can invite a formation master to establish protective formations at the base of the mountain. Li Qian nodded, taking to heart the matters spoken by Huang Qingya. Qingya, if there is nothing else of importance, I shall take my leave. Huang Qingya gazed at Li Qian, and from her storage pouch, she produced a crimson talisman. This was a Thunderfire talisman, originally a top-tier first-grade spiritual talisman, which I have nurtured to elevate it to the second grade. Take it for your protection. Be careful on your journey. Qingya. Li Qian's eyes glimmered as he stepped forward to embrace Huang Qingya. The second-tier spirit talisman was equivalent to a foundational cultivator casting a spell in a single strike, and Huang Qingya possessed only a few herself. Stop. Huang Qingya swiftly dodged Li Qian, her face contorted in disdain. This fairy has already bestowed upon you a second-tier spirit talisman. Do you still wish to take advantage of me? Depart at once. Li Qian's lips curled upward, an involuntary smile gracing his face as a warm wave of emotion surged within him. Qingya, I shall take my leave first. You remain here at Cuwi Mountain and await my return. With that, Li Qian soared into the sky on his flying sword, heading straight for Yinshanfang. Huang Qingya stood rooted to the spot, watching him depart, a smile blossoming on her delicate features as she murmured to herself, Mother. It seems Qingya has found a place to call home. Yet, she harbored no desire to become a wicked woman. Huang Qingya stood in a daze, her thoughts drifting back over 20 years. She was born into a merchant family in the mundane world, but her mother was a courtesan. From the moment Huang Qingya could remember, she and her mother had endured humiliation at the hands of her father's legitimate wife. As for her father, after the initial novelty wore off, he became indifferent to their plight. Her elder brother often derided her as a bastard, while her father's legal wife incessantly belittled her mother, branding her a shameless wench, a seductress of married men, a bad woman. When she turned 8, her mother passed away, and unable to withstand the humiliation any longer, the young Huang Qingya fled the Huang residence, embarking on a journey through the world. Eventually, she encountered a mentor, a cultivator who had long since abandoned the path of immortality and was living out his days in the mortal realm. Huang Qingya trained under her teacher for 2 years before he passed away. Just before his departure, he urged her to seek out the Zishu Immortal Gate. Yet Huang Qingya was reluctant to become dependent on others once more. Upon entering the realm of cultivation, she chose instead to live freely as an unanchored wanderer. Throughout the years in the cultivation world, Huang Qingya navigated the trials and tribulations alone, facing life-threatening dangers, enduring betrayal, and witnessing the ruthless nature of the cultivation realm, where the strong prey upon the weak and deceit is commonplace. She felt profound loneliness, yet she was cautious about placing her trust in others. However, now there appeared someone she felt she could rely on, someone worthy of her trust, a rare sensation for her. Surveying Cuwi Mountain, Huang Qingya bit her lip. Her gaze clouded with uncertainty. Could this truly be my home? She decided to meet his wife and children first. If they rejected her, she would leave this place. After the passing of her mother and mentor, she had managed alone for so many years, so what was the big deal? The cultivation world had never known peace. Outside Yinshanfang, Li Qian retracted the golden light and summoned a fire crow, reducing 2 robbers to ashes. Upon returning to Yinshanfang, he called for Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu. Xiao Yu, Hongxiu, prepare yourselves. We shall be moving tomorrow. Ning Hongxiu and Mo Yunyu exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with hesitation. Mo Yunyu spoke first. Husband, perhaps we should reconsider. We are currently renting a grade C cave dwelling, and our spirit stones are already running low. If we move to a grade B cave, how shall we bear such a substantial expense? Changsheng is growing daily and requires elixirs and spirit stones for his cultivation. Sienna is also approaching the age of initiation. We should economize wherever possible. Ning Hongxiu nodded in agreement. Li Qian glanced at the 2 women and inquired with a smile. Who informed you that we are to relocate to the secondary cave dwelling? After a moment of contemplation, Mo Yunyu softly replied, Husband. It would not be a concern to move back to the tertiary cave dwelling, as it would help reduce our expenses. Ning Hongxiu lowered her head. her face tinged with embarrassment, and said, "Husband, Sister Imo, it is all my fault for being of no use." Observing their misunderstanding, Li Qin couldn't help but chuckle. "Cease your wild imaginings and hasten to prepare. I have a few matters to attend to at the Divine Pill Pavilion." The incident involving Li Qin's assassination of Wang Fengming remained unknown to the two women, as Li Qin chose not to disclose it to them. He believed that informing them would only serve to exacerbate their worries. Similarly, he had no intention of revealing the gift of Tsui Mountain from Fukang. He preferred to wait until they had moved to Tsui Mountain to present them with a delightful surprise. "Father, are you leaving again? Will you take me with you?" Upon seeing Li Qin return home only to depart once more, Li Xian rushed forward and clung to his leg. Li Qin, feeling helpless, gently pinched his daughter's delicate nose and soothingly said, "Sienna, father has important matters to attend to. Will you be a good girl and wait for me at home?" "Oh." Li Xian lowered her head, her spirits somewhat diminished. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Qin could not help but feel a pang of compassion for his daughter. And thus he tenderly lifted her into his arms, carrying her along to the Divine Elixir Pavilion. This visit, however, was not for the purpose of alchemical pursuits. Rather, Li Qin sought to bid farewell to the esteemed manager Fu. Upon reaching the uppermost floor of the pavilion, Li Qin was fortunate enough to meet with manager Fu. The old man regarded Li Qin and his daughter, Li Xian, with a warm and benevolent smile, inquiring, "Young Qin, what brings you to seek out this old man? And why have you brought your daughter along?" "Greetings, Grandpa Fu." Li Xian leapt from Li Qin's embrace, unafraid, and approached manager Fu, sweetly calling out to him. Manager Fu, with a gentle smile, patted Li Xian's head and said, "Sienna is truly obedient." Li Qin stood respectfully to the side, bowing to Master Fu. "Master Fu, I have come to bid you farewell." Master Fu regarded Li Qin with a gentle gaze and inquired calmly, "Have you found a better place?" "I have taken residence on Suiwei Mountain alongside Fairy Huang Qingya, and we have decided to move there. Over the years, Master Fu and the Pavilion Master have shown me great kindness and support, which I shall never forget. However, with children at home and my daughter being quite mischievous, living in Yingshan Square has been a bit of a burden for her." Master Fu looked at Li Qin with warmth and spoke in a tranquil tone. "You have not signed a spiritual contract with me, so I cannot impose upon your freedom. Young Qin, I anticipated your departure from the Divine Pill Pavilion, yet I did not foresee it arriving so soon. Since you wish to leave, I shall not detain you. However, once you move out of Yingshan Square, the path ahead will be yours to tread alone. Consider if there is anything you require. I shall assist you in any way I can. As my time draws near, I seek nothing in return, only that you remember the kindness the young lady has shown you." Li Qin's expression grew solemn as he respectfully bowed to the elderly man before him. Li Xian approached Li Qin, mimicking his demeanor, and bowed respectfully to manager Fu. Over the years at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Fairy Linglong had never treated Li Qin poorly, nor had manager Fu. Their repeated support and guidance had allowed Li Qin's path as an immortal to unfold so smoothly. Although he was about to leave the Divine Elixir Pavilion and the Shadow Mountain District, Li Qin would never forget the immense kindness bestowed upon him by Fairy Linglong and manager Fu. Li Qin departed from the Divine Elixir Pavilion with Li Xian, his storage bag now containing a furnace, the Fire Toad Furnace. According to manager Fu, this furnace was originally a gift intended for you, since you were leaving. Take it with you. At present, Li Qin possessed a substantial fortune in spirit stones, along with over a dozen exquisite magical artifacts, rendering the Fire Toad Furnace of little value in his eyes. Nevertheless, manager Fu's gesture deepened Li Qin's profound gratitude. Li Qin was acutely aware of his unique status within the Shin'an Pavilion. Unlike the other apprentices, who were required to sign a spirit contract with manager Fu before embarking on their own alchemical endeavors, he had never entered into such an agreement. When Shou Jian sought to depart from the pavilion, manager Fu insisted he exchange spirit stones for his contract. In contrast, both the ethereal fairy Ling Long and manager Fu had bestowed upon Li Qin numerous privileges. Consequently, he found himself rather isolated and friendless among the other apprentices. As he prepared to leave the Shin'an Pavilion, Li Qin refrained from bidding farewell to his fellow apprentices. He had intended to say a word of farewell to Yunji in the medicinal garden, but reconsidered upon remembering the way the old man Yunfeng scrutinized him with a watchful, almost suspicious gaze, discouraging any extended conversation with her. Upon exiting the pavilion, Li Qin gazed upon the towering edifice standing at the heart of Yingshan Square. Overwhelmed by a wave of nostalgia, more than a decade ago, he had entered the realm of cultivation as an apprentice here, receiving the Qi-Yin formula from manager Fu. which set him on his path to immortality. Over the ensuing years, he had progressed from chopping firewood to becoming an apprentice, ultimately ascending to the rank of alchemist. His sentiments towards the Shindan Pavilion were bittersweet, for it was the birthplace of his journey into the world of cultivation. Yet, he understood the necessity of departing in order to continue his quest. Standing before the Shindan Pavilion, Li Chun bowed deeply once more to the grand structure, a gesture of farewell. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the pavilion, Manager Fu observed Li Chun and his daughter from his vantage point with a look of satisfaction. He mused softly to himself, "Young Chun, the young lady believes you will become a person of significance in the future. I trust her judgment, for she is never mistaken. Your departure from the pavilion marks the moment a fledgling eagle takes flight and a fish enters the vast ocean. Alas, my days are numbered, and I wonder if I will ever witness your soaring to greatness." After leaving the Shindan Pavilion, Li Chun did not return to his cave abode but instead made his way to the Baidao building, where he procured various spiritual herbs and medicinal seeds, along with some jade gold rice seeds. There lay a medicinal field atop Suiwei Mountain, alongside 30 acres of spiritual farmland that must not be left untended. After acquiring a multitude of items, including 2 small toys for Li Xian, he finally returned to his cave dwelling. Upon his return, Li Chun was greeted by the sight of Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu having meticulously organized the cave, even going so far as to pack away mundane furnishings such as tables, chairs, and cabinets. Li Changxing emerged from the room, having learned of the impending relocation. He could not help but inquire of Li Chun, "Father, are we departing at this very moment?" Li Chun shook his head, expressing that there was no rush. He still needed to prepare a few items. Li Changxing gazed at Li Chun, a look of astonishment gracing his features as he inquired, "Father, are we not to relocate to the Ding-level cave abode? Surely there is no need to prepare anything further?" Li Chun reached out and patted Li Changxing's shoulder, advising him not to inquire further, lest the surprise be diminished. As night fell, Li Chun settled in a lotus position on the mat, retrieving 2 resplendent golden bricks from his storage pouch, along with a palm-sized flying vessel. Fu Kong had presented Li Chun with an extraordinary gift, which encompassed 12 premier magical artifacts. Li Chun intended to utilize 10 of these exquisite items to cultivate the 10,000 treasures body forging technique. The remaining 2 artifacts included 1 golden brick, identical to the one gifted to him by the exquisite fairy, and another being the supreme artifact known as the heavenly net. The heavenly net and the golden brick were meant to work in unison, first ensnaring the foe with the net, followed by delivering a crushing blow with the brick. Li Chun resolved to retain these 2 artifacts for future confrontations. Observing the gleaming bricks closely, he promptly commenced their refinement. Now at the 6th level of Qi refinement, Li Chun found the process of refining top-tier artifacts considerably less strenuous. As the night waned, Li Chun wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, his gaze filled with uncertainty. He had successfully employed his magical energy to cleanse the newly acquired golden brick, imprinting it with his spiritual consciousness, thus achieving its refinement. To his astonishment, upon refining this new golden brick, he discovered a subtle yet discernible connection between the 2 bricks. Immediately, holding one in his left hand and the other in his right, he scrutinized them with great care. Suddenly, the 2 golden bricks radiated a blinding light, akin to magnets, and with a resounding thud, they seamlessly adhered to one another, leaving no trace of separation. Li Chun squinted his eyes, a look of astonishment crossing his face. The 2 golden bricks had merged into one, yet this singular new brick had transformed into a larger and more substantial form. Li Chun meticulously examined the situation and arrived at a conclusion. The 2 radiant golden bricks, upon merging, had significantly enhanced their quality, nearly transcending the realm of magical artifacts, elevating them to the pinnacle among the finest. If he were to acquire another golden brick, could the one in his possession transform into a spiritual artifact? Li Chun caressed his chin, his mind swirling with a myriad of conjectures. Perhaps there existed an ethereal artifact known as the golden light brick, or perhaps a treasure, which, for reasons unknown, had been fragmented into numerous pieces. Once these golden light bricks were refined, could they not merge once more, returning to their original form? After contemplating this intriguing fragment of the golden light brick for a brief moment, Li Chun chose to disregard it and instead commenced the refinement of another mid-tier magical vessel, a flying boat. Li Chun intended to take his family to Suiwei Mountain for settlement. However, with Mo Yunyu, Li Changxing, and Li Xin unable to fly, he needed to refine this intermediate-grade flying vessel. With the vessel at his disposal, There would be no need for the use of teleportation talismans or the inconvenience of horseback travel, thereby saving a considerable amount of time. By dawn, Li Qin had successfully refined the flying vessel. Mo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu, and Li Changxing concluded a night of cultivation, while Li Xian remained in deep slumber. Changxing, accompany me for a visit to the shantytown. Li Qin beckoned Li Changxing to accompany him to the shantytown. Along the way, Li Changxing, puzzled, inquired of Li Qin, "Father, our family is not in such dire straits that we must return to the shantytown, is it? What are you thinking?" Li Qin struck Li Changxing on the head and remarked, "Even if your father is inept, it cannot be to the extent that you are compelled to return to the shantytown. We are here to recruit individuals from this very place." Li Changxing became even more perplexed. "Father, whom shall we choose?" Li Qin offered no explanation as he led Li Changxing directly to the shantytown. This area, located on the periphery of Incheon Square, was not positioned atop a spiritual vein and could only draw a meager essence from the dissipating spiritual energy. Consequently, the dwellings in the shantytown were available for merely 1 spiritual stone per month, with slightly higher rates for courtyard residences. The inhabitants of this shantytown were predominantly lower-tier cultivators, most of whom were at the initial stage of chi refinement, unwilling to abandon their path to immortality. They endeavored each month to earn the necessary spiritual stones to pay their rent, thus allowing them to remain in Incheon Square for their cultivation. Li Qin arrived at the shantytown with the intention of recruiting 2 cultivators at the initial stage of chi refinement to work as spiritual farmers on Sawei Mountain, tending to his fields. The shantytown was not unfamiliar to him. Years ago, when he first entered the realm of cultivation, it was here that he established his home and met individuals such as Han Mao and Xu Chan. Aside from Han Mao and Xu Chan, Li Qin was not well acquainted with the lower-tier loose cultivators in the shantytown. "Oh, is that not Master Li Dan?" exclaimed an elderly man with a crooked smile, revealing his yellowed teeth. "Master Li, you are a person of distinction. What brings you to this humble place?" As Li Qin stepped into the shantytown, he unexpectedly encountered an old neighbor named Zhang, who had once sought to borrow chi-nourishing pills from Li Qin for his grandson, hoping to break through the bottleneck of the 3rd layer of chi refinement. However, Li Qin had declined the request. Now, after so many years, he wondered if Zhang's grandson had successfully broken through to the 4th layer. Li Qin paid no heed to the old man Zhang, leading Li Changxing deeper into the shantytown. The old man Zhang, watching Li Qin's retreating figure, spat on the ground, his face contorted with disdain. After all, they were neighbors from the same dilapidated quarters. Who was he to look down upon? Was it merely a modicum of talent in alchemy and a stroke of fortune that caught Master Qin's attention? "If only my grandson could apprentice at the Divine Pill Pavilion, I am certain he would surpass you." Li Qin's spiritual awareness caught the old man's words. Yet he dismissed them with indifference, uninterested in engaging. After walking a short distance, he encountered a woman. Upon seeing Li Qin, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Oh dear. It seems the magpies have been singing outside my door since early morning, heralding good fortune. Li Dan, sure, would you care to patronize my humble business? My services are excellent and reasonably priced, merely 2 spirit stones. You, Li Dan, sure, are not lacking in spirit stones. Why not give it a try? I assure you, you shall not regret it." This woman, a cultivator of the 3rd level of chi refinement, donned revealing attire and coyly cast flirtatious glances at Li Qin. Li Qin remained unresponsive, while Li Changxing, filled with anger, coldly rebuked, "With such filthy character as yours, do not taint my father's sight. Depart." Kuan Xiu, feeling disgruntled, muttered curses under his breath as he walked away. Li Qin gazed at Li Changxing in astonishment. In his childhood, Li Changxing was quiet and reserved. Now that he has matured somewhat, his temperament has become more composed. In Li Qin's memory, Li Changxing had never exhibited anger, however. Today he found himself in a fit of rage, unleashing a torrent of scathing words upon others. Li Qin gently patted Li Changxing on the shoulder and calmly remarked, "Changxing, do not be easily angered in the face of adversity. Such individuals are best ignored. There is no need to react so strongly." "Father, I shall take your words to heart." Li Qin nodded and embarked on a quest to seek suitable candidates for the role of spiritual farmers, accompanied by Li Changxing. The selection of spiritual farmers is indeed a meticulous process. Li Qin aimed to choose 2 early-stage chi refinement practitioners, ideally one possessing water elemental roots and the other with wood elemental roots. Of course, practitioners with earth elemental roots were also acceptable, as those with water, wood, and earth roots are more suited to the vocation of spiritual farming. Ultimately, Li Chun selected a female practitioner named Wang Lijuan, who possessed water elemental roots and was at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Additionally, he chose a young man named Wu Xiaofan, who possessed earth elemental roots and was at the 2nd level of qi refinement. It is noteworthy that during the selection process, Li Chun encountered Tai Ao, who had yet to embark on the path of cultivation and had not found any means to earn spiritual stones. After all, he was still merely a mortal, living cautiously in a dilapidated neighborhood. Li Chun also brought Tai Ao along. Li Chun serves as the guiding light for Tai Ao on the path to immortality. Having led him onto this celestial journey, Li Chun is more than willing to offer his support once again. Accompanied by Wang Lijuan, Wu Xiaofan, and Tai Ao, the trio returns to the cave dwelling. Upon entering the sacred area, they keep their heads bowed, refraining from casting glances around, displaying an air of profound humility. Xiaoyu, Hongxiu, Xian, follow me, he calls out. Summoning Mo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu, and Li Xian, Li Chen leads the group towards the outskirts of Yishanfang. Additionally, trailing behind them is a dog, resembling a calf in size, with a coat of black and red fur, wagging its tail and playfully sticking out its tongue. In Li Chen's embrace, Li Xian's face radiated with excitement. Father, are you taking me out of Yishanfang? Li Changxing followed closely behind Li Chun, his heart filled with perplexity. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, Father, where are we headed? Mo Yunya and Ning Hongxiu shared the same bewilderment, though the two ladies refrained from voicing their questions. Upon exiting Incher Square, Li Chen surveyed his surroundings and retrieved a palm-sized flying vessel from his storage pouch. As he infused it with his spiritual energy, the diminutive craft expanded, transforming in the wind into a vessel measuring over 10 meters in length and 4 to 5 meters in width, gracefully hovering a few feet above the ground. Mo Yunya and Ning Hongxiu stood in a daze, momentarily at a loss for words. Li Changxing was equally astonished. He had never known that his family possessed a flying vessel. Such a mode of aerial transportation, capable of accommodating numerous passengers, is exceedingly expensive. Li Chun possessed a mid-tier magical vessel, the price of which, if one were to order from the Qianlian Pavilion, would be nearly equivalent to that of a top-tier artifact. The Wang family of Ningbi Cliff owned a magnificent top-tier flying boat, which traversed the bustling markets of the immortal cultivation realm in the Yin Kingdom, serving as a colossal transport for cultivators. To embark upon the Wang family's vessel, a fee of 10 spirit stones was required for a ticket. The Wang family essentially monopolized the passenger transport business within the Yin Kingdom's cultivation community with their top-tier flying boat, reaping substantial profits daily. Li Changxing has embarked on the path of immortality, possessing considerable knowledge of the cultivation realm. He stood there, gazing intently at Li Chen as he released the flying vessel. His heart tumultuous, unable to find tranquility in that moment. Not only Li Changxing, but also Mo Yunyun and Ning Hongxiu shared this sentiment. Only Li Xiantian remained blissfully ignorant, his face alight with excitement as he looked at the ship hovering several feet above the ground, exclaiming, Father, Father, what a magnificent ship. Li Chun chuckled softly. This flying vessel was not particularly large, but in the future, Father would bestow upon Xianu a much grander one. As he spoke, Li Chun cradled Li Xian and leapt into the air, landing gracefully upon the deck. Glancing down at Mo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu, Li Changsheng, and the others below, he remarked with a light-hearted smile, What are you waiting for? Come aboard. The flying vessel ascended into the sky, weaving through the towering peaks, while the rivers encircling the mountains resembled emerald ribbons adorning the earth. The mortal cities appeared no larger than the palm of one's hand. A brisk, cutting wind swept past as Li Chen stood at the bow, his dark robe billowing dramatically in the breeze. Tai Ao gaped in astonishment, observing the swiftly moving craft, the swirling mist around him, and the diminutive cities beneath. He turned his gaze forward to the imposing figure ahead. After a prolonged moment of shock, he finally regained his composure. Is this the power of the immortals? Tai Ao murmured softly, his face alight with envy and his eyes brimming with ambition. The reactions of the others mirrored Tai Ao's sentiments closely. Wang Lijuan stood beside him, her own gaze filled with envy as she could not help but exclaim, Stop dreaming. A flying vessel is not something we can aspire to. Li Changxing approached Li Chen, his heart brimming with astonishment, equal to none, since childhood. Mo Yunyu had conveyed to Li Changsheng the burdens borne by his father, who toiled alone at the Shindan Pavilion to earn spirit stones for the sustenance of the family. Life was arduous, and he was urged to be more sensible, which led to Li Changsheng developing maturity at a tender age. Upon embarking on his cultivation journey, He assisted his mother in washing the green bamboo to produce spirit paper, all in an effort to alleviate some of his father's burdens. Yet now, who could enlighten him on the nature of this flying vessel beneath his feet? Does their family truly possess such a craft? Li Qin cast a glance at his son, offering no explanation. The flying vessel was a gift from Fu Kong, and in comparison to the dozens of storage bags bestowed by Fu Kong, this flying artifact was merely a trivial fraction. The information regarding Fu Kong was something Li Qin could not divulge, not even to Li Changxing, at least for the time being. Li Qin was unable to share Fu Kang's intelligence with Li Changxing. Noticing Li Qin's silence, Li Changxing quickly deduced the situation. He glanced at the trio behind him, Tai Ao, Wang Lijuan, and Wu Xiaofan, forcefully suppressing his curiosity and refraining from further inquiries. Mo Yunya and Ning Hongxiu were likewise beset by numerous questions. Yet they understood that this was not the appropriate moment to voice them. Li Xian sat upon Li Qin's arm, her youthful face brimming with excitement as she gazed eagerly at the vast expanse of mountains and rivers beneath them. In this rare moment of tranquility, she refrained from shouting. Noticing the unusual quietness among the group, Li Chun turned to inquire, "Aren't you curious about where I am taking you?" Mo Yunyu smiled and shook her head, expressing that as long as she accompanied her husband, she cared not for the destination. Ning Hongxiu nodded in agreement. Nearby, Wang Lijuan promptly declared her loyalty, stating, "As long as the master provides us with spirit stones, we shall serve him without question." Tai Ao and Wu Xiaofan, realizing the situation, hurriedly nodded in affirmation. Li Qin withdrew his gaze from the crowd and peered into the distance, a surge of ambition welling up within him. After more than a decade in the realm of cultivation, he had finally emerged from Yin Mountain's abode, breaking free from the protection of the exquisite fairy Linglong. Henceforth, his path in the world of immortals would depend solely on his own efforts. As the onlookers regarded Li Qin's figure, they could not help but feel that he appeared taller and more enigmatic. As Li Chun and his family departed from Yin Mountain to journey towards Ziwei Mountain, in the grade B number 7 cave dwelling of Yin Mountain, Master Chun received a letter. Puzzled, he wondered who could be sending him correspondence. With a furrowed brow, he opened the letter. Moments later, having finished reading, Chin's expression shifted between uncertainty and despair, and he sighed deeply. Foolishness. Why does this young man refuse to heed reason? Instead of following a promising path, he seeks shortcuts. Are there truly shortcuts in the realm of immortality? Taking his family to Ziwei Mountain. Does he really believe that Huang Qingya is a benevolent person? Alas, let him be. However, I fear that my legacy will be buried with me. Meanwhile, in Baodin Tower, the patriarch of the Wang family cast a stern gaze upon Wang Quan and coldly inquired, "Have you uncovered the identity of the one who killed my Wang family's phoenix scion and severed our lineage's fortune?" Wang Quan knelt on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, unable to articulate a response. The patriarch's gaze became even more frigid. "I entrusted you with protecting Fengming, and this is how you fulfill your duty? Fengming is dead, and yet you remain unharmed at the hands of the Blood River?" Wang Quan stammered, his voice trembling. "Grandfather, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please punish me." The patriarch picked up a teacup from the table and smashed it against Wang Quan's forehead, who did not dare to evade, resulting in a bloodied brow. "Wretch! From now on, Baodian Tower will be overseen by Feng Qi. You are to pursue the murderer of Fengming. Regardless of the means, you must uncover the culprit. If you fail to identify the one responsible for Fengming's death, do not return to Ningbai Cliff, nor shall you be considered a member of the Wang family again." "Yes." Wang Quan dared not to retort, fearing the wrath of his ancestor. Wang Shou rose, his expression grim, and swept away. Once the patriarch had departed, Wang Quan stood, a look of distress etched upon his face, and turned to the young man beside him. "The realm of cultivation is vast. Where shall I seek the one who killed Fengming?" "Feng Qi, you are clever. Help your second uncle devise a plan." With a calm demeanor, Wang Fengqi replied, "Second uncle, Fengming was a 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, carrying many treasures bestowed by our ancestor. Consider this. How many cultivators in Yin Mountain, or even in Heishui Prefecture, could ambush Fengming? Who has Fengming made enemies with? Who benefits most from Fengming's demise? Or rather, who would most desire to see Fengming stunted in his growth?" Wang Quan's eyes flickered. "Feng Qi, are you suggesting the Yulong Yang family?" Wang Fengqi shrugged. "I do not know, but in Heishui Prefecture, there are few capable of killing Fengming or daring to do so. Regardless, Uncle Heir, you seem to lack direction. Why not investigate? Fengming is the phoenix descendant of the Wang family, bearing the weight of our clan's fortune. Whoever is responsible for Fengming's demise shall face our family's wrath." Wang Quan nodded, a fierce glint appearing in his eyes, and I discerned my course of action. As I watched Wang Quan depart, Wang Fengqi gently shook his head, a fleeting glimmer of bloodlust in his eyes, a mocking expression adorning his face. With Fengming's death, what purpose lies in expending time and effort to uncover the murderer? Indeed, Fengming, possessing third-grade spiritual roots, was regarded by the ancestor as our family's phoenix child, to whom he had devoted immense effort and resources. Now that Fengming has perished, it is only natural for the ancestor to be enraged. However, the substantial resources invested in Fengming now lie wasted. Ancestor, family, how amusing. Had you allocated half of the resources spent on Fengming to me, I would not have strayed down this path. Now, with Fengming gone, it is too late to remember me. Seated in his chair, Wang Fengqi, strikingly handsome, supported his chin with one hand, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Yet, Fengming's death can indeed be leveraged. Wang Quan is a brute, with a little guidance. I can certainly incite conflict between our families. Such conflict will surely claim many lives, for the blood of kin is far sweeter than that of outsiders. As he contemplated this, Wang Fengqi extended his tongue to lick his lips, his eyes gradually turning a deep crimson. The title of Blood River Man has a certain appeal. After a considerable time, the flying vessel approached Chisho, drawing closer to Tsuiwei Mountain. Gazing at the verdant peaks, his eyes fell upon a tall female cultivator clad in an apricot-colored robe atop the mountain, and a smile graced Li Qin's face. Li Changxing stood beside Li Qin, his heart brimming with perplexity as he could no longer contain his curiosity. Father, what is this place? Why have you brought us here? The others also turned their gazes towards Li Chun. Li Chun deftly maneuvered the flying vessel to a gradual descent, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. This place, Qingzhou Tsuiwei Mountain, would henceforth be our home. Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu exchanged glances, their gazes drawn to the striking figure ahead clad in an apricot-colored robe, a tall and beautiful female cultivator. As the vessel touched down, Li Qin cradled Li Xian and approached Huang Qingya. Upon reaching her, Li Qin remarked with a smile, Qingya, as the master of Tsuiwei Mountain, you need not have waited here to greet us. Huang Qingya's gaze swept over the group, her demeanor slightly awkward as she replied in a frosty tone. I simply felt stifled indoors and came out for some fresh air. It was mere coincidence that I encountered you, not a deliberate wait. Li Qin understood Huang Qingya's disposition well. She often exuded an air of aloofness in the presence of unfamiliar company. Li Qin gently patted Li Xian's head, calling out, Xianer, summon the others. Li Xian gazed at Huang Qingya, then tilted her head to look up at Li Qin. She bit her finger, her face adorned with innocence. Father. What should I call her? Before Li Qin could respond, Li Xian leaped down from his embrace. Fearless, she approached Huang Qingya, tilting her head as she inquired, esteemed fairy. May I address you as auntie? What a good daughter. Your father has not doted on you in vain. Li Qin could not help but smile, giving his daughter Li Xian a thumbs up. Indeed, she was a thoughtful little treasure, proving that she was well worth raising. In truth, Li Xian's intentions were quite innocent. In their household, it was Mo Yuni and Li Changsheng who doted on her the most, and she affectionately referred to Mo Yuni as Annie. Upon encountering Huang Qingya, she naturally hoped to gain another aunt who would cherish her as much as Mo Yuni did. Huang Qingya cast a playful, reproachful glance at Li Qin, saying, At such a tender age, you are already leading her astray. What kind of father are you? With that, she lifted Li Xian into her arms, gently pinching the delicate bridge of her nose. Her expression softened, and with a warm and amiable demeanor, she remarked, My dear, you have grown so beautifully. How old are you this year? Auntie is truly the beautiful one, replied Li Xian. I am 5 years old this year, and have yet to visit the mundane world. My brother says the candied hawthorn there is delightful, but no one has taken me to buy some. Auntie, will you take me to the mundane world and buy me some candied hawthorn? Li Xian was cradled in Huang Qingya's embrace, her eyes shimmering with a flicker of emotion, a visage adorned with innocence and a hint of grievance. Li Qin stood to the side, unable to suppress his inner turmoil. While others may be oblivious, he certainly understood his own daughter. Despite her tender age, Li Xian was quite the little trickster. Her father had fallen for her deceptions on numerous occasions. Huang Qingya gazed gently at Li Xian in her arms, her eyes softening. The delicate features of her face seemed to blossom like snow melting under the sun, revealing a radiant smile. No one had bought candied hawthorns for Xianer, but I shall. Indeed, the auntie is truly kind to Xianer. Li Xian wore a radiant smile, gently nuzzling into Huang Qingya's embrace, causing her 2 jade peaks to sway gracefully, creating a mesmerizing undulation. Li Qin's eyelids twitched slightly, The audacious deeds he had refrained from undertaking were now boldly embraced by his daughter. Xiaoyu, Hongxiu, Chongqing, come here. Allow me to introduce to you this prodigious talismanic practitioner. Huang Qingya, also known as Fairy Huang, the master of Zuwei Mountain. Chongqing, summoned the others. Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with a hint of apprehension. They had certainly heard of Huang Qingya's illustrious name, yet had never encountered her in person. After all, Huang Qingya was a gifted talisman master, a cultivator at the late Qi refinement stage, and a prominent figure in the Yinshe market. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a rigid hierarchy. Lower-ranked practitioners are compelled to harbor a sense of reverence in the presence of those of superior cultivation. Observing the contrast between Li Chun and Huang Qingya, Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu could clearly discern the extraordinary bond shared by the two. However, they found themselves at a loss for how to address Huang Qingya and thus remained silent. Li Chongqing stood beside Li Qin, gazing at Huang Qingya across from him, who was cradling Li Xian. He scratched his head, remaining silent for an extended period. Li Chongqing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he cast a pleading glance towards Li Chun. Father, what should I say? Li Chun pressed his forehead. Opposite him, Li Xian giggled, her laughter bright and melodious. Brother, you are truly foolish. Since Sienna calls her auntie, you must do the same. Li Chongqing gazed at Li Qin. Li Qin tilted his head, avoiding eye contact with his son. Chongqing respectfully greeted his aunt. Fortunately, this son was not foolish. He ultimately performed a courteous bow to Huang Qingya, addressing her as aunt. Huang Qingya, with a gentle smile, extended a virtual gesture of support toward Li Chongqing from several paces away. Chongqing, is it? There is no need for formality. This Qivi mountain belongs not only to me but also to you all. It shall be your home from now on. As she spoke, Huang Qingya's gaze shifted toward Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu. Caught off guard by Huang Qingya's esteemed presence and formidable cultivation, Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu exchanged uncertain glances. Dear friends, Huang Qingya continued, I share a profound bond with Taoist Li, so you need not feel constrained. Taoist Li, please help settle Chongqing and our two friends while I take Sienna for a stroll. Li Chen nodded. Qingya, you may go ahead. Upon their first encounter with Huang Qingya, a prodigious talisman practitioner in the later stage of Qi refining, Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu found themselves somewhat at a loss. Huang Qingya, however, possessed a disposition that did not lend itself to overt displays of affability. She maintained an air of aloofness towards those unfamiliar to her. Once Huang Qingya had departed, Li Chen turned to Iron Ao, Wang Lijuan, and Wu Xiaofan, speaking calmly, please find a place to settle down as I summon you. Yes, my lord. The trio replied respectfully before taking their leave. After they had exited, Li Chen glanced at Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu, saying, let us proceed. This place will be our home from now on. I shall lead you to select 2 courtyards. Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu followed closely behind Li Chun, remaining relatively silent throughout the journey. Li Chun turned around, his gaze soft as he looked at the 2 women. Feel free to ask whatever is on your minds. Surely, your fear of Qingya does not extend to me, your husband? Ning Hongxiu, displaying a more vivacious demeanor, was the first to speak. My lord, are we truly going to reside here from now on? Li Chen nodded, affirming that this would indeed be their new home. Originally, Zuwei Mountain belonged to the Yin family. However, the Yin family had offended Qingya, who, in a fit of rage, annihilated them and claimed the mountain as her own. Feeling somewhat solitary in her conquest, Qingya, who shared a cordial relationship with me, invited us to settle in Zuwei Mountain. Although this mountain was a gift from Fukong, it was unnecessary to disclose this matter to Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu. Li Chen and Huang Qingya had conferred. Recognizing that the Yin family was the downfall of Huang Qingya, who also held the nominal title of the master of Zuwei Mountain, Ning Hongxiu's eyes sparkled as she turned to Li Chen and inquired, my husband, have you and that fairy Huang already forged a bond as partners on the path? In this matter, Li Chen chose not to conceal the truth and replied calmly, I indeed harbor intentions to unite with Qingya as partners. Yet our relationship has not yet reached that stage. Ning Hongxiu nodded, I understand. My husband, you hold affection for Fairy Huang, and she reciprocates your feelings. You are merely a step away from solidifying your bond. Worry not, for Hongxiu shall ensure a harmonious rapport with Fairy Huang. Li Chen gently tousled Ning Hongxiu's hair, his gaze filled with warmth. Turning to the side where Mo Yunyu stood, Li Chen inquired with a smile, Little Rain, do you harbor any worries? Why have you remained silent? Is it that you do not appreciate Qingya? Mo Yunyu softly shook her head and replied in a gentle voice. Fairy Huang possesses profound cultivation and is also a talisman master. Naturally, I am delighted that my husband can forge a partnership with Fairy Huang. Observing the aura of self-doubt and timidity emanating from Mo Uni, Li Qin began to comprehend her innermost feelings. She was engulfed in fear. The presence of Huang Qingyao instilled trepidation within her, causing her innate insecurities to surface in the face of Huang Qingyao's brilliance. Li Qin let out a gentle sigh. Drawing Missouri Yunyu close and softly reassuring her, "Little Rain, do not fret. Regardless of the circumstances, you shall always remain my Dao partner. And I will not overlook you for the sake of Qingya." Mo Yunyu lifted her gaze to meet Li Qin's tender eyes, and only then did she reveal a smile. Her demeanor lightening. Suiwei Mountain is neither particularly vast nor insignificantly small. Li Qin and Huang Qingya occupied Suiwei Mountain, yet the presence of others was notably sparse, rendering the entire mountain somewhat desolate. Li Qin selected a courtyard situated atop the spiritual vein for both Mo Yunya and Ning Hongxiu, while he also chose an independent courtyard for Li Changshen. These courtyards, remnants of the Yin family, were not looked down upon by Li Qin, who was also disinclined to undertake any substantial renovations. Li Changshen has matured and embarked on his journey towards immortality. He now requires his own space, no longer needing to share a cave with Mo Yunyu and Li Xian. However, within such a vast mountain, Li Qin feels a certain desolation in the sparse presence of others. After some contemplation, he concludes that he should venture into the mortal realm to procure a few maidservants, thereby infusing a touch of vitality into Tsuweiwei Mountain. Having claimed a mountain and on the verge of establishing a family, it is only fitting to have attendants and servants at the disposal of Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu. Li Qin established a cave dwelling at the very heart of the spiritual vein, nestled adjacent to the cave dwelling created by Huang Qingya. This sanctuary was intended for Li Qin's cultivation and seclusion. Once the cave was completed, Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu had already settled in. That night, Li Qin visited Mo Yunyu's courtyard. He could perceive the emotional turmoil within her. Resting her delicate, pale cheek against Li Qin's chest, Mo Yunyu spoke softly, "Husband, once you unite with Fairy Huang as your partner, please allow her to become the matriarch of Tsuwei Mountain. Fairy Huang possesses remarkable cultivation and exceptional talent. She is the one who can truly support you and walk alongside you on the path of immortality. Please do not let her feel slighted." Li Qin turned over, pinning Mo Yunyu beneath him, and remarked that they had not reached that point yet, questioning the necessity of such words. As Li Qin exerted his strength, Mo Yunyu began to hum softly, her arms tightly wrapped around his neck. With great difficulty, she spoke, "Husband, shall we have another child?" "Very well, as you wish." Li Qin acquiesced to her wishes. Initially, he had no intention of continuing to have children with Mo Yunyu. After all, Mo Yunyu possessed a 9th grade spiritual root. And even if his own spiritual root were to elevate to the 6th grade, the offspring they bore together would likely lack exceptional innate talent. However, sensing Mo Yunyu's insecurity and her yearning for another child, Li Qin decided to indulge her. Moreover, the system had issued a new quest requiring the birth of 5 offspring with spiritual roots. Even if the child Mo Yunyu bore did not possess high spiritual aptitude, Li Qin was unconcerned. He could always enhance their potential with resources. That night, Li Qin did not restrain himself, and he and Mo Yunyu were entwined in passion for the better part of the night. When Mo Yunyu, with a smile upon her lips, fell into a deep slumber, Li Qin gently caressed her slender cheek and placed a tender kiss upon her forehead. Only then did he don his garments and quietly exit the room, returning to his cave abode for meditation. At the outset, Li Qin harbored no sentiments of love for Mo Yunyu. Initially, Mo Bai had borrowed spiritual stones from Li Qin, selling Mo Yunyu to him for the price of 120 spiritual stones. Li Qin cherished the timid and self-effacing young woman, and fortuitously, he needed to fulfill the first side quest assigned by the system. Therefore, he took out his meager sum of 120 spirit stones and brought Mo Yunyu back home. For many years, Mo Yunyu had been devoted to Li Qin, her heart full of thoughts of her husband and their child. Over the years, the bond between Li Qin and Mo Yunyu had gradually deepened, evolving into a profound affection. Ning Hongxiu shared a similar sentiment towards Mo Yunyu. However, Huang Qingya evoked a different feeling in Li Qin. It was in her company that he felt a stir of emotions. As Li Qin stepped out of Mo Yunyu's courtyard, he made his way towards the newly established cave dwelling, his thoughts drifting to Huang Qingya. At present, there remained an elusive connection between them. Huang Qingya's character was distinctly different from that of Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu. She was fiercely independent and held her own opinions. To take that final step with her, her consent was imperative. Under the moonlight, Li Qin returned to the cave. Huang Qingya stood before it. Her gaze filled with disdain as she scrutinized him from head to toe. The rumors circulating in Yinshan Square spoke of your indulgence in the allure of women. Master Li Dan, it appears they were not unfounded. One cannot fathom how someone so engrossed in the charms of the fairer sex managed to cultivate to the 6th level of qi refinement in a mere decade. Li Qin, however, did not agree with the portrayal of himself as a man obsessed with women. From the moment he embarked on his path to immortality, he had diligently pursued his cultivation without a hint of complacency. Even after spending a good part of the night with Mo Yunyu, he did not succumb to the allure of comfort, but instead remained committed to returning to his cave for further training. Such was his unwavering dedication. Yet, these thoughts need not be articulated. Turning to Huang Qingya, Li Chun smiled gently and inquired, Qingya, the dawn is approaching. What brings you here? Were you perhaps waiting for me intentionally? Huang Qingya lifted her chin, her neck elongated like that of a proud swan. Do not flatter yourself. Who would wait for you? I merely stepped out to enjoy the moonlight, as it is quite exquisite tonight. Li Chen nodded and took a seat beside Huang Qingya, lifting his gaze towards the luminous moon overhead. Indeed, the moonlight tonight was enchanting, though it paled in comparison to Qingya's beauty. Huang Qingya flashed a radiant smile, revealing her pearly white teeth, unreserved in her expression of joy. She settled next to Li Chen and, similarly gazing up at the celestial orb, spoke softly, in my childhood, whenever I felt wronged, I would climb up to the rooftop and gaze at this bright moon. The moon has accompanied me all these years, seemingly unchanging and eternal. Li Chen responded with a smile. The bright moon remains eternally unchanged. In contrast, a human life is all too fleeting. Thus, on the path of immortality, cultivators fervently pursue longevity, aspiring to exist as timelessly as the moon. Indeed, who among us cultivators does not wish for eternal life? Huang Qingya nodded in agreement, her expression turning serious as she addressed Li Chen. I have a matter I wish to inquire about. Meeting her earnest gaze, Li Chen replied with a smile. I shall answer all that I can. Huang Qingya tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and spoke softly. You have named your son Changxing and your daughter Xian, which clearly reflects your aspirations for eternal life. Yet, I find it perplexing. If you indeed seek immortality, why do you indulge in romantic entanglements? From my observations, your two partners seem lacking in potential. By choosing them as companions and bearing offspring, are you not hindering your own cultivation? Li Chen gently shook his head and calmly spoke. Qingya, there is something I must tell you. Huang Qingya tilted her head. Li Chen continued, in truth, I possess a rare constitution. With each marriage to a partner and every child I bear, my spiritual roots and talents are elevated. For me, Xiao Yu and Hong Xiu are not burdens, nor are Changsheng and Xianer. It is precisely because of their presence that my originally tumultuous path to immortality has become smooth. Li Chen confided in Huang Qingya about the possibility of enhancing his spiritual root aptitude, albeit concealing the existence of the system and attributing the potential enhancement to a unique constitution. Upon hearing Li Chen's assertion, Huang Qingya remained skeptical, questioning, Truly, you are not deceiving me? Li Chen nodded affirmatively, assuring you that he was not deceiving you. When I participated in the spiritual root assessment at the Zishu Immortal sect, I discovered that I possessed a 9th grade spiritual root. Ever since the birth of Changxing and Xianer, my spiritual root aptitude has significantly improved. Huang Qingya opened her mouth, and after a prolonged moment, she regained her composure, scrutinizing Li Chun from head to toe, and spoke in a low voice. If this matter is indeed true, you should not have disclosed it to me. Li Chun chuckled gently and spoke softly. Qingya, I wish to become your Tao partner, to support each other as we tread the path of immortality, and thus, I should have no secrets from you. Huang Qingya rolled her eyes, her expression tinged with skepticism as she regarded Li Chen. You desire to become my Tao partner, I suspect, primarily to enhance your own spiritual roots potential. Am I correct? Li Chen candidly acknowledged that there indeed existed such considerations. However, his affection for Qingya was sincere. Being in her presence felt as though the sky was vaster, the moonlight more exquisite, and the sunlight more resplendent, rendering the entire world more enchanting. Huang Qingya's eyes flickered as she shifted the conversation, inquiring, apart from me, who else is aware of your unique constitution? Li Chen's expression suddenly turned grave. Thus far, only Qingya was privy to his secret. Not only was it the matter of his unique constitution, but even the truth of his cultivation level remained known solely to her. Therefore, Qingya, you ought to believe that I genuinely hold affection for you. Do you not? Huang Qingya rose, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Who knows? For now, I remain unconvinced. As for when I might believe, that depends on your performance. Ah, the dawn has broken. I shall take my leave. With that, Huang Qingya stepped into the cave dwelling, her steps noticeably lighter. Watching the door of the cave gradually close behind her, Li Chun felt his spirits lift as well. Li Chun understood that he had grown closer to Huang Qingya, and with just a single opportunity, the barrier between them could be shattered. Li Chun guided the group in familiarizing themselves with the enchanting Suwei Mountain. Li Chun and Huang Qingya walked ahead, while Mo Yunya and Ning Hongxiu lagged slightly behind by half a pace. Li Chaoxing trailed behind Mo Yunya and Ning Hongxiu by another half a pace. Behind Li Chaoxing stood Wang Lijuan, Wu Xiaofan, and Tai Ao, their expressions imbued with respect. As for Li Xian, she rode ahead on a black and red dog, the size of a calf, leading the way in front of Li Qin and Huang Qingya. Upon arriving at the 30 acres of spiritual fields, Li Qin turned his gaze towards Wang Lijuan and the others, calmly stating, "From this day forth, these 30 acres shall be entrusted to you, 10 acres each." With that, Li Qin retrieved a pristine book from his storage pouch and tossed it to Wang Lijuan. This contains the methods for cultivating the Yujin rice. Study it diligently once you return. He then distributed the spiritual seeds of Yujin rice among the three of them. In the future, 70% of the annual harvest shall be mine, while 30% will belong to you. Do you have any objections? Master has treated us with such generosity. We can only express our gratitude and have no objections. Wang Lijuan and the others promptly bowed to Li Qin, now fully aware that it was indeed Li Qin, their esteemed master, who wielded the ultimate authority over Suwei Mountain. Compared to other cultivation families, the terms offered by Li Qin were indeed quite generous. In the realm of cultivation, spiritual farmers typically cultivated spiritual rice for the families, who would claim 80% of the harvest, leaving only 20% for the farmers. The conditions presented by Li Chun and Huang Qingya are indeed quite generous. The spirit field on Suwei Mountain is limited to merely 30 acres. Otherwise, numerous loose cultivators would flock to Suwei Mountain to become spirit farmers. There is no need for expressions of gratitude. From now on, diligently tend to the spirit field. After all, the more abundant the harvest of spirit rice, the greater your share will be. This Yujin rice is a first-tier advanced spirit plant. If your yield reaches 300 pounds per acre, then over 10 acres, that amounts to 3,000 pounds. In due time, you will receive 900 pounds. Put forth your utmost effort. Upon hearing Li Qin's words, Wang Lijuan and the others felt a weight settle in their breaths. Yujin rice is a first-tier advanced spirit rice, selling for over 10 spirit stones per pound in Incheon Square. Furthermore, Yujin rice yields harvests every 2 years, implying that they could reap over 1,000 spirit stones in 2 years, averaging more than 500 annually. The three silently marveled. Serving as spirit farmers for a formidable faction is indeed advantageous. Not only can they cultivate on fertile land at no cost, but they can also accumulate a considerable amount of spirit stones. It is worth noting that even in the slums of Incheon Square, one must pay a spirit stone in rent each month, let alone dream of residing in a cave dwelling. It is no wonder that those rootless wanderers in Incheon Square are willing to go to great lengths to join various prominent cultivation families, seeking roles as spirit farmers, herb farmers, or fish farmers. Unfortunately, these families do not require so many individuals. Though Suwei Mountain may not be a large power, it certainly holds its own influence. After encouraging the three for a moment, Li Chun continued to explore Suwei Mountain with his wife and child. Upon seeing the lush green bamboo forest atop the mountain, Mo Yuni's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just imagine how much spirit paper could be produced from such an expansive grove of bamboo. Li Chun smiled silently. After familiarizing everyone with Suwei Mountain, he returned to his cave dwelling, preparing to enter seclusion to cultivate the 10,000 treasures forging body technique. Should he succeed in attaining the 10 treasures body, he would unlock the gateway to body cultivation, enabling him to traverse the Qi refinement realm with the prowess of its pinnacle. Before his retreat, Li Qin had several matters to discuss with Huang Qingya. Within the cave, Li Chun sat opposite Huang Qingya. Li Chun retrieved a storage bag from his sleeve and placed it before Huang Qingya. "Qingya, for the time being, I shall enter seclusion to cultivate a particular technique. Here are 30,000 spirit stones. Hold on to them for now. I was unable to enlist the services of a formation master at Incheon Square, so I require you to make a trip to Qinghe Square to invite one to set up a protective array. Furthermore, once you arrive at Qinghe Square, do keep an eye out for items such as the Earth Origin Fruit, Shiqing Milk, and Huanglong Marrow. I will provide you with a list specifying what I need. Procure as much as you can." As he spoke, Li Chun produced a prepared list and handed it to Huang Qingya. detailing the spiritual herbs and auxiliary materials required for crafting Earth Origin pills, Ascension pills, and Jiangyan pills. Presently, Li Qin had attained the 6th level of Qi refinement and needed the Earth Origin pills to break through the bottleneck and ascend to the 7th level. Huang Qingya, being at the 8th level of Qi refinement, also required pills for her cultivation, and the Ascension pills and Jiangyan pills were perfectly suited for her. At this moment, Li Qin remained unaware of the grade of Huang Qingya's spiritual root. He only knew that she possessed a blood symbol spiritual body, with extraordinary talent in the art of talisman crafting, enabling her to draw top-tier talismans and even expend her essence blood to elevate a first-tier top-tier talisman to a second-tier one. Despite being merely at the 8th level of Qi refinement, Huang Qingya's combat prowess was formidable, placing her among the most powerful practitioners within the Qi refinement realm. Unless she encountered a foundation establishment cultivator, she faced little danger in the realm of cultivation. Huang Qingya did not decline the offer. She accepted the storage bag given by Li Qin and, with a bright smile, replied, "Such a substantial sum of spirit stones, entrusted to me. And you seem to be at ease with it." Li Qin's smile was gentle and refined. "For the time being, Suiwei Mountain shall be entrusted to you." Huang Qingya nodded. "Since you have such faith in me, I shall undoubtedly live up to your trust. Rest assured, I will take good care of Suiwei Mountain." After discussing all matters with Huang Qingya, Li Qin summoned Mo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu, Li Changxing, and Li Xian. Li Qin spoke to several individuals about his impending retreat for cultivation, distributing spirit stones and medicinal pills to encourage them to diligently pursue their training and to avoid complacency. He felt reassured regarding Ning Hongxiu and Li Changxing. However, he harbored some concerns for Mo Yunyu, as she possessed a rather laid-back attitude and displayed little enthusiasm for enhancing her cultivation. Ultimately, Li Qin turned his gaze toward Li Xian. "Xianer, your father will be entering seclusion for a considerable period. You will not see me for a long time. Please remember to heed your mother and your 2 aunts. Do you understand?" Li Xian, having been born in the realm of cultivation, possessed a vague understanding of Li Qin's impending seclusion. Gazing up at the affable Li Qin, she clung to his leg and gently swayed, pleading, "Father, could you please refrain from entering seclusion?" Li Qin did not respond to Li Xian, instead directing his gaze towards Ning Hongxiu and Mo Yunyu. He spoke solemnly. "Xianer's spiritual roots are on the verge of complete dampening. You must remember to encourage her to diligently cultivate and prevent her from behaving recklessly as she has in the past." Ning Hongxiu nodded. "Rest assured, my husband. I will ensure that Xianer dedicates herself to her training." Li Qin nodded, directing his gaze towards Li Changxing. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved 2 magical artifacts. One was the mixed iron shield, a gift from Mo Yunxing, and the other was the crimson edge sword. Handing the 2 low-tier artifacts to Li Changxing, Li Qin patted him on the shoulder and said, "Changxing, I entrust these artifacts to you for now. I hope that by the time father emerges from his seclusion, you will have already advanced to the 4th layer of Qi refinement." Li Changxing nodded with conviction, assuring his father, "Do not worry, dear father, your son shall not let you down." His gaze swept across the crowd, having conveyed all that was necessary, before Li Qin retreated to his cave abode, sealing it behind him. Within the sanctuary, Li Qin sat cross-legged upon a mat, 10 exquisite artifacts arrayed before him. As he contemplated these supreme treasures, he inhaled deeply, gradually closing his eyes, channeling the mystical energies within his being, transforming himself into a crucible. Recalling the profound insights from the 10,000 treasures forging the body scripture, Li Qin understood that he must serve as the furnace, igniting the divine fire with the essence of his vitality, blood, and spirit. He would then refine the artifacts into his very being, forging himself into a corporeal treasure. Li Qin was uncertain about the duration required to cultivate the 10 treasures body, yet it was likely to be a considerable span of time. Within the cave abode, Li Qin's entire being radiated a crimson hue, as his essence, blood, and spirit fused together, igniting the divine flame. He appeared to be transformed into a furnace, wielding a supreme magical artifact that gradually dimmed in brilliance. In this secluded sanctuary, Li Qin lost all sense of time. Outside, Huang Qingya stood atop the mountain peak, her gaze icy as she scrutinized a group of cultivators opposite her. "Master Fang, it seems you are dissatisfied with this possession of Suiwei Mountain by this fairy." Behind Huang Qingya stood Mo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu, Li Changxing, and others. Fang Zhitao, accompanied by several cultivators of the refining Qi realm, ascended Suiwei Mountain. His eyes flickered as he bowed respectfully to Huang Qingya. "Fairy Huang, this Suiwei Mountain originally belonged to the Yin clan. Your occupation of it reflects poorly on the Yin clan's inability to defend their territory. We dare not voice any objections. However, the Fong family has maintained a cordial relationship with the Yin clan for decades. Now, with your occupation of Tsuiwei Mountain, it is peculiar not to see a single Yin cultivator present. We must inquire, how have you dealt with the Yin clan's disciples? Clad in an apricot-hued robe, Huang Qingya's demeanor was indifferent. The formidable aura of her 8th level of refining qi erupted from her being, unrestrainedly assaulting Fong Zhitao and the other Fong cultivators. As she coldly spoke, Master Fong, are you questioning this fairy? Fong Zhitao, also at the 8th level of refining qi, remained unyielding under Huang Qingya's pressure, responding calmly. I would not dare to question Fairy Huang. However, given the close ties between the Fong and Yin clans, it is only natural for us to inquire about the recent upheaval concerning the Yin clan. Might I request you to enlighten us on how you have dealt with the Yin family's members? I have exterminated them all, Huang Qingya replied, her expression frigid and her tone composed. The ancestor of the Yin clan coveted my beauty and provoked me. I annihilated the Yin clan. Do you, the Fong family, wish to intercede on their behalf? As she spoke, Huang Qingya tapped her waist pouch, and streams of spiritual light emerged, swirling around her like lively fish. Among the hundreds of lights were unmistakably top-tier spirit talismans. Observing the spectacle, Fong Zhitao's eyelids twitched, and his imposing aura diminished. Fairy Huang, please do not misunderstand. We harbor no intentions of reproach. If the Yin clan has foolishly provoked you, their annihilation is their own doing. I come to Tsuiwei Mountain today with no ill will. As you shall be our neighbor, it is only right for me, as the head of the Fong family, to extend my greetings and present a token of congratulations. A modest gift, not worthy of your regard, I hope you will graciously accept. Fong Zhitao retrieved a jade box from his storage pouch. His expression transformed to one of affability, starkly contrasting his earlier demeanor. Huang Qingya glanced at Fong Zhitao and then at the other members of the Fong clan behind him, before calmly stating, Changxing. Li Changxing gazed admiringly at his aunt, Huang Qingya. Upon hearing her call, he promptly approached and took the jade box from Fong Zhitao, then returned to stand behind Huang Qingya. Master Fong, if there is nothing pressing, I must kindly decline to host you. Huang Qingya stated as she accepted the jade box offered by Fong Zhitao, showing little warmth towards him and the other members of the Fong family, swiftly ushering them out. Master Huang, do visit me at Tiger Head Mountain when you have the time. Now that we are neighbors, it is only fitting that we maintain a cordial relationship. I have urgent matters to attend to today, Fong Zhitao replied, clad in a cerulean robe and dressed as a scholar. He bore no anger. Bowing respectfully to Huang Qingya before departing with several members of the Fong clan, Huang Qingya watched calmly as Fong Zhitao and his entourage left, then turned to Mo Yunyun and Ning Hongxiu, speaking gently, do not be afraid. I shall take care of everything. Mo Yunyun nodded, her voice soft as she replied. With Sister Huang here, we naturally feel at ease. Li Changxing approached Huang Qingya, holding a jade box, his expression one of utmost respect, his gaze filled with admiration. Auntie Huang, you were truly splendid just now. The cultivators from the Fong family dared not act recklessly in your presence. A faint smile graced Huang Qingya's beautiful visage as she encouraged him, saying, Changxing, you must strive diligently in your cultivation. Once you attain a higher level of mastery, no one will dare to act with impudence before you. Li Changxing nodded with emphasis. For the words spoken by Aunt Huang Qingya resonated closely with the admonitions often imparted by his father. His gaze swept across the group, where Huang Qingya produced a crimson spirit talisman along with a handful of superior talismans. She emanated an air of authority, her tone gentle as she declared, I must make a journey to King of Fang to procure some spiritual items, and I also need to summon an array master to set up a protective formation. Hongxiu, since you possess the highest cultivation here, I entrust you with these second-tier Thunderfire talismans and this collection of superior talismans. After I depart from Tsuiwei Mountain, you shall oversee its defense. Meeting Huang Qingya's gaze, Ning Hongxiu nodded resolutely, Sister Huang, you need not worry. I will ensure the safety of Tsuiwei Mountain. Without further ado, Huang Qingya transformed into a beam of sword light and soared away. After Li Qin's retreat on Tsuiwei Mountain, the management of both significant and trivial matters was predominantly decided by Huang Qingya. In truth, Huang Qingya was merely 1 year younger than Mo Yunyu. However, Mo Yunyu's inherent weakness and lack of independent thought compelled her to instinctively adopt a submissive stance in Huang Qingya's presence, relegating herself to a position inferior to that of Huang Qingya. Li Qin entered seclusion, while Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu regarded Huang Qingya as their pillar of strength. Huang Qingya bore the demeanor of the matriarch of Tsuweiwei Mountain, and no one objected to this. Located several dozen miles away from Tsuweiwei Mountain is Tiger Head Mountain, named for its resemblance to a tiger's head. Tiger Head Mountain also harbors a first-tier spiritual vein. The mountain is inhabited by the Fong family, a clan of qi refining practitioners. The Fong family possesses moderate influence within Qingzhou, neither particularly strong nor weak. Boasting a peak qi refining ancestor and 5 clan members at the late stage of qi refining, along with dozens of practitioners in the early to mid stages of qi refining. Additionally, many mortals reside on Tiger Head Mountain, descendants of the Fong family. The offspring of cultivators do not always possess spiritual roots. In the conference hall of Tiger Head Mountain, the clan leader Fong Zhitao respectfully gazed at the aged elder above him and bowed in deference. Ancestor, I have investigated thoroughly. The Yin family has been annihilated. Currently, the occupants of Tsuweiwei Mountain are a cultivator named Huang Qingya and another named Li Qin. Huang Qingya hails from Yinshan Fong, is under 30 years of age, and possesses an 8th level qi refining cultivation. She is a talisman master capable of inscribing top-tier spiritual talismans. As for Li Qin, he was originally a pharmacist from the Divine Pill Pavilion in Yinshan Fong, with a mere 4th level qi refining cultivation, hardly significant. The Fong ancestor, seated in a position of authority, regarded the younger generation below with a calm gaze and spoke solemnly. Though the young lady Huang is inexperienced, she should not be underestimated. Our Tiger Head Mountain is adjacent to Tsuweiwei Mountain. Zhu Tao, issue a directive. The Clan S members are forbidden from provoking Tsuweiwei Mountain. Fong Zhitao nodded in agreement, deeply persuaded. Today, Huang Qingya unleashed over 100 top-tier spiritual talismans, which genuinely astonished him. Indeed, a talisman master is not to be trifled with. Although Huang Qingya's cultivation is only at the 8th level of qi refining, lower than that of their ancestor, the overwhelming number of talismans she produced is sufficient to deter any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage, instilling fear in all who might consider confrontation. Did not the Yin family meet their demise for provoking Huang Qingya? While the Fong family is stronger than the Yin family, their advantage is limited. The cautionary tale of the Yin family serves as a warning for the Fong family. The ancestor's gaze traversed the faces of Fong Zhitao and the others, ultimately resting on a taciturn middle-aged man. With a tone of concern, he inquired, Ziguang, you are 51 this year and have broken through to the 9th level of qi refining. Do you have confidence in achieving full qi refinement before the age of 60? Fong Ziguang stepped forward, his expression serious as he nodded. Ancestor, I will assuredly reach full qi refinement before the 60th year. The ancestor's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he spoke gravely. My time is drawing near, and I have but a few years left. My greatest wish is to witness the emergence of a foundation establishment cultivator within our clan, elevating the Fong family to a foundation establishment lineage. Zhitao, Zigong, Ziming. In the coming years, reduce clan expenditures and temporarily suspend the spiritual stone resources for the younger generation. Accumulate all spiritual stone resources to fully support Ziguang in achieving full qi refinement. If Ziguang can attain the consummation of qi refinement within the next 60 years, our family will mobilize all our resources to procure a foundation establishment pill for him. At this crucial juncture, it is imperative that we do not provoke Tsuweiwei Mountain. Do you understand? Fong Zhitao, Fong Zhiqing, Fong Zhigong, and Fong Zhiming, the several late-stage qi refinement cultivators of the Fong family, were solemn expressions and nodded in unison, replying, Ancestor, we comprehend our course of action. Within the cave dwelling, Li Qin sat cross-legged upon a mat, his skin radiating a golden sheen, illuminating the dim cavern with a warm, golden light. Li Qin slowly opened his eyes and gazed at his hands. They were adorned with a layer of golden powder, taking on a delicate shade of gold. Li Qin observed his palm for a moment before retrieving a high-grade magical flying sword from his storage pouch. He commanded the flying sword to strike his palm. The blade's cut did not inflict any harm upon it. Having cultivated the 10 treasures body, he found the cultivators below the foundation establishment stage posed little threat to him. Now, he would attempt to awaken the divine abilities that emerged after achieving the 10 treasures body. With a mere thought, Li Qin conjured a flickering flame of deep crimson upon his palm. The fire danced energetically, causing the temperature within the cave to surge dramatically, warping the very air around it. Is it due to my affinity for the fire element that I have awakened this demonic flame? I am curious about the potency of this demonic flame. However, in the future, I shall no longer require iron heartwood as fuel for alchemy, thus saving me considerable effort. Having attained the 10 treasures body and awakened the demonic flame, I wonder what divine abilities shall manifest upon achieving the 100 treasures body. The dark red flames extinguished upon Li Qin's palm, and his eyes gradually transformed into a deep black. His once pale golden skin returned to its normal hue, a hint of exhilaration gracing his countenance. During this period of seclusion, he successfully refined 10 supreme magical artifacts, forging the 10 treasures body. The 10 treasures body record comprises 9 tiers, and with each tier mastered, a unique divine ability is awakened, varying according to the individual cultivator, rather than being predetermined. Divine abilities and spells are distinct from one another. Generally speaking, divine abilities are innate characteristics tied to one's lineage, embedded within the bloodline. Of course, one can also cultivate divine abilities through advanced techniques. However, in the realm of cultivation, mainstream methods such as the Crimson Flame technique, Azurewood technique, and Golden Essence method do not facilitate the attainment of divine abilities, as they lack the requisite paths for such cultivation. Only through techniques of the 3rd tier or higher can cultivators achieve divine abilities once they reach the Golden Core realm. As Li Qin is aware, many Golden Core adepts in the cultivation world have not attained divine abilities, with the majority of those who have been nascent soul true lords. He has never heard of any cultivators in the Qi refining or foundation establishment realms possessing divine abilities. After achieving the 10 treasures body, Li Qin awakened a divine ability known as the Demon Refining Divine Flame. The extent of the Demon Refining Divine Flame's power remains to be tested. With the forging of the 10 treasures body, Li Qin's combat prowess has undergone a qualitative leap, with his formidable physique providing robust defense. The bloodthirsty flying daggers can now extract a greater amount of vital essence from within him, significantly enhancing their potency. Li Qin felt that as long as he was willing to exert himself and daringly allow the bloodthirsty flying blade to drain his essence, even foundational cultivators would be left trembling in fear. It is noteworthy that during the process of secluding himself to forge the 10 treasures body, Li Qin's cultivation successfully advanced to the 7th layer of Qi refining. The barrier between the 6th and 7th layers of Qi refining was not as formidable as he had anticipated. This could likely be attributed to the enhancement of his spiritual root to the 6th grade. Had he retained a 9th grade spiritual root, it would have taken an immense effort to break through to the 7th layer of Qi refining and ascend to the late stage of Qi refining. In the realm of cultivation within the Yin Kingdom, a late-stage Qi refining cultivator is not considered weak. However, he was uncertain how much time he had spent in seclusion. While cultivating the 10 treasures body in his cave dwelling, Li Qin had lost all sense of time. Yet, he was aware that this period of seclusion had undoubtedly been lengthy. Since embarking on the path of immortality, this was Li Qin's first experience of retreating into seclusion. He summoned the system panel. Host, Li Qin cultivation, 7th layer of Qi refining 10 treasures body, spiritual root, 6th grade lifespan, 40, 105 techniques, Crimson Flame technique, Spirit Transformation Hand, Withered Wood technique, Deceptive Heaven art, Light-Splitting Shadow Sword technique, 10 treasures body forging manual magic treasures, Golden Light brick, Bloodthirsty blade, Heavenly net, Bamboo leaf boat divine abilities, Refining demon divine flame skills, 2nd stage alchemy Dao partner, Mo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu descendants, Li Changsheng, Li Xian, Li Yun main quest, establish a cultivation family, uncompleted, side quest, give birth to 5 offspring with spiritual roots, uncompleted, gazing at the information on the system panel. Li Qin felt a slight daze. Had he truly been in seclusion for 10 years? Soon, he regained his focus. The system panel had not changed significantly, except for the addition of a divine ability section. Moreover, he had acquired a new descendant, Li Yun. Li Qin opened Li Yun's data panel. Offspring, Li Yun. Cultivation, Qi refinement level 1, spiritual root, 8th grade, lifespan, 979. Talent, Gu refining. Li Qin stroked his chin, his expression serene. Li Yun is the son born to Li Qin and Mo Yunyu, and he is now 9 years old. Given that Mo Yunyu possesses a 9th grade spiritual root and Li Qin a 6th grade spiritual root, Li Yun, like Li Changxing, has an 8th grade spiritual root. Although this son's spiritual root aptitude is not particularly high, he possesses a remarkable talent for potion refining. In contrast, Li Xian's talent lies in combat tactics. It is noteworthy that the eldest, Li Changxing, exhibits no innate talent whatsoever, having secluded himself for a decade. Li Qin has not once emerged to witness the birth of his son, filling him with a sense of guilt and leading him to believe he has fallen short as a father. Additionally, Li Changxing is nearing the age of 20. and even Li Xian has reached the age of 15. Reflecting on this, Li Chen accessed the data panels for Li Changxing and Li Xian. Offspring, Li Changxing cultivation, Qi refinement level 4 spiritual root, 8th grade lifespan, 1991. Talent, none. Offspring, Li Xian cultivation, Qi refinement level 4 spiritual root, 6th grade lifespan, 1588. Talent, combat tactics before entering seclusion. Li Changxing was at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, and 10 years later, he has achieved the 4th level. This rate of cultivation is considered normal for someone with an 8th grade spiritual root. Li Xian has already embarked on the path of cultivation, currently possessing a level of mastery equivalent to the 4th layer of Qi refinement, comparable to that of Li Changxing, though the siblings' cultivation levels are similar. Li Chun is certain that Li Changxing would likely not prevail against Li Xian, as his combat prowess falls short. After all, Li Xian possesses an additional talent for combat. Within the cave abode, Li Chun reflects on the swift passage of time. A mere retreat has flown by in the blink of an eye, spanning a decade. Outside the cave, a young maiden with bright eyes and radiant teeth dons a warrior's attire, a storage pouch hanging from her waist, her long hair tied into a ponytail. The girl rides a formidable demonic hound, its fur a striking blend of black and red, and with a cheerful smile, she extends her hand to a nearby handsome child. Little brother, lend your sister 100 spirit stones, and I shall take you to the mortal realm, where you can witness the clash of swords and blades. Moreover, I shall treat you to candied hawthorn. Indulge as much as you desire. Li Yun stood before the cave, his stature modest and his features delicately refined. With a tranquil gaze, he cast a fleeting glance at the young girl and gently shook his head. Sister, do not deceive me regarding the spirit stones. The last time, you tricked me out of 100 spirit stones, claiming you would purchase the Qing Yubi for me. Yet to this day, I have received nothing. If you continue to deceive me about the spirit stones, be wary of my words when father emerges from his seclusion. Furthermore, mother and our 2 aunts have forbidden you from leaving Siwei Mountain. You have sneaked away to the mortal realm several times and even established a faction there. Should you fail to return my spirit stones, I shall not hesitate to inform father of your actions upon his return. Li Xian rode upon the back of the black firehound, her fists clenched as she cast a menacing glare at her younger brother. Li Yun, it seems you have grown bolder and have developed wings, daring even to threaten your elder sister? Shohei. Li Xian patted the head of the black firehound, which immediately bared its teeth at Li Yun. Li Yun cast a glance at the snarling black fire dog and then turned his gaze to the menacing expression of Li Xian. With a tone that was neither warm nor cold, he said, Second sister, there is no need for you to intimidate me. I have grown up under your threats since childhood, and I am no longer afraid of you. Once father emerges from his seclusion, I shall certainly inform him of your misdeeds. Li Xian leaped gracefully from the back of the black firehound, her hands clasped together, producing a series of crisp sounds. With a mischievous grin adorning her face, she approached Li Yun. Little brother, she began, today, your sister shall impart a valuable lesson. Do not attempt to threaten your elder sister before you possess the strength to overcome her. Otherwise, the consequences may be dire. Just then, a familiar voice resonated in Li Xian's ears. Li Xian turned and was greeted by the sight of the long-sealed cave doors slowly creaking open, as a familiar figure stepped forth from the depths of the cavern. Father. Li Yun's body trembled, and his eyes instantly shimmered with a layer of moisture. His face alight with excitement as he gazed at the tall figure emerging from the cave. Father. Upon seeing Li Chen, Li Xian was overjoyed, swiftly appearing before him and enveloping his waist in a warm embrace. With an exhilarated tone, he exclaimed, Father, you have finally emerged from seclusion. You cannot imagine how much I have missed you during your 10 years of isolation. Li Chen squinted. If he had not misjudged earlier, Li Xian had seamlessly integrated the mundane light-footed techniques with the shadow stealth, achieving a speed that far surpassed that of cultivators employing mere shadow stealth. After a decade apart, the once delicate porcelain doll had transformed into a graceful young woman, though her mischievous nature remained unchanged. Had Li Xian's innate talent for combat begun to reveal itself since embarking on the path of immortality? Looking at his daughter in his arms, Li Chen adopted a stern expression and coldly inquired, Li Xian, why have you been tormenting your younger brother? Was Changsheng ever able to bully you? Dad, you've been in seclusion for 10 years, and upon your return, you are so harsh with Xianair? You've never been this severe with her before. Do you no longer care for Xianair? Li Xian embraced Li Chen's waist, tilting her head with a look of pitiable innocence, exuding an air of vulnerability. Li Chen paid no heed to Li Xian. As a father, he was well acquainted with his daughter's temperament. His gaze shifted to the side, landing on the delicate and excited Li Yun, and his expression softened. This son, fair of face and resembling a girl, possessed a slender frame and bore a striking resemblance to Imo Yunya. Yuner, come here and let your father have a look. Li Chen gazed gently at Li Yun, beckoning him with a wave of his hand. Li Yun, with a face full of excitement, approached Li Chen, his eyes glistening with tears, and called out in a trembling voice, "Father." Li Chen gently patted Li Yun's head, nodding with satisfaction. "Good son, over the years, I have been sequestered in my cultivation, even missing your birth. I apologize for the hardships you have endured." Li Yun shook his head. "Father, I am not aggrieved. Mother, elder brother, and the two aunts treat me very well." "Oh." Li Chen squinted, his expression unfriendly as he cast a glance at Li Xian. Li Xian's temper flared as she released her embrace around Li Chen's waist, placing her hands firmly on her hips. "Li Yun, you ungrateful wretch. What do you mean by that? Have I not treated you well, sister?" Li Yun curled her lips in disdain, offering no response. Li Xian gazed at Li Chen, meeting his skeptical stare. With her sleeve shielding her face, she lamented, "Father, do you no longer believe in me either? With a son, you seem to have forgotten your daughter. Alas, in this household, I am unloved and uncared for, much like a humble cabbage by the roadside. Perhaps it is best for me to leave this home, so as not to be a burden to you all." Suddenly, covering her forehead, Li Xian took 2 steps back, her expression one of shock as she looked at Li Chen, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, a poignant testament to her genuine distress. This time, her sorrow was sincere, not feigned. Li Chen glanced at his right hand, feeling somewhat awkward. Instinctively, he playfully tapped Li Xian on the head. But he had forgotten that he had now forged his body into the 10 treasures physique, even without exerting much force. The light tap left a noticeable red mark on Li Xian's forehead. "Ahem," he coughed. "Xiener, it was not my intention. I was in seclusion to cultivate a body-refining technique and forgot to control my strength." Noticing the distressed look on Li Xian's face, his tears threatened to spill, Li Chen hurriedly offered an explanation. As a father, he naturally could not bear to see his daughter in tears. Li Xian tilted her head and scoffed. "You simply do not love me. As soon as you emerged, you struck me. I shall inform mother and my 2 aunts." Li Chen rubbed his temples, filled with exasperation, and said, "Go on, what is it that you desire this time?" Li Xian could not help but transform her tears into laughter. "Father, if you lend me your flying boat for a few days, I shall forgive you." Li Chen, without further contemplation, retrieved a palm-sized bamboo leaf boat from his storage bag and handed it to Li Xian, offering a concerned admonition, "Do not stray from Cuwi Mountain, and absolutely refrain from venturing into the secular world." "Understood," Li Xian replied. "Father, why have you become so verbose after your retreat?" Li Xian took the small flying vessel from Li Chen's hands, proudly raising the palm-sized craft towards Li Yun as if showcasing a treasure gem. "Come, little brother," she exclaimed. "Let me take you on an experience of what it feels like to ride in a flying vessel." Li Yun stood beside Li Chen, casting a sidelong glance at Li Xian, choosing to disregard her completely. "Humph, utterly unappreciative." Li Xian let out a cold snort, turned around, and flicked her long ponytail behind her. With a playful bounce, she exclaimed, "Xiao Hei, let's go?" The black fire dog cast a glance at Li Chen, then wagged its tail and scampered after Li Xian with exuberance. Li Chen rubbed his temples, realizing that his daughter was indeed becoming more troublesome as she grew older. The black fire dog, a pet originally given to Li Changsheng by Fu Kong, had become Li Xian's companion since she learned to walk. Nevertheless, the fact that the black fire dog had survived until now was a testament to its resilience, especially considering that Li Xian had once carelessly let a gold-scaled fish, gifted to her by Li Chen, perish in her childhood. Glancing at Li Yun, who was by his side, Li Chen felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, his 2 sons were relatively composed and did not share Li Xian's mischievous nature. "Yuner, let us take a stroll around Mount Suiwei." Li Chen greeted Li Yun, and the father and son promptly commenced their inspection of Suiwei Mountain. After a decade of seclusion, the mountain had undergone significant transformations. An increased number of attendants and servants were present, alongside a dedicated herbalist tending to the medicinal fields and an early-stage cultivator overseeing the bamboo growth. Within the 30 acres of spiritual fields, golden grains of spiritual rice flourished abundantly, while weeding and pest control amidst the spiritual rice. Wang Lijuan caught sight of Li Chen and hurriedly set aside her tasks to approach, her face radiating respect as she spoke. "Greetings, master." "Greetings, third young master." Li Chen gazed at Wang Lijuan. Dressed in a manner befitting a matron, She was accompanied by a robust child of 7 or 8 years. His features reminiscent of a little tiger. "Is this your son?" Li Chen inquired. With a smile, Wang Lijuan nodded and replied, "My lord. Xiao Fan and I have become partners in this journey of life. This is our son, named Bufan. Bufan, come and greet the lord." The child, Wu Bufan, approached. His appearance reflecting the vigor of youth, with a dark complexion and sturdy build, though he bore an expression that suggested a lack of intellectual acumen. Li Chen nodded slightly, refraining from further words, and returned to the courtyard at the summit of the mountain alongside Li Yun. Li Yun followed closely beside Li Chen, speaking in a hushed tone. "Father, these 30 acres of spiritual fields are divided between Wang Lijuan and Wu Xiaofan, each managing 10 acres, with an impressive yield of over 400 pounds per acre. Tai Ao also oversees a portion of the spiritual fields. However, his lack of dedication results in a yield of less than 200 pounds per acre. Over the years, and Huang has repeatedly sought to expel Tai Ao from Suiwei Mountain, yet each time, my elder brother has interceded on his behalf, compelling Aunt Huang to relent. Is it truly the case?" Li Chen stroked his chin, gazing at Li Yun, and calmly inquired, "Yun'er, how do you believe this matter should be addressed?" Li Yun pondered for a moment before responding earnestly, "Father, I believe we should dismiss Tai Ao. This spiritual field belongs to our family. And while we have entrusted it to Tai Ao for cultivation, he shows little regard for its care. He neglects the pests that infest the crops, resulting in considerable losses of our precious spiritual rice." Li Chen nodded in appreciation, gently ruffling Li Yun's hair, generously bestowing praise upon her. "At such a tender age, you demonstrate remarkable maturity, far surpassing Sienner." In response to Li Chen's commendation, Li Yun shook her head, her expression earnest as she spoke. "Father, my elder brother and I possess 8th grade spiritual roots, while my second sister has 6th grade spiritual roots. In the realm of cultivation, my brother and I fall short in comparison to her. Therefore, we must take greater care of Suiwei Mountain, alleviating some of your burdens and ensuring you do not worry." Li Chen glanced at Li Yun, his expression tinged with surprise. This son of his was merely 9 years old, exhibiting a precociousness beyond his years. In the matter concerning Tai Ao, Huang Qingyao was not in error. Li Chen fully supported Huang Qingyao's decision. Li Yun and Li Changsheng, although born of the same mother, possessed distinct personalities despite their generally composed demeanor. Observing the delicate features and slender figure of Li Yun, Li Chen appeared to be lost in thought. Li Yun possesses an extraordinary talent for crafting poisons. At present, it appears that this son exhibits remarkable qualities, surpassing those of his elder brother Li Changsheng and his second sister Li Xian. "My husband, you have emerged from seclusion." In the courtyard, Ning Hongxiu, upon seeing Li Chen, radiated joy as she hastily rushed forward and embraced him. Mo Yunya stood nearby, wearing a smile on her face. Li Chen cast his gaze towards Mo Yunyu, who averted her eyes and lowered her head. Li Chen gently caressed Ning Hongxiu's long hair and softly said, "Hongxiu, the child is still watching." Only then did Ning Hongxiu come to her senses, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Li Changxing approached Li Chen with a respectful demeanor, stating, "Father, I humbly congratulate you on the successful mastery of your divine skills." Li Chen smiled and turned his gaze towards his eldest son. Li Changsheng had already grown to the same height as Li Chen, clad in an elegant black robe. His handsome features exuded a refined and cultured demeanor. Li Changsheng, at the age of 19, has attained the 4th level of qi refinement, no longer a mere child. His gaze swept over Ning Hongxiu and Mo Yunya. Ning Hongxiu has reached the 6th level of qi refinement, while Mo Yunya remains at the 3rd level, her appearance having changed somewhat. Noticing Mo Yunya's bowed head, Li Chen understood that she had likely succumbed to her insecurities once more. Now, Mo Yunya is not exactly young, approaching her 40s. Her low cultivation level has begun to affect her appearance with the passage of time. In contrast, while Ning Hongxiu's looks and demeanor have seen some change, it is not significant. Li Chen massaged his temples, feeling an unwelcome throbbing in his head. Li's stint can be excused, and so can Mo Yunyu. Over the years, Li Chen has provided her with ample resources. Had she shown even a modicum of ambition or a resolute heart towards her cultivation, she would have long since transcended to the 4th layer of qi refinement. Yet, she remains indifferent to her training, utterly lacking in any sense of purpose. Li Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of worry. Given Mo Yunyu's temperament, it seemed unlikely that he would successfully establish a foundation, even with the aid of resources. Sighing deeply to dispel his troubling thoughts, Li Chen turned to the others and inquired softly, "Where is Qingya? Why haven't I seen her?" "Father, Aunt Huang has gone to Qingafang to sell spirit talismans. For many years, Suiwei Mountain has largely depended on Aunt Huang's support. We have been of little assistance." Li Chongqing responded to Li Chen, his face tinged with embarrassment. Li Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, since his retreat, Mount Suiwei had relied entirely on Huang Qingya's support. While she was devoted to her own cultivation, she also had the responsibility of managing Mount Suiwei, which undoubtedly was no easy task. "Husband, please do not linger any longer. Sister Mo and I have prepared a welcome feast for you. Do take your seat promptly." Ning Hongxiu assisted Li Chen as they entered the courtyard. Instructing a few maids to serve wine and dishes, Li Chen sat in the esteemed position, accompanied by his 2 wives and 2 sons. As for Li Xian, his whereabouts were unknown as he had wandered off to indulge in mischief and had yet to return. The table was adorned with an array of ethereal delicacies. Accompanied by a jug of divine wine, Li Chongqing proactively poured a cup of wine for Li Chen, smiling as he addressed him, "Father, ever since we arrived at Suiwei Mountain, our family has thrived over the years. The 30 acres of spiritual fields on the mountain yield over 10,000 caddies of Yujin rice every 2 years. We take 70% of that, which amounts to approximately 8,000 caddies. After reserving a portion for our own consumption, we are able to sell around 5,000 caddies externally. Every 2 years, Aunt Huang takes me to Qingafang to sell the Yujin rice, earning about 50,000 spirit stones each time. In addition to the spiritual fields, we also have a grove of green bamboo, which has brought us considerable profit. Nevertheless, the greatest benefit we derive from Suiwei Mountain remains those 30 acres of spiritual fields." Li Chen nodded gently and inquired with calmness, "Has Qingya treated you well?" Mo Yunyu shook her head and replied, "Husband, Sister Huang has been exceedingly kind to us and has never denied us any spirit stones or medicinal pills." Li Chen took a sip of spiritual liquor, his fingers gently tapping on the table. This is the advantage of possessing a spiritual vein. While wandering cultivators outside toil tirelessly, barely earning a handful of spirit stones in a year, those belonging to a family that occupies such a vein experience a different reality. Just the 30 acres of spiritual fields atop Suiwei Mountain can yield tens of thousands of spirit stones in just 2 years. Additionally, there exists a medicinal herb field, a grove of green bamboo, and a single high-grade spiritual peach tree. It is no wonder that many late-stage Qi refinement cultivators are eager to break their heads in pursuit of a piece of spiritual vein territory to establish their own lineage. Li Chen has secluded himself for a decade, diligently cultivating the 10 treasures body forging record. Throughout these 10 years, it was entirely thanks to Huang Qingya's unwavering support. Without her, Ning Hongxiu, Mo Yuni, and Li Chongsheng would have been unable to establish themselves on Suiwei Mountain. Now, having reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement, Li Chen has entered the latter stages of this realm and successfully forged his 10 treasures body. It is time to prioritize the establishment of his family. Upon completing 2 side quests, he acquired the Bloodthirsty Blade, a demonic treasure, as well as the 10 treasures body forging record. The rewards for completing the main quest should undoubtedly surpass those of the side quests. Presently, Li Chen is filled with eager anticipation regarding the rewards that await him upon the completion of the main quest. Turning to his companions, he inquires calmly, "What significant events have transpired in the cultivation world during these 10 years?" "Father, indeed, there has been a momentous occurrence." Li Chongqing set down his chopsticks and spoke in a deep voice. "Father, shortly after your seclusion began, a cultivator named Wang Quan from the Wang family of Ningbayu Cliff in Blackwater Prefecture killed a peak Qi refinement member of the Yulong family, accusing them of having slain his family's phoenix child. Naturally, the Yulong family was unwilling to suffer this injustice. Enraged, a foundation establishment cultivator from the Yang family immediately pursued Wang Quan to Yin Mountain, intent on avenging their kin. It is said that the foundation establishment cultivators from both the Yulong and Ningbayu Cliff Wang families engaged in multiple fierce battles, drawing several Qi refinement families from Blackwater Prefecture into this conflict. To this day, the strife between the Yulong and Wang families persists, with skirmishes occurring every 3 days and significant clashes every 10 days, resulting in numerous casualties on both sides. However, the casualties among the affiliated Qi refinement families have been even greater. The ongoing feud has yet to elicit any intervention from the Zishu Immortal sect. Moreover, there is another matter. The Blood River Man has been lurking in Blackwater Prefecture, launching surprise attacks on cultivators at intervals. Whether they are solitary cultivators or disciples of cultivation families, none have escaped unharmed upon encountering the Blood River Man. It is rumored that the Zishu Immortal sect even dispatched a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator to apprehend him, yet to no avail. After a period of dormancy, the Blood River Man has resumed his disruptive activities, and the Zishu Immortal sect's cultivator has consistently failed to capture him. The more Li Qinwei listened, the more peculiar his expression became. Wasn't Wang Fengming the one they had ambushed alongside Huang Qingya? Why then had the Wang clan traced the matter back to a peak qi refining cultivator of the Yulong Yang family, resulting in the death of that cultivator and igniting a conflict between the Yulong Yang family and the Ningbai Wang family? And what of Fukong? Li Chun understood that the figure known as the Blood River Man was indeed Fukong. However, Fukong had departed from the Yinghua's cultivation realm a decade ago. How could he still be in the Blackwater Prefecture, brazenly slaughtering cultivators? Was the Blood River Man truly Fukong? Suddenly, an image of a rotund figure flashed through Li Chen's mind. It was Xie Xian, the steward of the Baibao building at Qingafeng, from the Zishu sect. Xie Xian had once sold the Blood God technique to Li Chen, who subsequently passed it on to Fukong. Could it be that the Blood River Man rampaging through the Blackwater Prefecture was none other than Xie Xian? Li Chen maintained a tranquil demeanor. Yet his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Fortunately, they had relocated to Zuwei Mountain. Had they remained in Yinshan Fang, even the esteemed reputation of the exquisite fairy might not have guaranteed their safety. After the evening meal, Li Chen retained Li Chongxing, inquiring about the situation regarding Chongxing and Tai Ao. It was rumored that he had been negligent in overseeing the spiritual fields, and Qingya intended to expel him from Suiwei Mountain, despite your repeated intercessions on his behalf. Li Chongxing clasped his hands before Li Chen, saying, "Father, you are well aware that Tai Ao possesses a 9th-grade spiritual root. Over the years, Tai Ao's path to immortality has been rather arduous, and he has only attained the 2nd level of qi refinement. Nevertheless, his resolve is unwavering, and his dedication to cultivation is exceptional, albeit at the expense of his management of the spiritual fields." Observing his steadfast pursuit of the Tao and recalling that it was you who graciously guided him onto this path, I felt compelled to request that he remain at Suwei Mountain. Li Chenduan gazed upon his eldest son for a long while before calmly speaking. "Chongsheng, there is nothing inherently wrong with kindness and compassion. However, all of this must be predicated upon the preservation of one's own interests. The path of cultivation is a journey towards the heavens. On this celestial road, countless beings defy fate in pursuit of the slenderest chance at immortality. Chongsheng, you must grasp a fundamental truth. Zuwei Mountain belongs to our family, and Tai Ao is ultimately an outsider. In the past, out of compassion for his arduous cultivation, your father extended a helping hand, bringing him to Tsuiwei Mountain as a spirit farmer and offering him generous terms, allowing him to take 30% of the harvest. Yet, how has he repaid your father over the years? The couple next door, Wang Lijuan and Wu Xiaofan, yield over 400 pounds per mu from their spiritual fields. In contrast, Tai Ao, neglecting the cultivation of his own fields for his personal advancement, yields less than 200 pounds per mu. Consider this carefully. Chongxing, Tai Ao oversees 10 mu of spiritual fields, yielding 200 pounds less per mu than Wang Lijuan and Wu Xiaofan, culminating in a shortfall of over 2,000 pounds of spiritual rice. What is the worth of over 2,000 pounds of spiritual rice? How many gathering spirit pills could that purchase for your cultivation? Your father, once an ordinary mortal, has painstakingly embarked on the path of immortality, treading cautiously every step of the way. Do you truly believe that the foundation of Tsuiwei Mountain was easily attained?" Li Chongxing's face flushed with embarrassment as he lifted his long robe and knelt at Li Chen's feet, humbly admitting, "Father, your son acknowledges his mistake." Li Chen gently patted his son's shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Chongxing, you have always been obedient and well-behaved. Yet there are moments when you must not let your emotions dictate your actions. Qingya did not contradict you out of respect, for she is your elder. It is only due to the bond of fatherhood that Tai Ao was allowed to remain at Suiwei Mountain. You must understand the gravity of this matter. In the future, I intend to establish our family legacy, planning to entrust Suiwei Mountain into your capable hands. How can I be at ease in handing over such responsibilities to you if you act in this manner? Father." Li Chongxing raised his head to gaze at Li Chen, momentarily flushing with embarrassment, a glimmer of moisture shimmering in his eyes. Observing Li Chongxing's realization, Li Chen spoke with relief, "It is good that you understand. This matter shall be entrusted to you. Do not let your father down." Li Chongxing nodded earnestly and replied in a solemn tone, "Father, I understand what must be done, and I assure you, I shall not let you down." Li Chen waved his hand and said, "Go." As he watched Li Chongqing depart, he slowly withdrew his gaze, reflecting that this eldest son was indeed obedient and sensible. Not beyond cultivation. This retreat of 10 years had brought significant changes to Tsuiwei Mountain. After conversing with Li Chongqing, Li Chen subsequently visited the courtyards of Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu, expressing concern for the two women's circumstances over the past decade. At the mountainside of Tsuiwei, Li Chongqing approached a wooden cabin with an impassive expression and spoke in a deep voice. "Is Tai Ao present?" The little man greeted the young master. Tai Ao opened the door and stepped out, bowing respectfully to Li Chongqing. "Young master, may I inquire what brings you to seek me?" Though not young anymore, Tai Ao was already 30 years of age, yet due to the limitations of his 9th grade spiritual root, his cultivation remained stagnant at the second layer of qi refinement. Li Chongqing scrutinized Tai Ao, his expression serene as he spoke. "Tai Ao, you have been at Tsuiwei Mountain for a decade, have you not?" Before Tai Ao could respond, Li Chongqing continued, "Back in Yinshan Square, you had yet to embark on the path of cultivation, nor had you discovered a means to acquire spirit stones, making it arduous for you to establish yourself there. My father, recognizing your unwavering determination, took pity on your challenging journey and brought you to Tsuiwei Mountain, entrusting you with the care of this 10-acre spirit field." Tai Ao nodded, his gaze filled with gratitude as he looked at Li Chongqing, bowing once more. "The kindness shown by you and your father has always been etched in my heart. I shall never forget it." Li Chongqing's gaze flickered before it ultimately solidified with determination. In a cold tone, he spoke, "Over the past decade, you, along with Wang Lijuan and Wu Xiaofan, have each managed 10 acres of spiritual fields. The fields tended by Wang Lijuan and Wu Xiaofan yield more than 400 jin per acre, while your fields produce less than 200 jin. From this day forth, you shall no longer manage these 10 acres. You may descend the mountain." Tai Ao was taken aback for a moment, then turned to Li Chongqing with a look of panic. "Young master, over the years, I have neglected the management of the spiritual fields in my pursuit of cultivation. This is indeed my fault. However, I did not intend for it to be so. I implore you for another chance. With my 9th grade spiritual root and my meager cultivation, if you send me down the mountain, I do not know where I shall go. Young master, you are compassionate. Please grant me another opportunity." Li Chongqing maintained a serene demeanor as he gestured towards Tai Ao, stating, "I have already afforded you numerous opportunities. Otherwise, you would have departed from Tsuiwei Mountain long ago. It is time for you to descend the mountain, lest I be compelled to expel you myself." Observing Li Chongqing's indifferent expression, Tai Ao's countenance shifted through various emotions before he ultimately clasped his hands in gratitude. "I am immensely grateful for the care bestowed upon me by you and the esteemed lord over these years. The current circumstances are a reflection of my own shortcomings, and I dare not lay blame upon you. I shall collect my belongings and take my leave. Should fortune favor me in the future, I shall undoubtedly repay the kindness you and the Lord have shown in guiding me along this path." Li Chongqing remained expressionless as he observed Tai Ao tidying up his belongings before escorting him down Tsuiwei Mountain. Once Tai Ao departed, Li Chongqing returned to the mountainside and summoned the couple, Wang Lijuan and Wu Xiaofan. At the summit, Li Chen stood alongside Mo Yunyun and Ning Hongxiu, silently gazing at Li Chongqing on the mountainside. Mo Yunyun, with a look of satisfaction in her eyes, turned to her husband and softly remarked, "Darling, Chongqing has grown up." Li Chen nodded, neither affirming nor denying. As he gazed at Tai Ao's departing figure from Tsuiwei Mountain, he couldn't help but reflect upon his own past. Years ago, while refining pills at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, he had once clandestinely withheld some elixirs, a transgression that did not escape the notice of Manager Fu and Fairy Linglong. Yet, in their magnanimity, both Fairy Linglong and Manager Fu chose not to reproach him. Rather, they bestowed upon him numerous privileges, while Fairy Linglong could extend such generosity towards him. He found himself unable to reciprocate that same grace towards Tai Ao. He realized that his capacity for kindness paled in comparison to hers. Fairy Linglong's family was vast and prosperous, whereas his own establishment on Tsuiwei Mountain was modest and limited. They were hardly comparable. Perhaps it is human nature to possess double standards, Li Chun mused with a self-deprecating smile, before deciding to put such thoughts aside. He had a family to establish. Following the founding of his clan, he would need to cultivate its influence. Until that was achieved, he could not afford to be magnanimous. After a decade of seclusion, upon emerging, Li Chen chose not to immerse himself immediately in cultivation but instead dedicated time to cherish moments with his wife and children. Upon Li Yun's birth, his father, Li Qin, never once ventured out to behold him. Li Chun felt a sense of indebtedness towards his youngest son and recognized the need to dedicate more time to accompany him, while also guiding him in his cultivation. Yunner, take these few bottles of qi nourishing pills with you. The spirit gathering pills and the essence augmentation pills shall be given to your elder brother and second sister. As for this bottle of yellow bud pills, it should be entrusted to your aunt Hongxiu, within the confines of the cave. As the demonic flame extinguished from Li Qin's palm, he firmly closed the alchemy furnace with a resounding clap and handed the several bottles of elixirs to Li Yun. Li Yun stood to the side, receiving the elixir from Li Qin's hands, his face filled with admiration as he gazed at his father. Father, is the flame you use for alchemy spirit fire? May I learn the art of alchemy from you? Li Chun gazed at Li Yun, gently ruffling his hair, and with a cheerful smile remarked, alchemy is not as simple as it appears, my dear Yun. I have heard from Xian that you have an affinity for insect charms. It is not that Li Qin is unwilling to teach Li Yun the art of alchemy. Rather, he intends to first comprehend the latter's innate talent in the realm of insect manipulation. Li Yun, possessing an 8th grade fire-affiliated spiritual root, is a 9-year-old adept who has already embarked on the path of cultivation, having attained the first level of qi refinement. At his left waist, he bears a storage pouch, while a spirit pet pouch hangs at his right. Upon hearing Li Chun speak of goo insects, Li Yun's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he released several jade green bees from his spirit pet pouch. Father, these are low-grade spiritual goo. The jade green bees that my elder brother purchased for me. I find these jade green bees exceedingly fascinating. Li Chun nodded, contemplating the journey to Qingafeng to procure a lineage of goo dao for Li Yun. At present, Li Yun's cultivation was modest. Acquiring a first-tier goo dao inheritance would suffice, allowing them to assess his aptitude for goo refining. Nurturing this son into a goo master would indeed be a commendable pursuit. Open the door swiftly, came the urgent voice of Li Xian from outside the cave dwelling. Li Chen opened the cave and said, Xianer, how old are you now? Why are you still so reckless? Li Xian entered the cave, a smile adorning her face as she linked her arm with Li Chen's. Father, and Huang has returned. I am the first to inform you, yet you still call me reckless. Where is Qingya? Li Chen, disregarding the need to reprimand Li Xian, felt a surge of joy upon hearing the news of Huang Qingya's return, having not seen her for a considerable time. Observing Li Qin hastily exiting the cave, Li Xian smirked and remarked, You call me reckless, yet you yourself cannot contain your excitement at the return of Aunt Huang. Turning his attention to Li Yun, he noticed several jade bottles in his hands and approached with a smile, inquiring, Little brother, what delightful treasures do you possess in those bottles? Li Yun handed 2 jade vials to Li Xian, one containing a spirit-gathering pill and the